Tell me when I'm live. I'm live. Am I live? Anybody who's watching the stream, am I live? Let me know when.
No.
No.
Yes, you are now.
I was about to say, it says I'm live.
Now.
Bunch of
No, I
friggin'
forgot about the delay.
bunch of friggin' liars.
Start your-
Okay, mine's a bit delayed.
Please start your thing.
Okay, yeah, no, there's going to be a delay for people who are actually in the Discord compared to the people who are watching the stream. So it just is. But if you're in the Discord, you only reason you can have the stream open and just mute. The only reason why it's even there is so that you can actually see the tier list. Anyway, so I imagine people are probably confused by the name of the tier list. Because they're getting it's getting excessive the titles for these tier lists. But basically, the idea is we live on Earth, right? And on Earth, some like weird godlike demon being shows up, and he's like, "Hey, everybody, Earth is about to be invaded by a bunch of crazy stuff. Okay, I'm gonna grant you all a specific class, and you can pick your class, and I'm just going to make you that class, and you can level up, you could subclass if you want, you can go any kind of direction you want with the leveling up, but at first, this is your class, and what class would be awesome to have in that situation, and what class would be not so awesome to have in that situation. Kind of think of it sort of like a solo leveling sort of situation. It's like modern day, you're on Earth, you get to pick your class, and the invasion is going to be literally everything. Think of it like almost like EDF. There's like demons are going to show up, aliens are going to show up, whatever, mind flayers, why not? The whole 9 yards is going to show up. You got to defend Earth, pick your class, and we're going to tier those classes. Is this complicated and like weirdly overly unnecessary tier list? Yeah. But I'm tired of the tier list where it's like, what's the best like hero in fiction? It's boring. We're gonna do it more interesting. So as of right now, we have 4 classes on the tier list because that's all I thought of just now, like in the last 5 seconds. And we're gonna let you guys in the Discord as well as people out in the stream come up with new classes, and we're gonna fill it up. When we get up to 15, we're gonna stop, and then anything past 15, same as every week, super chats and stuff like that. They can add on to stuff, but let's fill it up with 15 for now. Anything else I need to say? The length of the stream is going to be the same as always. If it's going well, we're getting a lot of super chats, a lot of engagement. It'll continue as long as it does. And otherwise, if it's super slow, we're just going to call it a day after an hour or so. It really just depends. Okay. Anybody have any questions?
I'm assuming the invasion is going to start off easy and then ramp its way
It's a
up
stupid
over
question.
time.
Awful question. Kill yourself.
Dang.
Terrible question. I didn't know I invited a bunch of retards in the stream. No. I don't know. Sure, why not?
If it starts off at max difficulty, it doesn't matter what.
You need time to level. You need time to level up, man. You need time to level up. Yeah, sure, why not? It's gonna be the Vanguard fleet and then the main fleet. What's up?
Question.
Okay, yeah, what's up?
Can we swear now?
Huh? No. You can't swear for the next 10 hours. Just you, though. Everybody else is free to say whatever they want.
I have a question.
Okay.
So, what was it? Is the wish spell in play here? Because that could drastically change. Because if I just immediately go beeline for that.
Okay. This is not
Is it just
D&D.
which way the armies?
It's not D&D. It's not okay. Take your D&D knowledge and throw it out. Okay? It's not D&D. I mean, if you want the wish spell, maybe you can get it. I don't know. It depends on how you class, I guess. I don't know. But it's not. We're not following D&D rules because D&D rules are going to severely limit us of what we can and can't do. And I don't like limiting us of what we can and can't do. I like to do whatever we want to do. That's what makes it fun. Stop putting me in a box.
What's the magic system? What's the magic system here then, Rouga?
What's the magic system? The hell you mean? What's the magic system?
How we level up?
Okay. Have you ever played an RPG in your life?
Yes.
Okay.
Like,
do you know what an RPG? Do you know what an RPG class is?
Oh, you're just talking generic RPG games.
That's what I'm trying to tell you guys.
I'm pretty sure I said that right from the beginning. I'm very confused.
I was thinking tabletop. I'm sorry.
I
What do
know.
you
This is
define
why
as a
D&D is to stop it. I know people. It's not Dragon Age. It's not D&D. It's the real world. Whatever class you want to be, bro. Just pick like creativity, man. Learn. Use your brain.
Heavily open-ended.
Can I
Use
pick
your
Jeffrey
brain hole.
Dahmer?
Huh? No. It's not a class. Serial killer, is that a class? I don't know. No. All right, so let's actually build the class. Okay? Let's build the classes. Let's fill up the list. Stream chat people with the texting, not the talking. You got any? Let's see what we got over here. We got brawler class. That'd be that. So you're like just like something with your fists. So it'd be like monks, like a monk from D&D, or like a brawler, like just punching people, I suppose. If you want to just punch people, yeah, sure, why not? Let's add brawler to the list. If you don't like swords, you just want to freaking punch people because you're weird and
Wouldn't
lame.
that just be like a martial artist sort of thing?
Yeah, whatever. We're just martial arts. You'll be just little Bruce Lee. Little
Pugilist.
120-pound Bruce Lee. A pugilist? A
Yeah,
pugilist.
somebody who uses
I
a-
know what pugilist is, and no, it's a boxer.
Yeah, technically the same thing.
No, it's a boxer. It's specifically a boxer.
Do martial artists use their fists to hit people? Do boxers use their fists to hit people?
But they also
Boxers-
use their palms
No,
and legs.
Because if you use
Martial
your
arts uses the
leg,
whole
because if you
body.
use your legs or a headbutt or anything, you're no longer considered a pugilist. Don't be a
Look,
smart
I
ass.
have no
You
idea what I'm
didn't.
talking about.
I know.
Therefore, I am completely right.
No, I know. You're trying to fucking be a smart ass using pugilist. It means boxing.
Yeah, it was a fancy word, and I
Hey.
thought I'd take a shot in the dark.
And then you're trying to describe to me and of what pugilist is. You're like, no, what a pugilist is, Mr. Smartass, didn't even know what it meant. All right, next up, let's see. We got okay, let's see.
There's actually a lot of good ones.
Necromancer. I actually was gonna put Necromancer on here, but I had Summoner
You
already.
have it, don't you?
I have Summoner, so like Summoner and Necromancer just seemed very similar to me. But we'll do Necromancer because there's a little bit more to Necromancy.
But necromancy also is usually tied into dark magic with curses and stuff. And unlike a summoner, you usually create your monsters, your chimeras and stuff.
Okay,
So
nerd.
you actually go. Oh,
I think that's the literal point of this stream.
just make. I just made a stream that's gonna force people to say nerdy shit, just so I can annoy them by calling them a nerd over and over again.
I know you have
Okay,
paladin
boomer.
here, but shouldn't we have something like a cleric or a priest
My
here as well?
my parents were boomers. I am not a boomer, sir. What's up? We have
I said, shouldn't we have a cleric / priest? I know we have a paladin already.
we should have a healer of some kind. I suppose. What do you think? You want a
Pain
priest?
boy.
You want a priest?
Yeah, you
No.
know
Catholic
what?
or Orthodox?
You wanna touch little boys?
Medic?
Get your little
that's unrelated to this conversation.
like
Ah.
okay.
No.
Let's get the
Priest get a
Okay,
buff.
cleric then.
let's
I don't think children will exist in this new Earth that gets
Pretty sure they're
invaded.
the first ones to
As
die.
per
now we got
usual.
this.
You choose the priest class, you get a buff whenever you're close to a school of any kind.
Or a debuff, depending on how you look at it.
What kind of class is that?
It
Necromancer?
depends.
Paladin
You
is
lose
their
all
guy.
your energy when you're next to little boys. All right, there we go. It's okay. It's okay, everybody. See, it's a black priest, so it's
Oh,
fine.
so
So he's
he'll
gonna
be,
steal off you first?
he'll be fast.
It's
He'll be faster than light. Then.
yeah. Him touching little boys. It's just what do you call it? It's what's the thing? It's
Stealing their innocence.
No. It's the when you give black people money because they were slaves. What's that called again?
Charity?
Reparations.
That's our own
Reparations.
sister.
The little boys
Reparations.
are the reparations.
Reparations.
Oh my.
That or his own sister.
Okay.
We want this conversation on YouTube of all places.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's whatever. It's
I'm
whatever.
gonna
Okay, let's see what else. What else I got? They got Night Blades. Isn't that just like an assassin basically? I got an assassin on here.
No,
don't
it's
you have
like-
a rogue
it's
already?
more like
Yeah, you have
a-
a
What?
casting.
A rogue that
What
can
the hell?
cast spells.
I see.
It's more of a like a rogue that can cast
That's kind of
spells.
like,
Hey, what-
it's kind of like dual classing.
I see a
Yeah.
I see a tamer, like a beastmaster. We can do something like that. That could be kind of
Oh
cool.
Yes.
yeah, that's like a lot of
Oh,
rangers.
yeah.
Sorry.
Hey, what would we
Beastmaster.
get told no? What is off the table?
We were just
Let's
talking-
clarify.
Someone,
What is off the
someone
table?
earlier just talked about.
Rapists. I don't know. Probably a lot of stuff. Why?
Just
I don't know,
actually something
Priest
that's
has to
class
go.
and not
There
just
are-
a
Priest
like
has to go.
pugilist.
Yes, but there are RPGs that aren't
There we go.
exactly medieval that have their own classes.
Beastmaster.
Well, yeah, if it can work as an RPG, that's fair enough. Like
Beastmaster.
let's see.
Okay, let me see. Let's
Yeah.
see. How
There
about
was also I saw a
uh,
really interesting one.
Engineer.
Artificer
Okay,
is a good choice. That's just engineers.
we have druid. We don't wizard. Wizard's boring. I have like multiple types of wizards, I suppose. We got necromancer. We got summoner. We got pyromancer. Wizard is just too broad. Try and.
Wizard is like the nerd version of
What about acrobat?
sorcery.
Should we do warlock or like a devil worshipper? Because they usually have their own class, you know, depending.
Well, we
I was
have
actually gonna
summoner
ask
and we
about
have.
that.
Go ahead.
I was gonna ask because we were having a conversation of. Well, I brought it up about illusion magic because I'm thinking like, if used the right way, that could be like low tier reality warping. I'm just wondering what would that fall under?
Your mic is awful.
It's superior.
Alteration is
It's
way better.
Oh, is it mine or his?
Yours.
Oh, sorry.
It's like you wrapped your dick in sandpaper and shoved it in my
Operation
ear.
is way better because with illusion you're just.
I don't know how to fix that. Actually, I probably do.
Take the sandpaper off.
Alright, let's see. Yeah, that would do it.
water.
Alright, let's see. Vampire, demon hunter count as a different. Oh, hello, Saint James Ent. Any multi-class
Juggernaut.
alchemy or magic healing making medicine is more OP. Then we talk about curing cancer and severed limbs with a touch, or making a poison that makes a king go crazy or kills family and what you. I don't know if curing poison would be very helpful if you're getting ripped apart by Jew aliens. I don't know. I don't know why
Doesn't it-
I
you can
prophesize
make
Jew
alchemy.
aliens.
If you have,
Making a
like,
potion
metal
that gives you
from
super
metal,
strength would be
Steroid.
useful.
That could
Well,
be-
I mean,
Oh yeah, I'm not saying it
isn't
wouldn't be
there
useful.
things that tries to poison. Isn't there
Hey,
like thousands of things
can
that
you
try to,
imagine-
well, I mean, poisons do. I mean, a lot of things fight with poison and
Not a
to
thing.
counteract the thing that's slowly killing you.
Chemist.
What about a
Chemical
minigun?
warfare is a thing.
Let me
We
see.
have to go.
Vagabond, ritualist. Half of these I don't even know what they
You
are.
You become a chemist and then you. And then you
Shamans,
sell the invaders
Vanguard.
drugs.
trickster, engineer,
Sniper.
artisan, persona user.
Rune master.
All right, wait, hold up. Okay, any
Dang,
multi-class.
you
Let me see. He said. Well, let me see. He paid. So let's see what he says. Okay, so it's multi-class alchemy or magic healing, making medicines. Can you narrow it down into something? Because that's like multiple
I
descriptions.
think he was. I think
That
he was
sounds
just,
like a cleric.
This was a
Wouldn't that
discussion.
just be an
Oh, he was just like batting it around. Well, I mean, we have a priest, which main thing is touching little boys, but they can also heal people in certain fictions.
I think he's thinking maybe an.
Is
you know,
priest
these,
an
like,
actual
traditional
role in most
alchemists
fictions?
who
I've never
make
played a game with
different
priest.
Yes.
It's not
Yeah,
There
there's
is
a
priest,
bunch.
yeah.
A cleric,
Oh,
a
like
cleric is a
Warcraft?
version of a cleric is a version of a priest, and I think they're
Oh.
actually called priests in World of
A
Warcraft.
witcher.
Yeah, just
Oh, I
look,
didn't
just
know that.
if you don't want to use priest, just replace it with any healer class that's not like warrior.
Okay,
like
that's
a
fair.
mage is heal, like white mage would be another
Medic.
one. Medic. Where do they call it? Dude, come on, it's like RPG. They're supposed to have cool, fancy names. You just call them medic.
What about
It's boring.
doctors?
What are you
Oh,
talking
yeah,
about? That's
good
cultists,
field guy.
cultists,
That is
that's
a
good one.
class.
Medic.
This isn't TF2. You can't
Yes.
call it medic if
It's
it's
not
not
medic.
TF2.
It's not. Yeah, that's not an RPG. That's a shooter or something. Let's see. Ranger. Let's see.
Yeah, an RPG.
It's
Come on.
Kind of like the hunter thing you got
doctor.
there.
That's essentially Medea. Medea from Greek mythology. I don't think Medea was ever in Greek mythology. Chemist. I saw like shaman and stuff a couple of times, like
Oh, yeah, it's above
spiritual.
the super chat.
Spiritual
okay,
shit. We could do
that's good.
shamans. I like shamans. The problem is I'm trying to
Oh,
have a broad variety of stuff, And like someone was saying like ritualist or like demon summoning stuff, and I'm like, we already have summoner, we already have necromancer. That's kind of too similar. I'm trying to get new stuff, and shaman isn't quite that, but it's also kind of in the same realm. Shamans usually fuck with the dead in the afterlife, and are very ritualistic and spiritual.
What about barbarians? You know, berserkers.
One at a time, please. Berserker's already on the list.
Okay. Well, shamans speak with all spirits, including rocks, trees, water. It's
That's
an
right.
unusual thing.
Yeah, but that we have druid.
Headpiece.
We have druid for that.
Do we have druid?
Oh.
Yeah, druid's here. Wait, do we have druid?
Can Druid talk to rocks?
I don't think we have druid.
I saved the picture and I uploaded it. It didn't fucking upload. Hold up, we did have druid. I promise you. Yeah, it's right
This
here.
happens, it's up.
I just didn't. I didn't put it up. It's right. It's on my phone. Shut up. Give me a second. Here we are.
What about Plague Doctor?
There we go. Boom. Druid's up. Okay.
Can we do artificer?
Well, that's what I'm saying. A plague doctor. I guess what is it? Just like a plague doctor would just be like a dude who just like makes poisons.
Well, no, he
I
was
said
not
officer, no,
It's like gonna be mostly urban. If
Most-
this is gonna be,
mostly
set in the
urban?
modern day, or
The plague doctors are all black guys.
nothing
What were you saying?
major point in this.
What?
What are gonna
He
be
said
the
they were
major
urban.
places
It
in
was-
this,
It was
whole
a hilarious
Oh.
joke that went over your head. It's fine. Let me see. Wait. Ranger, enlightened one, barbarian, hybrid trickster, barbarian.
Dragon War?
Dragonborn's a race, not a thing.
Hey, it worked.
that was a clap.
Yeah.
What about an
CEO.
engineer? Wouldn't
That
the
would be
engineer would be artificer, right? Or
Artificer.
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 Artificer, yeah.
Artificer.
And
That sounds like
It's-
someone who works with buildings and like
that, that they are
artistry.
No,
they,
they
can
make
make a lot of
forms
money
and magic
at the-
items.
I don't see
You
how
can
that
make a
would
lot of
replace an
money as a
engineer.
thief.
Engineer would make like war machines, turrets, and
Because the
Yes, but
artificer
they
would
use
do
magic.
the artificer would do the same thing, but they can utilize magic while doing so.
Yeah, they,
Oh, it's
the
a
most
magical
common thing is
engineer?
that they make a bunch of nukes.
No, not a they're a regular engineer that can also use magic. They're
What
like
about riding? What about rider
so
classes?
they just use.
Like,
Okay,
You
I
ride
see.
stuff like
That'll be
vehicles.
Well, we already-
Warriors, but
mounts.
that's a
something
very
like that.
specific warrior. That
no. I mean, we already have the priest.
Oh my god!
Come on, that was a
About
really
Mark
that was a
really-
that was a really
That's
good
why I
joke.
said cleric because I'm tired of this sick joke. I mean, sick as in it's not. It's tired.
You have a sniper or a
Well,
marksman?
look. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the
thing.
thing. When the church decided to hide priests away after they fuck little boys, that made them the laughing stock of everyone, and there's nothing they could do about it. They can't get away from it. I actually have an uncle who is a priest, and he fucking hates it. And I constantly mock priests for being little boy fuckers. He does not find it funny, but yeah, no, sorry, you don't get off the hook that easy with me. Okay, let's see.
No, what about a marksman though?
What do you mean, like just an archer of some kind?
No,
I was
marksmen
thinking
are
more like a
usually very-
sniper, someone who is great with really long distance sniping.
and they
That would
usually
just be
can
a form of
enhance their
ranger,
It would just be
surely,
it would just be like a form of archer or ranger for the most part. Let me see exactly. Right classes like dragon riders. Right classes like for vehicles and
You
mounts.
can go for
guns-
demolitionist.
chef.
That's
that
exactly what I
can
was gonna
use
say.
Food to buff. Wait, it would depend on the level. Blah blah blah. Okay,
A
wait.
miner.
Demolitionist would be like a subclass of artificer or something that explodes shit.
Probably. Okay, so like okay. Well, what's a really
Yeah,
good?
there was
I like the whole marksman, sniper, archer thing. What's a good class of archer? Not just archer. Not just that's boring.
well,
Not
there was
just dude
arcane
with bow.
archers.
Something else. We'll do our
Miner.
maybe. What else is there? What else? What are some other subclasses?
A rogue?
Marksman, maybe?
A rogue, that's an archer, that's very acrobatic.
Yeah, but a rogue's not an
Wouldn't
archer.
that just be like a jester?
Yeah, a rogue is like the most broad version. An assassin is a rogue, but a rogue is just the
Fair
most
enough.
broad version of a rogue of that. You know, there's I'm not gonna have warrior, mage, or rogue on here, because those are like categories of classes. Those aren't classes in of themselves. I mean, sometimes they are, but for the most part, they're just extremely broad and generic. And I'm trying to get like more interesting stuff. So like, what's a really cool type of archer that we could use?
Trying to think. You could use maybe a hunter. A hunter would be
Frame.
Maybe. Might be kind of like beast mastery.
Well, we already got
What
beast
I mean,
about
more
down
killing
to
beasts than
classes?
taming them.
Fair enough. Okay, yeah, hold up. Put a hunter. You know,
Well, the hunters are also really good with traps, though, so that's another thing for them. You know,
Well,
they're
I
archery and
thought we were.
traps.
Oh, I thought we were putting hunter with a ranger because a lot of rangers are famous for having animal companions.
You could mark a soldier as in someone who has like javelins or large assortments of equipment and military experience.
Weapon master, that's usually a class, isn't it? A person who's just.
yeah, I thought
What's a
about
fighter?
sword master earlier. I was thinking about that, and then I did.
Yeah, if you do
Are
weapon
guns
master, it
just
covers
not
most of
In
them.
the equation.
Huh?
I think he's doing it solo leveling style where it has to be some kind of magic weapon so you can actually hurt these things.
Yeah,
There
sure.
are no
Why not?
guns?
Why not? That sounds
So
that
no
sounds good.
guns?
That was totally my idea.
No, you get magic guns.
Magic guns.
So okay, so we
Just
still
like
Some
got
magic
kind of-
items and stuff.
Would some kind of bender of some kind be a good idea?
Bender.
You mean like
Yeah, like a
last
the
like
elements.
last
Fire.
like last
yeah,
Airbender?
element. Thank you.
There's
Yeah, element
spellcasters
benders is-
already that kind
Elementals.
of though.
Elementals, yeah.
So I've always asked the question if if a bender would be superior to a magical elemental caster.
No.
Never,
Also,
never
my
understood
mic
what
better
I
that
is
don't
means.
think they're like the
terrible.
same thing.
I mean,
That
that's a
only-
point. That's a good
you-
point. But they work
if you
differently
choose
though.
elementals, you have the chance to become the avatar.
Maybe I don't know.
No.
If you level it up enough.
We're going for broad,
No.
not specifics, dude.
What do you say?
No, okay.
What do you say? I didn't hear what he said.
It was he said bender and then mentioned the avatar.
No, if you become an elementus, if you level it up enough, do you unlock the avatar state?
I mean, do you want to unlock the avatar state?
That's just
Not want to.
If you reach level
doesn't
100,
work.
then
What about a gunner?
that would be marksman, wouldn't it?
I guess.
But no, gunners usually have the ability to magically influence their ammunition, right? Like they can change them to like different types of damage. And
I mean, I would mostly argue that using a gun is just way different than using a bow, and that's why the classes are different.
Dragon Rider's
fair
interesting.
enough.
I saw Dragon Rider. We're gonna do Dragon Rider.
Wouldn't that be just a sub
that
thing
close
of
to
Beast
being-
I can be
Master, though,
Hiccup.
for Dragon
Yeah.
Master?
Wait, say it again.
We're gonna have.
I can be like Hiccup, and then find a dragon.
Wait. So, somebody said something.
There's more dragons than just
the,
that,
beast,
dude.
The Dragon Rider, wouldn't that just be a subclass of the Beast Master? Because Beast Master also would include dragons. But also, if we're doing it in real,
No,
if we're
because
doing
I
it
don't
in,
think.
our
No,
world,
not
where the
necessarily.
fuck are you finding a dragon?
No, not necessarily, because I think a Dragon Rider has a specific link to a dragon. They're essentially like one being almost. And a Beastmaster, I don't think a Beastmaster can control like Hydra, and like the Beastmaster controls like animals and shit. Like it doesn't.
think
I don't
depends
know
on how
about the
strong they
Hydra
are.
argument, but I do know that a lot of a lot of folklore mythologies treat dragons as like beings above spirits, so they're kind of in a different category than beast.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, they usually are highly intelligent creatures. They're basically a race in of themselves.
And they, oh yeah, and they have their own unique powers, magics, and responsibilities in different mythologies that are above spirits or somewhere in the middle. It's really weird, but not the same as beast. Very diverse.
Just
fair
dudes
enough,
who
that-
blow
that's a good
fire,
point.
man. Just dudes who blow fire. I think dragons are overrated, personally. All right, hold up. We need
might be
we need some more
real.
stuff, guys.
Wyverns. Wyvern Raider.
Goat fucker.
Okay, now you're. Well,
What about a shieldist? You know, a purely tank
Seducer.
build.
see.
A shieldist.
Golem
That's just a
maker.
bard.
I feel like people are just making shit up now. Golem maker.
Oh, you can do golem.
Yeah.
It's a subclass of summoner though, but a golem master is pretty interesting. It depends on
Goalmaker
you.
would be a subclass like artificer or something.
Jedi.
Wait, Golem maker is an
Jedi is
Golem maker is an actual class.
No, it is. And
Actually,
usually
it is. It's
It's
a
like
form of
subclass
artificer.
of like mages or something somewhere.
No, it's a form of artificer. I remember there was a guy who actually had a class like that in D&D session, and he basically made a flaming baby that.
Oh no!
Cling-
Wait!
What?
You said a guy. You said you remember a guy who had a class like that. He made his own class, or that's an actual existing
Yeah, he did.
class. Yeah, then it's not.
So-
Then it's not a
so-
class. He just made it up.
It was artificer. It was like it was artificer. It was an actual class, but it was homebrew to have specific rules. But it was
But
an
it's
actual class.
not a class because he made it. It's a made-up class. I've made up classes in D&D as well.
What about tank?
Who's the guy that makes things? It's the artificer, right? It was an artificer class.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
the,
it
but
was
the
a war
golem maker is not an actual class. Just because it's similar to the artificer or use some artificer stuff, it's not an actual class.
It depends on also the
See what you're
golem.
saying
But
now.
usually it's also a subdivision of earth elemental magic. Because usually the golems are from earth. And so it's
Traditionally,
really-
yes, but a golem can be really pretty much anything.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, there's also like a found DD that's literally just called Make Elemental. Or Make Golem or something.
But that's usually like a specific spell. Not really. It's usually its own class, unless you like really like make it more custom.
I forgot to put monk up here.
Sweet.
Let's do monk. Forgot the
Oh,
monk.
you
Wasn't that
got
the
monk.
martial
You got the
artist?
martial artist thing right there.
Oh, I did, didn't I?
Just
Yes.
before the necromancer.
Right. Totally
Yeah,
forgot
see
about
those
that.
two kung fu guys?
Well, a
Yeah.
fighter and a monk would be a different thing.
Cat butcher, dude,
The
builder,
fighter
they
is
are.
so
Zen
generic, and all they
archer,
could do is like
bowman,
swing their sword really fast.
shapeshifter.
That's why
The druid is already on here. Druids are shapeshifters.
I'd
Geomancer.
say any
Oh,
kind
what-
of reality warping, but that'd be too overpowered, I think.
I mean, what class
What's
has
a
reality
really
warp?
good tanking class? It's just tank, unlike the paladin, which is a holy person. Just a pure tank class. I'm just looking at the.
I guess-
Berserker.
I mean, no, Berserker's DPS. A knight, I think, would be the tank class.
But aren't they?
Or like a
usually-
shielder or something.
Yeah, like a.
Rogue
Maybe.
Knight to just make them more interesting. Like they specialize in having their equipment enchanted and channeling that. I don't know, just something better than just fighter or just knight.
What's wrong with fighters, man?
Well,
Oh
no,
no,
Fighter is
well,
just
compare
like,
them to a
wizard.
wizard or a monk.
There's a lot of subclasses.
I always play Eldritch Knights, so I like to add to them.
Eldritch Knight sucks, bro.
Such a Karen.
Before this stream started, someone said, "Hey, we should probably avoid subclasses to make it simple." I think we're only doing nothing but talking about subclasses at this point.
Well, fighter's not
I
a
never
subclass.
said avoid subclasses.
What's that a Joe's class called Drug Dealer?
What do you mean?
What's
Drug
Alchemist.
dealer.
Okay, but if you're gonna do other classes, what about
They make
I
drugs
Do
for
suppose-
drugs,
job.
sell to the invaders.
All right, I'm trying to see. Let's see what we got.
what's
So,
about
So-
Businessman. Businessman is a class. Is a
5,
class.
6, 7, 8, 9,
You could like
11,
scam
okay.
the invaders.
We have 12. We only need 3 more, guys. We only need 3 more.
Well, do strategist.
Businessman.
They're a pretty good one.
Hey, I gave 3 options in a super chat.
Scammer.
What were they?
Tank heavy strategist and warlord.
Oh, I
Could
see
you
it.
explain the warlord?
Scammer.
Warlord and strategist would be like the same thing, no?
I don't think any of those are classes, though. None of those are classes.
Strategist. Strategist is usually
One of those
a
need to
class,
exist.
But usually
What about the-
they,
Those are
classes-
those are purpose. Those are like purposes for classes. Like there are tank classes, you know, and there are probably classes that are better at strategizing. But I don't think any of those are like legitimate classes.
Rouga?
Okay.
And
No.
what about the
Hmm.
penitent class where you essentially hurt yourself to do magic?
Like blood mage.
What?
Sounds like a blood mage.
What's
Yes,
the word I'm looking for?
but not limited to blood. More
Technomancer.
so limited.
What about a technomancer? So if
Oh,
we're
that's a
talking
good
about modern day reality, shouldn't we have someone who's like can talk to machines and computers?
That's a pretty good one.
I mean, everyone's talking to a
Yeah.
computer right now, technically.
Ah.
Why am
See,
I
you're
getting a
already
monster confirmed?
necromancer.
Congratulations.
Crap,
You're,
that's
you're,
real.
you're a technomancer.
Oh, so you mean like how a druid talks to plants?
Yeah, exactly like that.
Fucking
He
Yeah,
talks
hippies,
to
man.
a plant.
Can you talk to my car and ask it what's wrong with it? Because it's been a fucking pain.
He says turn it off once in a while and stop running Call of Duty graphics.
This person's fucking song. Okay, let's see what we got so far. Let me see. We got pyromancer. Okay, wait. In the mage category, we're splitting this up into 3 categories, right? We got the mage category. We got pyromancer, summoner, necromancer, priest, druid, and that's it. Okay, and then in the rogue subclass, we have assassin. Let me see. That
That's
might
about
be
it.
it. That might be it for that. We only
What
have a
is it, artificer?
hunter.
Something?
No, we have assassin and hunter. Those are 2 rogue classes. And then for warrior, we have paladin, berserker, I guess you can count like the martial artist or monk, a warrior, and then well, the Beastmaster's kind of no, the Beastmaster's a warrior, right? So that'd be a warrior or rogue.
He's a warrior who tames.
I'd say warrior.
beasts.
He's
He
like
doesn't
he's
use
he's like a
magic.
warrior. He's like a warrior who's kind of roguish. I don't know. Let's see.
He has a lot of
Arcane
good
Archer.
he has a lot of good animal handling.
Let me see. Rouga. I have several classes in mind, so get ready because there are a lot for melee fighters. We have Gizimamir. That's not English. Those who use
Armor.
pole arms, kind of like a swordsman.
Zarmier.
Unarmed fighter. Martial arts. We already have martial artist. Guardian Knight. We talked about that earlier. Beastmaster's already on the list. And a warrior mage, which is like basically a battle mage.
Battle mage.
We
So-
already have like.
We have
9 to
almost
7
all of those on the list already. We were gonna multiple people have said knight.
Civilian.
We'll actually add it to the though. I'm not gonna call it a
It can
knight
be-
though.
You can
I
be
like-
a civilian.
I like the name Guardian. We're gonna call it Guardian instead. It's gonna be called a
Oh
Guardian.
yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
What about a
It-
gunslinger? Since
it
we're
is-
talking about weapons, I mean, it seems everyone's talked about swords, but only a few people have mentioned weapons.
Yeah, I wonder why that is. It's almost like it's a part of the tier list to not have guns. It's crazy. It's
Is
crazy
it?
how that works.
They have guns to solo leveling, Ruga.
Oh, really?
Why do you hate me so?
It could just be a civilian.
Who the fuck said this had anything to do with solo leveling? Okay, let's see.
You did. You said about that.
No, I used it as a quick example as the sort of what it kind of looks like. I never said that this is
That's
solo
a bad
leveling.
example, man.
It's good. It's a great example.
Something
That
I
was a
think
bad
solo
example.
level.
You're just saying that because you're foreign. Okay, let me see. We got Gunnar Edgelord. Nope, not doing that one. Artificer, Summoner, Artificer.
Shut up, man.
Is Soul Eater a class? I don't even know if that's a class. Homeless, crackhead
Spectre?
class, slave owner. That's not a class. That's just a way. That's just a lifestyle choice, man. That's just a
No,
way of
that's a
life.
Beastmaster,
It's just
yeah.
how you do. That's a Beastmaster. That's the fully leveled up form of the Beastmaster. Turns into a slave master. Jesus. All right.
I think they can find that true purpose.
Playmaster is Beastmaster gone wrong.
All right. Let's see. So, how many do we have now? We got 1, 2, 3,
what-
4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Whatever-
9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We need 2 more. We need 2 more people.
Space wizard.
Whatever that
I-
guy from Renegade Angel was.
Can we do
like, Savior
Alchemist?
Renegade Angel, whatever he was.
Yeah, I was about to ask about an alchemist. Is that a thing?
I don't know what alchemists
Yeah,
do.
Like,
To make
some of
potions
alchemy.
and whatnot.
I think I read that.
I love
Make
how
potions,
I love how
make
I love how I
potions.
said what do alchemists do, and then you say alchemy like I'm
Yeah.
fucking retarded, as
Chef,
opposed to telling me what alchemy is.
We need someone to make food.
What does a carpenter do?
Chef.
Carpentry?
You did ask what they did. I don't know how they literally do
One
alchemy.
object into another. You know, famously they try to do lead to gold, but usually they convert one set of materials, so earth, dust, sand, and convert them into other things like they.
Yeah, it's
have
so
done
it's literally exactly how it is in Full Metal Alchemist. It's exactly like a
brother,
Full Metal
yeah.
Alchemist. Okay.
Yeah, that's really good form of alchemy.
Okay.
It's
Topic
really good.
related. There's this story about this society that used alchemy for a while, but they started getting into enchantment because alchemy works, but for like half the stuff they need. Like for example, testicles of a boar in heat off the Southern Isles, or Eye of Newt on the June 6th with 3 tails, and like these hyper specific things. So it's just being phased out. But I just thought it was a really cool concept.
I got you. Jordan Meso just
Wasting
said,
money. Yeah.
did you add summoner because summoners are the ones who are? Yeah, summoner is the 3rd one on the list. Let me see. Specialized using magical, spiritual, scientific, technology, media. Blah, blah. Yeah. So far, I'll be honest with you, Jordan. You have not added a single person to this list because they're all already on here. Just look at the list. It's right here. You can see what's on the list. He's probably looking at the stream on his phone or something, and he can't read the text because it's too small. That's what I'm assuming.
So far, everything he's
But it's like every
Most
single
of these
thing.
are just pictures.
To be fair, the Guardian we had already talked about putting on the list. We hadn't put it on the list yet, so he got us to put it on the list. So I mean, I guess one technically. If we wanted to.
Guardian and Paladin are kind of similar.
Guardian what? No, Paladin heals. A guardian is just a tank. It's a pure tank.
Oh, we haven't even talked about bards yet. Do we have any,
Bards.
People.
No, it'd be funny
Bard
if
of
you. No, it'd be funny
eloquence.
if this does happen. Somebody comes down to Earth like, "Oh, I'm gonna grant you all a fucking class," and then some dude's like, "I want to be a bard." Like, "All right, you're a bard," and then the dude's like, goes to like pick up a guitar, and then he realizes it didn't teach him how to play guitar. So like, like it didn't zap the information. So now he's still a bard. Like he can still do things.
You know they play music.
I still wanted to ask: are we gonna start off as like low-level versions of these classes, or are we gonna start at some sort of midpoint?
I thought you said low-level virgins. I was like, yes, you're a low-level virgin. That's what the whole thing's about. Can you fuck the aliens? No, yeah.
If so, then the
That's a
bard is
bard.
the best class.
You'd be
no
level 1.
questions asked.
Yeah, you'd be level 1, man. You gotta level up, man. You gotta earn your keep, just like everybody else.
Like the
alright.
alien.
If the
Go
aliens
work
are
for it.
possible, we should do bards.
Okay, fine. We'll do
I got
bards.
it.
Can you play guitar, sir?
no
Do you
one's
know a
allowed
musical
to seduce the aliens
instrument?
and we do
I play the
bards.
drums,
Dang.
thank you very much.
Drums? You're gonna carry an entire drum set with you everywhere you
You
go?
can carry a drum.
I can
Absolutely.
sing,
No, it's
I
like
can
the
dance.
marching band.
I played guitar once.
That'd be awful. What if somebody just like fucking hits you? You have this massive drum strapped to your chest. You know how easy it would be to kill? Okay,
No,
hold on.
epic music
If you're a
distracting.
quarter, everybody in middle school does that already. Damn, that's sad.
I've never tried to get into a fight with a
Only
fucking
thing- only
massive
thing that
drum
matters, though.
strapped to my chest, but I imagine it would not be easy.
Crafter, blacksmith,
What is
and
that
rifle,
difficult?
that's a really good class. You need people to actually create the magical weapons and artifacts.
We
That's
got
what an
our
artificer is.
artificer.
That's what I'm saying. You should
Where
add
is
it.
it? We still
It's
don't have
already
artificer on
yes,
there.
they do. It's right
Yes,
here.
we do.
It's right here.
What?
You're
Where
actually
is it?
on the nameless actually.
Yeah.
I did not
This
mean.
isn't really.
God damn it.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't know. Zoom in or something because it's not very.
Alright.
Was that me?
It is
Okay.
kind of small.
Oh shit, that's 4. That's 4. Well, it depends on your screen.
14.
It's not small if you have a nice sized screen. That's how
yeah,
it-
just put it on
Guess
your
everyone's
TV.
on my
Most
phone.
people don't have a big screen, Ruga.
Huh?
I'm just saying.
Fucking poor people, man. I'm homeless and I have a big screen.
Dude, just use your TV. Just pop it up on there. It's simple
Right.
as that.
It is on the TV, but
Not if you're doing shit on the TV, man.
Stop. We'll stop
What about
watching
someone
your
who's half
porn.
Human.
Wait, what up?
Why else am I supposed to watch it, Ruga? What the hell?
Well, you could do that thing where you have like half the screen be the porn and then the other half the screen be the stream. You know, have them like side by side. Pull open
Just
2
use
tabs.
the screen for your porn. Simple as that. Move on.
Yeah. Yeah. Nope.
Damn.
What are we doing? Cook. Okay. Blood mage. I think we have 2. I think we have like more mages than anything else.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see.
That's why I said do the
Well, then,
crafter.
yeah,
Mages are
that's
the
kind of why I
in
wanted
any
just
RPG,
wizard,
man.
so we wouldn't have it half full of various forms of magic.
We don't have it half full of various
they're
forms
very
of magic. But we have more mages than the other ones. I'm trying to get. We need one more spot, and I'm trying to get something that's not a mage.
Something with like Sonic. Like
Have
a
some make
Civilian.
artifacts.
Maybe like a sword master.
Okay.
Would like a sword master be cool?
Wouldn't that
I
just
don't
be
know.
weapons master?
What do you mean you
Isn't
don't
that kinda
know?
generic, though?
Huh?
But that's what I said.
Isn't that kind of generic, though?
Not necessarily.
Like the
It's an
sword
it's an extremely fast like melee focused rogue type basically.
So if we need
I've
2
seen
more
worse
and we
ones,
don't
but
want
they
them
just
to be
throw money at
magic,
people.
if we need 2 more and we don't want them to be magic, could a swordmaster and gunslinger? One guy who specializes in only using swords, and the other who is just really good at shooting any form of gun.
How many fucking? I feel like you just broke like 4 rules with one question. I said we're only
Yes.
doing one. We're only doing one left, and I mentioned. Is this fucking Nano?
Oh, one left.
Is this Nano?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. No.
Is that Nano?
And just make him jack of all trades.
Is that
I
Nano?
think he's here.
It's actually not.
This is Ambrose.
It's not Nano.
Did Nano change his? It's always fucking Nano. Okay.
Did
I
Nano
gotta.
tell you to say that?
I gotta apologize.
It's not.
I feel like-
What,
Did
what was that?
I bet you
What
Nano.
was that? You were hovering over me, and you were.
No.
No, I bet you Nano
I
changed
was
his
doing
name.
it.
He changed his name. That's what it
He's
was.
hiding. He's hiding. Fuck you, Ruga.
The new Nano.
Literally hiding in a voice chat.
Paid
Nano,
actor.
the fanboy?
Paid by Nano.
People keep saying spearman, like a guy using a spear as a class. That's just a weapon. A warrior,
Oh,
a
dude,
paladin
Swordmaster
can use a
then.
spear.
Someone who's a
You mean
proficient
like
who
sword
learns
master?
to
I've
use
se-
specific
I've seen
weapons.
or cook.
Well, no, because a sword master. No,
That's
because a
not
sword
spears,
master
though.
is not just a guy who uses a sword. There's a whole class around. But I'm not. I didn't. You notice I didn't put sword master on the list because we already have assassin. So it's like it's not just a dude who uses a sword, but a spearman is just a dude who uses a spear. What would that class even entail?
Yeah.
You're just like good at using a spear.
Here.
No, you learn how to thrust
Yeah.
and stab and I don't know what else.
And
you do.
throw?
Very specific.
Stab, thrust, swing. Mostly stab.
You can throw
Might
spears.
get messy.
Guys, we still need
Is
one
there
more.
any
We still need
class-
one more. We need one. We need one
Do
more. I don't.
crafter, do
I
a
don't.
crafter class.
We already have the
Exactly.
artificer.
Rouga, why don't you pick?
Oh, we do have that. Never mind.
Motherfucker,
Well,
I
that-
came.
is there-
I came up with
Anything
half the
left that we don't
list.
have?
I came up. Yes,
Do
there's a
we
ton.
have anything
I
else?
came up with half the
We
list.
need
I mean, we
Chef.
have.
We
Is
need
there
a cook.
a type of creature with that's undead or half beast?
What about
class.
necromancer?
Well, that would be a creature, not a class. That would be,
Necromancer?
we got a necromancer
We already
already.
have necromancer. It's one of the first ones.
Yeah.
Can we
Okay,
get, what about
I'm
black?
like I said, I can barely
Taskmaster or
see
something? I don't know.
Fucking blind motherfucker. Get some glasses.
Librarian.
Shapeshifter.
You know, someone who's very proficient in the art of dishing and removing curses.
Well, I mean, a
That's
paladin.
also a
that-
What
priest.
would that even be? I feel like that's a
priest
lot
or-
of. That would be
priest
any. That would be
cannot
any
give
holy-based
curses.
character for the most part.
No,
A
they do
priest
not
can-
give curses. they
Well, you
can
do have
remove,
to
but
add
they
a
cannot
priest.
give.
A priest, like, a priest is a stand-in for any character that would use holy magic.
Priest is already
You could
here.
add
We got
that.
it.
Is it?
No, I was saying.
Yeah, see the black guy?
Invade class.
I'm sorry, I don't see black things.
He's a
Invade
priest.
player class.
I don't see
Well,
black
we have a
things.
beastmaster still.
Mm.
Invade player.
Never
What's a
mind.
blood hunter? I don't know what a blood hunter is.
Beastmaster's for?
Is
We
that
already-
like from a specific game or something?
Beastmaster's
Yeah,
already
yeah,
on
yeah.
here. We got Beastmaster already.
Mercenary.
Yeah, someone suggested NBA
what the
player.
blood hunter is.
I'm about to be
Oh.
boring and just put fucking Ranger on here or something because you guys can't come up with anything.
Fighter.
I mean, it is
Weapons
generic,
master.
but it is a
A
good.
lot of
Weapons
stuff you shot
master.
down.
Well, the stuff that because a lot of the stuff y'all are saying aren't actually classes.
No, weapon master is a class.
That-
So confused.
What's confusing?
I think we should just.
A man
What
who
exactly-
dedicates his life to mastering all weapons. All
That's
melee
Okay,
stupid as
weapon
shit.
master in general. Okay.
First
yeah,
up,
maybe
That's dumb as
weapon
fuck.
master. So it's not just one type of weapon. Yeah. Okay. It's broad
Yeah,
enough. I
he-
think.
He puts
That's
he
dumb,
puts his
I
life
think.
towards learning as many weapons as possible and becoming proficient with
But
all
how
of
do you?
them, that he's the ultimate weapon
Yeah, but he's
who can use all forms of weapons.
yes, we get
that's
it.
a jack of all
It's in the
trades,
name,
master of none.
Weapon Master.
Exactly, but you're
Why
saying
are
he's
you
a
like
class.
giving us like this really long description of the obvious thing? All right, let me see. Here, I put a Weapon Master on it
Blood
just for you, and
That's 15, and we're done.
that's it.
Yeah,
That's
it's time to call it a
15.
night.
And then if anyone wants to add anything else, they gotta super chat it. That's how it works. Okay. All right. Let's see. Post it up. Boop.
That tactician, dang it.
Yeah. Except for
Capital
Meso, because Meso actually didn't add anything and did quite a few super chats. So if he wants to add something that we actually don't have on here, he gets a freebie. All right. Let's see what's minimize that. Okay, let's get started. How long was that? Jesus, an hour and 13 minutes
Not
just to
that
get
long.
the thing
No,
built.
it only took 40 minutes.
That was a
It
reasonable
was
amount
only
of time.
40.
No, it's
It
an
was
hour.
only 40.
It's an hour and 13. It's an hour and 14. I'm looking at it right now. It says an hour and 14 on my screen.
Didn't we
The
start
stream's only
at
been
7?
live for 40 minutes.
Well, I don't know.
Did you start at
43.
7 or?
Well, then
45.
my thing is adding like 30 minutes to it for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, no, go back to that screen. Look in the top left corner of your screen up there. It says how long you've been live for.
Yeah, it says right here.
Top left corner of your
But look, it says an hour and 14 minutes. Oh, all right. Well, then what's this hour and
She's fucking
14
right
down? What's this down here? What is that?
She's
Oh,
smoking.
no,
Smoking
it
that
was,
good?
you remember you had it up before it started. You know, people could pop in before the stream started.
Oh, that's
It
what
would have
that
the
is.
whole
Okay,
countdown.
I got you. All right, that makes sense. Okay, 40-something minutes is still pretty long. All right. Cool. Is everybody ready? You guys good? You want to take another 40
Yes.
minutes? Just like chill? Yeah, okay.
Let's
Yeah,
learn
I'm
your
down.
leaders.
I'm down.
I'm kidding.
I'm down.
So
Okay.
all right. So basic
Let's
pre-
not.
All right. So basic premise. You guys know the premise. Well, maybe I don't know. People just
What's
keep
the
popping in.
premise?
Okay. So the premise is you're on Earth, right? You're you. You're you. You're sitting at your computer right now. You're listening to me. You're jacking off in the background, and then all of a sudden, the sky opens
You
up.
got no proof.
I mean, he told me. Anyway, the sky opens up, and then like some sort of godlike being comes down. Like the world is about to be invaded by a bunch of stuff in a year from now. We'll give you a year. And a year from now, the world's going to be invaded. They're going to have demons. They're going to have aliens. They're going to have all kinds of crazy shit's going to pop out of the ground. There's going to be like subterranean mole people. Everything you can think of. It's basically EDF. You know, they're all going to invade Earth. The world needs to prepare. Pick a class. You get to become that class. Level 1. Got to prepare for the invasion of Earth. And we're going to put them on a tier list to say which ones would be the best classes to have in that particular situation and which ones would be the worst classes to have in that particular situation. And that is that's
How
what
do
we're
we
doing.
gain levels before the year?
Huh?
Please up there.
Don't be a freaking
Practicing?
loser.
How do we gain levels?
Have you ever played a
How do
game
we gain
ever?
levels before the war?
Have you ever played a game ever? Are you a Martian from another planet that doesn't know what the concept of a game is?
If you have a time limit and the enemies aren't coming, you can't do crap.
Why can't you do crap?
I can kind of explain this. Basically, if you're a necromancer, then you level up by raising dead people, so every graveyard will be violated. If you're a weapons master, you're going to spend.
Oh, you're doing Skyrim. You're doing Skyrim rules, where it's like you basically have to do.
I assume so, since we got.
You gotta do the thing over and over and over again.
What the rules were.
I mean, basically, isn't that technically how every RPG works?
No, you could train.
No.
No, that's not. You normally
exactly.
you normally gain experience, then you dish out those experience points to whatever skill you want to go up. Yeah, I would say most RPGs do not have the just do this thing 100 times, right? You want to be good at swinging a sword, just swing this sword a lot. Usually it's just like fight some stuff, train a little bit, get some experience, put some points into some things. I don't necessarily dislike that way of thing. Actually, I've been playing in Tainted Grail recently, and that has that type of level up. It's pretty cool. I generally don't like it in Skyrim or I don't like the way Elder Scrolls does it.
Boring when you do it.
No, it's not necessarily boring. I like.
Owen was way better at that.
I think it's boring.
No, I think Elder Scrolls does it poorly. I don't like how Elder Scrolls utilizes it, but I do think some games have been able to do it pretty cool. It's cool because it's like there's no class. You don't have to worry about it. It's just however you naturally play the game, that is what your character is just going to start being really, really good at. It's kind of I get the concept of it, you know. But I don't know. I mean, do you guys what's the better level up system? You want to just like fight some things?
I think
so
they
how
should do what most games would use, like XP. I think.
We could do both, just like do EXP for levels, and then like the weapon use could just get weapon mastery.
I have proficiency, you know?
Why not when we go through every class, we talk about the best way you can level them up before the invasion to get an idea of what we're dealing with here?
Oh yeah, we can do that during the
class.
Like,
that sounds exciting.
Case basis.
That sounds super exciting. Oh yeah. Okay.
I know, Ruben.
Let's get to the first one. Wait. Oh, we got a thing. Cocktail Master. I'm drinking heavily right now. That's not good, man. You have an alcohol problem. We're gonna have an intervention.
I thought you were drinking, burger. I thought you would tell us you were drinking heavily.
I'm not drinking.
You want?
I'm eating a burger. I'm eating a burger, and I'm drinking water here, ice water, not alcohol at all. Why would I be doing that? That's irresponsible.
And ice water.
Can I have some?
I'm not God.
I mean, if you can get through the into the U.S. at this particular time, I don't know if that's going to be easy for you right now, but sure.
No, they will. I think
That's where you're from.
All right, let's do it. Drunken Master should have been on here. I don't know. Like I said, when later on, if people want to start super chatting and adding all kinds of weird, like goofy shit, we can do that. But let's get to the more like serious stuff right now. Okay, first up we have Pyromancer, and we are now 48 minutes in and we're starting. Okay, let's do Pyromancer. Okay, my general opinions on Pyromancer, it's awesome, but it's way too limited. Like it's like I feel like
especially if you fight demons or fire
Yeah,
elementals.
yeah,
you're
like
gonna be pretty
it's
screwed.
very specific.
Fireworks.
It's very specific to a thing. I think for like 90%, 99, 95, 90, well, very very high, but it's gonna be awesome, and it's extremely destructive and powerful when it has its uses. However,
Yeah, because so much fire.
yeah, it's fire. Fire kills most things. There's very few things that don't die to fire, but the problem is like that's it. You're like one trick pony. You know, is that what they call it? It's a one trick pony. So.
Yep.
And as far as like leveling up go, there isn't a whole lot of different ways you can go with that. It's basically just a super limited elementalist that doesn't get all the elements. You can only be destructive. I think the most powerful thing you probably do as a pyromancer is maybe like call like meteors from the sky. Maybe that might be something.
Would that even be
But no,
fire or more earth,
it's
earth control? Yeah.
Earth specialists, because meteors.
Question: What are the
Meteors and
weapon
gravity,
types?
yeah.
Wow.
Okay, I didn't hear any of that. So let's try that again one at a time, guys.
Wouldn't
What
meteors be
are
more
the
of an
weapon
earth
types?
Okay, so 1 is a number that comes before 2. So let's try that one more time. One at a time, one person. Go for it.
And wouldn't if a pyromancer with a meteor thing, that would be earth or a gravity magician? Because not really fire. Firemancers would be more of a they'll do like an Escanor and make like a cruel sun.
Not necessarily. I mean, a lot of these magics sort of blend into other things. Like I mean, I've played games where you have fire powers or some sort of power, like Divinity, right? Isn't there? I'm almost positive there is a spell in Divinity if you are a pyromancer that allows you to pull meteors from the sky. Like it's not unheard of.
Skill.
True.
Yeah.
If we're talking about if we're talking about leveling up as a pyromancer, I think you'd be right in the sense of you'd basically just have to repetitively use your power over and over again to make it stronger. So like sitting in lava for an extended period of time, using explosion every day, and then having your angsty boyfriend carry you back to that town. I think that's basically how you'd have to train.
Apparently the pyromancer's gay. I was unaware the pyromancer had to be gay, but
all right.
It's actually required.
It is.
I love how I love how you're like the pyromancer. The pyromancer has to go jump in a volcano to make themselves stronger. Like you become a pyromancer, you're like I'm a pyromancer, and then you jump in a volcano and immediately burn to death. You're like not immune to my own fire.
You didn't
Okay.
level up enough yet.
It's like, dude, what
Wouldn't that be something?
Wouldn't that was short lived, I feel like if this actually happened and some god came down and was like, hey everybody, here's all these different crazy powers, defend the planet, like less than a year, if he came back like 6 months later, he'd be like, wow, there are so many world wars. Like you guys just fucking hate each other. You guys just
killed the invaders long ago, and we'd be fighting each other.
You guys just fucking fucking hate each other, man. It's crazy. Okay, so I don't want to give it. I think it might be. Is this a B? Is this like a middle of the road type of thing? Or is it?
I think C because remember demons
I think it's effective against most
fire
things.
elementals.
Yeah. Well, first off, we're not doing. If we're doing, this is almost like a sci-fi sort of thing, or like against it's like so we're not saying that there's gonna be fire elementals, but there could be demons. Demons could be cool. I think that you're gonna run into this problem, but I think that you're gonna run into this problem very rarely. Like, if you're a dude who uses fire stuff, don't go fight the fire immune guys, because most things aren't immune to fire. So if all of fiction, kind of like how we did last week, where like all of fiction was all existing within the same universe. If every single invading force in all of fiction comes down to Earth to take it over at the same time, we're fucked. But
we're just dead.
Well, no, not necessarily. Well, it depends on how powerful and how awesome our classes are. So pick your classes wisely, asshole. That's the whole point of the fucking tier list. Anyway, but like if they come down, that means there's probably like most things are not immune to fire. So it's like it's gonna be a weakness, but I don't think it's gonna be a major weakness. I think it's going to be like
a very detrimental weakness for when you go against something.
It's going to be a very detrimental weakness for a specific thing, and I don't know. It's kind of like if you're going to drown, don't go in water kind of situation. Like there's more water than there's land, but it's not that hard to not go in water.
Confusion, kind of like chaotic.
What's up?
Pyromancers and them using their abilities. I think. Sorry.
I think pyromancers would just use their ability to confuse the enemies by like spreading fire and stuff like that. You know?
Did you just say sorry and then start talking over him again? That's exactly what you're like. Oh, you're like, sorry. Oh, by the way, let me continue. Fuck that guy. Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't know. Can someone give me a good reason as to why it would be like C or something? If it's, I mean, I don't know. I don't see some things very rarely being immune to fire being that much of a detriment to it.
No, I think B. It's
I
just,
don't know,
you
it
don't
just
have
sounds
as much
like-
versatility as other classes.
Yeah, B.
That's true. I think that's
with fire.
I think that's legitimate. That it doesn't have a lot of versatility in it, and it's just a very powerful, very destructive ability. That's a one-trick pony, essentially. If you come against something,
that is true.
yeah, if you come against something that specifically works against that. Well, actually, it's kind of funny. So I'm playing Expedition 33 currently. Has anyone played that game?
No.
Okay, you're all whores. It's really good. You should play it. It's probably game. It's probably it's probably game of the year. But anyway, point is, I'm playing Expedition 33, and there's a character in it's a turn-based game, kind of like old school Final Fantasy stuff. Anyway, one of the characters specifically only has fire abilities, and I like built my entire team to build off of the character that uses fire abilities. So like my damage dealer does super high damage and super high crits to people who are on fire, and like everything's like fire based. My whole build is fire based right now, and I like purposely went into an area where everyone is like super resistant or just straight up absorbs fire and heals themselves with fire attacks, and just to like make it, I don't know why, just to make it difficult on myself, I suppose. I'm still doing it. It's not easy, but I'm still doing it. Like, it's just particularly hard because you have 3 people out on the field, and 2 of my people have weapons that do, like, the actual base weapon does fire damage. So I literally can't even hit people.
Except pyromancers would basically just be the stormtroopers of the army. They can only do one thing, and that's be super destructive, but anything that can't survive it will instantly die. The armies that are attacking would have to walk through a sea of fire, and by that point, even the resistant ones will be damaged enough for anyone else outside of the sea of fire to finish them off. But
it's gotta be the meanest fucking thing I've ever heard anyone say about a person. Like, oh, they're basically stormtroopers. Like, I'm pretty sure that's an insult. That sounds like an insult.
Star Wars variant.
I think that is an insult.
Yeah.
Also, Ambrose, you sound a lot like a more energetic version of Dan. I don't know if it's just me, but you do.
They're all the same.
Dan is, but he sounds very handsome.
He's a fucking okay. He sounds like a shape. I think this dude is a shapeshifter. Okay, he's Nano. Nano has shape-shifting powers, and he's sounding like Dan. And he's just I don't know. Something's off about this guy.
What is going on?
I think it's the furry profile picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's another thing. For you guys saying that, what if he runs into demons and shit, and they have like fire thing. Well, what if he runs into like, I don't know, tree people or something. Like a bunch of hippies. The nature stuff. There's nature things.
There's nature aliens.
Yeah, there is.
Nature aliens.
Yes. The pod people from
But they're not really destructive. They're more like just kind of stealing your body kind of people.
Yes, but they're plants. They're plant people. So they are plants.
If you want to get super specific about this, depending on how far they can take the fire thing,
Little Shop of Horrors
plasma.
too. Little Shop of Horrors is also plant. The world gets overthrown by giant plant monsters at the good ending of that movie. They changed the ending. They changed the ending. Go watch the original ending on YouTube.
I've never seen the other one.
It's great. The world gets taken over by an army of giant plant monsters, and like at the end of
Why'd they change it?
Because people got sad because all the humans lost, and it was like, fuck
Fucking
you.
bitches.
People are boring.
Yeah. No, Audrey. Sorry, not Aubrey. Audrey. Basically, like he wins, he spreads across. He gets a bunch of his little plant buddies to go like to shops all over the place, and then the end of the movie, it's like the Empire State Building, and he's like King Kong that crawled up to the top of it. He's massive now, and the entire city is just like fucking covered in plant monsters that are eating people and shit. It's a really cool ending. Go check it out. Anyway, okay. So is everyone in agreement that it's B, or do you guys think it should be more along A or more along C?
I think it should be B.
B, middle of the road.
But again, depending on how powerful the pyromancer is, they can make plasma if they can get hot enough.
But that's
I don't know
they
about
level
that.
up a bunch.
Well,
That's after a bunch
yeah,
of leveling.
Okay,
That's what I
so
I don't know
that
how
has
helpful that would be.
that's got nothing to do with it. I mean, plasma and fire is plasma. Like there's plasma in fire.
Yeah,
So it's
I
like
don't disagree. I was just saying, depending on. But yeah, I agree. B is solid. B's good.
Yeah, I think B's.
Gotcha. Okay, next up we have assassin class. I don't know how useful this one's
What
going to be.
exactly makes an assassin?
Well, generally
Depends
speaking,
what kind of invasion that is.
yeah. Well, generally speaking, assassins are super good at stealth. Sometimes they can turn invisible and shit. But the whole idea is that that they can do extremely high damage, most of the time insta kills type damage, on individual people using stealth. But you don't want to like stand up and get into a fight with somebody. Like if we were like defending Earth from some kind of invasion, there would. The black ops of the government might hire a bunch of assassin class people to like do specific, special ops missions or something. But they wouldn't
Sabotage as well.
Yes, but they wouldn't be just like fighting out in the open. Like this one, I think is going to be pretty bad. It really depends on the type of invasion, and if every single thing ever is invading at the same time, I feel like it's going to be nearly impossible for you to avoid all conflict. And
don't forget about the year gap before the invasion. How useful you think countries would have for these assassins to kill other country leaders and sabotage ourselves?
I don't know how that would help. You're kind of siding with me with them not being all that good. Like I was about to defend them a little bit, and now I don't want to.
It depends on like what kind of invasion it is. If it's like a horde invasion, then they're not going to be useful in the slightest. Like with a horde.
Well,
someone made a good point. It's a terrible point, but it's a good point. And it was high survivability even if Earth falls. So if Earth loses,
that's a good point.
You're gonna have all the assassins just like.
Well, here's the thing: assassins can do high damage in middle of battle if someone else is distracting them.
Get that sneak attack bonus.
But that's not a.
Flank and assist
but
others.
If you're being invaded, it's literally a war zone.
Yes,
everything's
great place
a war.
to be distracted. That's how many games do it.
You could do a lot of assassination with the cover of warfare. That is a very.
I just don't see them
historically
being
used
very
tactic.
useful.
I agree. They're not going to go very high, but that's going to help them a lot.
I think you need the backing of a government for this to work properly.
So I think they're just going to be highly specific. It depends on the situation.
They're highly specialized.
Yeah,
I give a D.
I would say below pyromancers, because like if you're a pyromancer, you don't have to entirely rely on the government to like give you special ops missions to go where you could be useful. If you want to, you could join a militia. You could just be like, I'm not joining the military. If the fucking aliens show up in my city, they're going down. You can do whatever you want. Yeah. With an assassin, it requires cooperation with other people. And okay, so to be fair, it's not like assassins are incapable of fighting face to face. They're just way worse than like any of the warrior people here, and they're not nearly as versatile as some of the other roguelike classes that we have here. So I actually think.
Don't we only have one more?
No. Well, we have some that are kind of arguably, because you have the Beastmaster's arguably roguish. You have the Hunter is roguish. Well, no, I guess we only have two more. Yeah, because I think the rest of them.
By the way, we haven't even considered
our mages.
The training for this class to get more proficient. Would you actually have to go to real life assassinations to train and get more experience in the class?
Yes, that's exactly what window.
I can imagine I can imagine like a fucking God, I'm forgetting his name, Cassidy, the dude, the guy who's Carnage in Marvel Comics. Someone like him being granted the assassin role, and then him becoming like one of the strongest dudes in the whole country because he was just like he just used it up, and he was just like, yeah, I killed 247 people in the last year in my serial killing, and I became stupidly overpowered.
Oh, that'd be a great TV show.
I don't think you even consider the actual training of an assassin class would actually have to go do assassinations to kill people.
That'd be a great TV show, and you know it.
I mean,
unless you pay for the experience.
That sounded sexual.
Pay to get assassinated.
That sounded very sexual.
It can be. Different meaning to a sneak attack.
Yeah, Jello says I think the serial killers assassins would be a menace to society. Yeah, I think yeah. I mean, if they literally ask every single person on Earth what they want to be, and like like the people, you have to think about the people who would pick assassin. Like the specific people, they would either be people who are specifically already like Black Ops people, or want to do that kind of work, or they're just straight up like psychopaths or like high school kids who want to shoot up their schools. You know, it's gonna be like those are the only two groups. They're gonna be military trained operatives or psychopaths in the real world who like really wanted like just they write about it in their notebook and now they're like, oh shit, this godlike dude is gonna just grant me the ability to do this. It's gonna be awesome. People are gonna start disappearing across schools all over the place.
Someone turns into White Yagami.
I'm telling you, it's going to be exactly like assassination.
Now, to be fair, I think I am being a little unfair about the assassins because there are several mediums where you can build an assassin to be more warrior-like and fight face to face. But
then you're not really an assassin anymore.
Well, you are. I mean, it's
You're more multi.
You can be an.
Kill
I mean,
people without others knowing.
Assassins don't necessarily have to kill people without other people knowing. Assassins just have to kill people, whatever that job entails. I mean, would you say that the Hitman from Hitman 47 is an assassin just because he kills a lot of because he can hand-to-hand fight and shoot people?
Well, you're meant to do it without people noticing. So
you don't have to necessarily.
That's
Well, no,
how first do it.
I understand that.
Do other ways.
I understand that, but you still have to be able to like. It's not like I don't think there is likely not an assassin on Earth who's like super stealthy, and then when he comes face to face with somebody, suddenly he's just a bitch. And it's like, oh, I'm not. You can see me now, so I can't. I'm just completely helpless.
I give up. I lose.
Like that's not usually how it works.
But no, they're meant to usually be in and out without being detected. Because if you get detected, there's a higher chance of you being killed and failing the assassination.
That's true. They're not meant to get discovered.
I mean,
but they can.
Going off RPG classes, they usually focus on crit chance for a lot of the assassin classes.
All right,
head-on fights.
Hold up, I think he needs to turn his mic down. He's super loud, whoever that was.
Or turn his Adam apple down.
Turn his Adam's apple down.
What would crit chance even mean in this type of scenario?
Gotcha. Yeah. But yeah. So I don't know. For right now, I'm gonna put him in C. Because I do think he's worse than the pyromancer, just overall. He's just too specific, you know? Like a pyromancer, if a pyromancer wants to be an assassin, I guess he technically could be. He would just be burning all of his victims alive, you know? Just like fry them immediately.
He leave an obvious trace, though.
I think he would murder.
He would go hungry.
He would, like, I assassinated that entire building when I arsoned it. It's like, Jesus.
I mean, if you want to be specific, the definition of an assassin is just somebody who takes out somebody else for payment. It doesn't matter how they do it, as long as the guy they're paid to kill is dead.
Technically, I mean, yeah. I'm just saying, if you send like a dude with a dagger and he like shows up and he's like, "Hey, I can get your problem for you," you know, and it's like this unimpregnable fortress, and then there's this dude who's like, I love starting fires. Can I burn that fucking fortress down? You're like, that dude's gonna do it. Let's give him a shot. I think it's probably gonna go pretty well. You know, what are the likelihoods that the guy's going to escape and get away with it? Probably really low. You know, it's gonna be great. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna put him in C for now. We might move him up maybe if somebody gets like good stuff later. Okay, next up we have the summoner. Summoner's just like really good. Summoner is really good.
Yeah. I can't think of any reason why they'd be bad.
I mean, the only reason why they would be bad is the same reason why any mage would be bad. They can't fight themselves. But, I mean, I think as far as a war would go and Earth is being invaded by a bunch of different stuff, I feel like summoners would be the most important people to have, just period, because they will they basically make sure that you never run out of people to throw at the front lines. Like in a war of
Wait, should they be able to also teleport a well? Because like, okay.
Why would a summoner be able to teleport?
Depends.
Well,
I mean,
maybe teleport your summons to you, I guess, if they're like far away.
Or teleport to your summons.
You can't teleport yourself.
Or teleport to your summons. Or even possibly you could probably ride your summons too. Like you could summon something with wings and then just like fucking fly around.
What type of summoner are we talking about?
Probably.
You have ones that summon beasts and magical beings, but some that summon like magical weapons and stuff. Like, what sort of summoners are we talking about?
Well, you see, when you summon a magical weapon and when you summon a beast, You're summoning.
You're summoning something.
Okay, so
Yeah,
just any sort of summoning of a creature.
Or a conjurer, I
Yes,
suppose,
yeah.
could be another name if you want to use it. If you want to be Skyrim rules, they call them conjurers, I believe, over there. But yeah, I mean, if it's just it is materializing something into the real world that wasn't there previously. That's what summoning is. So if you want to summon a bunch
By
of,
that one, can't we just?
if you want
by that
to
one, can't we just
What?
summon a behemoth?
a behemoth,
Well, you have to
You'd
be
have
strong
to
enough
use
to
powers
actually
for that.
yeah, why
deal
not?
with the thing you're summoning.
Well,
You
yeah,
have to be skilled and powerful enough to actually
you have to.
control, direct, and bring it here in the first place.
Yeah,
Well, that depends on what
You
kind
can't
of
just
thing you're
summon.
talking.
You can't just summon Bahamut, the Platinum Dragon God. You have to, work for it.
damn, dude, that was you
Why?
named a demon.
Summoning?
That was a crazy thing. You named a demon like a known demon, Baphomet. Then you called him a dragon and a god. You just like
No,
mixed
no.
all that shit.
Oh, I said Bahamut. Yeah. Oh, really? Oh,
That's
so
like
you
an
don't know
actual
Final
fucking
Fantasy?
demon.
Mm.
No, that's
I
just
don't.
like
No, I was talking about Bahamut, the Platinum Dragon from Dungeons and Dragons.
No,
Yes.
no,
Is he a
the
god?
actual Christian demon.
Oh, Baphomet is a Christian demon, or it's a Judeo-Christian
that's-
demon.
I said Bahamut.
Yeah, it's Baphomet,
Bahamut.
Baphomet or Baphomet, whatever.
Ah,
Yeah.
blast.
Baja Blast.
Baja Blast. Yeah.
Bottom it.
So I think
All right, moving on.
we won't put. I'm not gonna put him at S because I think that there will be a problem with, like, he can't be on the front lines himself. He can't fight. But I mean, there aren't a whole lot of.
limited in how much they can summon at a single time.
Well, that would be based on how powerful the summoner is. I mean, if you could,
Yeah, but-
I mean, the weaker summoners could probably summon one dude, and then if you're training and you're getting up there and you're leveling up over the course of years or whatever, you could probably summon small armies. It just depends. But you're a
Sounds like
summoner.
an S.
I'm gonna put him. I think we're gonna put him on A for now, simply due to the downside of being very spongy and not being able to fight physically himself. Because
Well, then that's an argument you would use with every magic user, basically.
kind of, other than a battle mage, which we don't have on here right now. But yeah, I mean that technically, yeah, you could technically. But I mean, wouldn't that be a weakness for every mage? You can't.
It would
You,
depend on what
It
kind of
depends on the
summoner that
mage.
he would use.
Most
Like,
mages.
he summon a bodyguard that.
yeah, I mean, other than like a battle mage or a mage with heavy armor, that is exactly.
Yeah, I mean that
Summoners might
was
not have
that's
as
how
big
it
a
like.
function. They can just bring guards to themselves. They can reverse teleport their summons to them if they're physically in danger to defend themselves.
Yeah, but like,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
let's.
they can summon them back.
Okay, well, like let's do this. So it's kind of like a rock paper scissors situation, right? So if an assassin wants to go kill a summoner, and he goes up and dead, nothing he can do about it. Even if he has his summons, it's like, how's even another dude's coming? He's gonna kill him. But if that same assassin tries to go after, say, a paladin, or a really tanky boy, he probably won't be able to take him out in one hit. Doesn't matter if he gets to him or not. That would be a strength of the paladin.
Oh, but that's on the paladins. Yeah, no, fair enough. That's
Yeah.
some-
And what about
That's
things like archers and shit, right? It doesn't matter if you have your summons to you or not. If you have a fucking archer or marksman who's firing you from long, you can't take any hits. Like everyone. That is a known weakness of mages. We can't just like deny that or just
Blast cannons.
Yeah, they're yeah.
Could ignore it.
And that's why the sealed spell exists.
Yeah, but the shield. Well, nah.
That's a summoner. It probably wouldn't have that.
Well, no. Even if he would have it, it doesn't really matter.
Oh,
A shield spell is.
There's some generic.
Shield spells are generally pretty trash. Like it doesn't make you a tank. I wouldn't even. Most shield spells don't even make you more durable than most rogues. It just kind of helps. Like putting a Kevlar vest when I'm trying to hit you with a fucking battle axe. It doesn't okay. I mean, it might save your life, maybe. Okay, we'll see. Like I said, I don't know. Again, it's the beginning of the tier list. We might move things around, but I mean, does anybody have any reason why it should be up in S? Like, can they actually counter that idea that like he literally can't get hit, and he has to, and he like. I mean,
Having summon anime characters though.
Also, actually, another downside to summoner is that if the summoner is powerful enough to call forth a deity, but not strong enough to control it,
Well, why would you ever do that?
Sounds like dumb shit.
Yeah, at a wild night at the bar, you're just like, hey, you want to see some cool shit?
Yeah, how fucking dumb is
basically.
this summoner you're talking about?
Well, no.
I mean, people
Let me
summon
summon a
Cthulhu
god I
every
can't
other week,
control.
To
so
be fair, if some dude shows up on Earth and just grants every single person on Earth whatever class they want to be, there's probably some dumbasses who is like, you know, a raging T-Rex dragon destroyed the mall today because some fucking frat boy was like, hey guys, watch this. I imagine it's definitely going to happen.
Summon Baphomet, the fucking god dragon.
Speaking of which, but you can make that argument for literally anybody on this list. I mean, you can say the same thing for some frat dude gets a fucking pyromancer powers, and all of a sudden, oh yeah, he burnt down half his city with his pyromancer.
I disagree, powers. But the difference is that pyromancers are responsible for their own powers. We're talking about a summoner bringing in something that's completely different. It's not its own power. It's just,
but fire is extremely difficult to control, and like if you do, and when you set some shit on fire. Like I'm just saying, like California's not even gonna be there anymore. Yeah, though that forest is gone. It's just.
I don't think that we'd be missing anything. I don't think we'd be really missing anything if California just left.
Yeah. Okay. So
like idiot, you'll be fine.
Gotcha. Okay. So no real disagreements on the A for the summoner. No. Like I said, we might move it around later, but I like I said, I do think that's something that all of the mages we're going to have to talk about, but I still think you can argue that there are certain mages that could probably be better at that, especially considering that the summoner doesn't have any. Another big thing is like something that would help out, you know, if you have like an element, like a pyromancer. A pyromancer, I wouldn't put a pyromancer down for having low durability because he has so much like AP, you know, he's got so much attack and powers that he can use to defend himself against people who are coming up to him. Summoners don't have that. They have to rely on other people. So, like, if it wasn't for the fact that Pyromancer was so specific...
That summons their AP.
No, but it's not coming from... They can't defend themselves. It's another person.
Defend them.
It's another person. It would be the difference between me hiring you to defend me and me being able to defend myself.
Assassin could probably kill the summoner.
Wouldn't they have a psychic link to the thing that they summon?
It doesn't matter. It's not them. It's not their person. If someone can get,
usually get rid of the summon anyway.
So generally, but that's not. But like, if you could get, if you put up like an army of undead or whatever in between you and the dude around, if he can somehow get over that undead, get above it, get around it, whatever, and get to you, like you're done. You're still, or just fucking fire an arrow over them and hit you. Like it's just you yourself.
Well, the same with the pyromancer.
Well, no, because the pyromancer has all kinds of. The pyromancer can actually fight.
Yeah, the summoner can only summon people to fight for it, where the pyromancer can actually do the attacks themselves.
Yes, the pyromancer has a massive attack abilities. I mean, most pyromancers have all kinds of they can make giant flame walls to in front of themselves to protect them from oncoming attacks and all kinds of shit. If they get hit, they have no durability. That's true, but they're capable of defending themselves and actually fighting, which a summoner can't do.
A summoner could also make a giant summon to protect them, like a flame wall.
It's not the same as a flame. It wouldn't be the same. Is it a giant wall shield shaped summon?
It could be a giant wall shield.
Name me
just a bunch of different summons.
But that's
like a Viking wall.
But that's very I don't think that'd be a very good use for your summon.
If you summon like 20 skeletons, you could literally make a shield wall.
But why would you? But that's the difference between 20 different spells as opposed to just one with a pyromancer.
Well, it depends on how powerful a summoner you are. Maybe that's like
but if you're but if you're an equally powerful pyromancer, you could do way more than that. So it doesn't matter. It's still weaker.
Let's put it this way: if you got 20 skeletons to make a shield wall to protect yourself from the pyromancer, the assassin just stabbed you in the back.
Yeah. Also, are we like waiting for the skeletons to like climb on each other and like try and make like a bunch of cheerleaders, like the cheerleader tower thing?
Well, they could be giant skeletons.
They're watching from the distance and waiting for that to happen.
It depends.
What if I shoot an arrow through their ribcage because they're skeletons or they don't have flesh?
Well, that's what a shield's there.
The skeletons have shields. Okay, that made more sense. I'm thinking about them just like cheerleading their way into like everybody link arms. We're gonna protect our bro here.
No, I said like a Viking shield.
Okay,
wall,
what if you shoot an
or like a
arrow?
Roman one.
Okay, what if you shoot an arrow over them?
Wouldn't the Roman
What I-
Legion like shield wall be more better?
There's this story I
Yeah.
read where somebody summoned a bunch of skeletons to attack a town, and he was actually winning until literally an assassin class stabbed him in the back. And he saw them coming too, but he couldn't do anything because he couldn't summon anymore. The guy who summoned the skeletons couldn't do jack squat. That's what we're trying to
Well,
say.
that's why you always.
No,
that's
I
why you
get
always
that, but again,
need
that would
one
come down to
time.
how powerful the summoner is.
No, but
It's a weak point. It's the exhaust port of the Death Star being a summoner.
Well, always.
Yeah.
That's dumb. Always have one summoning option left. Don't
why
just
would you?
summon
Yeah,
all your
yeah, but
forces.
how would one summoning option like be enough? Like, why would that
Depends how
matter?
powerful the
And
summoner
again,
is.
Maybe
you don't have.
one
And again, you don't
skeleton
have
to
to. You could have 1,000 summons left, and you could be sitting there, and your little army's out there, and some dude shoots you with an arrow from 100 yards away that you didn't even know was there, and boom, hits you in the head, you're dead. That wouldn't
Well, no, the
necessarily
specific
happen to a
example He
pyromancer.
was saying.
No, but we're not
the
talking about
specific
specific examples. We're talking about as a general overall rule. If you're a necromancer, if you're a summoner, you have less defenses than someone like a pyromancer would have.
That's a good
I
point.
don't think you do.
You
Yeah,
absolutely do. Yeah.
The reason
The
is
school bully to
No,
protect you
just
from a bigger
because
school
you're not
bully.
actively
What the
summoning
fuck are
the
you
fire.
talking about?
Look, if you had a school bully protect you from a bigger school bully, but that school bully you hired is preoccupied, he's not going to protect you from the third school bully
Well,
after
again,
your
that's
butt.
just resource management.
What the fuck are you talking about?
but you still have a limit.
But you-
is the
but-
point here.
But the thing is that
Like, you
the pyromancers don't have to worry about a resource limit. It's not even a factor.
Well, no, they do.
No,
The
it's
amount of
not.
mana they have.
No, but that's not the same. That's not what he's arguing. He's not arguing you're going to run out of mana. He's arguing that you run out of summons. That's not the same thing.
Yeah,
If you
very
just keep- if
But it
you
doesn't
have-
matter.
if
It
you're
doesn't
a
matter if
powerful-
you. It doesn't matter if you never run out of summons. You yourself have no defense. You can have 1,000,
The summons are your
10,000.
defense.
You can have no. They're not
Exactly.
because they're
The
not. No,
summons
not.
are, but
Hey,
you're
hey, hey,
just
hey, 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 hey! Stop. I was in the middle of saying something. It's not exactly because no, they're not your defense. If I hire you to defend me, someone can still come up and punch me in the face. It doesn't stop them.
Well, then I haven't defended you, and I haven't fucking.
Hey,
done
no,
anything.
because I have to rely on you to protect me.
Actually, on that point, I think you have to remember that as a summoner, even if you did have unlimited amount of summons at hand, you would still need to have some kind of strategize, right?
I can still
So you're
shoot you in the
basically-
face with an arrow. Like, if you are ever, at any
Exactly.
point, caught off guard, caught alone, caught around a corner somewhere, if you have your guys on you and they're not completely encasing you, all 100% around your entire body, you're completely defenseless. Because someone could shoot you from long range. Someone someone flying over above, if you have like a dragon rider or some shit, can put some shit down below you. Like, there's
But that's
all
still the
kinds of.
pyromancer. If you don't see it coming, you're just dead.
No, it's not, because pyromancers have massive spells like shielding magics. They have
But again, if
fire
you're a
resistance.
pyromancer and you don't see it, it just hits you, right?
No, but you can make a
Yeah,
giant.
Because you need to actively defend against it.
The
Those are
same
very different
thing.
things.
Yes and no, because the pyromancer can do AoE attacks, while the summoner
again, it's
has
the
to
same thing,
rely
if
on
you don't
something
know
else.
about
No,
it.
it's different because as a summoner you're not actively in the fight, and as a pyromancer you are. So if getting caught off guard as a
But your
pyromancer
summons are actively in the fight.
but you're not. You're not
And they-
fighting. You're standing there hoping that they can protect you. And a pyromancer,
Yeah,
you're not relying on anything else but yourself. You have to be engaged at all times with what's going on around you. With a
Your
with a
summons
summoner,
would
you
be
can't
engaged
be,
at all time.
huh?
Not in the
Your
middle of a
summons
fight,
would
though,
be
that's the
engaged on
problem.
defending you the whole time.
Okay, let's put it this way.
Why
Let's say
why
that
wait
what
why do you want to
happens-
rely on a fucking undead stupid summon to defend you? Why do you want to rely on
Well,
anybody
it's
to
not
defend you?
necessarily an undead stupid summon. It could be anything.
Doesn't matter what it is. It's you're trying to rely on your he's European. You're trying to rely on your safety to somebody else as opposed to yourself. That was a joke about gun rights. But there's like you're giving that
Good point,
away.
Ruben, good point.
You're giving. I mean, yeah, technically. I mean, technically, if you asked, I mean, this isn't even like a thing. But if you asked your average European, they would be like, yes, guns should be taken away. The government should protect you. That's their
I
job.
disagree with that personally, but yeah.
Most Europeans would.
And that's why
Every European I've talked to do. The argument that a lot of Americans make is like, no, we want to protect ourselves. We want to have ourselves for our own. I don't want to have to rely on this person. I don't want to call up this person and have to wait 20 minutes for a police officer to show up or whatever. That's like the whole American argument, or
While
at least
someone is in your house.
yeah, or at least the Southern American argument. I want to be able to have my own stuff and do my own thing. But it doesn't really matter if you're in a bar fight with 10 dudes. It's better to be in a bar fight by yourself and know how to fight than be in a bar fight with 5 dudes where the other 4 can fight and you're just like sitting there. Like it's like I don't see how you can argue that that's not better. Like it's better to be able to fight as opposed to not be able to fight. Like that's just like I would rather fight 3 dudes by myself if I knew how to fight than have 2 other dudes with me, but I didn't know how to fight. Like
But
that's
if I could have, I'd rather have 10 really good fighters protect me and be a really good fighter myself.
no, not if you were a good enough fighter to take on the whole 10 by yourself. I would rather be the one really good fighter that could take on the whole 10 by yourself, and the pyromancers could. Pyromancer can do so. Like, and you're also talking about a universe where people are going to have all kinds of different crazy spells. I mean, if a summoner and a pyromancer went to battle with one another, couldn't the pyromancer just open up a fucking like a fire hole right where the dude is standing, just combust right underneath him, and he has nothing to defend himself with? If the summoner decides to summon some stuff right next to the pyromancer's not screwed. He still has all of his powers that he can defend himself with.
Unless it's I don't know, fire resistant.
$50, Rouga. $50.
Technicality.
Let me see. Hello,
Yeah,
Rouga.
fire,
It
man.
has been a while. Can't wait for the next debate stream. Finally done with BCT.
Isn't that now?
Big,
What do you mean
big
next
cock
debate?
training. I don't know what BCT is.
We're getting paid for this, right?
I
We're
am.
getting paid.
He's getting paid. Rouga, not us.
I'm getting paid for this. Yeah. Yep. All right. But yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, we could put it to a vote, I guess. But I'm not seeing your arguments as being particularly great. I just don't see you're just not convincing me that having a bunch of dudes who can fight better than you is a good thing, and you not being able to do anything. Like that's
not.
What
I mean, if I get
strategy?
attacked by a pyromancer and summon 3
You're a bit-
better pyromancers, what the fuck he's gonna do?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I feel like strategy just wins.
No, because that's well,
But
no.
If you die, those 3 pyromancers disappear.
I feel like the only people
you're
who say
their crux.
no, because the only way that somebody said something about you could summon 3 better pyromancers. Well, because you're already going under the assumption that the summoner is significantly more powerful than the pyromancer. If you compare it to the pyromancer and the summoner are of equivalent power, someone said that are of equivalent power, then the summoner wouldn't be able to just summon 3 better pyromancers. He'd be able to summon 3 considerably weaker pyromancers, because the pyromancer should be equivalent to the summoner. Like if you put the two of
But you could something fire immune.
How do you equalize
I think that the summoner going up against anybody who isn't just running at you and with short range melee weapons is going to have more trouble than a pyromancer is. If you have long range characters, a summoner's going to have more trouble. If you have any character who can actually just like also summon things like attacks at your location, which most mages can do, whether it's calling lightning from the sky or calling fire from underneath your feet, you're fucked. There's nothing you can do about it. Stealth stuff. Stealth characters are going to be way more damaging to you
Again, you could
than it would
ride
be
a
for
dragon
a
the whole time.
Huh?
That's not completely different.
You could ride a dragon the whole time.
You
They
could
can't catch
easily
you.
make summons to.
It would take.
Again,
it would take
we-
to fucking ride a dragon.
You can easily make summons to counteract any weaknesses you think you might have, but that doesn't change the fact that
But
you,
they're
as a
weaknesses.
summoner, are the weakest point. Yeah, are the weakest link in the chain.
Yeah, that is true. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying I think you could make up for that weakness.
No, well, I think you keep making the. I don't think you're aware that you're making it, but I think you're making the. You keep making the assumption that you're the strongest dude in the room, whereas generally speaking, you're not. Like most people are not the smartest, strongest, or most powerful person in the room. The vast majority of people are shitty. they're shittier than other people who they're in the room with. So if you can summon a dragon and fly on a dragon, then you better guarantee that there's a dude who can make a massive explosion where that dragon is to kill the dragon in a single. Like the thing, like there's always somebody bigger than you. And the issue with the summoner as opposed to something like the pyromancer is that the dude who's bigger than the summoner's defensive capabilities are significantly less, to the point that he only needs to get hit once, which is not necessarily the case for the pyromancer, since he can actually defend himself and fight. Like, that is my issue. The issue with the summoner is that he himself cannot fight. Like that I don't see a way around that situation at all. That you have to constantly rely on other things that you bring into the world, and you can just sit there, stand there, run away from there, hide, while other people do all the shit for you. And if at any point,
the movie The Great Wall. Oh, sorry.
No, the Matt Damon movie. No, I never seen it.
Okay, so basically there's a scene in that movie. Yeah, there's a scene in that movie where the queen of these monsters were feeding the other monsters, right? And it had this line of bodyguards around it, and anytime something came within the perimeter, these shield-like fins would shoot up on their spikes, right? But eventually they managed to time the arrow shot perfectly to kill the queen, and all the other monsters drop dead. That's basically what you are as a summoner. You can surround yourself, but you are still the weakest part, and you can't guarantee you're not going to get killed by somebody who's just by the assassin, essentially.
Now, to be fair, if we're going into this talking about the summoner being level 1 or whatever, and you can level it up any way you want, you could and you can like sort of upgrade it in different directions. Is it possible that you can make some kind of warrior mix subclass for a summoner, or like some kind of armor wielding, axe wielding summoner? Sure, why not? But that's not talking about them at their base. I mean, technically, if you want to do that, you could say that literally anybody on here can become some other thing. We're really just talking about like the basics of the summoner. Like there are, I'm sure, like if you're playing Skyrim, you could be a conjurer who's like has really, really heavy armor and it's just straight up, basically just a warrior who could summon magic armor. You know what I mean?
Wait, don't they also like summon ghost blades? Yeah, like on their hand, like they. Yeah,
no,
they have
well,
ghost,
no, I wasn't talking about the ghost blades. I was talking about that you can actually summon a sword in your hand in Oblivion.
That's what I meant. I thought that's what it was called. My bad, but that's what I
meant.
meant.
No, well, it's not like floating blades that are around your body. That's not what I'm talking about.
Enough.
Yeah, you can actually summon armor on your body, or like it's like this giant black and red like great sword thing that does like heavy damage, like magical damage or whatever. Like you can summon items as well, you know. So if so if you want to build it to be more of a warrior type or something like that, then I guess. But even if you do that, I always feel like the summoner warrior is going to be shittier than any other warrior class, which is why people most of the time don't do it. I think honestly a summoner is probably a really good support class. What a summoner, like if this actually happened in the world, we're going to move on from the summoner in a second, by the way. If the summoner like actually joined the military and we had to fight against some sort of thing, the summoners would be somewhere, some kind of tactical room somewhere in the back, and they would just create summons to run up on the front line so that we don't lose like actual people, and they would just keep refreshing, and the summoners would not be sent out into battle. Actually,
have someone protect them.
That would likely be the case. But the fact that the summoners absolutely 100% do need that and do need someone to protect them, whereas the pyromancers don't necessarily need to, is why I think that the pyromancers are probably better than the summoners. We're still not putting the pyromancers above the summoners because again it's very limited, and they don't have
capabilities.
Yeah, and they don't have as wide of a variety. What's up?
The summoners could summon healers and DPS and recon. Like they have more.
It'll take probably
they have more versatility. But I think if it came into a fight between a summoner and a pyromancer, I think the pyromancer's winning most of the time.
Yeah, most likely.
almost always, you know.
I would argue that the summoner would be like the second best like support that we have.
What if he summons a wall?
Well, I actually think we're about to come up on our first S. Does anyone think that a paladin's not an S?
No, paladins.
Hell yeah.
A paladin basically does everything. A paladin has high defense, high magical defense, which means probably the pyromancer's not even really going to do all that much damage to it. It can heal itself. It can buff and support other people. It can do high damage. I mean, a paladin's basically everything. I think it's almost like a cheat.
They are bound by their oath, though, so they have.
Only in D&D, not necessarily.
Oh, fair enough.
Even in D&D, it doesn't really have to be like chaotic good, because Paladin's Oath can basically be a personal thing.
It depends on what type of paladin you are, but
It depends on the fiction. Like
Don't
some
all paladins have lives, though?
like
we can kind of compute
okay,
how they work.
in D&D, in
can I-
D&D, hold up. In D&D, there's a specific thing where you have to serve some kind of church or whatever. You can also be an oath breaker. That's possible, but basically, the idea in D&D is that you get your holy abilities from a god, whereas in many other fictions, it's just a knight with holy power. And it doesn't necessarily have to specifically be granted to you by a god, and there's no like oaths that you need to follow, or else your god will take away that ability. I mean, it really just depends on the fiction. And if someone's just coming down and granting you paladin abilities, you know, and they're just yours now, then you don't really have to devote yourself to any kind of oath. It just is what it is. You're just a fucking beefy dude with a big armor and holy magic. So I mean, if that is the case, then I mean, I don't really see a whole lot of negatives for the paladin.
No negatives. I
When it
guess
comes
we
to the
just like to.
paladin. I see
I
one.
guess we have to
How
point
would
out
you
that-
train with it?
You're a spellcaster, the same as a warrior.
Yeah, how do you
Get right.
train for paladin?
What do you mean you can't train for paladin?
Well, no, how would
I
you
didn't say you
train?
couldn't train. I said how would you train? You have to be like in the
Right.
military 100% of the time, or like be a Hema god of some kind.
Why wouldn't you? I mean,
could
why?
just
What would
train.
make it any different than training any other way?
Well, no, because
Uh,
the magic
because-
casters, you cast magic to train and get better. But what
Yeah,
is
so you
the
cast
specific
magic and you
training
fight.
for a paladin? Would be
Wouldn't it be just the same thing?
Fighting,
But you only
fighting,
do
and
one
using
type
holy
of
magic.
exercise?
What's the issue? Fighting and using holy magic. I'm not really seeing what the problem is.
Well,
I
we
mean,
don't have any monsters
Yeah,
to
I mean-
fight yet. Who are you fighting?
you're training. How do you
Training.
train in the military? You think they just take dudes and throw them on the front lines of war and be like, all right, go. This is your training, guy, skinny kid that just came and joined at 18. No, they train.
Good luck.
You train
how
like
you get the best of the
anyone
best.
would train. You don't just that's how we make the best of the
No,
best.
and ironically, a paladin would be a great sparring partner. Like, okay,
you can hit 'em.
let me just heal you and myself, and we could go again.
Yeah, it's true. It's big guy. No, paladins would be great. That'd be
I
interesting.
mean, I
might
guess
work.
it wouldn't be
Probably
as
S tier.
good as a full caster, but you'll have some nice tricks with you, and some very
Usually,
robust
if-
defenses.
Oh, usually they can just do more. I only know really D&D paladins, but you can add smite and you could add extra damage and holy damage to your attacks, and usually they're also usually portrayed as good guys. But I reckon, God, is there any downsides to paladin? Because
No.
I don't think so.
I do want to
Do they
say
have
that
any?
if you're attacking something that would be considered holy, then yeah, I feel like the radiant stuff wouldn't exactly work.
Well, again, that's what that's what your giant
Oh,
fucking
very,
hammer's for.
very specific.
Well, do
It's-
paladins have any ranged or AOE attacks? Because they will be great frontline troops, but do they have the same kind of overall destructive
Yeah,
power
magic.
as like
I
a
don't
Not
know.
pyromancer?
necessarily.
No,
They have a
Typically,
big
they have
fucking
Not
shield.
necessarily.
no, their stuff is pretty much all personally done. Like I mean maybe if you want to build it in a specific way where your entire focus is to like kill a bunch, like to fight undead, maybe you can have some kind of blessed area of some kind, possibly, but it would really only be damaging specifically to like certain types of people who would not be okay with blessed shit, which is not a whole large number. Mostly your stuff would be buffing and healing and things of that nature, allies or yourself, and yeah, that's about it.
I think
Supportive
in a
nature
fair
would be good enough to keep
in
them
a
in
fair
S. You're
amount-
right.
in all fairness, for paladins, in a fair amount of media, you'll see them firing off like divine lightning or smites or something.
but that's usually off their
Oh, sure.
melee attacks, isn't it?
It is well, no, but
No.
smite. Some have
yeah, but-
smite abilities, but I mean honestly, it's like it's not their go-to, and it's generally not like it's not. It wouldn't be as good
Their
as
best
say
bet.
as like if an elementalist showed up and then he did his.
It's an
lightning.
option.
Well, yeah,
It's an option.
It's something.
Obviously, it's not gonna be as good if a freaking wizard shows up and
Yeah, like I don't
casts
think like
lightning.
yeah,
It's
like
gonna be
you're not
accurate.
fighting in a like you might be fighting against one dude and be like smite real quick and oh you did some damage, let's keep fighting. But you're not gonna look at a field of dudes running towards you and be like I smite you all,
them.
and then they just
Oh,
all
God.
fucking turn to dust. And it's like I don't know, maybe like a really high level paladin just like fucking wrecking shop.
Some range.
But that's not the norm.
Totally.
If you're a high level paladin like that, you just homies with God and you just freaking walk up and be
Yeah.
like, yo, you
just
like,
Trench Crusade.
You just fist bumping God, being like I'm not with that
Yeah,
priest.
tight.
Yeah.
I could totally agree with Paladin being an S tier. I could totally agree with Paladin being an S tier, but I think it would be actually cool is everybody who gets, or at least a lot of people who become Paladins, would absolutely start their own Templars. No question about it.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh, man.
Hell yeah!
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah, I love it.
Next up, we have Berserkers. I like Berserkers. I have a soft spot for Berserkers. I don't think they're going to go particularly high, but I like them. They're hey.
I mean, would this be the same? Would this be the same as like a barbarian or two different things?
No.
Well,
Well, Berserker. Well, in my when people tell me Berserker, I think of like the Norse Berserkers, generally speaking. You know, they wear very little armor, if anything. They run in fucking naked. They do really high damage. They get like rage type power ups of some kind. They're essentially they are like legitimately they're glass cannons, similar to how a pyromancer, probably a little less glass than a pyromancer is. But yeah, they're just like wild beasts, like Kratos before he became the god of war, just like running in, fucking no clothes on, just slaughtering dudes with two weapons.
So they're like the physical
see
equivalent of
wizards
pyromancer.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
Kind of, but probably with higher, but probably no, because a little bit higher defense, a lot higher defense, and a lot less attack power. But you know, a warrior variant.
They're typically like practically buck naked. Maybe they have a pelt, like you'll see in a lot of depictions.
Yeah, they're not gonna have heavy armor for sure. But yeah,
you would have to use
their DPS units.
Sorry, you would have to definitely use these guys in very specific situations. And when I say specific, I mean like tactically sound situations.
I don't know about that, man.
Because
the Vikings were basically that for hundreds of years, and they had no issues.
We're not talking about man on man. We're talking about other creatures. That's what I mean.
To also stay with this with the Vikings, they practically did like medieval guerrilla tactics where they hit towns across like the entire peninsula.
What are you talking about?
They would freaking show. They would show up.
They targeted specific locations, such as churches that had very low military power, because they knew they had a shit ton of gold.
That's what he just said.
Guerrilla
tactics. That's it. That's exactly why. That's practically guerrilla tactics. They freaking would go across the entire peninsula.
They also assaulted France and took over fucking London.
They assaulted France. Wow, that's a statement of the century. Freaking French assaulted France. I mean, plenty of people have.
Yeah.
All the people who sit at the cool guys table has assaulted France. If you haven't assaulted France, you're a fucking loser. That's what he's implying.
You're over here just like saying they're like, you know, barbarians, like a Houthi little rebel, but like, for the time period for Vikings, it was very clear military tactics into use. A lot of people didn't know what they were doing, and so they referred to it as the testudo, but it's just the shield wall. Like they had tactics. They were smart.
They bred for chaos. That's what they tried to do. They tried to make as much chaos, hit them as hard as they could, and then leave, because they just wanted their stuff, and then they wanted to bail to go back to home. It's
them having a shield wall doesn't stop them being guerrilla fighters.
I mean, maybe not, but like lightning bolts, fireballs, really anything ranged, crossbows, but regular bows, freaking not being seen in general, like for a rogue, freaking a lot of that gets in the way of the Berserker doing what a Berserker wants to do.
Not necessarily, because the Berserkers the Berserkers are generally known to have way higher durability than a normal person. That's one of the reasons why they don't have to wear the armor.
Yeah.
It's because they're just generally very, very tough. They also can normally completely ignore pain, like it doesn't even fucking exist. And they usually have and they usually have pretty solid healing abilities as well. Not like a paladin, obviously, but like they are capable of, you know, some. Yeah, like it depends. Again, it depends on the fiction. Some of them have I've seen versions of it that have like I wouldn't call it blood magic necessarily, but it's like the more blood they spill, the stronger they become, and their wounds will heal from the blood itself.
Aren't they basically like burst fighters? Like it's that they get a moment of strength, and then the longer the fight, if it gets too long, then they really get problems.
Well, no, it depends on the Berserker. It depends on the Berserker. I would say that most Berserkers would probably fight a lot longer than a normal person would.
The guts
The
as a
more
berserker. What
damage
I
they
could
get.
see
Still-
is I could see the paladins backing up the berserkers, taking on chaff, and they could just mow down hordes of enemy. But I do not think berserkers
That's
could go
more
up
of a
against like
bonus
a...
for
They-
that's more
they
a bonus
fall-
for a
they
paladin. But thanks
fall.
for bringing it up. No, seriously, I'm not being sarcastic. I just have
Yeah.
terrible tone.
No, I totally agree. Speaking of, how would they train? Would it be like the paladins, but they could only train with berserkers? Because I feel like
No, they
that's
just
the case.
train like everyone
I'd assume they
trains.
just train to where like.
I think you
their
should
freaking
pair.
moves pretty much
I think you
become
should
muscle
pair
memory.
every paladin up with every berserker, and just be like, you
Yes.
guys train together.
Dude,
Yeah,
that would
do
be
that
such
or
a
that,
OP
yeah.
combo.
This is what we're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, and for the English guy whose name I'm forgetting, I apologize. Who was like defending the summoner earlier. I mean, I know you kind of like imagine in your mind like a level 100 summoner who could summon dragons and has like massive armies, but can you imagine like the same level of that in a berserker who's just blitzing an entire army and just fucking jumping in the middle and just...
they're gonna be practically immortal. Problem is they can't do all that much to an entire army. They're gonna be like cutting through people and probably making a decent line.
Yeah, it's
but
more
they
so
are
it's
just
more
a
so
guy with an axe.
yeah, like in a grander scheme of an invasion, no. But with him, like if a berserker is whoever the berserker is going up against is gonna die, but it's not gonna make a massive difference across
They're like
the
great
board.
1v1s.
Yeah.
You're gonna need
would be
to
a good
have
spot.
an immense amount of focus fire for someone that high level that is just cutting through. Like you're gonna practically have to make it to where you're going to need to literally disable them in every sense, or literally blow their skull off.
I'll say this. As in a war effort, like if I was a general, I'd probably rather have a summoner or a pyromancer than a berserker. But if I'm talking about just me personally, I'd rather be a berserker than a pyromancer or a summoner.
It seems a lot more. It seems a lot more quote unquote fun.
Well, no, I think
but,
being a pyromancer would be pretty fun. But my
Yeah.
point is, I think I have more of a chance of coming out of any particular engagement alive as a berserker than I would as a summoner or a pyromancer.
Yeah,
Is this
that's just because you're gonna be targeted like expressly.
That's true. Like you kind of yeah.
They have a bigger target on
I
their
have
back.
to
Like no one's gonna
ask
look
a
at the
question
freaking berserker
here.
and go, "I'm gonna kill that guy."
Let Michael ask his question. What's up, Mike?
Go on.
This is like if modern day got invaded, right? And
No, it's
then
more like okay. So
powers
we kind of
and
used
classes.
the example I used was kind of like solo leveling, but not exactly. Basically, were you here last? Yeah, you were here last year, right? Remember when we did like all of fiction, every single thing, all of these different like galactic armies all exist at the same time. Which galactic army do you want? You know what I mean? That's good. So imagine that,
Yeah.
but this time all of those galactic armies and all of those different people are invading our planet. So we're about to get invaded by everything. We're about to get invaded by aliens, demons, subterranean mole people, everything. The world
I'm
has
just thinking of a berserker with like a fucking AA-12 on the front lines.
one thing that's cool about a berserker is that one cool little power that they usually have is that they're nearly impossible to be mind controlled.
They're usually too
you
much
can't.
of in a rotation.
You cannot. Yeah. You
at
no,
that
they do. They're literally the way in reality like who's seen The Northman?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
The Northman's a great
Great.
movie.
I have.
If you haven't seen The
Yeah,
Northman,
one
you
of
should
the
go
best-
watch it. It's so good. Okay, you remember this scene in The Northman where they're all around the fire and they're all howling like wolves and like getting all beast moded out like before they invade
Yeah.
that village at the beginning of the movie? Okay, so that was something that they actually did. They believed that they were getting their mindsets and becoming the beasts that they should be, and they believed that in this state where they were, no man could defeat them. In reality, we know now that it's just like hyping your bros up, basically. like if you get into a room with 20 dudes and you're all just like yeah, hoo, like every football player does it in the locker room before they go out for the big game. Back then, only the berserkers did that, and then when they went out, you went out with a bunch of soldiers who were just like sitting around being like, all right, we're about to go to war, and then you would go up against these dudes who were just super hyped up on all of their bro power, and then they slaughtered. They murdered.
Terrified everyone because of it.
I was kind of assuming there was like in Vinland Saga, you see that one guy who goes berserk. He like eats a handful of mushrooms and then just starts like hulking out.
I wouldn't.
Yeah,
There's
I
certainly
wouldn't.
a
I
sort of
wouldn't.
that.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if they ever like
It's not-
actually were doing it, but it wouldn't surprise me. But the point is that kind of for like RPGs, a lot of times when you have berserkers, they sort of take that concept that these guys believe that and they sort of made it like a supernatural power to the point that to the berserkers, it's not necessary. It's like it's not always rage. Like in D&D, it's rage, but oftentimes it's just this sort of animal.
Discipline.
It's just sort of this animal instinct that they have that they can sort of tap into and basically become beasts themselves. This sort of uncontrollable wild creature, and it's useful. You can't be mind controlled. So hey, if the Illuminates show up, to invade the world, toss a bunch of fucking berserkers at them and just watch them go ham. That'd be fun.
So
Berserkers
I'm not
would
even
be
sure that would
B.
work though. 'Cause that's
I
like a
reckon who's the
mindset
English
thing.
guy thinking of like the level 100 summer? Would a level 100 berserker be Doom guy, or would it be?
I mean,
Well,
He'd
Doom
just
guy-
be immortal on the battlefield.
Doom guy. Well,
He'd
no.
just be immortal on the battlefield.
Doom guy,
is the thing.
I would Doom kind of. I mean, I would say Doom Eternal. That's kind of like a berserker. No, yeah, I would say, because I always thought myself, like Thera, the chick in Doom the Dark Ages, like her Doom gal. I always thought like they should make her a playable character in one of the DLCs, and she could play like a mage because Doom guy already plays kind of like a warrior or like a berserker. So it'd be cool to have like your mage character, and then they put a first person shooting game version of those
Freaking
things.
Doom Hexen crossover, 20 years in the making, like freaking 30
Kinda.
years in the making. or
Kind of,
something.
yeah, kind of, a little bit. But yeah, so I think that Berserker, I think B's not a
Is
terrible
B.
place, but do you guys think it should go above or below Pyromancer?
Well,
I think
be
that's
honest.
above.
Depends. Well, if you
I'll
pair
pick-
him up with a paladin, he could easily be an A, but by himself, he's absolutely a B because he does the same thing a pyromancer does, just on a smaller scale.
I don't think. But see,
But
that's the thing. I don't think it
But
is.
he's
I don't
harder to
think it.
kill.
I don't think it is the same thing. I think he's considerably harder to kill. I think he's less of a target. Like I said, if I was a strategist or a general, I'd rather have a pyromancer because you could put a bunch of pyromancers in the back and just start hurling fire at the enemy. They're artillery. But if I was just a dude myself, I would rather be a berserker because I think the likelihood of you surviving and being able to fuck up the opposition is way higher as a berserker than it is a
I
pyromancer.
I don't disagree,
Yeah,
but I
it de-
think
it
pyromancer would
depends if
kill
we're-
more faster.
It depends on if we're going, is it better or do we want to actually be it? Because I feel like again.
Well, I think berserkers are going to have
versus artillery.
kind of, yeah, kind of. I think both.
Yeah, but
I think
that's
both
true.
would be necessary. I think a single pyromancer could likely kill more people, but it's not necessarily just like wars aren't won because one side has a bunch of artillery and no shock troopers. Kind of, I guess. Everyone needs to sit in their specific place.
In all fairness, you would need that artillery also. You need kind of both.
Yeah, I'm not saying you wouldn't need the
need someone to
artillery.
be up front.
I don't know. If someone asked you right now, today, Pyromancer, Berserker, you get to be one right now. Which one would you rather be? I
Pyromancer.
personally would probably pick the Berserker. Personally, also I'm not gonna lie. There's a bit of a fun thing there. It just seems like
It would probably be funner to do Berserker, running around just, the fucking mindless slaughter.
I don't
sort
know.
of shit.
I don't know. I'm kind of an arsonist at heart, so I guess this may be tilted for me, but I'm more of a pyromancer.
If it
I
was
don't
a
know,
lightning
man.
mage, I'd be a lot more tempted.
I don't know, man.
The point is, they feel the same. Pyromancers and berserkers do the same thing, but have different roles in that thing. So I think B is a yeah.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, like when you kill someone with a drone, you don't really get to feel it. You know what I mean? Like you
It's
gotta
very
be
close, I'd
right
say.
there with your bare hands. Fucking,
Okay, sorry, guy.
Have you ever
Fire
dropped
power
orbital
animals.
napalm in Helldivers? It's
I think the
beautiful.
idea that
It's
if
very
you're
close
being
between
it,
the
I
two.
think they should be above, just because it's you, and it means you're more likely to live.
That's arrogant.
That's my point. I think that the odds of you surviving in a battle as a berserker are higher than surviving as a
Yes, I
pyromancer.
think I would put it above it.
But like I said,
Is that true?
yeah. But, well, I
Yeah.
mean, think about it. Okay, if you're a pyromancer, people target mages. Like people, if the pyromancer isn't nearly as obvious of a target. He's just a dude with going in with 2 axes or whatever, slaughtering a bunch of dudes. He's one guy. He's on a battlefield. You might not even be able to keep track of how many people he's killing. But if a pyromancer shoots a fucking just sends napalm across an entire field, you're like, okay,
It's also an easier target.
that dude needs to die.
That's true. I suppose you're right.
And then when
'cause
they try to kill the
you're right, 'cause-
pyromancer, it's gonna be easier to actually kill the pyromancer than it would be the berserker.
You're right. I see where you're coming from. From your point of view, I can agree with that. I was thinking it from another point of view entirely.
Okay.
Yeah, if this is a war, I'd say Berserker is better to be as, but the pyromancer is more useful.
Yeah.
But this is to what is the best RPG class to be? So I reckon it should.
Yeah,
be
it's which one would you
That's fair.
which one would you want to be?
That's fair.
You know.
That's fair.
now-
I'm fine. I'd say that's.
I would rather be a
understandable.
I would-
pyromancer.
Are we
but I
doing
think the
about who
Berserker
we
is
want
better
to be,
answer.
or is it just who's most useful? Because I thought this list was who was the most useful, not
No, it's
who you want to be.
Well, no,
It's
it's
cannibal.
not well, you can it's however you want to answer the questions. It's
Best
essentially
RPG class to be.
yeah, it's
if
the
was
best.
made a
Yeah,
tier
like
list.
you have to be if you're gonna be that person, wherever your mindset goes with that. Maybe you want to be the pyromancer because you want to help the war effort as much as humanly possible. Maybe you want to be the pyromancer because maybe you want to be the berserker because you want to actually live through the fucking battle. It's really however you define it. And that's why we discuss it before I just put it on the fucking list.
I mean,
But
you could just be an arsonist.
oh, you know what? Fuck it. We haven't done one yet. We're gonna make a poll. We're gonna make a poll. Make a poll.
We're not allowed to vote in it, right?
Berserker
As you would say.
Not us.
or pyromancer. Yeah, no one in the Discord is allowed to vote. Okay. Berserker or
Vote
pyro.
with money.
All right, what do you guys think's better? Which one would you rather be? You got them right now. About to go to war. You got to be one or the other. Pick.
Make a poll, everybody.
I don't sound anything like that.
Ow.
I sound way better than that.
The only thing I'd have to say, if two armies of the same amount of troops of a berserker or pyromancer were to go against each other, I feel like the pyromancer would win out of that.
I feel like they'd lose.
Berserker
Wait.
can only do. The berserkers can only do so much against like fireballs, napalm on the
I
ground.
think that'd
getting
be so.
burned
I think
alive.
that'd be so situational though.
I can
because
see,
it
I can,
completely depends
yeah,
on the
but I can also
battlefield.
see like 40 fire, like berserkers running through a field of fire on fire, just ignoring the damage, and then just like killing all the
Just giving them a
pyromancers.
damage buff.
Yeah, and then
Yeah,
and
that's
then
what it takes.
and then
Weapons
killing
on fire.
and then killing all the
No, they can't
pyromancers.
One
before-
battle.
They still will be damaged.
It
And
takes
No,
one
I
barbarian
understand that
to
there's
kill.
still. Well, you gotta let me finish what I was fucking saying. What I was, but you see, his joke's not funny if I don't get to finish it. Okay, point is, what I was saying was they go through their own. Never mind, it's ruined. You guys ruined it. Fuck it, you just whatever. We're putting the berserker on the list.
If it's actually just akin to napalm.
I was
Like,
gonna
have you
say,
seen fucking
I was gonna
napalm
say they
images?
run through the fire, ignoring the fire's damage, then then like attacking the pyromancers, and then succumbing to their wounds was gonna be the end of the statement. But then I had a bunch of
They
fucking
did.
assholes
No one's alive
jump in, and just interrupt my fucking awesomely crafted joke I was making. It's fine, it's whatever.
It was a very funny joke. I
Oh,
swear.
so
Don't
It was a very
fucking
good
don't
joke.
don't
Everyone loved
fucking
it.
condescend to me, asshole. What's
It was
this?
hilarious. It was hilarious.
That's a hell of a
Barbarian,
statement
our
coming
other
up
side
from
of
you,
the coin.
man.
when are you gonna end the bowl?
Why? Because if he can shoot a fire out of any part of his body, couldn't he just make a jet underneath his foot and just stay away from the barbarian?
I didn't say he
Yeah,
was
that would
be
he's a
okay.
pyromancer, not a rocket ship.
Oh,
I don't,
It's
I don't know.
just simple.
I don't know. Fire penis beams seem very overpowered.
All right, it says right here.
It's just-
Wait, hold up. We forget another factor. The societal divide, classism would have a whole new meaning, and we would get something similar to
Yeah.
S tiers in solo leveling. Yeah, I mean probably.
I reckon
Yeah, I mean-
pyromancer would have a higher social.
Can you
standing
call?
than a
Well, actually, it wouldn't be a class system. It would be a meritocracy. That's not.
What
That's
do you
not.
mean? It's literally an RPG class.
No, but it's not a class system because a
Yeah,
class system
no,
is based on financial.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's based like
It-
this would
it'd be
actually.
based on like usefulness.
It would
pretty
actually
much,
it would
yeah.
actually be a meritocracy the way a meritocracy is supposed to be. Like that's kind of exactly what would happen. And honestly, you wouldn't have a choice but to make it a meritocracy because if you had like a level fucking 567 berserker, no level 10 store manager is going to be able to tell him what to do. Like, it just is the way it is. It's like no, bitch, I can level this whole fucking city if I want to. Like you like get the fuck away from me. Like it would yeah. So I wouldn't necessarily call that classism. I would call that meritocracy. The way
Love to see how governments would try to survive this. Honestly, I mean, it's like the government tries to keep doing the things they're doing, and just one pissed off pyromancer.
Yeah,
who's
it would be
S
crazy.
class
That would
decides to level DC.
That would be the
Killdozer 2?
That would be the crazy part. Well, the government would have to start getting like recruiting en masse and make sure that they have the absolute strongest dudes. Like they would have to start like everyone's trained constantly. Because if guns are no longer useful, like I'm gonna shoot this berserker and he's such a high level with such a high durability that the bullets are bouncing off his skin. We got problems. Now we need people who are capable of like fighting against them on our side. And if you start having a world where you have like citizens coming together and training and getting ridiculous, just as powerful as actual like trained military soldiers because of the leveling up system, the government's gonna lose its power. There's not.
How much XP do you get for farming?
What you farming?
I harvest.
It would depend on the age of the girl.
Alright, I gotta get going. I'd love to hear the freaking bard. I know it's out of here, but I have to go. But I think the bard, when this comes up, would be great for morale outside of combat. But that's about it. And during combat, but mostly outside.
Gotcha.
But that's neither here nor there. You guys have a good night.
That's because of sex, dude. That's why.
Well, morale is one of like the highest factors into any.
So
if your people get routed, you're fucked.
People voted for Pyro, so we're gonna put Pyro in front so that everyone can look at the tier list and see how wrong the chat was. And Pyro is gonna go ahead of Berserker in this particular case. Okay, next up we have.
Madness?
Huh? What?
I said madness.
Badness? Is that a
Madness.
word? Madness.
Madness.
No, it's just wrong. No, that's all. It's just
that's what that means.
Just a little bit of tardism is all.
Poor
You know,
soul.
just a little bit of tardism.
Poor soul. Your
That's
favorite
what-
class getting in front of the
In
arsonist.
English, people say madness, like that's like mad. It's wrong.
That's like a Europe.
That's
That's a
more like
Europe.
crazy.
Fucking Americans.
It's a European thing.
Anyways, martial artists, monk.
It's an English thing. I don't know about the rest of Europe.
Okay. Yeah, we don't do that. All right.
Monk or martial
Fucking
artist? Those are
Americans.
two different things.
Yeah. So people said brawler, people said monk, and people said martial artist. So I just got some pictures of some dudes with karate outfits on and put them up there. I don't know what class this is. I'm not even gonna lie. It's just some kind of. It's no. Somebody said one person in the chat said something about basically a chi controlling or chi master type of class, and I'm like, that's cool.
That's generally a
Make
monk.
it a cultivator.
I mean, you're kind of just
A
gonna be in
chi
the same
cultivator.
boat as, like,
That's what he said. But yeah, just that basic general idea. You're fucking Iron Fist from Marvel, essentially. That's what it is. Like so.
There's lots of
The
different
ultimate
types
glass
of martial
cannon.
arts.
And
I feel like you're gonna be.
someone in the chat said that I keep moving the goalposts on the power levels of this tier list. I haven't moved well. First off, I haven't given a maximum, so I haven't moved the goalpost. I said that the dude who was defending the summoners, I specifically said like, yeah, I mean, if you could do 10,000, 10 million, it doesn't matter. Like I didn't. I'm not moving the goalpost. Who knows what it is? If you I maybe again, I'm kind of in an Expedition 33 sort of like thing right now because I'm playing a lot of that game. There is no max level cap in that game. It just keeps going. You just keep playing forever, and the end game is damn near like it's such a long end game. And there's a new game plus where you can continue to level up, so you become ridiculously overpowered. I love it. So I mean, yeah, I mean in my mind, I don't think any game should have a level cap. Level caps are lame. I want to keep seeing the numbers go up infinitely. I want to go up to the last boss and one shot.
Number go up, my brain goes burr.
Yeah, it's fun, dude. I'm playing. Okay, so I know.
No, it is.
Oh, you played it? You played Expedition 33?
No, but I understand the idea of
Slut.
the numbers going up is fun.
Fucking slut.
Well,
Okay.
No one's played it but you.
This sucks, dude. It's game of the year. 2025 game of the year. It's great. What?
Why has no one heard about it?
Huh?
Is this
What's
a
the
martial
word about
artist?
it?
People have heard
Is this
about it.
a
I just keep
monk, or
filling
is
my
this a
Discord up
cultivator?
with fucking tards. What were you saying, Mike?
Is this a martial artist, a monk, or a cultivator?
a chi.
Yes.
I mean, what's the fucking difference? Like they're all
Oh,
a
well,
monk.
Well, a
Cultivator's
chi
the most
cultivator can like transform his body, can manipulate souls and bullshit. So
This
like,
is just kung fu, dude. All right,
kung
it's like
fu.
a monk.
oh, martial arts.
It's a
yeah,
monk.
Well,
with
monks.
martial
Well,
artist
well,
skills.
a monk and a martial artist literally like a monk is a martial artist. Like that's what it is. So
He's got
and a monk can
people some
also
Jackie
can
Chan
also
type
control
stuff,
chi. So it's like it's all in the same category. Whatever.
Vein.
I want to be
Yeah.
some general generic chi based dude, and then there's like here's your fucking chi powers. Go off, do your chi shit, and that's basically that's what happened.
I'm gonna be honest. This is kind of just a better assassin, but a worse berserker, because it kind of is just better at killing things. You have much more advanced like senses and all that. You move faster. However,
You
don't
can
really
make your
get the
attacks
whole
harder. You can
durability
make
thing.
you do. You can make
Yeah.
your skin harder with chi. That's actually something that I think you can do in D&D.
magic fist.
Yeah, there's all kinds of
Like,
abilities that you have.
minor
In D&D,
healing.
they play like glass cannons.
They're
I'm
not
learning,
glass.
like,
They're
as
not
much
glass.
as a
They're not
berserker.
glass cannons. Monks have a lot of durability. They can have very high
Oh,
armor.
Themselves.
Sorry, I've
They're
been,
kind
I've
of
been
a-
playing Baldur's
they're-
Gate, so I'm a bit delusional about that one.
Yeah, they're
kind
very.
of a fighter, but worse.
They're not. They're not worse. You can like there are builds with the monk that make them fucking broken.
Yeah.
I mean, they're fast. Yeah.
No,
They're
well,
fast,
yes,
they
they're.
hit hard.
Basically, speed's their best friend.
Yeah,
Speed is their
And
best friend. That is true.
yeah. Like there's
You gotta
actually.
see this,
Like,
like, zooming
I
at,
think
like,
they have. You'd have the highest maneuverability of all these classes. Like
yeah, you're
easily.
gonna be the
parkour. You parkour.
Yeah,
You're gonna
hardcore
be the
parkour.
blitz squad. You're gonna
Actually,
be the blitz squad
many
pretty
times
much.
they have basically parkour abilities where they can literally wall run. That's
One thing that-
usually a
one thing-
ability they have.
One thing that's cool.
Yeah, you're gonna.
Walking on water.
One thing that's cool that I don't think people talk about enough is the fact that you can never really be caught with your pants down. Like if you're a paladin, and you get into some shit and like you're like sleeping or whatever, and you're at camp, and then suddenly you get invaded, you're like, oh shit, gotta grab my weapon, throw my armor on. A monk just like gets up in his tidy whities and just goes to town like right out the gate. He doesn't
Ready to go.
He doesn't have any of that shit. He just like
Got the
okay,
iron.
They are the weapon.
we are the
Got
weapon.
the iron skin.
I
magic
feel
hands.
like if it wasn't for the personalities of the berserker and the monk being nothing like one another, they would like be best buds. Like if a berserker would see a monk on the field fighting in their skivvies and just like watching him go to town with his fist and be like, that dude's a badass. I want to go fight that dude. And then he goes and he meets him and talks to him and he's like, oh, you're kind of a lame and a nerd.
They're kind of the same. They're the same. They're the other side of the same coin, ironically.
Yeah, they're like yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah, I just think
Same coin, different side.
they would super annoy the shit out of each other, but when they see each other fight, they'd be like, that guy's cool. I like that guy.
Badass.
that guy's a bad. I'm never gonna tell him that, but that dude's a badass.
Barbarians. I think berserkers would love drunken masters.
Yeah,
Oh, that's true. Not all monks are like that.
That's
Some
true.
monks are like.
Drunk it. Yeah, that's fair.
So should we just like put the monk in the same location as the fucking berserker, basically? Well, I guess he'd be a little higher, wouldn't he? Because he's got a little
Yeah,
more
why?
versatility. Because he's got more versatility than a berserker
But he also
does.
has a better. He usually has a better mind as well because they have and a lot more patience and.
Well, the
be able
mind is going to be
use it like a
yours.
power.
It's your mind. You're the one getting the fucking powers.
Oh yeah, fair enough actually.
So all like the things that they would get that would make them better is well not necessarily better but more versatile is the healing abilities, the things that they can do with their chi that berserkers don't really can't really do with their chi. The speed advantages are going to be really good. There's just certain things.
They can bend really well.
The enhancements they
What
can
is
do
it
with
called?
what?
Astral projection. Or
Yeah,
whatever.
that. Yeah,
You know,
they do. Sometimes they do have astral possessors, making their skin hard as stone. Some of them
Possessors,
can
yeah.
do that shit. Like there's stuff in there. I would say they're probably more durable than berserkers, but berserkers don't feel pain. But not feeling pain isn't necessarily as good as not taking the damage in the first place. So it's like yeah, like I think overall they're close enough to the berserkers, but I think they would be over the berserkers. Does anyone think they should be over the pyromancers?
No,
I mean,
Pyromancer
fire-
has way too much stuff.
they're still.
Yeah,
I don't know how
like,
exactly
can't
you
really
want
do
to work your way out of that.
You know, at one time,
But, like-
this is going to happen eventually. Okay, this is going to be a real thing. You know, we're all going to get powers, and the pyromancer is going to be over there with his big dick swing and being like, "Oh, I'm a pyromancer, I'm so awesome," and then we're going to get invaded by demons, and I'm going to be over here with my little berserker powers, be like, "Oh, what's the matter, pyromancer? All your fucking powers aren't doing anything, you little bitch. You need some help, okay?" And then y'all are going to feel really bad about siding with them this whole time. So
I'm just
Oh,
saying.
I'm sorry. We'll just send the pyromancer
the
to go
one-
fight the aliens that are attacking instead. Because
No.
there's like 50 different fronts.
yeah, but you want to know the difference? Do you want to know the
Paladin
difference?
just
Is that the
make their
berserker
own
can go to
doors.
either or. They can go to the demons
Okay, yeah. What
or
about
the
any
aliens.
enemies that are like 20 feet off the ground? Can the berserker get them?
Yeah, why
Well,
not?
you have fun. You have fun running
Only
into
a good
that
jump,
fire
like-
and burning to death because
Yeah.
of smoke inhalation.
Just
I'll
put
be
just put a
over
bunch
here
of
as
points.
the pyromancer.
Just put. Why would I die of smoke ventilation, bro? I don't need to
I
breathe.
think-
Inhalation.
I'm-
Inhalation. You're gonna
I
I don't need to
freaking
breathe.
die
I'm
because
berserker, bro. I don't need to
You're
breathe.
inhaling pure smoke because your body's on fire.
What's this air shit? I don't even believe in that. That's some government bullshit they just told me.
That's what the communists want you to think. Air doesn't
right.
exist.
That's right. And you ever just
I
stop breathing? Have you ever tried it? You know, you don't even know. You don't even know.
Do it right now.
Yeah, go for it.
I got a
Wait,
case
people
for
breathe?
monk going above pyromancer, and it deals with that versatility. Simply because like there is some monks that are like fucking elemental warriors, like fucking.
Do they have
Avatar.
range?
Yeah,
Not necessarily.
Avatar. They're shooting lightning out their hands and shit, and they're all like the martial art.
Wait, who are we
chief
talking about?
warrior.
Well, yeah, but I mean, hey, you want to build yourself into a fucking avatar? I mean, yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
That's not yeah, but Avatar's
pyromancer's
different.
ability-
Yeah, but Avatar's different because Avatar is more like it would be like if you mixed a monk with a with like an elementalist.
Elementals.
Yeah, and I would even
Yeah,
argue, and I would even argue only Aang is the monk. Like I wouldn't say Katara's a monk or like it's specifically Aang, and he has monk-like qualities, I suppose, with the spiritual aspects, but with
Yeah,
with
yeah,
controlling
yeah.
wind
Yeah,
and
in
fire,
general.
that none of that's monk-like. That's just that's
This is a chi. This
Oh,
is a chi guy though, right? So
I mean,
like,
they're all-
chi cultivator.
well, I mean,
so you
they're
got
all
all the
based off-
chi abilities.
yeah, but it's not. But he's not
Are
a
they all based
mage.
off martial artists, though?
He's not a mage. I mean,
Combustion Man is using chi to do that shit.
yeah,
It's
but
not like
that's
they're,
Avatar. That's
he's not a
Avatar.
monk.
Like
Yeah,
this-
but those that fits the class though.
well, no, because it's not.
No,
yeah,
it doesn't. He's
no,
not
it
a
do-
monk.
no, because then you could take literally. You could. I mean, you could say the exact same thing about Dragon Ball
Is
Z.
it monk or chi warrior?
No, but you could say the exact
Yeah,
same thing
that's-
about Dragon Ball Z. We're not.
Yeah,
No,
that's
you're not
fan
doing
made
that.
Thing, though, but
It's not. No, because
we're not going Kamehamehas.
yeah,
We're
it's
not
like
doing that.
no. Come on, man. You know what this
That's
is.
too much.
You played D&D. You get the idea of what a monk cheat type
Even in
is.
D&D, you have that though.
You do
Like,
not.
Yeah,
You
well,
do
that's
not
Kamehameha
fire.
in
You do
D&D.
not fire Kamehameha waves in D&D. That's not true.
No, but you can fucking do like thunder wave and shit.
I just think you get
It's
something.
Dragon
It's not
Ball,
fucking
but not Z.
Kamehamehas that you're just blasting out, but I think you do get
Well,
something.
what I was thinking in my head was something more along the lines of like Iron Fist. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's what I was. I was like, because you can enter the spirit world. You could do spiritual shit. You can increase your attack. You can increase your defense. You can increase your speed, your physical abilities,
Yeah, I feel like
things like that. That's what
I
I
feel
was
like you
thinking
could
of when I
go-
thought. Thing. Go ahead.
yeah, if you're talking that, I feel like he can go above the pyromancer because he could like punch his soul or something before he can even
Jesus
throw
Christ.
a fireball.
If you want more versatility,
Oh, you punched my soul. Ow! Don't do that. Like that. Would, I don't know.
Punch
Right
my
in the
soul
soul.
in the
What would that
balls,
even-
dude,
I don't know.
what the
What
hell?
would it even be like? That would be funny if you were a monk.
souls.
If you're a monk, he's like, watch this. I'm gonna kick you in the soul. Are you ready? Like what? No. And then you kick him in the balls. You're like, there we go, done. And it's like, what the fuck?
Communist.
Did you feel that?
Feel that?
At the same time.
Yeah, you felt it in your soul. Let me see. Okay, Jordan Meso. Avatar is different as chi is a source of all bending, kind of like the speed force, and if you take it away, there's no other way to gain bending. Yeah, that's what I was like. I was like, different universes.
Spiritual energy.
No, I understand, but different universes utilize chi in different ways, and we can't just take all versions of chi and just put it in like that. That would be Naruto, and that would be like everything.
Dragon Ball.
Yeah, it would be Dragon Ball. It would be so many different. Like we're not just like this wouldn't even be an RPG class at that point. We just made like a super
Dragon Ball.
like just some kind of like a crazy Dragon Ball character. So it's we gotta give it some kind of limitation. So we're going off the basic idea of like a monk type thing, but it's
Oh, yeah.
you gotta
Does-
limit it in
does
some way.
that count? The one finger death punch.
Yeah,
you know,
probably.
like,
Probably.
take your-
Yeah, probably. I would say there's
That's like
probably
1,000 years or something from
That-
freaking Naruto.
I don't know. Well, like it's like in Kill Bill, it was like the five finger death punch.
Yeah, where he puts the fingers on it, it's like insets them to their heart.
She had to poke Bill like in 5 different places on his chest, and then his heart, Well, no, after he takes 5 steps, then his heart explodes.
Oh.
Yeah, it couldn't be instantly. We have to have a conversation, like a really touching conversation before you walk
Talk
off.
for like 5 minutes first.
Yeah, and then I would be sitting there for so long. I'd be like, bro, I'm gonna live out the rest.
Make him walk 5 steps.
No, I'd be like, get my wheelchair. Like, wouldn't that be crazy? That should be a whole. You can make a whole like short film or something based around the idea of like someone getting hit by the 5 digger fedship and then just living his whole life out just like in a wheelchair, just like never walking again, just being like, yeah, if I got this fucking if I take 4 more steps, I'm fucking dead. It's just like I'm just never gonna do it.
Man energy. I got 5 seconds of fight.
He gets really old and he's like, you know what I've done with life, I'm gonna take my final steps.
What if you jump? What if you like hop everywhere, but you don't take the steps?
Like I'd assume each hop would be like a step, pretty much.
Or no, I think it would be
You're
2
not
steps, 'cause
stepping.
you usually use both legs.
Oh man,
You're using both legs as movement, so I think that would count as 2 steps.
You ride around in one of those mall cop scooters everywhere you go. Yeah.
Segway.
You have to get off those things eventually, so you better do the chair instead.
This is what you do. You want to save your life? You go to the hospital. You go to the hospital and you pay the doctors to amputate both of your legs. So now you literally you can't even accidentally take a step. Like it's like they're not even there.
If you
like
get prosthetic legs, would it count?
Yeah, do robot legs count?
That's true. If you would that count? Because it's not. If it's tied to your nervous system, I assume it probably would. But if it's not, it's like a robot thing you gotta control.
I
think it's some blood flow.
Yeah. I think we broke the fight. Can you imagine like the Kill Bill chick? She does it to Bill, and then she's like he dies or whatever, and then she sees him like 30 years later, and he's just like walking around on fucking robot legs, and like how
Whose dog is that?
how are you alive? That's my dog, or it's not my dog. It's a dog that's in the house that I'm currently staying at, but he's not like
okay.
Don't forget to mute yourself.
Huh?
What kind of dog?
This is my stream, motherfucker. That one? That's a German Shepherd, I'm pretty sure. That's the German Shepherd.
Hey, speaking of death.
Sweet.
Yeah.
The fuck is that?
Yeah. Okay, so where are we at? Are we in between Pyromancer and Berserker?
Yeah, I think so.
With the monk?
I'd say
That's fair.
I'd say if Berserker couldn't make it, I don't see what freaking monk would be able to.
Well, I would say I think the monk has more versatility, but I think if you put a monk in a fight with a berserker and they're the same level, I think the berserker's probably gonna win.
It's diverse monk. It's diverse berserker.
Wait, what?
It's like a diverse berserker, basically.
Yeah, you have a lot more you can do as a monk than you do as a berserker.
Well, I just think the thing that the berserker does, he does it better than the monk does.
Yeah.
What if the monk deploys Singleton?
What?
I think the berserker's better in 1v1s, but I feel like every other situation.
I don't know, if a monk just murders your key and your body parts, you're freaking just now your arm can't move, freaking legs are gone.
Do berserkers even have ki? I think they just go off of pure bro energy.
I'd assume it would just be a life force sort of thing.
I feel like this is gonna be another orc situation where the more this goes on, I'll be like, no, but the berserker though, and then eventually it's just gonna get moved up to S because of just.
Yeah, let's move on before that happens.
That's exactly what happened with the orc thing when we were doing the fantasy races. Orc was like a C. And then we kept talking. I was like, man, but orc's really cool though. And everybody got on board with the orc, and then we all agreed it should be S. But
this is
right.
number one bullshit.
Let me see. Jordan Meso, hopping could work, but don't do skipping because it's gay and technically stepping. And I could just break my legs, so I could still use my Johnson. Yeah, if you just cut your legs off, you could still use your Johnson. Actually, they do call it the third leg. So you could I'm just saying.
That's so dumb.
Imagine you're having sex, 4 thrusts in, suddenly dead.
Yeah. They're like, oh, hey, look at that one-legged dwarf, and I'm like, that's not my leg. Like, oh shit. All right. Anyway, next up we have necromancers. The
S tier.
necromancers. S tier.
S tier.
Is that the
I'm gonna
same?
say
Is that the
S
same
tier,
dude who
but-
liked the summoner? I bet it's the same dude who liked the summoner. Let me see.
No,
They
it's
were doing
it's just a
British
worse
and
summoner,
Australian.
surely.
It's a
You
better
do have some
summoner, 'cause you
attacks
can
like
fight.
Okay.
S tier.
I would say
They
no.
are the
I would
number
because it's
one
not.
in nutrition.
No, it's not just the same thing as the summoner. Because I get what you would think that.
You
because
have like
it's death
you
magic.
have like death.
It's death
yeah,
magic.
You have necrotic
I mean,
damage.
Yeah,
acid fling.
you have power
No,
over
here's the-
life and death. Not you. It's not just summoning dead things. Like
No, here's
the
the
summoner
thing.
is
You
better
only get-
at summoning for sure. But this is sort of like a variety type of thing. The necromancer has way more shit it can do, and whereas the summoner can if a full powered summoner can summon an entire army to overcome another army, a full powered necromancer can just kill the entire army. Like
And then
summoning's
turn
not
that
even
field
necessary,
army into his
and then
army.
turn that
know,
army
bro,
into his
you
own army.
fucking-
You know, this brings up another topic. Are you gonna have to sign your body away if you join the military? Like you freaking join the
To the
military.
necromancers.
If you happen to die,
You don't have to worry about
and like
that.
the fine print at the bottom of the contract, if you happen to die, your body will be used for necromantic magic to be resummoned.
To be
and
fair,
fight
even
field.
if you don't sign your body over to the government, even if you're not like you don't join the military, but you like join a militia. If there's an undead
Yeah.
dude, if there's a necromancer there, you're
still
still
just
your
gonna
body's
do it,
still
but-
getting
yeah.
getting taken from you. It just is.
That it's just to avoid like
Oh.
legal headaches or something.
No,
Like that's
you're
just in the
gonna have
contract there.
everyone on this tier list. You just he died. Now I got an undead berserker. Oh, he died. Now I
Yeah.
got an undead pyromancer.
I mean, the
Not a
necromancer is
paladin.
definitely gonna be the guy that you freaking bring in at the very end of the battle, just resummon everyone, and then freaking he leaves. Like it's gonna be like a freaking.
I mean,
contractor sort of
technically,
thing.
I mean, this is the one that we can actually like. We haven't been pointing at solo leveling, but you can actually point at solo. You'd basically be the dude from solo leveling at this point.
It is
Yeah,
completely broken.
I feel like you're gonna be like a freaking contractor on the battlefield. You're gonna show up. You're gonna freaking raise the dead that are there at like towards the end of the battle. You're gonna be like, well, I'm just gonna be here directing these guys from a very
Yeah.
far distance.
Let me see. Hold up, Jordan.
And then
Jordan
we have-
Mace. Hold up, Jordan Mace. I got a thing. Necromancer is good because you can bring back dead enemies to your side and dead allies. And if the allies' family has a problem with it, just make soldiers sign a contract that allow them to do it. Or better yet,
That's what I was good about.
you can kill their family and then bring their family back as
Right.
well. And then that's the
That's
problem.
what-
Problem solved.
That's what I was
Could
going on
someone
about.
not
with
summon the
contract,
undead though? Like in the same way.
Yeah. Well, I would.
Ne-
Well, one thing I would say that a weakness, if we're going to talk about a weakness, we gotta talk about a weakness. Unlike the summoner, the necromancer has a very clear and intense weakness to any type of blessing or holy magic. So like a paladin wouldn't necessarily fuck over a summoner immediately, but a paladin would fuck over a necromancer without even really having to try all that hard.
Yeah.
Same thing with a priest or
paladins-
anybody else who uses any sort of holy anything.
And
Yeah,
and
paladins
more
and clerics have
somewhat
definitely
limited
been.
to the dead bodies around for summoning numbers. Though on a battlefield, that's not going to be a problem.
The
Yeah,
thing I don't,
it's not gonna be an
yeah, on a
issue.
battlefield that won't be an issue. But even so, I don't really care about that all that much because the necromancer has other spell. It's not like the summoner. Their only thing is summoning. The necromancer summoning is like one small part of many other things that they can do. Like they have complete control over life and death magic. Like they could do a lot of different stuff. It's not just
like
they fuck with souls and all kinds of different other stuff. They can actually go into battle and fight without having anybody like summoning
That's
anyone,
true.
and they can
Well,
fight
like,
just fine.
I know I'm pulling this from D&D, but something like Ray of Enfeeblement, you make a person feel weaker because you're basically making them more sickly.
Yeah.
Dog,
That's
that's duty
Uh,
tier. I'm thinking of like, oh hey, you now no longer
yeah,
your
start
flesh is
somewhere,
muscle. Your skin no longer exists. You're fucking like Sauron was a fucking necromancer. You know?
Yeah,
Like,
there's a lot of
We
good
have to
shit
talk about
necromancer.
all levels, not just the high levels.
Another thing.
Well,
you gotta
even not
remember
just
when
high
you-
levels, at like level 1, you're still like you're not. I'm not saying you're like gonna be able to like fight as well as a berserker in a melee combat, but most necromancers like have melee capability on top of being able to like death touch, necrotic damage.
I would suggest very
fucking-
hard that a necromancer not come anywhere within 30 yards of a fucking berserker, because that is a very
What, any
short
melee
fight.
class?
That's an unbelievably
just a
short fight.
necromancer from
No.
Diablo.
It's,
But here's the thing. That's gonna be
it's
like a
nuclear
soldier.
option. It's a nuclear
I'm gonna be
option,
honest
because
here.
The
You're-
necromancer would just like death touch. Berserker dies, but like he's got an axe in his head.
Not necessarily.
I'm gonna.
But also,
But you understand why?
Yeah, I do, but it depends on it would depend on the berserker. But yeah, I get what you're saying. But I mean, again, I think you're underselling how or overselling how easy it would be for you to be able to physically touch someone who's coming at you with dual wielding axes, who's hitting a lot harder, a lot faster, and is a lot more skilled than you are.
With range.
I would not. I'm not putting my palm on that dude, like at all. I'm not touching him.
Imagine you run
Well,
into
you
the
don't even have
one.
to touch.
Well, no,
you
the
run
death
into
touch,
one
death touch, you do
berserker.
have to touch. It's like within a foot or two.
Yeah.
It's
No,
super close.
that's just
That's the
one of the
bit.
examples.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Necromancers can still.
But if you're, yeah.
Yeah, I get
The
what you're
goal
saying.
of all
Necromancer
life
come
is
back to
death
life.
type shit, you know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, at full power, but
imagine if
again,
you-
at full power of again, like that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of you guys are going into like level 100, 200, 500 this, and you're kind of disregarding that the other classes what they would be like at that same
Yeah,
level.
They have that. Imagine you
Well,
run
even
into
if you
the
go to
one
level
berserker.
1.
Imagine you run into the one berserker that's like freaking carrying around the 500-pound warbow.
500 pounds. It's just guts. It's just guts' sword, but a bow. Just
Exactly.
It's like why?
Literally, like disembowels 5 people in a lane.
It would
Freaking
it would
gone.
disembowel so many more than 5 people. Like,
No, man.
So many dead.
that shit
You
is.
have like 100-pound arrows you're sending at 60 miles per hour.
Y'all ever seen that video of the rail cannon firing through like 20 cement blocks in a row or something? Let me see if I can find it. It's
You turn into a human railgun, freaking.
it's
Be like
hilarious.
that, but a row of soldiers.
Rail gun.
Exactly.
Let me see if I can find this. Yeah, this thing. Oh, mute that. Anyway, yeah.
That'd be wild.
Yeah, no, that'd be great. Let me see
Yeah.
something. Hold on. Come here. So wait, where are we putting him? Are we putting him in S? Are we putting him? I don't think we're gonna put him in S because he does have a clear weakness. And I
But are
still.
we being attacked by
I
holy
feel like
people?
he'd be on par with the summoner. He has a lot more you can do.
I
in
think he
should be
close
better
range.
than-
I think he would be above the
No.
summoner, but I don't think he should be S.
I think he's below.
Yeah,
I feel like
I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
Why is he below?
I feel
Yeah, guys, look at this. Look,
So I
look.
feel
If
like
you haven't seen if you haven't seen it before, look, this is the rail cannon. This would be what that bow would look like if he fucking just blasted.
You
It would
fire
just
that off.
it would just yeah, look. It would just be like, Jesus, look at this. This is so cool. You guys have a
He may
delay,
not be
so you're
able
not.
to aim, but he sends it across the entire battlefield.
It
So
just
it
shoots.
doesn't matter.
And that's the kind of shit that's the kind of shit the summoner's gonna have to be worried about with his little wall of skeleton dudes with shields. It's like, good luck, summoner. That's what a berserker boist looks like. Okay, enough. Let's get back to what we were doing. Anyway, let me see. Jordan Meso. I want everyone to thank Jordan Meso because he's the only reason this stream is still going. just letting you guys know right now. Necromancers would be a hated class by not just paladins, but religious people in general. Imagine hearing that when you die, instead of meeting Jesus, you get brought back as a zombie. Well, it's just your body. As long as the necromancers make it clear, I think you'd be surprised what humans would allow when they get put into a position of survival. Like all of the stuff that we're arguing about right now in our society about everything from abortion to trans stuff, all of this. The only reason why this is even a conversation is because we really don't have that many problems right now. If we had serious problems, we were in the middle of a massive war, people were dying, we were sick, plague, no money, people were burning money on the streets just to keep themselves warm, we would not be arguing whether or not men are women and women are men. Like these are like none of this shit would be
pre-World War II Germany. Freaking.
Yeah, well, I'm saying like, well, they didn't have that fucking problem. I guarantee you. Like the only
No, they literally did pre-World War II. Yeah.
No, I'm saying they didn't have the problems with like the like trans and
no, not that.
and like abortion and should we be teaching religion in schools? Like this is shit that people this is problems people create when they don't have real problems to deal with. They just start inventing shit to argue about. But like if we were actually invaded by like every fictional alien invading race imaginable and we were on the verge of extinction, nobody would be arguing. I mean, there might be some, but we would be ignoring them. We would be bringing dead people back to life to help defend us because it's literally extinction if we don't. That's exactly what it would be. One thing that was actually really good about this was, if anyone ever seen Battlestar Galactica, I've actually never seen the whole show, but there's this one part where the show was pretty good at balancing, like the. Did someone just say I seen that? But they were like a mile away from their mic. So the show was pretty good at balancing politics within the setting that the world existed in. So you had like liberal people in it, and you had like conservative people in it, and there was this very, very liberal senator who was forced to make abortion completely 100% illegal and basically go against her own beliefs. And the reason why she had to do this is because humanity was on the verge of extinction. And she had to, and like there was another politician in the show that just wanted to do it because that was his beliefs. He's like, abortion's wrong. Her whole thing was like, no, abortion is healthcare or whatever. It was the normal argument, but she had to go against her beliefs specifically because the human race was about to be completely wiped out, and they needed more people. They needed to repopulate, and for the good of the species, she had to take away the rights. And the show didn't look at you and be like, we're telling you this is right or we're telling you this is wrong. They're just like, look at this really tough situation we're putting these characters in, and it was pretty cool. I like what they did there. But my point is that like in a world where this would actually be going on, we would not be discussing the morality of these types of things. It would just be like, will this help us survive? Okay, do it. Like when it really boils down to humanity, that is what we do. It's just we're just very bored right now. Like we just don't have enough shit going on. It's just
we need to make up our own problems.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think we. Well, I mean, look at the history of humanity. We've never not had problems before. Like we've always had something horrible going on that we needed to deal with. I honestly think. I mean, if you believe in, if you believe in, in evolution, I don't see how you don't see, like, what is like us constantly like having to fight each other as just evolutionarily part of who we are as people. We have been fighting for so long as a species that when we don't have anything to fight, we just fucking fall apart. Like, we have to have something.
I call that the hypothetical saber-tooth moment, because we're always scared of that saber-tooth we don't see. And that's encoded in our DNA.
Didn't we, like, wipe them out of existence?
Where did we even exist at the same time as saber-tooth? I'm not good with the ages. I don't know when people were stuff.
We did.
It was, but I mean, that's the thing. I think we almost have ingrained paranoia in our DNA because, like I said, that was just an example. Like, I call it the hypothetical.
I don't think paranoia. I don't think paranoia is the right word though. I don't think it's paranoia. It's like what's that thing that's going online? It's going around online where it's like it's like a meme. It's like they're like, oh, how girls want to die. Sleeping in bed surrounded by family, how men want to die, and it shows like some dude in a knight's armor like going to war and like slowly getting killed and hit with arrows, and it's like, that's badass, and like dudes want to go out fighting. That's not because there is some truth to that, and that's not because of paranoia. It's there's just something ingrained with us. Like we keep pretend. I feel like society was created and it is pushed forward for the sole purpose to make us act antithetical to how we want to act, like antithetical to what is natural for us to act. So some of that is good. Like what is natural for humans to act is, you have a pretty wife. I'm going to kill you and your kids. I'm going to take your wife and I'm going to make her mine. that's probably not the best. So society came together. We're like, let's not do that anymore. Let's create consent. Although I don't know. I feel like they went a little far with that one. That one's a little, but like for the most part, there's like it's like there's stuff that we've done that's good. Yeah, there's stuff that we've done that's really good. But I do think there's certain parts of us that is just ingrained, and society can't really drill it out of us, and struggling to do it. And society's like us as people are sort of backlashing against society, trying to make us into something we're not. Like we're not supposed to be these. We're not supposed to be these sexless, humorless drones that just go to work and stock shelves. Like we're supposed to be, animals. We're supposed to be wild. We're supposed to be.
The rat race.
We're supposed.
I think we always had that. I mean, I always thought that we had that part that we have to. There has to be a problem. There is no point in our history, like you said. There's no point in history that we don't have a problem. And if you don't think about that saber tooth that's not there, it's gonna get you.
Yeah, but I don't. Again, I think you're basing it off of paranoia. I don't think it's paranoia. I think it's what we as people specifically want to do. We like fighting. We like violence. We like drama. We like that sort of energy to be up. It is what we enjoy. And society constantly telling us not to do that, not to behave this way, not to speak this way. It doesn't feel right. It feels wrong. We don't like it. And we lash out when they start to take those things away from us, because it doesn't feel right. And I don't think it has anything to do with paranoia. I think it's just who we are as a species, and and I don't think it's necessarily a wrong thing. It's how, and if you look at every other species on Earth, they're all the same fucking way. Like it just is what we are. I mean, we try to think that we're not animals, but we really have a lot of the same shit that all the other animals have. Anyway, we got way too far off topic. Let's give the next one on the list. We have priest, which is basically just a stand-in for any healer type character. If you wanna have it be a cleric or whatever, it's fine. But it is a healer type.
Isn't this just like the necromancer, other side of the necromancer again? We just did that twice, didn't we?
No. No.
The priest has a lot more.
No, well, it's a lot different. No, it's completely different. A necromancer is combat based. It does more. I mean, it causes death. A priest, healer, whatever, it's a support class. They're two totally different. They're actually opposites for the most part. They're not like. Yeah, they're not two sides of the same coin. They're just straight up two totally different genres of thing. At least with the Berserkers and the pyromancers, they had more or less the same, or a similar role of both being attack based.
We were doing monk. I meant the monk.
Yeah, the monk and the berserker. Yeah, that might be a little closer. Yeah, but I would say the monk and the berserker have a lot more in common than the.
Fair enough.
Okay. This one I mean. We would need this class, like 100%. This class would be an absolute necessity. But how many people would actually want to be this class? I feel like you'd get a lot of chicks being the healer. Well, that's not necessary. Well, okay, in games,
you'd have a lot of medic type people.
In games, that's what I was about to say. In video games, most people I would say don't want to be the healer. They want to be the dude who rushes into battle. But in real life, when you're the guy on the front lines, I think most people would want to be the healer, especially once you get on the front lines. You realize it actually kind of sucks. Like there are certain people who have it ingrained in them that they get on the front lines and they see their friend get blown to pieces in front of them, and they're like, oh, and they jump in and hack dudes into pieces, and they're like, oh, I can't wait to go back. And then you have other dudes who are like, you know what? I'll be the bitch in the back that heals those dudes, because nope, that's not my thing. So yeah,
my God.
I think you get a lot of healers.
Who was that jerk? Who was that World War II veteran that has like 0 PTSD? It's like, well, other people were afraid of, they had their wives and their family back home. I didn't have no girlfriend, just a couple of females, so I just went in there.
Well,
started killing.
Well, the story I told you was a true story that was based around a cousin that I had. So like a cousin that I had, I don't even think I'm allowed to tell you what he does, but he was on a mission where he snuck on board a ship of another country that I'm not allowed to tell you what country it was. And he snuck on board this ship, and the whole point was they were up there to kill some people. And they got up there, and it went wrong, and the dude in front of him, they were like walking down this hallway, and the dude in front of him got blown up. They tossed a grenade, and he blew up, and his guts went in my cousin's face, and my cousin like fired through his friend to kill the dudes on the other side on the whole. They succeeded in the mission, but they lost like 2 dudes. And once he got home, he got like super antsy. Once he was home, he didn't want to be home anymore. So he was like, dude, when I get deployed again? Like I gotta be out there doing something. Like this is boring. It was something in his brain he couldn't just do. He couldn't just be. Like he couldn't just go and have a job. What's up?
Adrenaline is extremely addictive.
Well, it's not necessarily. Well, yeah, maybe. But it can't just be adrenaline because like a lot of dudes get adrenaline and shit and that kind of stuff. But the stuff like having your friend blow up in front of you, like it hits you, and for some people it just straight up doesn't. It just doesn't hit them. Like it does not affect them in the same way. I've never been to war. Most people tell me that if I did, I would be that type of person, which is probably a good reason why I haven't been to war. It's probably the best because like I'm not particularly emotional. I don't cry. I had a friend of mine shot in front of me. I was involved in drug running and stuff when I was younger, and some shit happened, and it just never bothered me. Luckily, I think if I went to war, I would be a far more fucked up person than I am currently. So it's probably for the best that didn't end up happening. But So anyway, back to the point. I think that there would be people who would want to be the healer because it's not a video game. It's real. They don't actually want to be on the front lines of war doing the fighting. So you'd get a lot of healers. I wouldn't necessarily want to be a healer.
Well, the thing is,
isn't
the healer, healing people in the battlefield because it's.
Yeah, but they're not. Yeah, true. But you have bigger dudes who are defending you. You don't have to be on the front lines. You don't have to stick a spear in some dude's face. You don't have to defend or shield or actually fight. You're with them in the back, healing from afar, trying to stay away. Huh? Like any mage, like any mage, you will be targeted. Actually, probably more so than a normal mage. You're probably going to be targeted, but that's for sure. But
I think there would be more retaliation if you targeted the healers, though.
Yeah, but this is different than a medic.
Same as real life.
Yeah, but this is different than a medic. But this is different than a medic because medics pull. Let me finish. Medics pull dudes off the field of battle who have already been shot down. So it's like the fight's over. The medic's not attacking you. That guy who he's saving is not about to come back out and fight you again. He's done. There's a certain sometimes the Japanese did not have that respect when they were fighting against the Americans, but most of the time there's a certain respect for the medics. But a healer is not the same thing, and I think that respect's gonna go right out the fucking window. For one, you're fighting beings that aren't human, so they probably have totally different rules. But also, that healer is healing people during the fight, allowing them to continue fighting on right now. You would have to take out the healers because you won't be able. I can't take out that tanky dude until I take out that healer. It's like a necessity. So I think the healers, there's not that respect for medics is not going to be the case here.
Well, they're not totally defenseless either because they do have holy attacks that do something.
Mostly defenseless.
Probably less than the necromancer.
Technically not. I do want to say this though. You're not going to be on the front lines as a freaking cleric. You're going to be in the back line, far back lines, even before the artillery.
Well, not if you need. Not if you.
The medics are the paladins. They're going to be the people who are dragging them out from the front line back to you.
Yeah,
making sure they don't horribly die.
Yeah,
they're going to stabilize them, bring them back to you so that you can get them fully healed up to go right back out there.
Unless you get that Fire Emblem medics that can heal people from the other side of the fucking battlefield.
Oh god.
Those medics are broken, dude. In that game, those medics are fucking. It's like Jesus Christ, bro. Yeah, but if you never played Fire Emblem, you can up their stats and you can up the range of their healing, and by the end of the game, you can literally be on one side of a battlefield and heal. And the start of the game, you could just set up your medic literally anywhere, and he can heal anyone all across the entire battlefield. It's just like, well, that's just fucking broken now, I guess.
As far as the eye can see, you will be healed.
You don't even need to see him.
Well, I mean,
there's no way he could see him from that far.
Anything that a paladin could do, you would. Any support thing a paladin could do,
Smells them.
A priest should be able to do, but generally better.
Way better.
Not the combat that the paladin does. Like,
Yeah, way better. I would normally when I think of paladins, I think paladins can support and buff like a couple of dudes, you know, and whereas like legitimate healers, they don't necessarily buff in the same ways. But like when I picture just like a healer, it's like, dude, you're letting like holy rain fall upon a battlefield. Like everyone's just good. You know what I mean? Just like I'm just letting it rain.
Groups.
Yeah, it's
again.
Go ahead.
I feel like the paladins are going to be the ones in danger. You're going to be the guy in the field tent in the back that's healing everyone, and unless they go and attack that expressly, you're going to be mostly fine.
I don't think you're going to be fine because I think they're absolutely going to attack that expressly. Especially if we're talking about people, especially if we're talking about like aliens invading to the point that they have like ships and shit, they could fly above and attack anywhere they want.
Ships. I mean, you're gonna have people attacking those. You're gonna have protection way back there, even if they are trying to attack.
You do, but then we're getting to the same situation where you have to constantly rely on people protecting you.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah,
That's where
of course you're gonna
Where
rely
are you
on
on the
people
priority
protecting
list, though? I guess would be the important thing then. On like,
I mean, you'd be a high priority, but we're still talking about the idea that you're entirely reliant on other people and are not in control of your own
well,
self.
I mean, you could probably still do holy attacks, like a holy ball of light as attack, but
Sure, but how
Yeah,
much
that's kind
damage
of
is it going to
that's
do?
not
of
the
the
best.
healing-
At least it's something, though.
That would be
kind
that.
of the healing archetype. You rely on others so that they don't stab you. They stab the guy that you just healed, who's then gonna come back and get healed again.
Yeah, but that also. But how oftentimes do you go online to like play and you're like, man, my fucking teammates suck.
A fair amount of it.
Oh,
Actually,
okay.
I go.
All right. Well,
friggin-
this is one of those
I'll be the guy that
situations.
switches to
This is
frickin'
one.
medic.
Yeah, this is one of those situations. But if you die, it's permanent. So that's.
Yeah, I'm gonna be the guy in the back that makes sure they don't die. I
Team-
prefer to be that because they're freaking bad.
Team a paladin up with a
Got
summoner.
shot.
Team a paladin up with a summoner, and just like keep the summoner alive and heal all the summons, and then just like, and then like the summoner could be like, hey, give me your fucking. The summoner could like give the healer his little shield wall of fucking skeleton dudes. Throw a paladin in there too.
Yeah.
And a berserker, why not?
Yeah.
You got a paladin. Actually, that's a pretty
Well,
good.
of
That's a
course
pretty
a
good team.
berserker. You gotta have someone with a railgun there. I mean.
Yeah. That's actually a really good team. Technically, if you got a summoner, a paladin, healer, and a berserker, that is a solid. You're missing a long range attacker, unless you give.
What do you mean? You have the railgun.
Unless you're giving the
What?
railgun, the
What?
railgun
What if you
situation.
throw the pyromancer in there?
well, no, a summoner could be a long range attacker. Just summon skeletons of arrows or whatever.
Damn it, we are never going to agree with this.
Skeleton above them, all the way over on the other side.
We are never going to agree on the utility of the summoner as you define him. I'm not seeing it. Like they're not. It's not. Go ahead.
I do find the concept of summoning something really big and heavy in the air above the enemies really far away to be really funny. Just crush them.
It'll literally be the scene from the MonsterVerse where Ghidorah drops Godzilla and he falls down in the middle of the city.
Literally.
It's like Jesus Christ. You want to chill out? All right.
Summoners are the ultimate utility, surely.
You just remove that entire part of the battlefield. Now there's just like a giant golem there.
All right,
Let me see.
we're moving west.
Hold up, Jordan Meso. So basically, Overwatch kill Mercy so you can take down Sigma. I don't even know what that is. And the other tanks, and killing
Tank?
medics is a war crime. So yeah, you're screwed. Well, in World War II, I don't think there was any such thing as war crimes, or at least it was very young. The war crime. There were. It was.
That was World War One.
Yes, thank you. World War One. You are correct. But targeting medics is I mean, I just don't see alien invaders giving a shit about what we consider war crimes.
They didn't sign the Geneva Convention, so
yeah, I don't think they would give a fuck about
Neither
what we
did the
consider.
demons.
And again, I think the rules of what would be of whether or not you were allowed to kill medics would change if we were actively healing frontline fighters to continue the fight and not die. That would be different because you're no longer like just helping dudes who can't fight anymore. You're actually like you're a problem. Like I literally cannot kill
We're
those
replenishing
dudes.
the soldiers.
Yeah.
Okay, but I think those would be rather. Oh, you know what? I just thought of something interesting. Healers would probably be one of the easiest people to level up because, well, you just heal people. It would probably be only relatively high level.
I feel like
It would
you
be
would be
relatively
because you're
high
on a
level.
yeah, you're gonna be on an entire battlefield full of freaking dying people, and you're gonna be healing them like back to back. This is gonna be some freaking
Oh no, I mean I'm
literal
thinking
like
before
speed
the war,
clinic
like
stuff.
100 years before.
Even,
Like
yeah, even before, you're still
Yeah.
gonna have that.
Just go into
Yeah,
any.
that's
Just
like-
go into hospitals. Every hospital in your city, and just go from room to room.
Yeah.
And the
You got
doc.
the sniffles,
Oh
the
my god,
Lord.
dude! The entire pharmaceutical the pharmaceutical complex and it would
They'd
all
hunt you
collapse.
down.
It would collapse. They can't hunt you down. If there's like millions of healers all across the world now, they can't hunt you down. What they're gonna hunt down? They're gonna hunt down 10% of the entire fucking population of the country. No, they would just they would collapse.
Yeah,
There's nothing they could do about it.
They're gonna have to majorly restructure pretty much, and like doctors
I mean, that's the
being
thing.
as freaking like
Priests
important.
would be doctors.
Go the way of Blockbuster.
Exactly, that's the point.
They would
It's gonna-
literally
it's
they
gonna
would
be
literally have
practically
to
like
become
contracting.
they would
It's gonna be
literally
like contracting.
they would have to be far more open about the fact that they're drug dealers. Like they would, because
I mean, yeah.
it would, because
That's
like
the thing,
that would be the only reason why people would go for them at that point is because they actually want the drugs, not because they want to get better.
Yeah. It would either be that, or they go the way of contractors, where they employ a lot of priests, and then they have those, and then you have like separate contractors that are by themselves. So
Well, I
it's
mean,
pretty
I
much
think-
just do that.
But I think this would be the method of how you would utilize priests per se. Like low-level priests, they're in the back.
Punisher
healing
kids.
people. Yeah. Anyways, but mid and higher level priests, those are the ones you'd see on the battlefield being in the thick of it, because well, those would be the
Yeah, those
best
were
ones that
homies
could
with
defend
God.
themselves and survive. But I
Yeah,
mean, logistically, that's where it would be like, if all the low-level priests, back lines, safety, healing people, get them to the front lines, mid, usually in the middle of the battlefield.
So I joked about
that's most
Right below. Right
I
below
joked about
the,
this with
Probably,
I joked about this with the paladin
Step on
of
her.
being homies with God and just calling in a favor. I feel like if you were a high level priest, you probably could actually do that. Like just call
Oh my
call
God,
up
Will.
Jesus, just call up your freaking homie Jesus Christ to freaking lay.
Jeezy.
Jesus Christ.
Well, it would
Jesus Christ.
it would depend on the fiction. It would depend on the fiction. It would
Yeah,
depend
it
on
would.
if the heal again. I just put priest as a placeholder because it gave me a fun way of making fun of them. But the like it could literally be any like healing type group. Like it doesn't not all healers from all fictions specifically get their powers from God. It could just be some kind of healing magic or whatever. So maybe,
Oh God.
but maybe not.
What is the
healer's more screwed.
Gunner anime redo of the healer?
I haven't I don't know Gunner anime. I haven't seen it.
Isn't that the one where he literally like buys a slave? And
No,
he's like,
that's-
man,
Yeah.
slavery's
Yes.
wrong, but I'm
No.
gonna buy the slave anyways to
Wait.
treat her right.
Is it? No, wait. That's Rising
think
Rising of
so.
the Is he talking about Rising of the Shield Hero?
No,
Oh,
no,
freaking
no.
hell, no.
'Cause that
Redo
one-
of the hero.
No,
healer,
there's a
healer,
lot.
whatever.
No, but
There's a lot
I'm
of
saying
those.
Rising of the Shield Hero. Nefumi's the main character, and he goes off and he buys a slave. But it's not a.
But he
it's-
doesn't buy it for that reason.
No, it's not a sex thing. It's
Wow.
actually really cool. It's a good part of the story. I not recently. It was a couple months ago. I started watching Rising of the Shield Hero, and it's
I only watched the first season.
in my opinion, honestly, out of all of the whole isekai overpowered character
Yeah,
goes
it's-
into another world, it's like probably the best one I've seen. I think a lot of the other ones are pretty shit.
No, it's really solid, but that surprisingly happens a lot where the person gets in, buys a slave, and says they're doing it for the right reason. That can be done well, and that can be done bad.
He's not a
Nefumi
half-
does not say he does it for the right reasons. Nefumi's like a really good, like heroic dude, and then a
his
bunch
was
of
because
fucked
he was
up shit.
desperate, wasn't he?
No, it was a bunch of fucked up shit happened to him, and he like lost his heroic spirit basically, and he was just like done with
Yeah.
everybody, and he just stopped caring. And yeah, he knew what he was doing was wrong, and he just didn't give a shit. And he was just like it was, yeah. But it's like it's all part of his character arc, and the girl's character arc who starts with an R. I'm forgetting the slave girl's name, but no, they have a really nice relationship. It's a good show. I enjoy it. I actually need to finish it. I'm like 3 seasons in. I got like one more season or something to finish. But yeah,
how good are the next seasons?
I liked them. I really liked them. I really liked them. I stopped because I binged it. I don't like binge things super long. Raptalia. Thank you, chat. Yeah, they said Raptalia. That's her name. But yeah. So I was binging it, and I'm not much of a binger. I can only binge for so long before I just get bored of shit. So I stopped and I started watching other things. I went back to it. But out of all of the stuff that I watched, because I watched that. I watched Slime, the Slime one. I watched Overlord. Like, I watched a bunch of those, go into another world and become like a broken, overpowered guy. And out of all of them, I liked Rising of the Shield Hero the most. I thought Overlord was meh. I thought the Slime show wasn't very good. Remonster was terrible. Yeah, I don't think I'm a huge... I like the concept of the genre, but I've only seen one anime that I genuinely liked that was in that genre, and that was Rising of the Shield Hero. I don't think I liked any of the other ones.
I feel like Overlord, there were more interesting characters you saw for like one season, they freaking disappeared, and there was no freaking... There was no suspense because you knew the freaking Ainzul.
Well, he's OP. Like...
It's not necessarily that he's. It's not. It's my issue. My issue with it isn't that he's overpowered, because you can have overpowered and still have a really good show. My issue with it is that everything is too easy. Like, it's not just the action, not just the invasions. Everything. Literally every idea he has, everything he says, everything that comes out of his mouth. All of it, taking over the world, it's all way too easy. There's no challenge whatsoever. When anyone who speaks to him views him as a fucking tactical genius and this amazing thing, there are so many accidental things where he just does something. And I get it's supposed to be humorous, where he does something that has nothing to do with like what everyone thinks it does. Like, he just did it.
Tricking themselves into thinking he's smart.
That he's like, yeah, and I'm watching it, and I'm just like, okay, you do that once, it's funny, but this is like the whole show. Like, it's just scene after scene after scene of you just fumbling through, and somehow everyone thinking that you're like the whole thing with the king of, I'm forgetting the name of the village. Like, he goes to fight in the arena, and the king just so happens to be meeting with the other kings to forge an alliance so they can go.
It was planned.
And he's like, oh shit! Like he knew we were meeting here, and he's just toying with me. And it's like, it was actually just him just showing up at the arena just for shits and giggles, And it's like, and it was just like that. And at that point in the show, it's like, okay, this is like the 9th time this has happened. And again, I binged it. I binged all 4 seasons. So I saw like all 9 of those things happen within a couple of days, and I was like, it happened to and I'm like, it's just gonna keep fucking happening. I think the best parts of Overlord is where the perspective changes away from him, and you see the people that he's about to fuck over, like the lizard men are.
Like the lizards. There's that one with the bounty hunter or something that was trying to
butler one, where you follow the butler.
Yeah. Like
that guy.
Yeah, those are the best
parts. Those are all more interesting because they actually have to struggle to do stuff.
Every time we go back to Ainzun Gol, I'm like, okay, I'm about to be bored for a couple episodes. Like, it's like whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's not even that. And even so, like you'd think, with Nefumi, for instance, in Rising of the Shield Hero, the relationships between all of the characters evolve. Like, Nefumi's relationship with the other heroes evolves over time, as does his relationship with Raftalia and Flo. Flowey? Flo? I think it's Flo. All of their relationships evolve. Ainzun Gol has the exact same relationship with all of his underlings that he had during the first episode currently. Nothing changes. There's nothing he can do to get on their bad side. There's nothing they could ever do to make him angry for more than a couple of minutes at a time. Like, I am literally... Well, like, it feels like an episodic show that's not episodic. And it's like, this does not feel...
It's because they're NPCs.
This does not feel like a... But they're not NPCs. They're not NPCs anymore. But they're supposed to be alive.
They still follow the programming, though. But they still follow the programming that was set beforehand for their NPC programming.
That's not true. They said, like, Ainzun Gold talks about how they could possibly grow. They just never do. And the
He's
idea,
afraid of it, yeah.
and
I've
even
never seen him do it other than Sebas.
And even yes, but the fact that Sebas means that they can happen, it just never happens in a way that's in any way challenging to. And also, even if you wanted to say that they were NPCs and they can't and they're not capable of evolving, that's not a defense of the writing within the show. It's still that's a bad story decision if you wanted to do that.
No, it's still bad. I'm just saying that's the reason why they.
Yeah, I know, but a reason for a bad story decision to exist does not make it good. You know
Doesn't
what I
mean
mean?
so. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, you're right.
It's still not fun to watch or see evolve.
If we're talking on that point, ultimately he can really just like erase all their memories and rewrite them however he wants. I think.
Which is not fun.
We don't know.
Again, that guy would suck.
Yeah.
It's not fun, but like what that guy's arguing.
Like it's not a good show, but yeah. Someone down. I'm gonna read Jordan's in a second, but he said I couldn't get through the latest season of Shield Hero. Found it really slow. I haven't gotten to the latest season. There's 4 seasons, right? I think I'm on 3.
I've only watched the first.
Okay, I think I'm on. I think I have the rest of this season and one more season. I'm on the season where he has to fight the giant turtle, and it is slower than season 1 and 2 for sure. I hope it doesn't continue getting slower and slower. I don't know. We'll see. But so far, season 1, season 2 is really good. They fight the giant turtle, and I'm kind of hoping like the turtle shit gets over because I don't care that much about the turtle shit. But which is probably one of the reasons why I moved on to other stuff, and one of the reasons because I binged season 1 and 2 no problem. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I like it so far. I've stuck with it the longest. Slime I couldn't stand for basically all the same reasons. I actually think Slime is worse in a lot of ways than Overlord with the same issues that I was talking about. Like you said it yourself. Like the NPCs have a reason for this. The same exact shit happens in Slime, except they're actually not NPCs. It's just like everyone just is always on board with everything this dude does, no matter what, and it's super annoying. And I just don't. It's a cool concept for a genre, but I think everyone who's done the genre, as far as so far, has done it poorly because I don't care about any of the characters or situations that happen in any of these shows.
There's one that I've read. It's like Karate Master in Another World. The main idea is that a Karate Master goes, the whole Isekai thing happens, he gets hit by a truck, and he literally just gets dropped in. The god did not care about him. He just gets dropped into the middle of the woods, and he has to literally survive to try and make it as far as he can. And he just gets dropped in there. He has to struggle through survival. And all he has is just martial arts that he learned in the other world.
It wasn't.
And like
It wasn't that the god didn't care. It's that he chose not to get any of the powers. She
Hold up,
offered him powers, and he said, "No, I just want karate."
Can you turn your mic volume down, guy? Like you're extremely loud.
I think he was just like, wait, what the frick are you on about? And he just dropped him off in there. I don't think he did that. If I'm not wrong, I read it fairly recently. I don't remember that.
Let me read Jordan Meso's thing because he sent something a while ago. All right, doctors, surgeons, dentists, any and all medical professions except maybe paramedics would be obsolete because of healers. As why would I pay all this? Yeah, I mean that's basically what I was talking about. Like the entire medical system would completely shut down and fall apart if healers existed. And one thing that would be really interesting to see and how that would affect the real world is healthcare would be 100% privatized. They wouldn't have a choice. They would not be able to make that not privatized because literally every single person on earth can be their own healer. Like the only it would almost be getting medical would almost be like a mechanic, you know? Yes, you could take your car to a mechanic shop, but most people know a mechanic. Most people have a mechanic in their family, or they know someone who knows about cars, or they can go online to look up how to fix little stuff on their own and kind of figure it out. Most people do not have to use mechanics. I don't know, maybe it's different in where you guys live. I haven't brought my car to a mechanic in years. Don't need to. And it would kind of be a similar situation, you know? Like healers are everywhere. So it's like you would never have to go to a hospital ever. Oh, my fucking knee is cracking. Hey, what's wrong with my knee? Healer looks at it. Psh, it's not cracking anymore. Thanks, man. And that was maybe if you want to, maybe you could start your own practice and start charging people money for it. But why would anyone pay for it? You know, I just think there'd be it would completely change everything. It would be great.
Hey, home slice, buy me a beer. You're good to go.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Like I'm gonna pay for my fucking cancer treatment with a 6-pack. You know, can you get rid of my cancer? I'll give you these Bud Lights. All right. Anyway, sorry, we went way off topic talking about the fucking Isekai shows. Let's get back to the. So where should we put priests at?
See?
Because honestly, this is one of the ones where I think it's almost. I think the other ones aren't entirely up to debate, or not necessarily up to debate, but up to your own personal opinions. But I think when it comes to healer, this is the most up to a personal opinion that you can have. Because it's really just depending on what kind of person you are. Like, I wouldn't personally want to be a healer, but like, it would be one of the best ones, I imagine. Like,
I feel like it'd be an A situation because it is required. You need healers; they need to be there.
And a lot of people would want to be healers. A lot of people would want to be healers. Like I said, to stay off the front lines, they would want to be healers. I mean, how many people want to be war medics? They want to help. They want to serve. They just don't want to kill people and fight. I mean, there's a lot of people, and you don't even need to learn all the doctor shit in order to do this. You would just get healing magical powers. Like I think a lot of people would be healers. A lot of people.
Maybe A makes sense. So.
Mention you'll be towards the back lines. You'll be protected by practically everyone else. You're being targeted.
So the question,
target the guys that are freaking destroying the other side of the army first before they target you.
So the question is, where on A would it be?
I guess it would depend on A's fill a lot of targets because everyone in A would be targeted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
far, everyone.
Who would be the most targeted?
I feel like it
probably
would be
healers.
The bottom because you won't be able to protect yourself as much, even if you are being protected by others.
Probably healers would probably be the most targeted. I would assume healers would be the absolute most.
I imagine that are the least self-protected.
You're going to try to be targeted the most out of everyone. However, you're going to be protected the most out of everyone.
So I'm gonna put it at the bottom of A.
Is going to be. Yeah, I feel like a summoner. They're going to be assumed. Yeah, you can probably protect yourself. Same for a necromancer. For a healer, you're going to be protected by everyone. They're going to assume, yeah, you can't really do much. So
if you get left one-on-one, you're fucked.
That's a good point. Somebody said
if they're left one-on-one.
Hold up. So Chris Johnson said, I wonder if you will like ReZero. I've seen ReZero. I found it to be misery porn. To be fair, I only saw like half of the first season. So that's not really enough to give a proper judgment, but I just found it to be misery porn for no reason. As for, there's another one with Koshi. He made a good point. Do you think you'd ever bother? Wait, no. Do you think they'd ever bother about learning biological science if they could heal everything up anyways? I do, because there's more to studying biology than just like curing shit. Understanding the body can help us with all manner of stuff, not just helping shit, but actually improving what already exists. So yeah, I do think we just wouldn't do it for the same reasons. Because you wouldn't try to study cancer for the sole purpose of like curing it because you have healing, but you would still study cancer because you would want to know what is cancer, where's it come from, how can you utilize it, shit, might even be able to turn into a weapon. You know, you never know. You would still study it. But yeah, to a certain extent, certain research wouldn't stop, but it would change. Research, how we research and why we research biology would be different. That's essentially my way of putting it. Okay. Next up, we have the Beastmaster. This is probably another one that I probably have a little bit of a soft spot for. It's like, I guess you could say it's like a shitty summoner that is better at fighting. I guess, kind of. Like a shitty summoner that's way better at fighting. Does that sound about right?
It still kind of sucks.
It doesn't necessarily
sucks though.
It depends. It depends who's in. Like, if everyone in all of fiction is invading, what if you can control the Tyranids?
I mean, I guess if you're going up against an animalistic force, it'd be better than the summoner. But again, that sort of goes onto the pyromancer sort of thing we were talking about earlier.
Where it's specific.
Yeah.
Well,
you
no,
don't
it
wanna
would.
be-
No,
you
not.
have to go to a specific front.
No, because the Beastmasters don't control temporarily. The Beastmasters control permanently.
Yeah, you'd be
So-
great on that front, and you'd
You
be
wouldn't
able to
just be.
take them
You
in
wouldn't. Yeah, you'd be
to
able to take them
another
off
front.
that front and put them somewhere else, and they would still be able to master those beasts. But
Wait, wouldn't they be good against more animalistic enemies too? Because
that's what we're saying. That's what we're talking about.
That's what we just
no,
said.
I mean, if you can't control them, I think you'd still be. If for some reason this version you can't control, I think you'd still be good at fighting bestial versions of enemies as well.
Yeah, but if there's a beast, I mean, I suppose maybe it depends. I mean, I don't know. It would depend on like what abilities you would have. I mean, a Beastmaster generally controls beasts and can utilize them in fights. Outside of that, I don't know if they. I mean, what abilities do Beastmasters have that do more damage to beasts? I assume they would have something. I can't put my finger on what that would be.
Well, I guess it's kind of like a fighter speciality. Like I was thinking of Rangers. Is Rangers actually on this list? If
Well, I'll tell you this. If we're like going all in on this, like the like level 100 Beastmaster is basically Beastman from He-Man, I'd fucking make that trade. I'd do that. Beastman from He-Man's a fucking
trade.
That's a good trade. Beastman from He-Man's a fucking badass. Like there's like yeah, that's a good one.
I don't think it would be as good as Beastman, but it'd be practically like
Well,
as
can't
you would see on a
Beastmaster
battlefield.
improve their beast? Or am I wrong?
Wait, can Beastman improve their beast?
Beastmaster, like a Beastmaster class, can't they improve?
Yeah, they would be able to. They'd be able to buff it, but
Yeah.
much in the similar way that Summoner would. It,
Oh, that's true. Yeah. But I imagine, I guess
Yeah.
you're basically you're like a more specific summoner.
you are a very specific summoner, but you are very good at.
But that's what
Well,
I mean,
the
like,
thing
you're
that
specific,
the
so
thing
you're
that makes you
better
better.
You could just
Well, the thing that makes you better than a summoner, or the category of combat that you're better than a summoner is physical. Beastmasters are warriors. They can take on paladins and all these other types of things in a like you can like if a summoner comes face to face with a berserker, there's literally nothing he can do if he's too close to him. He's dead. I mean, even if you do summon something, it would not be hard for that berserker to dash through it and get you. If a Beastmaster is on a field of battle, it doesn't matter if you get through all your dudes. A Beastmaster can fight against that berserker. Like they can go.
That's
and they're usually
That
very.
still kind of
and they're
brings
usually-
the. I want to say
Sorry,
that
you can
brings
go.
to the point you're going to still lose to that berserker. is
No,
the
well,
problem. Even
well,
if you
it
take him down with you.
Well, it would
Well,
depend.
if you have
You're
a
still
beast
gonna-
with you.
It would depend. It would
If
not.
you have a beast with you.
It would.
Yeah,
It
but
would
I
depend
mean-
on. It would depend on your build compared to the build of the berserker. Like anything else. I mean.
How
but
do you
you're-
subjugate? How do you subjugate the beast? Are you using like the dog? You just feed it and it comes your friend, or are
magic,
you
whatever. I
like, I'm
imagine.
more powerful than you? And if well, that's not all beastmasters.
I'd assume
Some
it would
beast
be
Well,
like
okay,
intimidating.
so
control
the picture-
other beasts
so the
because
picture-
they earn the respect.
So the picture that that's on the that it's on a thing. I actually can't tell if that's the '90s TV show or the movie. I think that's the movie. Anyway, that's the Beastmaster. If anyone has ever seen Beastmaster,
Yes, the movie
Nobody's
where they
seen-
painted a tiger.
nobody's seen
They
80
paint a tiger.
80s schlock fucking. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yes, I seen that.
The '90s show is actually. Well, I don't know because I haven't seen it since I was a child, but I liked it as a kid. It was a really cool show.
I seen the Beastmaster.
Yeah, I would watch that. I would watch that, and I would
gray
watch.
ferret.
Yeah, I would watch that. I would watch Hercules. The whatever journey Hercules with Kevin Sorbo. Anyway, Beastmaster in that one, he could actually know what beasts were thinking just by like in the vicinity. He just knew what they thought and what they felt, and he just
teleport.
and it was almost like a telepathic sort of connection he had to all beasts, and he would just tell what to do, and they would just fucking do it, and it's like it was like it wasn't like a training thing. It was like if someone attacked if there was like an army of dudes who attacked him riding horses, he could just make their horses like stop and like go away, or like turn, or like if your enemy has like an army of lions or whatever, lions, I don't know why they would do that, but that sounds like fucking chaos. But lions, turn on your fucking masters and kill them, and they just would, and he could just like do this telepathically. So if it's something like that, which is how it is for Beastman in He-Man as well, then I mean, it would be relatively situational. The idea would be to give him beasts beforehand, not expect him to start trade. Like I would send if we know we're going up against something that's like, oh, we're going up against dragon riders, put a couple of beastmasters on the fucking field. Otherwise, like if you're going up against the Illuminates, I don't think no, because I don't think a beastmaster would be able to control voteless. I don't think they'd be able to control. Maybe if it's
like a person.
Yeah. Well, it depends. So Beastmaster would not be able to control that because Beastmaster basically controls animals. Beastman may actually be able to control voteless because he what is classified as a monster for him or a beast for him is very vague. Like he could control all kinds of crazy shit. So yeah, the only thing he really has trouble controlling are dragons. Pretty much anything else he can control no problem. So yeah, it's kind of yeah, so it would just depend. I would say it's like a level thing, right? Like level 20, you're probably controlling tigers and lions and elephants. By the time you're level 50, 60, 70, you're probably controlling mythical creatures. By the time you're level 250, 300, you might control like dudes who turn into werewolves and shit, like actual people, I don't know. I think it would depend, like I said, it would depend on like how you level up and whatnot. But overall, I think this is a pretty good one. I don't think it deserves to be like super high on the list. I wouldn't put it up with priest or anything.
Or like a top of B.
Yeah, I think you putting it in B is fine. It would really depend.
Low A or top of B.
I don't know if I would put it above the
Are you sure it'd be top of B? Because like pyromancer.
I wouldn't. No, that's what I'm saying. I don't think I would put.
Animals.
I don't think I would put it in
fire.
I don't think I would put it.
Like, isn't that a common weakness?
Well, no, it's not the two fighting against one another. It's which one would be better. Yeah. Because if that's the, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't. I've already said it. I wouldn't necessarily put a pyromancer up against like a monk or a berserker and say they would win. They could, but I wouldn't say that necessarily. And I think it wouldn't really be all that hard for an assassin to kill a pyromancer as long as the pyromancer didn't see him first. But yeah, no.
I mean, one added thing of Beastmaster, get them in a jungle, forest, and they'll have a home field advantage, especially in the gorilla-esque fights.
That's true. What do we feel about where he should be compared to the monk and the berserker?
He's more situational than either of them.
What's up?
Yeah, true. That is.
What do you say?
Yeah, the top, because he's still physically capable to like fight on top of the whole.
Yeah, he's physical to fight, and also even if he is a worse summoner, he's still a summoner. Like,
He's not. You keep saying summoner. He's not a summoner. He's not summoning anything.
It's not a summoner.
He's controlling.
He's not summoning stuff, but on specific fronts and bringing stuff back, he brings stuff with him that he controls expressly. Practically a worse summoner because he isn't bringing it up from the ground.
Well, he's not a summoner. He's not a summoner because a summoner can have their summons wherever they are, whenever they want to be there. Yeah, but I just think a comparison to a summoner is a weird one because there's a very different thing. Like it's a difference. It's a difference between you saying like you own a gun and I can summon a gun in my hands. I'm probably gonna kill you.
Necromancer.
You know what I mean? Like go home and get your fucking gun before I shoot you. Good luck. You know what I mean? It's I'm probably better. So I wouldn't say it's a summoner, but yeah, I think
I mean, point is, it still typically is a 2v1.
I think a beastmaster is beating a summoner with prep time. If that makes sense.
With prep time.
I don't know that one.
Home field
Why not?
Like if it's in a
if he can control an entire army of beasts, dragons, whatever you want to say, and he just shows up and it's a summoner versus a beastmaster, and beastmaster had the prep time and prepared this, and now they're going to fight. Now you have two dudes who both have armies fighting each other. The only difference is that the beastmaster is going to whoop the summoner's ass when he gets to him, which is not necessarily the same thing.
If he gets to him.
Yeah, but then you can say the same thing about the summoner. And if the summoner...
No, because the summoner has a more diverse army.
No, that's not with prep time. What? No, not with prep time. That's what I was saying. Not necessarily.
Well, I mean, the summoner could summon any beast.
The summoner is limited by whatever spells or summons that they know and are capable of utilizing, and the beastmaster is limited by the beast that he comes into contact with. They both have limiters. This idea that this is what I'm saying. That's why I don't agree with what you're saying, because you're just like assuming, oh, he gets to summon anything at any time, no matter what number. It's like, where are you getting this from? Because if you're such a high level summoner, so all powerful that literally anything that pops in your imagination can just be summoned at any time, do you have any idea how godly that fucking Beastmaster would be? To be of equivalent power to that summoner, you'd literally be controlling fucking shit everywhere, and the whole goddamn city would be under your control. Like it would be a totally different level.
Imagine this: you're that level high of a freaking Beastmaster, you suddenly are able to control humans. Like, imagine.
I wouldn't go
something wild like that.
I wouldn't go that far, but I think like maybe you could control you could control berserkers because they're beast-like.
I mean, I feel like it goes to some point that you can control humans if you're that good at controlling.
It's sort of like Aquaman's situation. Well, I just think at that point you're a totally different class. But you're kind of talking about like Aquaman, how Aquaman is capable of controlling fish, but he's been shown before being able to use his mind control power slightly on humans to like make them dizzy and shit. But he doesn't actually capable of controlling the fish. But he's not actually capable of controlling the humans. He could just like kind of fuck with their head a little bit. It's sort of that situation. But yeah, I feel like you're getting into a totally different class if you just can like you're not even a Beastmaster anymore. You're literally just a mind control character.
He talks to fish. Only dolphins talk back.
No, Aquaman 100% can control.
Yeah, he controls fish.
Aquatic life.
Yeah, he doesn't. He does not talk to fish. That's a joke that people have used. The comics have actually specifically, I think at one point Green Lantern, the comics made fun of Aquaman by saying he talks to fish. He's like, I don't talk to fish. Like, fish don't talk. I control fish. It's different. And it's not just fish, it's everything. Like, it
depends on which one you use. It does depend on which one you use.
Yeah, the one I'm talking about, I think is from New 52. Is where they had
talking about robot chickens, Aquaman.
Yeah, that one. That one talks to fish. What's that one YouTube channel where it's like the dude makes like the skits and it's like the old Justice League or Super Friends, and then he dubs over them and like has something like that. That was pretty funny. But yeah, he like does that.
Bubbles. He goes like.
Because he's Aquaman. Yeah, so I've seen a couple of those. That'd be like the anyway. Let me see. Jordan Meso, imagine hiring a Beastmaster to take care of your pet or being a Beastmaster hired to take care of a pet, easy money, or animal control. I mean, I guess. I feel like you're wasting your powers if that's the case. It's like you're pet sitting and you have the power to control all beasts. Like that would just be very strange.
Dog, go use the toilet right now. I'm not taking you outside.
Don't piss over there.
Yeah, that would be.
You'd actually be a great exterminator. Okay, all you bugs, get out of this person's house.
Exterminator would be that one actually. Like, hold on.
Like
I didn't even think about that one. I didn't even think about that one. No, controlling bugs would actually be pretty cool. Like if you.
Oh yeah.
Like controlling. Like just building up a ton of bees or like a locust. You can actually control locusts. No, locusts because
they can give you.
No. Y'all are thinking way too low.
Imagine
you're thinking way too low. I'm not talking about bugs to go and bite people. I'm talking about you can send locusts at whole countries, and you can literally kill all of the crops in their land and cause them all to starve.
No, I'm thinking ants because have you ever heard the statistics of how many ants to the humans there are? It's like billions of difference.
Yeah, there's way more.
Like,
there's
an absurd amount.
The weight
that many ants to go and swarm a guy, freaking, he's gone.
The
he's
weight,
dead,
the weight of ants outweighs the weight of humans. All humans on the planet.
Yeah, to like an absurd degree. It's not even a small amount.
Yeah, and that's particularly impressive considering it takes like I forgot how many tens of millions of ants to make the weight of a human. So and they outweigh us. So yeah, like it's a sizable difference how many more ants there are. But I don't really think that really matters. I mean, like what's that the horror movie Wilbur? Where the dude controls rats and has them start killing people, and he becomes
Willard.
Like a serial...
I think it was Willard.
Willard. Yeah, there was two of them. I saw the old one and the one with the dude from.
I saw the new one.
Yeah, the new one had the what's the actor's name? He's from Back to the Future. Played him in the newer one. Anyway, it doesn't matter. That was you like something like that, but I don't know. That just seems very like that seems like a waste of your talents if you can control literally all beasts at any time, anywhere. Like I don't know. I feel like there's more that you could do, but no, I think it's useful. I think it's cool. I don't necessarily. I don't know. If I get to be Beastman, like if that's the powers and that's like the thing that I'm looking at, okay, I may actually pick that over the Berserker. But right now I'm still kind of leaning towards the Berserker, cause just being like a dude who just like rushes forward, like just doesn't give a shit about damage, just fucking goes off and shit. That I don't know. Something about it sounds cool. Sounds like it'd be a lot of fun to be a Berserker. All right. Let's move on.
Fuck your pansy ass level 3 ice ray.
Yeah, right. Who gives a fuck about your ice ray? You're not freezing me. My boiling blood is too hot. I cannot freeze. That would be some terrifying shit.
I feel like both of those kind of are some cool stuff. Like freaking. Oh yeah, you just used the freeze way. Freeze way.
Who's played Kazan? Who's played
millions of ants?
Who's played Kazan, the first Berserker?
I have.
Okay.
Like
that would be like a level 100 Berserker right there. like
yeah,
that.
Like, come on.
Like it's cool. It's cool. It's definitely cool. Like it is. All right. So let me see. Jordan Meso. Imagine a Beastmaster just making bees buzz behind your ear, but not stinging you. The annoyance and fear, especially if it happens on a date. Good luck. Looking crazy. Okay, you're just like making psychopathic Beastmasters at this point, like just not even psychopathic, just like sociopathic who just like fucking with people and just.
Or just a jerk.
Just to torture you.
Be like that would be like if you gave that Reverse Flash meme the fucking Beastmaster power. It was me, Barry. Like that dude.
Yes, it was me.
It was
the guy who stole the ketchup from the hot dog stand.
That's the fucking meme you use. No, I'm talking about the one where you jacked him off.
It was me, Barry.
No,
I jacked you off.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
That's why you couldn't get hard.
Remember when you came early before she even touched you and you creamed your pants?
It
was me.
I jacked you off at 8 times the speed of light. It was me, Barry. Shit was funny. All right. Okay.
Because that's some like fawn ass shit to do.
Some what?
That's some fawn shit to do.
Foreigner?
Basalts?
That's fawn. That's Earbard Fawn is his name.
Oh, Thorn. I thought you were saying Thorn with an F. It's Thorn with a TH. All right. Okay. Next up we have Druid. Okay. So,
everything.
I feel like
now you can turn into the beast.
I feel like I should step away from this one because I just think druids are hippies. I don't care about druids at all.
Druids, eh?
You're gonna be the guy that You're gonna be the 100-level druid that transforms into like.
I actually don't
like a Tarrasque.
I actually don't think druids are equivalent to beastmasters. I think beastmasters are better at controlling beasts than druids are. I think druids are more nature based, but beastmasters are specifically beasts. Like
yeah, beastmasters are specifically beasts. I'm talking about transforming into like a giant Tarrasque, literally kaiju on the battlefield.
Well, you wouldn't turn it. Well, no, I don't know any druid in fiction that's turned into a kaiju. Yeah, it's not a kaiju though.
Well, I feel like if we're going literally level, freaking, that's gonna be.
Well, you just turn into like a giant bear.
If we're doing D&D, you can turn into like an owlbear, and then yeah.
Well, if you're talking about D&D, you can turn to elementals.
Well, I mean, I imagine if you're in. Well, we're not talking about D&D, but I imagine if you're a druid and in this universe that we're just fucking fabricating on the top of our head with all these different creatures coming up, you would essentially be able to turn into any monster that you want, any kind of beast-like creature, as long as it has some sort of a tie to nature in some way. Kinda, yeah. I would imagine so. Like maybe you could turn into a dragon, or maybe you could turn into stuff like that. I don't think you would be able to turn into like corrupted versions of beasts. You know, like Tyranids or things like.
Would dragons count?
I don't know. Like, do druids normally turn into dragons?
Definitely, though.
No.
Dragons are intelligent creatures, usually.
Okay,
very smart. Usually.
Okay, I see. If you could turn into a dragon, then that takes it up quite a lot.
Yeah.
It also
well,
depends on what type of dragon, because like you have
True.
very beastful dragons, and then you have other dragons which are like,
That's true.
I have complete human intelligence. As a matter of fact, I'm
I
smarter.
would say in general they don't turn into. I've never heard of a druid turning into a dragon.
I mean, I've heard of people turning into dragons. I don't know if they were ever
But I've never heard of
specifically
a
I was
druid
called
getting ready to
specifically.
say, doesn't that happen to like
a lot of stuff, but I can't
Saint
recall.
George?
I can't recall if they were ever called druids or if it's just like a dude who could turn into a dragon. You know what I mean, it's like, but I've heard people turn into dragons. Like that's definitely a thing.
No, I'm just saying druid specifically.
Yeah.
Well, that's not the point. The point is you can speak to all the beasts, and you can turn them beast. You also have like what nature manipulation. You can like make plants do shit. Like you
Yeah,
You're
can
also a
fucking-
decent healer as well.
Yeah, it's hippie
You
shit.
can evil dead somebody. You
It's
can
a bunch
evil
of-
dead
it's a
somebody.
bunch of-
That's pretty cool.
It's a bunch of. If you're a pyromancer, bro, this is your time to step up. You can fuck that dude up.
Don't they have?
Oh,
do they have
yeah,
any
fuck.
ability of necromancy, or is that a D&D thing?
No,
Or like
no.
a
Druids,
board game
druids are
thing?
not. Druids don't fuck with druids. They're essentially the antithesis of necromancers. Necromancers dabble in death.
Well,
Druids
no, 'cause
dabble
like
in
dark
life.
Really,
I
there
meant
are mushroom druids, and those things
Dark
can be very
druids.
terrifying. There are mushroom druids.
I mean,
and
that's-
they're
They call them
terrifying.
The reason why
Mushroom druids,
mushrooms
but,
are so
I don't know about
terrifying.
I don't know about D&D because I don't play as druids because I'm not
No. He's
gay.
He's talking about if you mushrooms and are part of
You
nature,
pull-
and as
you
a
pull a
druid, you have
freaking-
dominion over mushrooms, which would mean you would have dominion over something that exists in between life and death. You have something
Or the
that
cordyceps
exists
things,
as
like-
decay.
Freaking-
Yeah, cordyceps
Those
virus,
cordyceps,
parasitic fungus, fucking.
Yeah, but that's not the same thing. That's not the same thing as having
If you can
power over
control
death.
plants-
Not true necromancy, true, but
It's not like it's not
gonna be-
controlling the fabric of death because you can control fungus.
Yeah.
The dead
Life
guy, though.
in
You're
death.
still gonna do that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's
I don't-
pretty
It's still gonna be
powerful.
terrifying
If
as
you
hell,
can-
though.
I don't consider a life
an
being
infection.
lost when you step and destroy a fungus. I don't like I don't know. I don't see like it's a fucking fungus. Like it's
No,
No, I think they were
but,
saying
like, the
you could
role
take over
nature-
someone with the fungus.
Yeah, the role fungus plays.
I mean,
in
may
nature,
well
you
maybe,
know,
but
the
cordyceps, but
decay and rot.
possibly, but cordyceps can't control anything but like very unintelligent ants. So now you just basically have like a less good power that the Beastmaster has.
In all fairness, for the ant thing, it doesn't control them. They're still fully sentient.
Yeah.
It more just burrows into their muscle
Yeah,
system.
it puppets
and
them.
literally controls them. Like
It
yeah,
puppets them. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
how is
I
that
would-
not completely terrifying?
That is
Because it
really
doesn't
terrifying.
because it doesn't
You're not- okay.
because it doesn't happen to
bad.
That's the
people.
point.
It doesn't happen to
My bad.
people. Like it's a
Yeah,
it only happens to very very small bugs and shit because they have a very simplistic nervous systems.
Well, I would say the
Yeah.
thing about druids is their versatility is quite like crazy in comparison. Like they have an element of animals, nature, healing. Like
Wood shillelagh.
what's
Yeah,
the
but they're
name
not.
there?
But they're not.
That's a specific spell. We don't need to get into it.
My issue is that they're
I was
yeah.
just-
My issue is that they're shittier at doing all of those things than any of the other people we've
But
talked
they
about.
do all of. I don't know, cause like they. Could
Yeah,
also,
a
like,
druid's
change, like,
not
giant-
druid's not as good as summoning as a summoner is. They're not as good as healing as a priest or a
No.
paladin are. They're not like the main thing is the nature magic. That's the one thing they do that's unique to themselves, and I just don't think that that's nearly as impressive as something like death magic or
I don't
controlling
think it does. They have a
fire.
lot of versatility.
Yeah, yeah, I would say it has versatility. It certainly has more versatility than something like the pyromancer.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm not gonna say that.
let me ask you,
bad,
would
like, the
anybody
others.
here prefer to be a druid than to be a healer, necromancer, or summoner?
Hell no.
I would
Over a healer,
probably-
yes.
I would probably be
Oh,
probably over a necromancer. I'd be a druid.
I'd be over a
Yeah.
healer.
Really? Jesus.
I
Maybe
mean,
maybe
healers, yeah, would be. I mean,
maybe over a
Over a
healer,
healer and
combat
possibly.
I
Maybe
could-
over a healer, possibly. Not over a summoner or
I
a
could be a weak
necromancer.
healer
Not
with
for me.
combat, but my ability to defend myself.
Well,
Yeah, but
druid,
your
you would.
ability to defend yourself
It's-
isn't as strong.
Yeah, it wouldn't be.
as,
It's not.
like,
It
the
wouldn't be that great.
weakest.
It wouldn't be that. I mean, turning
It'd
into a
be below
bear.
the Beastmaster.
But turning into a bear would be. Well, I wonder if you turn into a bear and the Beastmaster controls you.
Yeah.
you know,
No,
I
you're
hate to
still
say this,
intelligent.
but that was a thing that
No, you're
happened in
still-
World of
Animals have
Warcraft.
intelligence.
It doesn't matter.
like it would be-
Animals do have intelligence. Yeah, it's Beastmasters control beasts.
But you have your intelligence.
Doesn't matter. Beastmasters
feel like
control
that-
beasts. That's what they do. Intelligence isn't
Well, I
relevant.
feel like there has to be an intelligent sort of barrier, or else the Beastmaster would
No,
just
because if a
control-
Beastmaster can control a fucking
No.
dragon,
They don't usually control dragons, though.
but
Wait.
Yeah, but that's not
Yeah.
that's not for
No.
that's not for
Wait, no,
intelligent.
those dr-
That's not for that's not for intelligent reasons. That's for totally different reasons. That's because dragons are usually, you even said it yourself, they're usually held up as these higher sort of being. They're not like normal beasts. There are intelligent beasts that Beastmasters can control.
yeah,
someone else.
owls,
Okay, you gotta
crows,
remember that.
ravens.
All kinds of stuff. Yeah, I don't
Like,
see
even
why
ravens
intelligence would be
have,
relevant.
like,
But even then, I wouldn't.
I mean, shit.
I
In
wouldn't
the
say-
show Beastmaster, the animals are literally like normal intelligence. Like they don't talk, like it's not goofy like that, but like they have thoughts and feelings, and he can literally communicate and have conversations with them telepathically. Like they are straight up just intelligent beings in that show. But I mean, it differs. But intelligence isn't relevant. It's just, are they beasts? And if the answer is yes, then yeah, they control them.
I would say that's our one weakness, and
Yeah.
it's still a less varying weakness.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're
like-
bad. I don't think they would like
No,
per-
I just mean like I feel like that
because of
weakness is
my
still
because
nothing
of my
compared to, say,
own
a necromancer.
because of my own inclinations, my own personal biases, I would rather be a beastmaster than a druid. Like I just don't want to be a fucking druid. I would rather be a pyromancer than a druid.
But I think that
I wouldn't rather be a healer than a druid, but I would rather be a summoner or a necromancer. I wouldn't put him above a monk or like
I'd rather be a summoner. For
It's
sure.
just you don't want to be a summoner?
No, I'd rather be a summoner or necromancer.
I was about to
as well,
say
I
you were
agree with
defending
that.
summoner so hard. You better not fucking say
No,
you don't
I-
want to be a
yeah, I
summoner.
am.
I was about to say.
I
I was like, what was all
I
that
think
arguing
convince me.
for? I was like, what the fuck? Okay. No, that makes sense. Yeah. So I don't know. Where's the like?
I just
Because
think they're better than healer.
I think I'm too biased to set this anywhere because I just don't give a fuck about druids. So like, where do you guys, as a group, where do y'all think that the druid should go?
Above healer.
Above healer?
Again, I
literally
think
the
it's
spot
because
above it.
you are a good healer. Maybe not as good as the
Yeah.
priest class, but you're a good healer. But
Well,
you can
I
also
feel like the reason
bear
why
out and-
I feel like the reason why we put healer up that high isn't because he had good healing abilities. It was because of the safety net that he has from not having to
But
be
you could be a healer as a druid.
not
In
well
all
not
fairness,
enough not
you would
enough
al-
not
you would-
enough to not be on the front lines.
You would also have plant creatures. You'd be able to control vines, all that. A lot of utility.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's
I just think,
utility,
oh, man.
but the healer put healers on the front lines with the other fighters and with the summoners and all the other stuff, and he would be a lot lower. The reason why he's up here is the safety net. That's the only reason why we put him that high. The druids lose the safety net because they're basic healers. They're not.
I'm sure you could choose to still be a healer and just do healing.
But then just be a healer.
No, because you're a healer plus.
Okay, but you anything that you decide to do, you're sacrificing other things. So if you want to be a druid that's like just goes all in on the healing, like you're saying, you would be a shittier healer than the normal healer would, and you would now also be shitty at combat.
But you'd be better than combat than the healer ever would be.
Usually, like, specify
But you would be worse than any druid or any other mage or any other warrior or literally anyone else who's fighting on the front lines. So you'd just be
But you don't
shitty
have
at both things.
versatility.
I understand the versatility, but the versatility only like you would be worse at everything. What does it matter if you can do a bunch of things super shitty?
But you know, you're still good at healing.
Shitty at anything, really.
No, he was saying that as a druid you could build yourself to be a healer. And I'm saying if you're a druid building yourself to be a healer, you're never going to be as good as the healer is, and you are now going to be worse at all of the other druid stuff. So you're going to just be a shitty druid now that's not as good of a healer as the other healers. So why would you do that? You might as well just be the healer.
Well, you're never going to be as good as anyone at anything specific like that.
That's
besides nature
kind of
magic,
my
obviously.
issue with the druid.
But
Like, you don't
You're going to be better at combat than
who?
a healer is, and you're going to be
Yeah,
better
but
at
healers don't combat. So that's not really saying much.
Yeah, and you're better at healing. Than
That's like I have. That's like I.
You're not better than a healer at
That's-
healing as a druid. Get
that's
the
like-
fuck
That's
out
not
of
what.
here.
That's like me
I
saying,
didn't say
no,
that.
but that's
You
like
probably be
saying
on-
that. Saying that the druid is going to be better at combat than the healer is like me saying I have a bigger dick than my sister. It doesn't make sense. It
But
like
no, my point is, but you're also going to be better at healing than any of the combat classes, minus maybe paladin.
Actually, no, you'd probably
Yeah,
be
but you-
better
I'd
at
say you
healing than the
but you're gonna
paladin.
be worse.
You'd probably be
but you're gonna be
better or on par.
But you're gonna be the worst. Yeah, but the paladin's a frontline fighter and a warrior. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. You're
what the druid can do.
no,
Admittedly, probably not. As
no,
farmer,
because
but-
if he's saying that he could build the druid to be the healer. If he's building a druid to be a healer, he's not going to be as good of a healer as a healer is, and he's now going to be the shittiest druid as far as combat goes because you specialize in healing. This is my issue with characters that are more built for variety as opposed to just built being really, really good at one thing. He's going to suck no matter what he does. He's going to be average at everything at best, and at worst, he's going to be terrible
and we have
at everything.
paladin at S.
Yes, because Paladin's
Yeah,
Paladin's not shitty at everything. Paladin has
Paladin
a very
is a
specific
good everyman.
Paladin is
He's
specific. Paladin is a tank who has minor healing magic to assist his warrior status. He is a warrior first and foremost.
He's a great jack of all trades, unlike someone that we put like the Beastmaster, who does a lot of the same stuff of being a good jack of all trades, yet can't really keep up.
I don't
with
think Paladin. I don't
because
think Paladin is a jack of all trades. I think Paladin is a very, very good frontline tank who
They're the best
also
frontline tank,
who can
probably.
also buff everyone around him as well as heal himself. He's not just a
Good
jack
offense,
of all trades.
Good offense, good defense, great support.
Yes.
I mean, he's a good jack of all trades.
But a druid is a jack of all trades, but that's not great at anything. A paladin excels
exactly.
insanely at the things that it does, which is why it's so
No,
high.
that's my point. He's not as good as the paladin at being.
Yeah,
a
it's
jack
too
of
late.
all
I just said that. You can't steal my stuff now. It's too late.
No, that's why.
It's too late.
That's why I've been meaning.
No, it's too late. I said it. Now you're piggybacking off of my stuff. It's
No.
fun.
No, that's fake. That's fake news.
But
That's lies.
It's fake news. No.
Fake news.
I don't know. I mean, look, where does everybody think the druid? Because I don't think that the druid should necessarily even be an A. To be honest with you, I think that everyone in A does what they do better than the druid can, and the variety is only going to go so far. Like for instance, the pyromancer, he's limited, but he does have a variety of all kinds of crazy like fiery and magical abilities. He could make fire shields and all different kinds of fire explosions. He can hit whole groups of enemy, but it's all combat based. So it doesn't matter which way he goes, he becomes better at combat. With the druid, it doesn't matter which way he goes, he's going to be worse at something else, which is my issue. He'll always be the worst at basically every category, and if he decides to excel at a particular category, he won't be the worst, but he'll never be the best. And maybe this is just sort of my RPG mind, where I always like min-max. Pretty much always. I always like to have my characters excel
I do too. I play mages.
Yeah, so like I really like my characters to excel at the specific thing that they do.
But I like having a druid on my team. Like, I don't want to play the druid.
But
I really like having
I
a
would
druid.
prefer to swap my druid out with someone who could whatever that druid's role is supposed to be. I would rather have someone in that role who could do it better. So like if I'm using a druid as a healer, why? Just put a healer there. If I'm using a druid as a support mage, why? Just get an actual better support mage.
I would want to have like a bit of every, like a specific one for
But
everything.
why
I would
do
want
that
him
if
to
you have
fill-
if you have a party of 5 or 6 people? Just have everyone. Why have one person that does everything a little shittier when you can have one
because I want
person?
him to fill any holes if someone's lacking.
But you see why that's not like good, because like if the person's
fail safe.
But it's not a
It's
fail.
safety.
No, because if the person is lacking, the druid's not going to make up for it. The druid is going to be a
Well, no,
C
okay, if the
tier.
healer gets fucked. Okay, if the healer gets murdered, you have a druid, which isn't as good, but he's still around.
Yeah, but why would
It's
you
safe-
waste
it's a
that?
safety net.
Yeah, but why? Yeah, but if you had that druid be somebody who's not a druid who could better protect the healer, then the healer wouldn't fucking die. I don't know. It seems weird. It's like
Well, because shit's always going to go wrong. So if something goes wrong, you have that safety.
Of the bum class, not good at anything.
Why have people?
Maybe want 'em
They're
around.
usually very good at stuff. I mean, it's like
not as good as anybody else whose field is dedicated to that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like. They're not their combat magic isn't as good as the other as other combat centric mages. Their healing and support's not as good as other healing and support mages. And yeah, I mean that's really all there is. I mean, that they don't do either thing awesome. They're like, I'm not saying that they don't have a use. I'm not saying that they're useless. I just personally would, whatever their role should be, I would not want a druid to be in it. I would want someone who excels at whatever that role is. And to say that they're just there to be a backup, well, that's cool if you have an extra person. But I mean, if you have an extra person, then just have 2 healers. You're like, what if my healer dies? I want a druid. Well, then just have 2 healers. Like, why put a druid? You know what I mean? Like,
because then you have a tank and a healer.
No, because a druid is absolutely 100% not a tank. Yeah, if your tank goes down, first off, if your tank goes down, your whole party's probably fucked. But even if your tank goes down, that druid is not going to be able to replace it. At all.
But he
not even.
A paladin could fill in for a minute. At least while you get the freaking tank back up.
The assassin could fill in for the fucking tank if we're talking about that.
Well, no, he can't.
DPS, like.
But like if you just had a like,
meaning still be alive after.
Okay.
The assassin's getting shanked 57 times. That's what's gonna happen.
And realistically, wouldn't the druids just be used to help make a bunch of food and shit, make everything grow faster?
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
really
yeah, like
useful.
That would be true. Yeah, to like make more food for.
support.
But no, but my issue with the argument that you're using is you're doing this under the assumption that you're getting 1 extra person on top of your already your categories, right? You got your DPS, you got your support mage, you got your healer, you got your tank, right? You got all the stuff that you need. Now, number 5, let's just put a druid because he can replace one of the 4 when they go down. Well, how do you know you're even gonna get a fucking 5? Like you have the 4. Are you gonna replace your healer with a druid? Probably not.
I would go a tank, a healer, and then a damage mage.
Okay, so are you going to replace? So are you going to replace your healer with? Are you going to replace your healer with a druid? Are you going to replace your damage mage with a druid?
No, I just named 3. I just named 3, and the druid's 4.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying how whatever number of people you want to have in your party, you have the necessities. Okay, you're assuming you get another one on top of it, right? So
no, I'm not.
Yes, you are because
the necessities are a tank, a healer. And a DPS.
Okay, so which one of those slots?
You're not limited by a class limit. You could just have 2 healers.
Yes. So no. Wait. Let me have this conversation with him, guys. Stop cutting in. You said you had 3. You said you had 3 different things. You have your tank. You have your healer. You have your damage mage. Which one of those is going to be the druid?
None, because you said you gain that extra.
That's my point. You're trying to add an extra. You want the druid as an extra. By you adding the druid as 1 extra on top of the necessities, you're admitting that they're not that it's not the necessity.
No, it's a safety net.
But why not just have something in that safety net that's better? Like I don't understand why. Like because again, it doesn't excel at anything.
Well, if your healer gets killed, you have no replacement.
But if you're admitting that it's a safety net, you're admitting that it's not a necessity to what you need. The necessities would go above the safety net. Technically, the pyromancer can be a damage-dealing mage. So you would count a pyromancer, by your logic, you would count a pyromancer as one of the necessities. The pyromancer would come first. If you had to pick 3 characters to come with you, and you had the paladin, and your options were the paladin, the pyromancer, and then the fucking the healer, and then you had the druid. You had to pick 3. You have those 4. The one you're not picking is the druid, because the druid's the shittiest of those 4. And
yeah, if you limit me to 3, then
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying by you making a choice in that way, you are admitting that the druid's not as good, and you wouldn't use them, and they're not necessary.
Normally you have 4.
It doesn't.
And originally you said.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. My
point.
Yes, I am continuously reducing it because my point that I'm trying to make is that you do not consider it one of the necessities. You do consider it an extra. It's okay.
If you reduced it to 1, I would pick a druid over most of them.
Over any of these classes?
Over a
paladin?
Over a paladin?
Nowhere near. No.
Over a summoner?
Not at all.
No.
over a
If it
necromancer.
Over a
Get the
necromancer?
fuck
Maybe.
No,
Maybe
if
over a
it was a
summoner.
solo, I kind of gotta agree with him
necromancer's
here. If
typically
it's a
evil, though?
solo, one guy that has to try and do stuff, the druid is very self-reliant. I will admit that.
Not really,
For
because he
what-
can't. Because he can't.
Well, also,
No,
like,
because he's
in-
he's not a good. He's not a good fighter. You'd pick a
Well, I
you'd
mean,
pick,
you
in
have
a
like
in a
you have the bear
solo.
druids, which are really good at like being tanks and stuff.
Are you talking D&D again?
No,
Bro, we
World
kill
of
bears
Warcraft.
with
Talking World of
fucking
Warcraft.
stone spears. Get the
Yeah,
fuck
this isn't
outta
a
here.
normal bear. This is not a normal bear.
It is a normal
is-
bear,
this is-
though. You
no, it
turned
isn't.
into a
No.
bear.
Well, I'm
No,
gonna say
you're a
this.
big minotaur
He's
dude
not
that turned
bad.
into a bear. You're not a normal bear.
He's not better than a
Enough,
beastmaster in that
okay, that's
regard,
enough Warcraft
or
for today,
or a
please.
paladin, from my opinion.
No,
but
he's nowhere near.
still
No,
a
don't get.
fairly
Don't get me
He's
wrong.
not saying that he's
Paladin
better than a
blows him out the
paladin.
water.
Yeah.
Paladin blows him out the
Yeah.
water.
I also said beastmaster. In all fairness, like I still would rather be a beastmaster.
I
if
feel
was
like
a single.
I feel like the
Volleyball.
only reason why you're picking the druid as the jack of all trades is because he has minor healing abilities.
But they're not. They're decent healing abilities.
Well, I mean, it's,
Berserker
don't
has
druids
minor
also-
healing
yeah, but I'm
abilities.
saying
Well,
if the berserker does a berserker has healing abilities, a monk has healing abilities. I think those might be the only two that we've currently done that have healing abilities. But if that's the case, you have two characters who are better at combat, who can better survive
worse
than a
at healing.
druid. But they are not healing an entire group of people. They're only healing themselves, and they're very good at healing themselves.
But don't druids also like add buffs onto like their teammates too?
No, but
like,
he's saying
defense
he's
buffs?
defending it as if he's going solo. He's saying if he was going to go solo, he would be a druid, because a druid is a jack of all trades and can do a bunch of different stuff. And I'm saying I still don't think you would necessarily be a druid.
Remember that one benefit you gave a monk that if they're naked, they're all good? Druids would have the same thing.
Not
Actually,
nowhere near to the same extent.
That's not true.
Nowhere near to the same. I mean, a monk can literally turn his skin into stone. Like a druid can't do that.
Or metal.
And a druid
Yeah.
could probably become an earth elemental.
If you could become elementals, that
Well,
does
rock
change it
armor?
too.
I mean, maybe rock armor,
Or-
but freaking that.
Becoming an earth elemental, I think, is specifically in a particular thing. If we're looking into like
That's why I'm
what
not saying-
druids
that's why I
can
didn't
actually,
say it.
yeah, if we're doing something with druids can generally turn into animals. It's very similar to the
That's what I was going with.
we've had this conversation not that long ago. It's basically a fae. It would essentially be very similar to a fae. We had this conversation a couple weeks ago. But yeah, it turns into animals, controls nature, and has healing magic. That's basically the now level up. Who cares? You could do all kinds of crazy shit. Who knows? Maybe one day you could turn into a fucking earth elemental. I don't know. But I mean, as far as what we're talking about, is to be realistic, it's like you turn to animals, you control nature, you heal people, and I don't, and none of the actual like categories of combat that are needed, healer, support, DPS, tank, whatever, that stuff, it doesn't do any of that particularly well. And if you put it by itself, I still think you're having a way better chance as someone like a berserker or a monk than you would as a druid. I would not pick a druid over a berserker or a monk if I was just going solo, because they also have the ability to heal themselves, and they're way better at surviving, combat, durability, attack. Everything's higher. So it's like, just go with one of those.
But they're not as
instead.
good at caster as a druid either.
Why
which
would
gives
they
us the
need? Why would they need to
versatility.
cast? It doesn't matter if they cast. If they're doing everything better. If they're hitting harder, they're taking more damage, and they're healing
Well, no,
themselves
they're doing
just
one.
as.
They're doing one. They're being frontline better, but not doing everything else they're worse at.
But what is as everything
Not true.
else?
The
That's
monk
all.
yeah.
If you're
Casting
if
and
you're
healing.
solo, that's all there is. It's just you fighting and not dying. That's all solo matters. You're not supporting other people. Which is why I don't understand your claim about being solo being better, because the druids mostly support. So like being solo would make you worse. Like you want to be someone who would be able to stand on their own 2 feet. Though I would actually argue that druid would be better in a team than someone like a berserker would. But in a solo, a berserker would easily be the better option, as would a monk. They're way better at
I would have to
survival and
say-
keeping themselves alive.
A druid fits a very specific role of probably a guerrilla fighter. If I'd have to say anything, you'd be able to. if
I
you
could
were
see
in
them
a
putting.
forest
I could
and-
see them putting druids. I could see them. I like the one thing that the guy said about making food. That would be really
Yeah.
useful. And I also I do think that you could throw a bunch of druids in the woods or into jungle areas and just have them go ham on the enemy. If like you like train them like we train Vietnam soldiers, but better hopefully because they might actually win this time.
Yeah.
And just set them in the woods and just it is what it is. And then just set them out and just like I could see that happening, but they have to like not get
Yeah,
hit.
that's a specific battleground, and also it's very specific there.
I don't see myself ever picking a druid over a fucking pyromancer.
I don't see you picking a druid over.
Not
a
even
fucking
for-
assassin.
Not even for like
Okay,
buffing
well, I guess-
you and your allies.
For Scooby Snack.
Yeah, like you give your allies like a defense buff or you strength buff or something like
You
that.
can fly too. You know, that's kind of cool.
No, because I think the pyromancer because I think
There's
if I'm
berserkers that can turn
I thi-
into birds and fly.
that's true.
What the fuck?
I think
That's nothing.
Well, no, I think
What, like in The Witcher?
no, it's in some fictions. I wouldn't count it here though. But but I would say
If you count that and you count like
no,
elementals and stuff.
I wouldn't count that. But it
No,
does
I
happen in
wouldn't.
certain
I'm just saying if you were to.
But in what was I saying? In fuck, what was I saying? We were talking about something. It was super important. Yeah. If you're being put in a war, like you're hearing that you're going to war, you want druid powers or pyromancer powers. I'm picking pyromancer powers. I get that a druid can be there to buff things, but if I was gonna have someone there to buff things, I would rather them be better at buffing than the druid is. And there's
What if-
guys who are way better than buffing than
What
druid.
what if a water mage pulls up?
What if a water mage pulls up?
Yeah,
Wouldn't it
like a
be
really
Ice
good
Mage?
water
Yeah, that's right.
mage.
Why would I want a druid if I'm going up against a water mage? I
No,
don't-
if you're a pyromancer.
No, yeah, but how would being a druid somehow save me against a water mage? I don't
Because they're
get
not
it.
weak to water.
No, I was asking about like if you're a pyromancer.
No,
you
but
have
you're
to fight
but
like
you're
a
sa-
water mage.
but you're saying this specifically because we were talking about the druid comparison to the pyro mage. I'd rather be a pyro mage to a druid. If I went up against a water mage, I'm not gonna. It's not like suddenly I would be able to dominate because I'm a fucking. What the fuck is even a water mage? Like that's not even a thing. But like, what are you gonna
Ice
shoot?
magic, basically.
Because I'm
Water magic.
Water magic isn't gonna harm me because I can use fire. I don't understand how that. I'm not an
Well, you can
elemental.
control fire, I
It
guess
would.
is the idea.
It could negate your powers as a
Being wet?
pyromancer.
Being wet doesn't
Enough
allow you to
heat
use your
negates
power.
Fucking water.
That's not. Yeah, that's
what
not.
are you talking about?
That's not how it works. That's not how that works. If I'm a pyromancer, I have fire powers. You make me wet. I can't. It's not like I can suddenly not use fucking fire now. I mean, fire also like if you like water makes fire bigger. You need lots and lots and lots and lots of water that way overcomes fire. Like I don't think a water mage would. Maybe the water mage might be able to put over some sort of water shield that helps against fire magic. That would be a something, but it's not like a water mage would automatically overcome a pyromancer. That's not how that works.
Game rule.
I don't know what game that would be. That water magic
Baldur's
would
Gate,
do more
Divinity?
damage. Divinity,
No, they're
you do
good
not do
against
more
it.
damage to pyro with
No, I
water.
didn't say more damage. I didn't say more damage.
What
I
do
said
you
they're
do?
good against it.
What is that? What do you mean
It's-
good against it?
It gives you resistance against fire.
Oh, when you're wet.
in
Yeah, it's like a fucking
Yeah.
10% or whatever because you're wet. Yeah. But that's not. Yeah,
Oh,
but
and Baldur's Gate is 15.
yeah, but if you're talking about like realistically, I mean, if you could wet yourself.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
was saying
enough.
where he got that from was a game mechanic.
No, I get it, but even as a game mechanic,
Yeah,
even as a
real
game
life, it
mechanic, if
doesn't
I
work like that.
fire you with a fucking flamethrower and you're wet, it's not gonna save you. Like maybe you can have some kind of like mystical water shield or something that is specifically designed to repel
Ice
heat-based attacks or something. Sure, yeah, I could buy that. I don't know. That's like having the one thing that it's kind of like. I mean, honestly, if I was a druid on a field, I wouldn't want to go up against a pyromancer. Like what you tried to do there is you tried to name like the most horrible situation. Like, what if you were coming across with a water? But I'm like, I could do the same thing with a druid. Like, what if you come against a pyromancer and you're a fucking druid? He's gonna rip right through you.
It's
Like
not the worst.
that is
He's
absolutely
gonna pull a Pokemon against you.
all your nature
Bury him
magic.
under the earth.
All all your nature shit will catch
Hold on.
fire immediately and will burn.
But
to
again,
Ah,
if you,
just bury him
if you
under the
turn
earth.
into like a
Problem
bird
solved.
or whatever,
Okay, now I'm shooting fire. Okay, now you're flying while I shoot fire at you. I don't. How are you gonna? You're not gonna. That's you fleeing if you're turning into a bird.
well, no, you go with our eyes.
What?
You go for
You
the
claw
eyes.
their eyes out while a bird. Okay,
You're gonna
cool, they're
claw
set
a
you on fire while you're a bird.
Yeah, I don't understand. You don't want to
Because-
come near me if you're a bird and I'm a fucking pyromancer.
I can kill birds by throwing rocks.
I can kill birds
why
with
would-
a hand. When it comes, I slap it.
What if the?
Smack it. I don't understand.
Well, I'm pretty sure a druid can turn into a rock as well.
No.
What?
Wouldn't it,
No,
wouldn't
I'm
it
pretty
just
sure
be
they can turn
easier
into a
to
rock.
like
It's just a really,
Well,
really
it's-
big
Maybe
bird.
rock
instead of
armor, but like rock themselves.
Guys,
No.
it doesn't
Instead
matter.
of-
It doesn't really even matter because
Okay.
Mike paid to have the druid in dog shit tier. So
No.
Yes,
I
I
can't.
did. Because it is
They
dog
deserve-
shit.
Yippee, money.
They deserve much better. I think you're being.
No, they don't. Drew. It
But
starts
here's
with a D
the
for a
thing. Here's
reason.
Oh, he's on the
if,
he's on the sake again.
if you're fighting a pyromancer, wouldn't it be easier to just bury him under the earth, like create like a wormhole
depends
or
on
like
what-
a
Wormhole?
sinkhole under
Check
his
it.
feet,
Mate,
a
let's think
sinkhole
here,
under his
right?
feet.
yeah, but by
You're
that
a
logic, the
druid. You're
pyromancer
a
can hold
druid.
fire underneath your feet and kill you immediately, and you would actually die. You wouldn't just be in a sinkhole. You would be dead.
Yeah, but if he gets buried alive, he's not gonna.
Mate. If you're a druid who's capable of doing this, right? That means there's pyromancers at the same level as you.
Yeah,
A
that's what-
pyromancer at the same level of doing that earth manipulating.
That's
bullshit
the
as a druid
argument. That's
Probably can control magma. and,
That's
like,
the argument.
lava and
Well, see, that's the
shit.
argument that I've been trying to make with him the whole time. Like you keep bringing up these things that you're taking away agency from one side and giving a ton of agency to the other side. You're saying, well, a druid can do this thing, and I'm like, yeah, but you're not. You're completely taking away all agency from the person he's doing it to. You make a sinkhole, awesome. I can make fire under your feet, burn you to a crisp. How do you know how slow sinkholes are? Like I don't understand how that's better. Like it's anything that you say, I could say something from the opposite side. That is not my point that the druid can't do things. My point is that the druid doesn't excel at anything, and other classes or all of the other classes that we put on here so far are considerably better at the things that they do. Druid does all of them shittier. That has been my only point. I'm not saying that a druid can't make a sinkhole. I'm saying that sinkhole isn't going to fucking save him because there's going to be people who he's going to come into contact with who do literally everything he could do better. Any team that you put the druid on, if you have your little team of 3 that you talk about, and this is like, again, this has been my whole point. You have your team, you picked it. You said tank, magic damage dealer, and healer. Okay. If you put a druid in any one, if you put a druid in any one of those 3 positions, your team's gonna fucking lose because you're doing all 3 of those positions worse than the other team who actually chose a proper tank, a proper damage dealer, and a proper healer. Because the druid can't do any of them as good. That's my point. That's been my point since the very beginning, and we've been talking about this for fucking ever. and that's why I think that I wouldn't put him in dog shit, but I think I would probably put him below an actual healer. I probably would have put him. I don't know. Maybe bottom of B, high C, maybe. I don't know. I just, like I said, I'm biased though, which is why I was gonna let you guys pick, but it's fine. Mike made capitalism win.
I got it.
Yeah, capitalism
I got it,
wins
big
again.
dog. Don't worry about it.
All right, let's see. Oh, that's funny. Okay, no one's putting a paladin as a close combat. They are putting a fighter since paladins are shit. Depends on what game you're talking about. Paladins are generally really amazing. I guess I would say that you're building your paladin wrong. Whatever game you're playing, whatever tabletop you're playing, if paladin's shit, you built him wrong. That's how.
That's wrong, Spedo.
Okay, next up we have the artificer. Artificer. Okay, I actually think this one's going to be really, really high. Does anyone think that artificer is not going to be whatever, however you pronounce it? Do you think
I don't know what this is, to be honest.
You're not gonna be on the battlefield. You're gonna be in the factory back home making
machines of war for the front lines, and
Yeah.
you're going to be extremely valuable, and you're going to be working. You're going to be the Rosie the Riveter chick on the posters. You know, you're going to be just.
God. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Oh, you want to know something else? They're actually also capable of healing.
Yeah, I mean they're technically.
somewhat. That depends if they make something.
They're technically
that
yeah.
can
They're
heal.
Not true.
No, yeah. Well, you could also. I mean, and it's also possible that you could build your artificer as just like a straight up warrior, or a healer or something, and you could build items that amplify those abilities in whatever direction. This is actually one of the This is actually one of the classes that I would say is like the druid, but better, because the druid is a jack of all trades. The artificer can be a jack of all trades, but it can specialize in really any category that it wants to. If an artificer wants to be a tank, it can be. If an artificer wants to be a damage dealer, it can be. And if an artificer wants to be a healer, it can be. Now, I don't think it would necessarily be a healer as good as an actual healer. I actually think it probably could be as good of a tank or a damage dealer as any other tank or damage dealer. Like
make a tank.
I think it absolutely would be able to do it to the same degree. I think a druid, any direction it goes in, it's going to be sacrificing other pieces of itself, whereas an artificer won't. It could literally do whatever it wants, and because it's an artificer, it will be it will always have that prep time, because that's the whole point. It's in a factory, it builds its shit, it builds all its own stuff, then it puts it out. Boom, go drop me in the battlefield with my little fucking magical mech thing. And that's like, yeah, I think this is a pretty good one. Like, if you don't want to be in battle, you don't have to be. You also, this is one of the few ones. Druid was another one, to be fair. This is another one that has use on the front lines of war, as well as outside the front lines of war, as you can also support the troops from not actually on a battlefield, but like building tanks and machines and weapons and all that kind of stuff. A druid had something similar with the food and stuff.
Combat engineer.
Yeah.
Hey, shit ass. We need a bridge across this river. Bang, bridge. Oh,
Match.
hey, we need to fucking make a tunnel. Bang, tunnel.
I don't know if you would waste a magical engineer for that. I feel like you just would send a normal engineer, but a magical engineer, I feel like you'd want to save those. Well, I feel like every engineer on the planet would just be like, make me a magical engineer. I want to do my things way better.
Might as well.
I mean, I'm already doing it.
Crap, anyhow, fucking sky's the limit at this point.
Oh wait, so would every doctor just turn into would choose to be a healer as well?
I think most.
Probably.
I think most of them, yeah, probably.
So then, do you even
wouldn't.
have to be in a party? Because you could just be like Archimedes and just making all these engines of war.
No, I mean that's what I'm saying. In theory, the artificer never has to leave his factory. He could just be like on soil, on like home soil, just making shit to have sent to the front lines. They don't actually have to participate in the battle at all if they don't want to. But if they do want to, they could build some shit that will allow them to be able to do that. So they can choose either or, whichever they want to do. It's just limited by, well, probably their level and their ability to actually create it.
So it sounds like S tier maybe behind Paladin.
I would actually argue above Paladin. Because
a paladin is kind of only good at one thing.
A paladin's really good at one thing, but it's also stuck in that one thing. Like if the war happens and you're a paladin, you're on the front lines.
It's the best at one thing.
Yeah, but the artificer, it can be the best. Not necessarily. I wouldn't say. Well, no. I mean, if you fucking throw a mech out
as an artificer,
huh?
You got great options as an artificer. As a point.
Yeah, you have great options, and it's kind of like the druid, where the druid you have options, but I think the options that the druid has makes it worse than all the other stuff. The artificer can actually excel at the one thing. Like a druid can't be a tank. A druid can't be just a straight up healer. It could do it.
That's right. You could be a bear tank.
But it's never going to be as good as an actual tank. It's not going to be like a druid
in an actual tank.
Yeah, like an artificer can actually be inside of a tank if they want to. Like they can literally create a magical tank.
That man's gonna be in there.
Oh, dude, I'm just you could just imagine this mad scientist dude just
blasting fireballs,
loving it, just building all kinds of machines of.
So then your best chance of survival, just join up with like emperor and just build his war stuff.
Well, I mean, you're on Earth, so you just join one of our empires.
Or I don't know, I join the president. Just join the president or something.
Join the English Empire.
Go in the army and build tanks.
The English Empire. No, I mean like a real country. I'm kidding. Sort of. Okay.
No, I don't see an issue with that statement.
I know you want us to be here, but I can't read what the next thing is.
The next one just says hunter.
Hunter.
Just says hunter. So.
Hunter.
I don't even know why this is on here. Like a worse Like a worse Beastmaster? like I mean.
Pretty much. I didn't know you had
No, you're
Hunter
just,
and Beastmaster at the same time.
Yeah,
Ooh.
someone told me Beastmaster, and then someone told me Hunter because we were looking for another rogue. But okay, so let's actually do this a little fair. We could potentially say that the Hunter is significantly different than the Beastmaster, because a Beastmaster is a warrior class, not a rogue class. It's a very important distinction, and they can also control mounts. Hunters are different. They're kind of like assassins in a way. They're stealth based, but they're capable of using melee weapons as well as long range weapons. And I think in terms of an actual war zone, they're better.
I think it
They're a
depends
lot.
on what you're fighting.
They're good.
It would absolutely depend on what you're fighting, but if we're talking about going to war, you basically got a fucking predator. I mean, that's
Yeah, because you have like demon hunters and as well as like hunter like.
yeah. You could specify
Could
what
this
kind of
be-
hunter you are. I mean, you could
Yeah,
build.
you
You
could
could
be
make
like a vampire
traps.
hunter.
You can make traps and stuff in the woods or like.
Specialized.
Oh yeah, you could specialize.
You
in
could be like
different
Blade.
things. You know, if you want to be, you could be a hunter that doesn't control animals at all and has nothing to do with animals. Like I don't hunt animals. I hunt the truest of game, man. You know what I mean? Like you just.
You could be like Craven the Hunter.
Yeah, like you have a lot of options with Hunter. I want to give Hunter a little more of a chance of just saying shitty Beastmaster, because I think shitty Beastmaster isn't fair. They do have their own stuff. But
Al, these are the ones
So is
that
this
are
from
going to have.
Is this
Okay,
from
these
like a
would be
fantasy perspective or like?
well, we're in our modern world, but yeah, it's from a fantasy perspective. Yeah. Where you're becoming an
I
RPG.
think these would be the ones. Sorry.
No,
these
go
would
ahead.
be the ones that would be. These would be the ones that would have like Hunter's mark or favored enemy. If it's
So you could be like a
Yeah.
Witcher then.
Yeah.
No, real talk.
More of
I
a-
think
more of a
hunters
specialist against-
would fall like right behind fighters as like the common rank and file soldier. Simply because like you would need specialized individuals for all of these like mythical, like all fantasy or whatever aliens invading Earth.
I think Hunter would
Hunters
be.
would be
I think Hunter would be similar to Assassin in the way that it would have very specific things that it would be able to do, but I do think there would be a lot more opportunities to use a Hunter than there would be to use an Assassin.
I think they'd just be a lot more long range though. No? They could
I
use
mean,
a
you
lot
could
of
be
the
like-
artificer
Not
items.
necessarily. I mean, you're basically you're like think about hunters, right? You think about who you got. You got Predator. You got Rambo. I mean, it's not necessarily long range.
a Rambo.
Would Rambo classify as a hunter? Does he count?
He is
Yeah.
absolutely. He's a.
I
He
think
is.
so, yeah.
He's absolutely a hunter. He built. Think about it. Think about
He's
all
a
the stuff.
guerrilla warfighter.
Yeah. Think about
I
all
mean,
the.
I guess, yeah, he does have all the survival skills and
Yeah,
stuff.
think about all the stuff that I said, right? Yeah, stealth abilities, building traps, long range as well as close range. This is all Rambo. I just described Rambo, but that is the
Yeah.
hunter.
It's
you
true.
know?
Oh
That's-
yeah. Get a hunter, a druid, and a.
So, I mean, just
Beastmaster
Rambo
then,
with
as a
magical
hunter-
items, just
Oh, wait.
better guns.
As a hunter, you just as a hunter, you excel in like locating enemies. Then.
Yeah, that would be another
Are you
thing.
tracking?
That would be another thing.
It's the
Tracking your prey.
recall.
Tracking your prey would be a. I would. You know what? I would go hunter. I wouldn't go hunter over a lot of these, but I don't think you'd be shit out of luck if you became a hunter. Also, like what would like a
Maybe
level
hunter over pyro.
what would like a level 500 hunter even look like? Like what would you be doing? Would you be just like completely?
Someone that's
You would just be.
Depends on, like, what
you would
you're
literally.
specializing in.
Hawkeye.
Would you just literally be the predator? Like you just completely unseen, just like just fucking like hanging dudes from trees and shit and
We'll just be
disappearing.
Rambo.
You'd be like a bounty hunter, just looking for your foes,
Looking for your foes.
Yeah.
Looking for your foes.
Yeah.
Wait, hold up, Jordan Meso.
Odds on the block.
Jordan Meso, who is single-handedly funding the stream. Hunters are best when fighting enemy animals or whatever qualities as animals, and it can be support by giving info on certain animals on the. Well, I think you're limiting them by just saying animals.
Yeah.
Because I think that's one way it could go.
Well, I mean, I think we're
They
using
could,
hunter as like a general term, so it could be a vampire hunter, it could be a demon hunter.
Yeah, whatever,
Yeah,
whatever it
hunter.
was, like you can
Bounty
have,
hunter.
yeah, like you can have certain, like you can have, well, it wouldn't be bounty hunter because in this particular case we're at war, so you're not hunting for bounties. I mean,
I was
unless
using
we
this
put
example,
bounties on
like,
specific.
someone hunts people.
Hunter, but okay.
That would be crazy.
I
we
think
get
that-
we get invaded by the Imperium of Man, and Earth puts a bounty on the fucking Emperor of Mankind, and one of these hunters just like, all right, let's go. Let's
Gets
get
it done.
Let's get it in.
Yeah, Lobo pulls up.
Oh, good.
Well, I mean, Lobo would be
interesting.
a hunter.
He would be.
He
Technically.
would.
He's a bounty
As
hunter.
Custodes, we're getting bored of the blood game.
That would be
I don't know.
that would be like there needs to be, I don't know if there needs to be a show like that or a comic or something, because that's a cool concept. Like the idea, like, okay, you're in this fucking spacefaring sci-fi universe, right? Everything's very futuristic. It's very Mass Effect, Star Trek, whatever.
Cowboy Bebop.
I feel like you don't know what. Anyway,
I don't even know what you said.
so the sci-fi. He said Cowboy Bebop.
What?
So it's you have this expanding universe, right? It's going over. It's taking over planets, all that kind of stuff. It goes take over this one planet, just another planet, just another day. It's got millions of planets. It goes down to this planet, and it's like a fantasy, like medieval world, and these dudes have like magic and shit. And all this advanced technology is like, the fuck is this? Like, what? They're just like shooting fire out of their fingers and shit. One dude brought my.
It's like the crossover between Warhammer 40k and Warhammer Fantasy.
I guess. I think Warhammer 40k is already sci-fi fantasy, but I'm talking straight sci-fi, going down into a fantasy, and just like a literal clash of sci-fi going down into this world that's like still very primitive, but it's just a magical like medieval world. Like,
that's Warhammer
Halo
Fantasy.
versus D&D.
That's not
Halo
Warhammer.
versus D&D. Because Warhammer Fantasy is very clearly
It's very medieval.
14, it's not medieval. It's more like 1409. Century. Like they got guns, they got shit like that. But like the guns aren't
like medieval.
They're not the best. But there's still people that wear armor and fight with swords.
Yeah.
But so does Dune. Wearing armor and fighting with swords doesn't mean it's medieval.
Yeah.
Dune wears armor and fights with swords.
With Dune, they have to because of their shields. Like you can't shoot them with a bullet.
Well, that's only because of Arrakis.
No, but the entire universe fights that way. I mean, even down in Arrakis, where they don't wear shields, people are still fighting with swords.
Well, but like in Dune, you got dudes who have guns that just like wipe the floor. Like you have the fucking buzzbirds with the dudes shooting like the railgun, minigun, even in on Arrakis, where he's just like mowing down fucking.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah, it exists. But I'm just saying, just because my point was not to go into Dune. My point was that just because you have swords and armor does not make it medieval. I mean, Warhammer Fantasy has guns and science and shit as well. It's not like it is not a science fiction universe that clashes with a fantasy universe. It is a universe that is both fantasy as well as very modern and scientific. I mean, it's not quite the clash that I'm specifically talking about. Anyway, it doesn't matter because this isn't an existing series. I just think it would be cool if you're following this series that's just straight up sci-fi or just straight up fantasy, and then all of a sudden halfway through, after you're like 100 chapters in, it's like, oh shit, what? They just got invaded by fucking aliens, and now it's like sci-fi versus fucking fantasy. I don't know. I think it would be a cool concept.
Wouldn't the fantasy just get destroyed by the sci-fi?
No, because
they just blow up the planet.
No, because you have magic. You would have magic, and no one says that you have to make the sci-fi so over the top that they could blow up planets. Most sci-fi doesn't blow up planets. Some sci-fi blows up planets, but not all sci-fi blows up planets. And if
it'll be an ultimate like science versus magic kind of deal.
Kind of. It would be sci-fi versus fantasy. It was essentially, but also like even if they did show up and they could blow up the planet, then you could have something like, oh, we gathered a bunch of our mages together and they're putting a barrier over the planet or whatever. There's a bunch of different stuff you could do. I've seen a lot of series that is sci-fi fantasy, that's a mixture of both. He-Man sci-fi fantasy, but I've never seen a series that's just sci-fi and they're just like going about their business, and then all of a sudden they come on to a world that's like completely fantasy, and the sci-fi people are like blown away because they're like, magic exists? What the fuck? Like this is like a whole, like, even you should probably make it so that the sci-fi universe has just never even heard of magic. Like it's not an existing concept at all, not even in their fiction, and they come across it, it's like what the fuck are these guys doing?
Sure.
And yeah, it's like
this
like
is
just
a child story.
No, it's amazing. It's fantastic. It's
Merlin versus fucking goddamn.
It's an Oscar.
Master Chief? What is this?
It's an Oscar award-winning, Pulitzer Prize winning story is what this is. That doesn't even make sense. Pulitzers are for fucking reporters. But yeah, no.
So maybe it happened in real life and you're reporting on it.
Wait, what?
It happened and you're reporting on it.
Yes. Yes.
Hunter
That's what happened to
I
Mars.
think is the most versatile on this period.
Yeah, because he could be
However,
any kind of hunter.
Well,
Yeah, but you're
you don't have any
still
spell
good at
casting.
He's not the well. He's
Yeah.
you can't say he's the most versatile. I mean, it's in his name. He hunts. Like that's what he does. So it's not like you're not gonna make him a healer. You're not gonna make him a support class. You know, he's a hunter. He's
So
gonna
then his
fighting
main
on like
his
the
main
forefront.
role is
The
like
hunter's gonna be more valued above some of these.
Yeah.
others.
I would say
his main focus is fighting and tracking and all that.
Yeah, and I would say unlike a druid, if you want to build, you won't be able to build him to stand toe to toe with someone like a berserker in a physical confrontation. But that doesn't mean he can't stand toe to toe in a physical confrontation. He just wouldn't stand in the same way. He's not gonna like unsheath a sword and sword fight a berserker. But
Well,
he
it
can,
depends. I mean, if
shoot
he's
him with an arrow in the
he can have
brain.
items. He can have poisons. He can have little bombs or something like that. Like he would have.
I think like a superhuman vampire hunter would do very well against a berserker.
It's the Batman class. It's the Batman class with enough prep time.
Right, but some hunters are like, superhuman damn near.
I don't know.
Or even
I would
superhuman.
actually argue that a vampire might not do all that well against a berserker. Necessarily.
Depends on the age.
Well, it depends on it depends on the fiction.
Depends on what fan.
It depends on the
vampire.
Depends on the fiction. It depends on what the vampire can do and what the berserker could do.
Well, yeah, that's true also.
I mean, like we were talking about earlier, I would say Kazan, the first berserker, Kazan the first berserker, I would say he would kill 90% of vampires in fiction pretty easily. It just depends on the fiction, you know. But then there's going to be vampires that are like vampire gods and shit that also exist, like in what is it?
I am the 10 billion version of Dracula. I can suck your soul, bitch.
Yeah, there's like all kinds of different crazy shit for vampires. So it just
Freddy
depends.
Krueger vampire.
But yeah, but I don't. My point is, I don't think that I don't think that a hunter who was specifically specialized in hunting vampires would necessarily do particularly well against a berserker. I would say that hunter would probably need to be able to go after someone like a berserker, who is very different than what he would have to do to go after a vampire.
I am the hunter of berserkers.
Yeah. I also think it would depend on the situation. Like, if a hunter was in the forest or in a place where he can hunt the berserker, he's got a much better chance than if he met him face to face on a battlefield. I don't think that might be kind of difficult.
Would we say that like a vampire hunter is a better fighter than a berserker? Like they have better training, maybe?
Not necessarily. No.
I think it's because
the berserker's whole thing is being amazing at fighting. Yeah, they're definitely more versatile, but if I think it would be a very hard argument to make that there's any hunter in any way that would be able to pull out a sword and go toe to toe in an actual combat without using any tricks, no poisons, no bombs, no subterfuge at all, and overtake a berserker. Like, that's all berserkers do, are be really, really good at fighting. Like, that's the only thing. I don't think
that's kind of like.
But I really like the idea of a I really do like the idea of a unit of hunters, beastmasters, and druids being stationed in woods.
Yeah, I actually do too. I think that's really cool. Like a jungle force, a jungle fighting force or something. That would actually be really cool.
Actually, they could. Actually, you could also have an Arctic and desert variants of those groups too, because
Exactly. Check it. If pyromancers are your artillery and berserkers are your shock troops, recon or hunters are your recon. They're your guys being like, oh hey, by the way, here's where they're located. We did some, a little firefight, killed some couple dudes, but they're still up and about. That the hunters are the recon.
See, this is the shit. This is the shit that solo leveling should have touched on. Like how all these different classes are utilized specifically in different real world engagements, but instead they got them running in dungeons and just doing normal video game shit. It's like it would have been much more interesting to see how these different classes are actually utilized in the real world in actual real world war conflict. That would have been so much cooler, but they don't.
yes, beware. The trees do indeed have eyes. Hi, Druid.
Eye. They have
You're
one
doing
eye.
a great job.
They have a single eye.
Trees speaking Vietnamese.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
I am the Lorax and I speak for the trees for some fucking reason.
Speaking Vietnamese.
I live in a swamp, so if I was a hunter, I would be like a swamp hunter. That would be interesting. Be like Be like
semi-aquatic.
That'd be cool.
It doesn't even matter what environment it is. Hunters exist in those environments.
No, but I want to be theme based.
I
want my armor. I want my armor to look like a fucking alligator skin. You know, like hard, like the hard top part. The top part of alligator.
No, Crocodile Dundee style. Got the vest, no shirt.
We don't have crocodiles. We have alligators.
Alligator boots.
We have alligators. That's what we do. Yeah, we do alligators.
Wait, I just have one thing that druids can do that other classes can't. Oh, underwater ocean fight. Well, that, but I meant, well, true. Well, depends on the spellcaster, but we don't got any of those spellcasters. But they could fight in the oceans.
Yeah.
I don't know how useful
that'll
that'll
turn
be.
into a shark.
I don't know how useful that'll be.
Turn into a shark, you know.
But like, who's gonna be fighting them in the ocean? It won't really matter.
I mean, technically, we're being invaded by literally everything in fiction. Someone's going to fight in the
ship.
In the ocean.
Sure.
Yeah. Let me see.
Like a navy ship, maybe. I don't know.
Rouga ends up. I like this one. Rouga ends up the Florida waterbenders from Avatar: The Last Airbender. You know what? I'm not gonna kid you. When I was a kid watching, well, not too much a kid. I was probably an early teenager when that show came out. But when that show came out and I was watching it and they got to the whole swamp episode with the swamp waterbenders, dude, I was so happy. I was like, oh, bro, we got like, look at that. I was like, it's my people.
It's representation.
It's my people. No, I just thought it was funny. Because it wasn't so much that like people that were like representation. It was more so this was always like an Asian-y kind of vibe, and then all of a sudden they just like chucked you into like the Louisiana swamps, and I'm like, that's so weird. it's I'm kind of digging it, and I like and the usage of like the water bending in the vines in the swamp, you know, it's just like cool. And then I'd be like, I'd learn swamp bending because you know it's like that would be my shit. Let's do it. I don't know. It was cool.
But you'd have to be a druid for that.
It's not so much representation. It was more so the area that they were in, and I was like, hey,
yeah, that's
kind of where I live. That's cool. I like to see. It might be a little weird, but I find it more interesting when I see different environments than when I see different groups of people. Like, I don't give a fuck if a person shows up and starts talking with my accent, but if I see him, like, in a swamp, I'm like, yeah, I know them swamps. Like, that's my swamps. All right, let's go. Let's see. Yeah, see, like, yeah, they were such a tone shift, and I love it. Yeah, and then they brought him back, and that was cool. All right, let's continue.
And then he fight with seaweed.
Yeah, they fight, yeah. Okay, so, Hunter. Where should Hunter go?
Between just behind
versatility.
Berserker, then?
Versatility. Well, it's not really versatility because again, it's just one thing.
Specialization.
It's a specialization, but it's not a versatility because they do really just do one thing. They just do that one thing. It's yeah, because berserkers don't really have specializations. I mean, there's different types of berserkers, I know. And those different, like, there's the animal-based berserkers, and there's even, like, demonic berserkers, and yeah, but they all do the same thing. They all just fight with fucking swords. So,
or axes or whatever melee weapon.
I don't know. I'm gonna leave this one up to the voting. This is gonna be the second time we voted. Have not been voting a lot this tonight, guys. I've noticed that. Okay, so Hunter or Berserker. Which one is better? Or which one would you rather? Okay, I was like, you get it, okay? God shows up in front of you. I'm going to make you Berserker. I'm going to make you a Hunter. Pick one, bitch. And then you get to pick one. And then you know, which one you want. Just do that, you know? Here you go.
Which one would you be?
I have a soft spot for the Berserker. I said that since the beginning. I have a soft spot for the Berserker, so it's not fair. Currently,
I thought you'd have a soft spot for the Hunter too.
Currently, I would probably pick either the Berserker and then second. I honestly, all my tiers are on B. Almost all of them. Berserker, Monk, Beastmaster all look cool to me. Necromancer would also be pretty cool. That would probably be in the top 4 that I would choose. Yeah, that's probably mine currently that I would pick. One of those 4. with Berserker and Necromancer being pretty high up there, and then maybe Monk and Beastmaster fall a little bit. If I get to be Beastman from specifically like that for like not the same dude, but like those types of powers, and that's how the power system works, is how it works in He-Man, then that's like number 2. Like that. Oh, that would be a cool one. Beastman.
Wait, hold up.
No. I just had a really cool thought. Beastman from He-Man versus Kazan from Kazan the First Berserker. That's fucking cool. That's a cool fight.
That is fucking cool. That's a cool fight.
That's a cool. That is
too.
I like it.
Beastman
But if
versus
we're talking
Berserker.
about Beastman and you're having the level of Beastman to like a Master of the Universe, what, like you're saying you choose Master of Beast over Master of all martial arts? Like, get out of here, bro.
I mean, if you're going that high in scaling, then
Well,
yeah, of course.
Wait, a master,
then
but a Berserker
no.
isn't a master of all martial arts.
Well, I'm just saying on the
Rage
level
guy.
of like if we're going like you're the master of this in the He-Man universe or whatever, where you're like the master in all the universe, you would choose the Master of Beast over like the Master of Rage, I guess.
Well, okay,
Yes.
so well. To be fair, if we're talking Beastman, he's got a lot more going for him than just controlling beasts. Not only is he a general of all of Skeletor's army, he's a master strategist. He is himself a master hunter. He has heightened senses. So he would kind of be like if you took a Beastmaster and the hunter and sort of fuse them together, but then like fed them a bunch of steroids and put their power levels up to like 10,000. Like,
sure, but that's all the masters of the universe. They're all like,
yeah, sure.
I'm good at all this shit, but I'm specialized in this.
Well, no, because it's not. I mean, he's better at hunting. I think he's probably the best hunter in the universe, Beastman. He's one of.
There's a master of hunts.
Well, we haven't come across Master of Hunts. We've come.
Well,
we know
that's
Beastman.
what I'm saying. Like with the universe of the how the being a master title or whatever.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. But I don't think there will be. I don't think there will be a Master of Hunts because I think Beastman sort of covers that sort of spectrum of stuff. Like when it like the two nature-based masters that exist Mossman and Beastman. Those are the two nature-based characters. Mossman has power over all nature. He's basically Swamp Thing from DC Comics. And Beastman is stated within the lore to be the equal of him, just the other side of nature. So he should be the similar power. And again, Mossman is insanely fucking powerful. He's basically Swamp Thing. So that just tells you how strong Beastman is.
Goodbye oxygen.
Yeah, but Beastman controls the creatures and the living beings and stuff, whereas Mossman controls the plant life and stuff like that. So it's sort of separated. But yeah, like Beastman lives in the thick jungles. He fights giant beast monsters that are like fucking 40, 50 feet tall, giant monstrosities, and overpowers them, beats shit out of them. He has enhanced senses. He's a master hunter. He's got all the. He's Beastman. He's cool. Beastman's cool. People need to stop shitting on Beastman just because the '80s show made him a dumbass.
I'm not trying to shit him on him like that, though. You know how I'm trying to shit on him.
Don't shit on him.
You know that I'm
He's
shitting
awesome.
on him because he's a master of beasts.
Yeah,
and
because he's a
in
beast.
He-Man, there was a master of hunters.
Well, there isn't.
Master of hunters.
Because that all is that's all
but
encompassed.
That's how the universe power works.
Well, I know, but it's all of that hunts and beasts and the woods and forests and fucking Vietnam Rambo style shit. That's all encompassed within Beastman. So there isn't like another one that does that. You know what I mean? That doesn't exist in the universe.
There is.
Well, there isn't now.
The next
so shut
Netflix
the fuck up.
adaptation.
No.
Yeah.
No, stop.
no.
Stop trying to steal. That would be stupid. That would be like if Mossman, is a master of nature, and then all of a sudden we're gonna be like, oh well, what about like plants in deserts? Like now we're gonna make like a new dude.
Fungus
who could do,
Man.
Fungus. Yeah, it's like now that's
You
Mossman.
stop talking because you know they'll do it.
Mossman already covers that. Don't that's stupid. Just leave it with Mossman. More delinquent stories when? What happened to Lefu? I don't know if I'll ever do delinquent stories again. I'm not gonna lie. Delinquent stories was something I did when I had like I don't know, 500 subs, and like the channel wasn't going anywhere, and I didn't care what I put out, you know. So I did the delinquent stories because I didn't have a lot of time. A hurricane was coming, and I knew I wasn't gonna have power for a couple of days. So I was like, what am I gonna do? I gotta like put some videos out so they got stuff while I'm like just sitting at home doing nothing with the power out. So I made like 4 videos in a single day. I recorded them and edited them really quick, put them all together. It was super, super fast. And 2 of them, well, one of them was a delinquent story, which was because I ran out of ideas. I was like, I'm just going to talk about some shit that happened when I was a kid. So I did that. That, and I had just recently watched Windbreaker, and it reminded me. It was very similar to some stuff that happened when I was a kid. So I was like, yeah, that's kind of cool. Let's like give me my version of it. And I released it, and then people at the time liked it, and it got not a lot of views, but at the time I didn't get a lot of views ever, and nobody cared. So I was like, okay, some people liked it. Let's do another one. And I did another one, and that was it. And I intend on keep doing it. But at this point in time, like my whole channel is about the survival challenges. And when I go off the survival challenges, I get punished. My YouTube channel actually gets punished for it. So, and like I dive in views, and I don't just dive in views for that one video. My whole channel dives in views when I make stuff that's not.
The algorithm hates.
The algorithm. Well, it's just how the algorithm works for most people. So, like for instance, I made a Hellboy. Like the algorithm has been very, very friendly recently to Helldivers and Doom stuff. So I released a Hellboy survival challenge this morning. Like change up a little bit, right? It got less than a fraction of what my last 6 or 7 videos have been doing because it's off of that algorithm, because the algorithm currently is friendly to those 2 things. So my next video is probably going to be another fucking Helldivers or Hellboy video, because that's what the algorithm is sort of being friendly to. And it's not even really the algorithm, it's that people who watch my video don't watch it when I do new stuff. Like the YouTube will just straight up tell me, they're like, less of your subscribers are clicking on this video, and they're not watching it. So when they don't watch it, YouTube stops showing it to my other subscribers. So basically what happens, like if I have 1,000 subscribers, YouTube will show it to like 100, 200 people, and if less people click on it of those 200, they won't show it to the other 800. So that's what ends up happening. So I have people who will send me messages on comment sections basically saying, oh dude, I thought you stopped making YouTube videos. I haven't seen any of your videos in fucking months. And I was like, still making them, haven't gone anywhere. And he's like, yeah, YouTube hasn't shown them to me. And I have people sending me that shit all the time, and it's just, and that's why I kind of have to go along.
That's weird, man.
Yeah, so I kind of have to go along with
I get your shit like every week.
Yeah.
Your videos
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you could, yeah, because if you consistently watch it and you're consistently interacting with it, that's the case. But if you're somebody who only watches stuff that's specifically like oh, I really like his Helldivers videos, or I really like his Hellboy videos, or I really like his things, as long as I'm making Hellboy videos, it'll start showing you other stuff, and that'll be cool. But if like I stop making Helldiver videos for a bit, and then I start releasing other stuff, because the algorithm tells you that since you've been telling the algorithm that you're really interested in Helldivers videos, it'll stop showing you my whole channel because I hadn't made a Helldivers video in like 2 weeks or whatever. So I have to like, feed the algorithm the way it is. So to answer your question with Lefu and what happened with Lefu, our relationship continued until about midway through middle school, where we got into an extremely violent altercation, and it went really bad. I got kicked out of school again, and I had to. There was like a whole thing with Juvie, and it's fine. It was a long story.
How do you pronounce that guy's name?
It's a fake name.
Anakin?
It's not his real name. Lefu. I used fake.
No. And the guy who donated the money, Anakin's. You want a delinquent story? I just watched a woman fucking put a banana in her goddamn vagina and shit the peel out. All right, there's your delinquent story.
Why?
That's a good question. Why did you watch that?
Yes. I don't know about that one.
Why'd you share that?
Lost Soul, did you ever expect your channel to blow up? No, I did it because I was becoming a bum. So I got laid off, and there wasn't a lot of work in the city for electricians, and I work for the hall, so I'm not allowed for the I'm not I don't work for them, but I'm a part of the union. And because I'm part of the union, I can only work with the union. So I couldn't go jobs hunting. I had to wait for the union to have a job for me. So I wasn't working. I was just like chilling. I have this thing where I'm not gonna go get a job for like $15 an hour because I was making like 3 times that. So I'm like, no way. I'm just gonna wait. I had money saved up. I'm just gonna wait. So a couple months went by, and I'm like, shit, dude, there's still no jobs. And I was starting to get super like lazy. Like I was starting to like sleep in. Like it used to be that I woke up every morning at 4 a.m. Then when I was not at work, it got to the point where I was waking up at 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m. And eventually I got up at like 10 or 11. I was like, holy shit, my whole morning's gone, dude. I'm getting fucking lazy. I wasn't doing anything. I wasn't going to the gym anymore, and I needed something to do. So I decided to make a YouTube channel. And the sole purpose of the existence of the YouTube channel was so that I had something that I had to wake up for, so that I didn't continue to just waste away into nothingness waiting for a fucking job. So, yeah, and then that's what I did. So I had an alarm set. It's gonna go off. I'm gonna wake up, eat breakfast, and I'm gonna work on these YouTube videos. And that's it. And it didn't matter how much I got done. I actually only released like a video a month. Like it was super slow. Like, it wasn't something that I really planned on doing. It was literally just, get me out of bed, basically. And then I started going back to the gym and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, I kept doing it. I eventually did get a job. I went back to work, and the YouTube channel was still there. And I was still only releasing a video like once every 2 months or something like that. And it wasn't a whole lot. And then eventually, I released one specific video, which was the top 13 fighters of Tekken. And it was right before Tekken 8 came out, and that video blew up. At the time, my most watched video was 1,000 views. This video got 60,000 views. And to be clear, that video that got 1,000 views, that was my most watched video. But my previously most watched video under that was like 200. Like it was they were getting shit. I mean, I remember my first video I ever dropped was a God of War video. And like 6 months after I dropped it, it had 8 views. Like my videos weren't getting shit. And this one video just jumped up to 60,000. And then I was like, oh, cool. People liked it. Okay, let's make another Tekken video. And I made a Tekken video, and then that one did really well. That one got like 30 or 40,000. Like, oh shit. And I made another Tekken video, I just kept making Tekken videos. And then basically it became Tekken month. And in that 1 month, I made like 16 Tekken videos. And at the end of the Tekken month, Tekken 8 came out. I made one more Tekken 8 video, and I'm like, all right, let's move on to something else. I don't want to do Tekken videos anymore. So I did something else, and then that video came out, and it did shit. It did nothing. It had like 800 views or something compared to what I've been doing for the past month. I was like, okay, cool. Let's like not, basically I decided to drop it after that point, and I was like, I'm not going to be forced to do Tekken videos because I don't want to do Tekken videos. And then I just started doing other stuff, and then I got shit views for a couple months, and then eventually I made the Forgotten Beauties videos. The first Forgotten Beauties video I've dropped did 90,000 views. And I was like, oh shit, okay, cool. And then I did the Forgotten Beauties videos for a little while, and those were doing views. And then I got tired of doing that, and I started doing something else again, and then my views dropped back down to like a couple hundred. And that was the case for a couple of months. So basically every couple of months I get bored, go to do something else, and then make that thing for a little while, and then that thing blows up. But yeah, so my channel has technically blown up in views 3 times. And 2 of those times I've just said I don't want to do this, and I stopped doing it, and I've sort of purposely killed my channel. Like if I kept doing Tekken videos, I would probably be bigger than I am now. But I would just be known as the Tekken guy, and I didn't want to do Tekken videos. So yeah, right now I'm known as the survival challenge guy, because this is something that I can do that allows me to talk about a large variety of different things, and I don't feel like I'm like in a bubble. Because, it's a more broad topic than just Forgotten Beauties or the Tekken stuff. That's basically more or less my entire YouTube journey in a nutshell. So, short answer, no, I didn't think this was ever going to become anything. I didn't really care for it to. It was literally just to get me out of bed and nothing else. And it just sort of happened. And now here we are. So I hope I didn't lose too many of you telling you my YouTube story. But actually, all of this information is already on the on YouTube. I made a Q&A video, which I'm sure nobody saw, because I made it a while ago. I think I made it when I got like... it was my 100th video celebration. That's what it was. My 100th celebration video. right? Yeah. I have like over 200 videos now. I didn't even make a 200 video celebration, but I made it. I dropped it. It got like 4,000 views. Like no one watched it, but it's a Q&A video, and it's an hour and something long. And I had the community send me a bunch of questions, a bunch of personal questions, all sorts of things, and I answered a bunch of questions, and then that was it. It's the Q&A video. So if you want to hear more detail about all this stuff and all of that shit is on that video, you can go watch it. Like I said, it's only got like 4,000 views or something. It's just type in Rouga Rabid on YouTube, Rouga Rabid Q&A, and it'll pop up. It's the only one I got. I was thinking about updating it, and maybe on my 500th video or I don't know 250th video or something like that, making another Q&A. Since now I have like 3 or 4 times the subscribers I did when I made the original one, so maybe they'll ask different questions or whatever. I don't know. We'll see. The last one didn't do well. I don't think Q&A videos really do that well just in general, so maybe not. Yeah, there it is. Avi just dropped it. Would Rouga survive a Q&A 100th video celebration? That is the title of the video. Thank you. Bozo taking a hot dog minute down a rabbit hole. What's the next one? People were asking questions, Mike. Rudeness. The next one's Guardian. Also, what the fuck happened to the thing? Is everybody else? Did everyone leave, or did y'all just like stop to listen?
We didn't want to interrupt your.
Just patiently.
Your answering the
That was very polite. That was very polite of you guys. Thank you. But yeah, no, y'all could have added if y'all wanted to. I thought y'all all just bailed. It's just like, oh, that was fucking rude.
He's talking about his past.
I muted myself.
Yeah.
I mean, the person asked you a question and you're answering it and paid for.
Yeah.
Answers.
Well,
He gave an interesting story.
Not me. Get out of here.
Well, actually, that wasn't. They didn't pay. That one that wasn't paid for. Lost Soul asked me if I.
Oh,
The Lefu shit was the one that was paid for. The other one wasn't. Lefu, for anyone who doesn't know, I made a video a long time ago that was called. Well, not that long. I mean, I've only been doing this for like a year and a half, but. It was Delinquent Stories. It was basically true stories about stuff that actually happened in my real life because I was a drug runner and I, fought for money and I did a bunch of not cool stuff when I was younger. Anyway, I started telling like stories of things that had happened and I changed all the names of all the characters in it, and one of the characters in it is Lefu, who was a real person who is probably the first psychopath I've ever met in my life. He was out of his fucking mind.
Psycho or socio?
I would say psycho. Yeah, he genuinely found deep enjoyment and sexual pleasure from the suffering of other people. Yeah, he was absolutely a psychopath, and he was a psychopath from the moment I met him, and I met him in 3rd grade, and I knew him for like 4 or 5 years. And that whole time, he was just the most demented, fucked up person. He manipulated and lied to basically everyone he came into contact with. He would some of the most fucked up shit you would imagine a child doing to people. Like, he did some horrible shit to people. Yeah, but anyway, I'm not gonna. I tell 2 different stories that involve him on the channel. They're called the delinquent. They're called what were they called again? It was delinquent something. Just Rouga Rabid Delinquent Stories. Check those out too if you want to hear that. But yeah, that's all on there. Like I said, if you want to like my earlier stuff is not like before the survival channels, before the survival challenge stuff was just like a bunch of random. Just a bunch of random bullshit. Like all kinds of some of them were analyses on movies and stories and things like that. I was I made a story like I said those 2 specifically I made those because I saw Windbreakers and Windbreakers reminded me of stuff and I was like, wait, this whole delinquent this is actually relatively, I'm not gonna say realistic, but there's this shit happens, like the Windbreaker shit. This actually happens in real life, and I wanted to tell stories about that's very similar. Like we would have that kind of situations where people would all get together, and these younger guys in middle school and high school would all get together and form these gangs and kick the living shit out of each other. I knew people who were put in hospitals and nearly died from being jumped in middle school and being nearly killed because of the gangs that would form. And it was it happened all the time. Happened all the time, and people think it's like all fictional. And I'm like, no, bro, this shit happens a lot. Like it's very common. The '90s were a fucking wild time, especially the '90s in New Orleans, man. That was a very, very everybody's parents were in a gang. Like everybody's parents were gang affiliated in some way or another. Anyway, let's we will return since Mike is getting impatient with his impatience.
If everyone's special, no one's special.
Yeah.
Down there, syndrome.
I was
Freaking.
gonna say. I was gonna
If
say.
everyone's a delinquent, no one's a delinquent.
What were you gonna say? Sexy black man voice.
I was gonna say that it would have been cool. It would be cool if someone made a video of like Berserker from like Heracles from the Fate series versus the first Berserker Kazan, because I think it'd be an interesting matchup. I don't know the second guy, but I don't know, I think
Heracles
it'd be
like
a good matchup.
Hercules.
Hercules?
Yeah,
Hercules
Hercules.
is not a berserker though.
When he first started talking, I thought he had sexy black man voice. Then he kept talking, and I'm like, he might not be black man. He might not be sexy black man.
Nah, man.
I didn't think so.
It got less and less.
It got less and less
No,
sexy
that's from
black the more
Fate.
he started talking. What's up?
But yeah, for Heracles in the Fate series is classed as a berserker
And now he's underwater.
based
Yeah.
on the class system.
I think he's a shapeshifter. That Nano, that's Nano the shapeshifter. I bet you. That's what it is.
He didn't start asking for stuff to get added to the list yet, though. So.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm
Just type it
surprised
in.
no one has added anything to the list. Normally by now we'd have fucking 8 more things added on. You know?
I feel like it's hard to think of good
You
classes.
kind of got it covered, I'll be honest.
No, there's. I mean, look. No, well, I said as we continued, we can add more crazy shit, right? Like the Gunzerker from fucking, whoever. Like add more crazy stuff. But for now, we're just gonna stick to the boring shit. You know, and then if you want to add like the crazy over the top shit, yeah, we could do that.
The only things I would add would be like a wizard, but that's because I like wizards.
But I mean,
Well, wizard's like the
all
top.
all of this stuff,
everything.
but all these things are wizards. That's my whole thing. Like a summoner and a
but,
necromancer.
like,
These
a
are all types of
wizard
wizards.
A wizard can do everything that the pyromancer, summoner, necromancer.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because it's
Isn't wizards?
because it's a category. Wizard to me is just interchangeable with mage. It would be like saying it's like a warrior and a barbarian. Like a barbarian is a type of warrior. Like I would count a necromancer and all that underneath the category of wizard. Like I wouldn't count wizard a separate thing.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on the fandom. Like some fandom sorcerers, warlocks, and wizards are all different things.
I know, but
Yeah.
I mean, generally, wizard is just like another name for a fucking sorcerer. Like they're the same shit, and it's like or a mage or whatever. Oftentimes,
They
warlock is
basically
also
do the same thing. It's just
Warlock's
their
a bit more
powers are
distinct between them.
not usually. I mean, in WoW it is, but usually no. Usually a warlock's just another name. I mean, a warlock is more. I would say a warlock is usually more like dark magic, maybe.
It's more like a martial,
it
more melee based magic.
I'd say it depends. Like if you're doing D&D warlock, where it's a sort of patron, it'd be more akin to, honestly, a healer or paladin than anything.
A warlock?
Than a wizard.
When I think warlock,
Yeah.
I think of like a witch, but a dude. When I think of wizard or a sorcerer, I don't necessarily think of a witch. Because witch has like a dark, twisted connotation to it. And a warlock kind of has a dark, twisted connotation to it. Whereas a sorcerer or a mage or a wizard don't necessarily. So I kind of think, but that could just be my head going to those places for no reason. I don't know.
When I'm thinking of it, I'm thinking of they're getting their power from a patron or pretty much their dark god or whatever.
Or
That's why I think
wizard have more potential then? Like, if
I mean,
wizard is the
theoretically.
base class, and all these other classes,
There's nothing special
like,
about a wizard. Is the difference?
Yeah. But like, if all these other special classes have to rely on some extraterrestrial or other fucking manageable bullshit, being a wizard is a better option because then you can do everything that all these other classes can do,
Well, no.
and you're not fucking limited.
Well, no, you
Well, they
can
can't do
because you don't get the benefits of having
You
a
can't
pact
really
with a
do healing
demon.
that well. Yeah.
So what happens if your patron god gets killed? Well, Doomslayer comes through and says, "Hey, you're my bitch now." Kills his soul. Now you no longer have a patron god. Like,
I mean, cool. What
at least
happens
with the
if-
wizard, you still got your powers.
Cool. What happens if your spell book burns and you don't freaking know how to do?
Who says you need a spell book? You're a fucking wizard. Merlin doesn't have a spell
No,
book.
you're a sorcerer. Then you're a sorcerer. There's a difference.
No, a sorcerer is born with magical powers. A wizard learns his magical powers. You don't.
Yeah,
need
and where
a
do you think he
spell book. It
stores
is
the
straight.
knowledge? Numbnuts.
You don't need. You don't need a. Do you not have a brain?
Bro.
Do you not have a memory?
You have a brain. Do you think you're gonna learn every complex incantation by heart? What do you got? A freaking photographic memory, numbnut?
Does Dumbledore have a goddamn fucking spell book? No. Dumbledore says, "Hey, you know, like get the fuck out of here with that bullshit."
I never
Harry
understood.
Potter magic is not well explained.
I never understood how numbnut is
Also,
an
he's-
insult. I feel like it would be better if everyone had numbnuts. You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't that be?
I'm saying you can't spread his seed. I'm saying you can't impregnate a.
That's what that means?
Man, in that way. Yeah, numb nut.
What do you mean? Yeah, but numb doesn't mean seedless. Numb just means you can't feel it.
It's gone. It's numb
That would be.
because it's not there.
That would be no nut. That would be like no nut. You should be like no nut.
That doesn't sound as good though. Thing, but that's
It's not.
That's where
It's
it comes
way
from.
through
Though.
different computations.
That's
That's not where it comes from.
It's because if you don't have a nut, you're not gonna feel it if someone kicks you. That's where that comes from.
I called a European. I called a European guy a motherfucker once, and he looked like super shocked because he took that as me saying he should go fuck his own mother, and I had never thought of that motherfucker meant someone who fucks their own mom. And
What part of Europe is he from? I've never.
I don't remember. I think German. Anyway, they. Yeah, it was like I said it. Well, the idea was like it's like I didn't know at the time. I didn't know this. I mean, according to him, this was an American thing, because Europeans don't say motherfucker. I guess I don't know. According to him, so I said motherfucker, and he was like, "That's like some brutal shit to call someone." And like, because I guess he was actually like separating the two words, be like, okay, mother and fucker, and this is what it means. We don't think about that. We just when you just call someone a mother, you can call your best friend a motherfucker. Like it's not. We don't think about the insult itself and what it means.
That's a German thing.
Okay.
Germans aren't as into banter.
That's a whole Europe thing, though.
Yeah, but I just found
English
it funny.
People like
English
people would do that a lot. Like
Yep.
Australian people.
Never. I don't know. I haven't met. In real life, I think I've only met one English person in real life, and I did not like him. Not because he wasn't English. I don't know. I think he was kind of a bitch. But like, I'm not saying that as a descriptor. I'm just saying this one dude. Well, he had this American girlfriend. I knew his girlfriend. Well, no, I knew a friend of his girlfriend, and we all met up to do stuff. And his girlfriend annoyed the fuck out of me. And she basically bullied the shit out of him. Like, she spoke to him so disrespectfully.
That's not surprising.
And treated him like trash. And I was like, and she was super overweight. And he was like a thin dude with like really, really long hair that went like down to the middle of his back. Like way too skinny. And I was like, okay, this bitch is like, she's a bitch. And he's a pussy. And I don't like either of them. And
You're describing like someone I know very to a T.
Yeah. This
Describing me.
Oh man, I'm sorry about that.
Well, you're not English, bro.
Yeah,
I'm not.
I think he's saying he's a super, super skinny dude with long hair who gets beat up by his girlfriend.
Yeah, no, I don't have a girlfriend. Which is
that's
I meant a girlfriend part like that
Why
to a
would you
T.
sell yourself out like that? That's worse.
I wouldn't say
that.
I
God
wouldn't
bless
say
you,
not
my
having a
friend.
girlfriend is worse than getting beat up by your girlfriend. I would say the beating up by
I
your
don't know.
girlfriend's worse.
That.
An abusive
Yeah,
relationship is for sure worse than no relationship.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I mean, pussy or no pussy, I don't know.
I don't.
have
I
none if
mean,
I'm gonna get beaten every time I try. Freaking hell.
Yeah, I'm no. I'm sorry. I don't know.
Angry sex is pretty fun.
No, maybe it's because I'm older. I don't think it's because I was the same way when I was 21 too. So I don't think it's because I'm older. But it's just like I'm just not dealing with that bullshit. Like it's just like you want to talk to me like that, get the fuck out of my house. Like I'm just not. It's just no, I'm good. It's like, I'm just over it. I'm not like I was never the type of person. I've actually I had close friends. I remember one friend. I'm with him. We're hanging out. He gets a call from his girlfriend at the time. I do not like his girlfriend. Well, I was okay. I mean, I think I barely knew her at the time. I afterwards I didn't like her. He calls me up, or she calls him up, and then he gets off the phone. He looks at me. And he's like, "Hey, let's go. Look, we gotta go somewhere." I was like, "All right, where are we going?" And like, "We're gonna go pick up Haley and one of her friends." I was like, "Okay, cool." So I drive all the way over there. Never been to her house. Only seen this chick Haley maybe once or twice. We pull up. I actually didn't mean to say her name, but whatever. I said her name. Fuck it. I don't know her anymore. I haven't seen her in years. So I pull up. We pick her up, and she is like so like bitchy. Like she gets in the car. She starts yelling at him, who is in the passenger seat. I'm driving. Like why are you taking so long? Why y'all slow ass drivers come? Like I called you forever ago, and I'm like, excuse me, bitch. And like I didn't say anything because it's like I didn't know her, and she started talking extremely rudely to me. And I looked at
you
him,
or to the
me,
boyfriend?
both, to him and because I was driving.
Oh, I would have pulled the fuck over.
Oh no, I was the
my-
whole time she's yelling and she's looking at me. I'm looking at him, and he won't look at me in the eyes. He's like looking down the whole time, and I'm just looking at him the whole time we're driving, just staring. I'm not looking angry. I'm just looking at him with that look that's like, like you know what's happening right now, right?
Something?
And
you gonna do something?
we go, we get the food, we drop her off. She gets out of the car, she walks. He looks at me and he's like, "Dude, I'm so sorry." And I'm like, "I don't ever want that chick in my car again. And if that ever happens again, and you do not stand up and say something, you can get the fuck out my car with her." And it never happened again. He never invited her, and I believe he like broke up with her like a week or two later. It wasn't a long relationship. My point is that I've met people who allow themselves to be in those certain situations. It's fucking horrible. The people who allow themselves to be in those situations are usually people who show it long before they get into a relationship. They usually have a general personality that allows people to walk all over them. They do not respect themselves. They aren't even aware that they don't respect themselves. They don't even really think of that as a concept that people need to respect them and they need to show other people courtesy. It's not something they think about. It shows a very serious. I don't feel sorry for people who are in abusive relationships like that. If they're a man specifically, with females, it's a little bit different. With it's not much different. I'm still not entirely forgiving it, but for a man, it's different because you're making decisions. You have a flaw within your character to put yourself into that situation, to stay in that situation. Women, it's a little bit different because if they're abusive, a lot of times there's a fear of leaving that doesn't exactly exist to the same degree if you're a man. However, those women oftentimes still put themselves in those situations and they keep going back. I've seen that happen multiple times as well. Overall, I generally don't have respect for the victim or the abuser most of the time, because generally speaking, that in my experience, who I have seen, again, if I see something different, I would change my opinion on this. But as of right now, all the abusive relationships I've seen, it's almost always the person being abused putting themselves in a situation that was really obvious that they should not have been going in. They ignored severe problems in the relationship and with that person, and they just allowed it to slide just because they just wanted to be in a relationship. And yeah, it went into very horrible places, unbelievably horrible places. Yeah, fuck that. I don't deal with that shit. You speak to me like that.
Hey, bro, I can change him, bro.
I don't know. I can't pretend to even fathom what the mindset behind it is. I don't understand it. I can't even say is it like, oh, they can change them. I know that's like the meme joke that people say. More seriously, I have no idea. I have no idea what could be in somebody's head to allow them to live their life in that particular way. I can't understand it at all. I don't get it. It's very, very strange to me. Anyway, let's get back on. Oh, I should probably say that this stream has been pretty slow going. Not a whole lot of activity, so we'll probably do like one more. And I mean, if people want to start doing super chats and stuff and adding more stuff to the list, and we can continue on and stuff, that'd be cool. But as of right now, I mean, it's more not a dead stream, but it's a very slow stream, and I don't see a reason to continue past the next one. Okay, let's see. Rouga's life story in a stream about RPG classes. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. We're like I said, if this was a more active stream with people constantly like super chatting, getting into conversations about stuff and sending stuff and like wherever, but it's not really. It's kind of it's very chill.
Pause. Give a moment.
What? What are you?
I think he's doing.
What are you doing? Fucking hell. Oh,
Dutiful,
two more,
foolish.
and add the Mass Effect classes.
Mass Effect's an RPG, ain't it?
Well, how many? How many fucking Mass
I
Effect?
don't know. What do you think's fair?
There's like 6 fucking Mass Effect
yeah.
classes. Okay, what's your favorite Mass Effect class?
Biotic, and then probably the tech soldier class.
What's the tech biotic called?
I don't know the tech biotic. I play
The tech
one
soldier
that
is the
goes stealth and then uses a sniper.
The tech soldier is the vanguard, I think. No,
Is
that's
it
the that's the biotic soldier.
Infiltrator.
Infiltrator is infiltrator is the soldier tech. Soldier biotic is vanguard. I'm trying to remember what the tech biotic was. I've never played them.
No, not commando.
No, soldier was the soldier class. There was soldier, tech, biotic, vanguard, infiltrator, and then I'm forgetting what I've never played as the tech biotic because you're taking out the best class. The best class is the soldier. That's the best one. That's the most fun. It's awesome. I can do soldier biotic. I can do soldier tech. I'm not taking soldier off the thing to just be fucking tech biotic. That's stupid. I'm not doing that. That's dumb. All right. Let's see. Next 3 classes are easy: Guardian B, Bard F, Fighter Triple S. Okay, let's find out. All right, next up we have the. Well, let's add your stuff. What was Okay, so what class are we adding, Mike?
Let's do my favorite, infiltrator, which is the soldier tech.
Okay.
And then, what's your favorite class?
Well, do you think that infiltrator is going to be too similar to like the hunter? Because that's basically what it is. I mean, the tech stuff's going to make it different, but the hunter, I mean, infiltrator is just a high-tech hunter.
But
basically.
infiltrator can still use a fucking shotgun and get in and do business. Because you do have that playstyle as infiltrator, whereas you don't use a sniper rifle, you use a shotgun.
Yeah, but we already talked. But we already talked about that.
You stealth in and then you fucking.
Yeah, I just feel like there isn't a whole lot new we're gonna add to the conversation because we already
add biotics then.
Okay, but yeah, we can.
Biotics.
It's a certain type of mage, I suppose.
Yeah.
Telekinetic, kind of.
I mean, a soldier biotics is basically like a battle mage, a warrior mage, a knight mage.
No, because biotics is very specifically like you're manipulating like matter or like a lichen class.
A lichen?
A lichen class.
A lichen's a werewolf.
Or werebears.
Or shapeshifter.
Well, that's druid.
Can druids become
Everything
werewolves?
a lichen can do.
I'll be honest with you, Mike. I'll be honest with you. I think you may have wasted your pick with the Mass Effect because the Mass Effect classes are specifically designed to mirror the classes of of like RPGs. So the soldier's the warrior, the biotic is the mage, and the infiltrator is the rogue. So like we're going to be talking about basically the same shit we've already covered, just a more futuristic version of it, essentially, like a sci-fi version of classes we've already covered. So I can add it, and we can talk about it. I just don't think it'll be a very long conversation.
No. Hold up. What's that?
Oh, lichen. Oh, shoot. That's what y'all were reading. I thought y'all.
Yeah.
That's more of a race, but whatever. I mean, fuck it. We're at the end of the thing.
Because World of Warcraft, you can be any race and still be a lichen or the werewolf class. Pretty much.
Skyrim too.
Well, werewolf's not it doesn't.
No.
Well, Skyrim. Yeah, but it's not a class though.
It even has its own skill. It has its own skill tree in Skyrim too.
Yeah, it adds the skill tree, but it's not a class. Well, Skyrim's a terrible example because Skyrim doesn't have classes, just period. But
that's true.
What's the indie game I'm thinking about? Enter the Gungeon.
That's one of them.
Would that be
no. That one doesn't have really classes. That has like characters.
But like
that sort of thing.
You would be like a gun sorcerer, gunmancer.
I don't know. What's your name? Name your favorite RPGs.
My favorite RPGs?
Yeah, name your favorite RPGs. All right, Lycan has been added. Name your favorite RPGs. I don't know. You like Dragon Age? What's your favorite RPGs?
Dragon Age 1 and 2 are not 1 and 2. Dragon Age 1 is pretty good.
Let's see. They got Dragon Age has Templars. They have Blood Mages. They have.
Hey, chat. I spent the money, chat. You go ahead. You pick.
We could do the Infiltrator if you want to do the Infiltrator. I just don't think we're gonna talk about a whole lot different than what we did with the Hunters. That's my only issue with the Infiltrator. Didn't Kingdoms of Amalur have a bunch of fun classes? No, there weren't classes. They were fates. That game's awesome, by the way. If you haven't played Kingdoms of Amalur.
That game is awesome.
Yeah,
They remastered it.
I tried to test
Yeah.
my hand in the ring because it's somewhat funny.
What's up?
I mean, if I had.
Oh, meh. Well,
What?
there is the thing in Dragon Quest called the Hero class. It's a. I know. It's basically how lame the name is.
That was funny.
I would just
Hilarious.
say like a necromancer or something.
Let me see. Sure.
That-
No, but
Are you talking about the Mars Warlogs, where like the dude just like?
dude, that game was
electricity?
terrible. I tried so many times to get into that game. Like I tried so hard and I just couldn't do it. I was like, man, I know this game like because it's a AA game. They didn't have a large budget or a lot of people, and I was like, okay, I understand that. And I'm like going into this understanding that, and I'm usually pretty good with janky games, but that game.
I love the jank.
Nothing worked. Well, no, like I liked Greedfall. Was it Greedfall? Greedfall? Am I saying that right?
Yeah, Greedfall.
That was the
where
next.
Like,
that
you
was the.
travel to the new world.
Yeah, that was the next game they made, and that one also had a lot of jank, and I feel like that did a lot better than like Mars. Like that was jank I could deal with. The jank in
Soul, we already did that class. Pick
Mars.
a different one.
Chat pick 2 classes. Yeah, we already did our artificer. You're super late. We did that one. Okay. You know what? We're gonna Google this. We're gonna see a list of awesome. Okay. All right. Most. So we can get interesting. Most unique. RPG classes. Let's do that.
I feel like we're gonna get a lot of the same list.
I do too. What are some really unique classes? We're on Reddit. This isn't gonna go wrong at all. Probably been on
Pissmancer?
Why would it?
Heart and Spire. I don't know what those are. Juicers, Gitter Boys, Rifter. I don't know what any of this shit is. Spire. Try go did it.
Techno Wizard is kind of cool.
The Warhammer
It's like
Fantasy.
you're a wizard.
Visible Sun has
Like, you
5
control
classes.
technology.
I'm just trying to read one that I can actually, like, fucking. I know what it is.
Comprehend.
I know what it is. Yeah. Like, what the fuck is? Oh, I don't even know what any of these are. Okay, let's go to something that's. That have unique classes. Okay, let's do this one. What's this say? Golden Sun. I've played Golden Sun. I don't think there's any super unique classes in Golden Sun. It's pretty basic stuff. Baldur's Gate, Darkest Dungeon, Vampire the Masquerade, South Park. You do South Park.
South Park unironically does
Have like some interesting classes. Yeah.
Superhero classes.
Superhero classes.
Yeah, it has both the fantasy and the superhero level.
Borderlands. Borderlands has some yeah, but it could have some interest like Berserker and stuff. Could be some interesting ones. Divinity doesn't have classes. I think it's weird to say that Divinity has. I mean, it's got cool power. I like the system that it's got, but it's not a Mass Effect's number 2.
Every class can do everything that everything else does.
Well, there's no class. It's not a class. It's
Yeah,
like a
in
build your
Divinity,
own.
You can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Yeah, put points into whatever you want.
Yeah, I feel like one of these websites is gonna give you a fucking virus or something. Come on, man. What's a really fucking cool class? Let's do this, man. What was it? There was this one game. There was this one game I played a while back, and it has. Let's see what people say. Sword Singer, Lightning Mage. It's just an elementalist. We already have the Fire Mage. Dwarf Slayers. There's a fucking Dwarf Slayers. That's particularly bad.
They're from Warhammer Fantasy.
That's particularly bad considering that everyone says that the dwarves in Tolkien are all Jews. So
What?
that is.
I thought they were like.
No. No,
Eastern
no, no.
Europe
It's a
bloc
dwarf that's a slayer.
fucking-
Oh, the dwarf is the Slayer.
Yes.
So his name's like the Jew Slayer. But he's a Jew who's a Slayer. He's not a
their names-
Slayer of Jews.
No, they're more
That's
like
better.
Troll Slayer, Giant Slayer, or Malachi McKyson.
I feel like if you're a dwarf who slays people, you should not call yourself Dwarf Slayer. You're going to confuse people. They're going to think you're like some kind of
No,
race.
they just call themselves Slayers.
Didn't Dragon Age do that?
I'm just saying, like, if you're, I'm just saying, like,
original Berserkers.
I'm just saying, like, if I was like a black guy and I was like super awesome at slaying people, and I called myself the Negro Slayer, and people like didn't see me and just heard, like, they might get the wrong idea. You know what I'm saying? Like, it might not be. They might want to. I would change that name.
My name is Uncle Ruckus. I am the Negro Slayer.
Kinda, yeah. Like it would give people the wrong idea.
Not bad impression.
Do you know the classes from Metaphor? I do not know the classes from Metaphor. Heirs, but we don't want them. Blade from Vampire Slayer. He's half vampire. Okay. I gotta figure this out. We're gonna find a class. Give me a second.
I think.
Ooh, you know what? I just fucking saw one. I just fucking saw a good one. Who's played Legend of the Dragoon?
Oh God, that's a fucking old one.
That's an
old one.
Well, who's played it?
Are
Is
you
it?
talking about the PlayStation 2 one where it's like top down?
You're so young. PlayStation 1, sir.
PlayStation 1, whatever. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, so has anyone ever played it or heard of it or seen it or sniffed it?
Yeah, no shit.
Okay, anyone know any of it? So yeah, okay, cool. So what about Dragoon? Guys?
Yeah, throw it up there.
I'm gonna add it to the list.
I mean, I think you mentioned it, but I don't.
I put him in a video before. But because I'm looking at my PlayStation right now and I'm scrolling through the games to try and see some good classes from them. But like I haven't played an RPG in a while, so they're kind of low on the list. But other than Expedition 33, which doesn't really have your The Binding of Isaac? No, not really. Like I said, we can go a little crazier with it though. I think. Let's see some really good ones. Just like throw out some. What about Psychonauts? I got Psychonauts right here.
Yeah, that would be a class.
Huh?
No, it's not just a psyker.
It's a Psychonauts.
Very different.
A Psychonauts is different than a psychic. A Psychonaut.
You go into the minds of people.
Yeah, it's very specific. A Psychonaut. Hold up, we're gonna do Psychonaut. Let's add Psychonaut to the list. I like this. Psychonaut.
God, the Dragoon is so you're making my childhood speak to me. That
Childhood.
First, like,
you thought it was
where
fucking PS2. You're a fake fan.
You say that. I remember over here playing it. Oh fuck. And when you're a child, and then like you do all the whole level map quests, and you come back, it's snowing, and then it's like
There's a PS2. I thought it started at 3.
You chose to be a dude?
Oh, no.
Guess what? Your sister is now fucking kidnapped. You chose to be a female? Guess what? Your
What are you
brother's
talking about?
kidnapped.
You're talking about a totally different game.
No, it's 100% the PlayStation 2, where you come back.
That's
it's
not
like
Legend of the
all
Dragoon.
smoking bullshit.
That is not Legend of the Dragoon. You just described something
I'm
totally
pretty-
different. Nope. Not at all.
No.
You do
it's
not.
100%.
You
I'm
don't.
gonna look it up
Nope.
right now.
You do not have a sister. Okay. You don't pick a male or female. You're just one character. You're a man. Yeah. Although there's no snow level at all in the whole game. Like I don't know what you're describing. It is a totally different character. Totally different. All right. There we go. Okay, we got Dragoon and we got Psychonauts. So we're gonna do Dragoon. We're gonna do Psychonauts because the fake Legend of the Dragoon fan paid to have me do a couple more.
What
Okay.
fucking game am I thinking about?
I have no idea, but it's not Legend of the Dragoon. Yeah, it's not PS2. It's not like you were wrong about literally every detail of the game, which I found quite funny. It's quite humorous.
This man's having a freaking schizophrenic episode in the middle of the stream.
Oh, anyone ever play that game Wizard with a Gun?
good game?
There's a game called Wizard with a Gun.
No, but I watched the channel Wizard with a Gun.
That
There's a
channel?
channel?
There's a game called Wizard with a
Yes,
Gun.
it's a different thing. It's a skit channel.
Got you. No, there's a game called Wizard with a Gun where
I know.
You get to play as a wizard with a gun.
I've
What's
seen
the
it.
class from Dragon's Dogma where you like burn incense and like cause illusions?
I don't remember. I haven't played Dragon's Dogma in years, and when I did, I wasn't a huge fan of it. So.
Trickster?
Trickster.
Yeah, Trickster. You like fucking.
It's just like a shitty rogue. What would that
No, but you're like illusion. You're illusion magic dude.
Ugh.
But some of your illusions are like physical constructs.
I wasn't saying ugh to you, by the way. I'm looking through my game library trying to look for stuff, and I just came across Immortals, and I hated that fucking game. I thought it was terrible. Evil West was pretty good, even though my copy was fucking broken. My copy was broken. I was really bummed about it. It didn't. I ran into a game-breaking bug where it would stop saving after a certain point. So it didn't matter how far in the game. So unless I beat the game in one sitting, I couldn't complete it. I was only
I
like.
remember on launch when I got to a point
Speed
where
run
it literally
time.
saved whenever a bug happened where the enemy stopped spawning. So I could never finish that encounter unless I restart the game.
I forgot the name of it, but there's this game called Locke's Quest, where you're a dude. I forgot what it was called, but he was a dude who basically uses engineering to like build structures that could fight for him. So it's not a summoner; it's like an engineering thing. Well, I guess it would be too similar to the artificer, but basically the game is like people attack your town and you set up like a turrets or whatever, or different things. And each stand or each whatever you put down has different effects. Some shoot lightning, some slow people down, some burn them, whatever. And what do you call that? I'm forgetting the fucking genre of game that is. Fucking tower defense. Thank you. Yes, tower defense. Yeah, it's like a tower defense thing. That's one of them. Anyway, okay, I think it's fine. We like he gave some money. We added 2. If somebody thinks of something else, or specifically if Mike thinks of something else, we're at it. But
I'm doing some research. It's mostly the same swill though.
All right.
I mean, I was thinking of necromancer, but that was just my idea, sort of thing.
But that's like, are you talking about like a technomancer from the Mars Warlogs? Or are you talking about like some wizard, like a class from like Infamous or whatever, where you can control the concept of like fucking the internet?
The technomancers from Mars suck. They're like not good technomancers.
You control like electricity, and that's it.
It's not even. It's not controlling though. You have a stick that has lightning, and you can have like some minor lightning abilities, kind of, but it's like really weak. Like it's really weak. It's like very basic shit.
That's not what I'm talking about. I haven't even played that game. I don't even know what you're talking about.
You wouldn't like it. No one should like that game. It's not good. But like I said, I have a certain respect for the company that tried to make it because they clearly are trying. It was basically a AA Studios attempt at making like a BioWare game. So it's like it's got like the conversations and the good and evil options and the multiple endings and fuck. All that shit's the same. But then, like, you play through it, and it's, like, janky as fuck, and the writing's not anywhere near as good as a BioWare game, and the combat sucks, and it's, like, yeah, it's just not, it's not that, It's bad.
Would Commander be considered a class?
I mean, what would the Commander do? I think Commander is just, like, a title. Like it would have to
Well,
be.
yeah, but in like some RPGs, Commander is a class, and it's like you buff your teammates, you give them morale bonuses on top of being.
We already got a bard.
Paladin and a bard. Yeah, we got a paladin and a bard.
Yeah, but none of those. Well, the bard maybe is like specialized in keeping morale up, but it's not like I am a strategic leader.
True, but you'd be surprised what bards can do.
I mean, yeah,
I don't know. I feel like the bard covers a lot of that.
Sir Fortescue from Medieval. Ah,
That guy's a pure fighter.
But he's an undead.
he is an undead. You could take his
He's an
head off.
undead fighter.
You could take his head off.
Oh my goodness, he's the only good aligned Death Knight I know of.
Let me see. Hold up. We already did Batman. He was the hunter.
Yeah.
Definitely the hunter. Anyway, whatever. We got a couple on here. We got like fucking 5 dudes on here right now. God damn it. Hold up. Okay. All right, we're back. Fucking thing stopped on me. I still have the Berserker Hunter poll up. I never took it down. Why didn't you guys tell me I still have the poll up? All right.
Well, we want to make you look dumb.
Funnier.
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
Okay. So which one do you want to do? You want to continue with the list, or do you want to do the weird ones first?
Do the weird ones, because I think that's what people want. Like, what is a guardian? You know, everyone. Everyone knows what a fighter is. It's a dude who excels in all martial weapons.
Well,
Everyone
actually,
knows what a
wasn't
guardian
a fighter. It was a weapon master. But yeah,
it's still the same thing.
The ones we
excels in
had
all martial weapons.
Yeah, we had Guardian, Bard, and Weapon Master left. And Guardian was basically like Knight, a Knight class essentially. And so okay, we'll do the weird ones first. We'll do the Lycan since he asked for that one first. Let's do Lycan. Who wants to be a Lycan? People think that Lycans are awesome.
What does a Lycan entail exactly?
Werewolf.
Okay, well, I mean that if you're basically allowed to control your werewolfness, that could be awesome.
Well,
I mean,
I feel like it would be too much of a hindrance if you couldn't for what we're talking about. The world's going to invade.
You have to have
someone,
control over
yeah,
it.
someone grants you an ability. Why would they just why would they give you a curse? They would like curse you to be like once a month you can turn into a werewolf. You're gonna kill a bunch of people.
I mean,
that wouldn't be helpful.
Werewolf just sounds like a better
go
berserker.
ham on your own team. Freaking.
Yeah, that wouldn't be helpful at all. And it would only be once a month, and then otherwise you'd just be a normal person, and then someone could just shoot you and you fucking die immediately. And it's like, oh well, that was fucking a wasted pick.
You could just have your buddy flash you the full moon, though.
I don't know. I feel like you'd be a worse druid. Funnily enough, the druid already.
No, I think you'd be better at certain things and worse at others.
Are you? Yeah, I was gonna say, are you like a Lycan, or as in the sense you're a werewolf of like mythology, or are you like?
I mean, I would assume so. I would assume so.
If you're from mythology, you would be
can't
immune
die.
To all damage.
Yeah.
So long as you're a werewolf.
You literally can only be killed by silver. You could literally only be killed by silver. You could, and yeah, that's it. Or having your head cut off. Those are the only 2 ways to kill them. So that by itself, you would basically be like a really solid tank, like a really solid.
You're basically a better berserker at this point.
Yeah,
that's fair. You would. I feel. That's completely fair. You would be. It's very specific.
I know.
You will not.
I'm saying it's not fair that we're adding something and it's just a better berserker. That's not fair. But whatever. It's fine. This is the weird ones. Whatever.
No, it's not fair.
The berserker. Okay. Well, you know what? Let's see if fucking werewolf go up against Kazan, the first berserker, and let's see how that works out for you. Okay. Since you think so much better.
He wins.
But like.
He wins because Kazan doesn't have a silver.
Kazan would cut him into fucking pieces.
Kazan does have silver weapons.
Well, it doesn't matter. He doesn't need to.
In the game, he has silver axes.
Does he? What axe does he have that's silver?
I guess we have to put that in. If your enemies have silver, you're gonna be super fucked.
But nobody uses silver as a weapon because it doesn't work. It's a bad weapon.
It's not a very good material. Yes.
It's terrible. No one's gonna have it. So like if you're going, unless they know that, and if these people are coming from other worlds, other universes, and all this stuff and invading, they're not gonna know what a werewolf is because we fucking made it up. They're not even gonna know what a wolf is. Like they're not gonna understand any of this shit. So, the werewolf is gonna. But I don't actually remember Kazan having silver axes. But my point was that Kazan would just chop him into pieces. But if we're thinking that like a berserker at level 500 becomes Kazan, what would a werewolf look like at level 500? Like what would that power even entail? Would you just be a anime character? It would just be an anime character that just fucking blitzes and slices people apart without anyone being able to see, and just fucking jumping off walls and rocketing through buildings.
Nah,
Like, does it just
imagine-
become stronger and
imagine-
stronger and stronger?
Imagine it's just literally you're no longer like vulnerable to silver. You're
The
just
fucking-
completely invincible.
The fucking wolf
Just
creature.
standing
It's the
there.
fucking wolf creature from Darkstalkers. just like in a fighting game, fucking wolf creature. I don't even know what that would look like. But Lost Soul said Fenrir. He spelled it wrong. It's whatever. The fucking thing from Norse mythology. Fenrir.
Oh yeah, the big goo.
Yeah. He
the
was literally
thing
big
that-
enough to drag
bigger
the
than-
moon and the sun. So it's a
No,
big
no,
fucking dog.
he's so.
Oh, those are
he's
different.
gonna, he's gonna be so big he just rips apart the planet by just growing.
That's not good. I wouldn't like that. That would be very bad. Oh, that's true. Someone said you can have it as a subclass. You could be a werewolf berserker.
Okay, a beast berserker.
To one.
Fair enough.
Yeah, well, I mean, I do like the comparison there, because we were talking about earlier with the berserker how the berserker is basically just this dude who's so into his instincts of an animal that he basically becomes a beast, whereas a werewolf literally becomes a beast. It's not just like him being in his own sort of thing.
Prestige class.
Well, it wouldn't be the same class, but it would just they're similar.
Oh,
You-
no,
I mean,
okay, sorry. A prestige class is basically like a class you can start leveling into if you make prerequisites, like
motherfucker,
maybe
I
being a
know what
high-level
prestige
barbarian.
class is. I play games. I know what that means.
Oh, okay.
No, but
okay, sorry.
No, I just think it's a different class. It's just very similar. They both cover very similar role. It's sort of like it's kind of like the berserker monk, sort of, but like to a way more similar extent. So when we put a werewolf, I mean, basically we would have to put a werewolf almost over. Is this S? This would be S, would it?
Kind of maybe just below.
Highest on
berserker.
A, maybe.
I'm gonna say
No,
this.
because a
I-
paladin would kill a werewolf. Like,
How would they
level
kill a
No, it doesn't have
werewolf?
silver.
Holy,
It doesn't have
holy,
silver.
holy weapon. Well, okay, so it depends on the fiction. Sometimes holy has nothing, doesn't do anything. Like crosses and stuff like that does not affect werewolves in any way. However, the reason why silver affects werewolf is because it was said to be holy. So
Yeah,
you
basically
could
wards
argue.
off pure.
Yeah, it's
Pure wards
yeah.
off evil.
It's pure. Well,
And matter of
it's
fact-
pure and it kills bacteria, which is why, and they use it in medicine, which
Yeah,
is why people
I
think it's
was go-
holy. And then
I was
the
gonna
the
say-
myths kind of grew it. But like a crucifix doesn't
many
work.
werewolf
You know, they can enter
fictions-
churches.
Many werewolf fictions, a priest is supposed to also bless the silver on top of it. So
Not in most
a paladin
fictions.
is-
It's just kind of silver now, but it's
I
been.
was gonna
true,
say,
true, but
imagine if it's the bacterial freaking standpoint. If you throw like a freaking like bunch of hand sanitizer at the werewolf.
No,
just, like,
it's not. No,
burning.
the reason why they believed silver was holy is because it
No,
killed bacteria. It wasn't.
No, I
yeah,
I understand that, but that would be really funny.
That
That's
would
what
be-
I'm saying.
That would be suck. I wouldn't want that at all. But
It would
yeah, so I
suck,
mean, I guess it
no,
would
you
depend.
know?
I guess it would depend. I think it would depend on what kind of werewolf you were, or like what the fiction would indicate. You could probably level yourself out of being, because I mean, if you look at something like not Bloodline the Masquerade, but the universe that Bloodline the Masquerade comes from, their version of werewolves are literally like sent by God, and they are holy beings.
yeah, Gaia warriors.
Yeah,
They're,
so it's like
um,
they literally cannot be harmed by holy stuff, and they're significantly stronger than vampires in that universe. But
I would have.
Oh, yeah.
I would have
Well,
to-
not third and up generations, but yes, general
I would have
werewolf
to-
is.
well,
much
yeah, like
stronger than-
if you're playing the game and you pick a werewolf and create a character of a werewolf, and your friend creates a character of a vampire, your werewolf's gonna be stronger generally. Like the werewolf
Pretty much,
as a class is stronger than the vampire class in that particular tabletop game.
Pretty much, yes.
They're like the
Mostly
strongest
'cause
class in
you're
the
usually
game.
13.
Yeah, they're stronger than demons and
No,
everything.
that would be the mage.
Well, the
I
mage
would have to
is
say
a
through the
species.
virtue.
Go ahead.
I would have to say through the virtue of only being hurt by silver and silver sucking balls as a weapon, where they're going to either have to carry around two different weapons just to deal with you, or they're going to just carry around one and be kind of boned when they run into the werewolf. that kind of does make you really high ranking.
I didn't hear any of that. He cut off a lot. Did you guys get what he was trying to say?
Freaking.
Basically,
sorry.
they'd have to start stockpiling silver weapons just for people like you. If you're a like,
I don't know how many people
they
would
pretty
pick
much
this.
have to have silver
If someone
just
came up
for
to
you.
you and asked you like, "Hey, what RPG class you want to be?" How many people would be like, "I want to be a werewolf"? Be like, "That's not on the list. I want to be a werewolf."
That's not.
Furries are a big population of America.
They're not a
No.
big. They're not a big
You're gonna
population.
s-
And even
you
them,
send
and
the
even they might
entire
not pick it.
furry fandom.
Yeah, but the furry fandom wouldn't be werewolves. The furry fandom would be like the fucking Katir from fucking and that's not that's a race. That's a race. Even werewolves is a race. It's not a class. It's a race. So it's weird.
Bring that up with Hobo over there. I don't freaking know what to tell you.
I think that was Lost Soul. I don't remember. Somebody did it. But
There's
yeah, it
someone.
was.
Bring it up to them.
Gotcha.
No,
Yeah.
I think a class that would actually like do good here is the trickster class, where it's like, man, you got all the illusion bullshit.
You really want to do that trickster, man? You just tell me to add the trickster. We weren't even talking about the trickster. We were talking about the fucking werewolf.
Yeah, but like the werewolf solely depends on like what type of werewolf you are.
Not
And
really.
It's kind of bullshit.
Because pretty much every werewolf is only really killed by silver. Like everyone knows the weakness. You get the silver's the weakness. You can't really kill it outside of silver. They're super strong, super fast. They're giant wolf-like creatures that just turn into big ass monsters that come fuck you up.
But we have like if aliens are invading, you know, we've been broadcasting all of our channel signals for like eons.
You think they're gonna fucking look up watch our history of movies and be like, oh, I watched the 1940 whatever, I forget what year that movie came out, Wolfman movie.
But it's not just the 1940s. It's like werewolves, vampires, and zombies are like the top tier, like most like fantasy.
Fucking aliens are gonna start using Bing, Googling werewolves in a language they don't understand. It's being like, all right,
know your enemy before you know yourself. I don't know. Like, I figure it'll be pretty up there.
Sun Tzu either. It would help them, but they don't.
I'm gonna be blatant. I don't think the demons or aliens are gonna be at like the last 100 years of Rem. I don't think that's happening. I don't see it.
And I think some demons also want to avoid silver too, so.
Yeah, especially freaking like. You're really good on that demon front. Good on the animal. Aliens maybe saw the Wolfman in 1940 when the signal reached like eons of freaking way, literal light years.
So,
like,
do you guys want me to put it like top of A?
Friggin'.
Or do you think it should be below? I think it should easily be above the healer, probably above the summon too.
Yeah.
I think
I'd say above those,
I'm probably I'm questioning the necromancer above or below.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. Probably below the summoner because you still don't have that much area. You sort of run into the berserker thing where you're just clearing through. However, you're still just like one dude.
You wouldn't be as targeted though as like a werewolf. They'd be like, "Oh damn, that's a dog man on the battlefield," not intrinsically knowing that you can only be damaged by silver. Yeah.
Yeah, but even if they did know that, they're gonna have to send like a specific
How would
soldier.
they differentiate you from like a dog man versus just like an actual werewolf?
Do we have dogmen? That dude with that dude on Twitter who posted the dog general.
Yeah, the dog. That's what I'm saying.
We
like,
send an army of dog generals, and then like one of them's a real werewolf. It's like good luck finding them.
I'm just saying that guy's jacked as shit. That guy.
Well, yeah, he was a fucking marine, dude. He was just a weirdo who was into puppy play. Like that shit was weird. No, but
puts it up there though.
Yeah. Okay. So, let's move on. I'll put it below summoner. I actually think it should probably be above summoner. But Yeah, I'll put it above silver. Werewolves should be in dog shit tier just to subvert expectations. We don't do that here. We don't just subvert just to subvert, man. We try to make sense. We try to make sense of the world and how it is. Okay. Next up, dragoons. Who here knows anything about dragoons and how they work?
Don't they just literally do everything?
I mean, they don't do everything.
You didn't say no.
I said they don't. Yeah, I said they don't do everything.
I said
That
no.
that would be
Okay.
that's a very clear no. So a dragoon is a person who has the soul of a dragon and is capable of transforming into a dragoon. It's really just you wear some really fucking cool armor with wings and you could fly around and fuck dudes up with cool dragon powers. Every dragoon is in control of a different element. So the main dragoon is fire, but there's like a darkness dragoon and a nature dragoon and a lightning dragoon and an earth dragoon, and they're all just fucking dragons flying around with different cool little power things. They're also capable of summoning a dragon as well, and utilizing that dragon in battle.
Well,
It's
since
very
I have a dragon icon, I guess I have to say no lower than S tier personally.
yeah. And then well, there's a pretty big negative. So the desire to the hatred for someone. Okay, so basically, a big theme of the game is vengeance and a desire to kill, a desire for hatred, essentially. And basically, it says that only someone true insanity. So there's like this whole statement in the game where it's like true insanity. Maybe if someone actually played it could tell me if I got the quote wrong, but basically it's like true insanity is when some person basically desires the death of someone else more than they care about their own lives or something like that. And only someone who is insane can become a dragoon. It's like a requirement. So basically, like, in order to transform into a dragoon, you have to seriously desire the death of the person you're fighting against. If you don't desire the death of the person you're fighting against, you literally can't become a dragoon. Your powers just straight up don't work. So like,
Okay, but you're fighting things that want to take over your home.
yes,
So
but my point is, like if there's no one around you to fight, like you can't just turn into a dragoon and then fly off somewhere. Like you have to be in a position where you can, like, there's several points in the game where you should be able to just fly from one location to another and you can't. And the game's way of explaining this is specifically by saying there's no one to fight right now and you don't want to kill them. So like you literally cannot turn into a dragoon. So oftentimes people you as a dragoon, you are not capable of actually transforming into said dragoon. So it's
makes training near impossible.
yeah. Well, you can still fight. You just won't be able to use the dragoon powers. I mean, in the actual game, I mean, you fight and gain experience and level up, and you level up, and your dragoon form levels up as well.
Okay.
Like it just gets stronger as you get stronger. So essentially, as you fight, the dragoon form will just also get stronger. And it's not like you can't do anything outside of the dragoon. I mean, you could still learn to sword fight and stuff and all that kind of stuff. And you still have your own, your normal skills that you have. But the dragoon abilities basically take all of your abilities and multiply them by a ton. And the dragoons get stupidly powerful. Like they could like
Throwing universes at people. I know.
Not a universe. One dude throws a galaxy at you.
Oh, galaxy.
And you're
My
just
bad.
like, what's fucking that? That's bitch mode. That ain't nothing. And then you just like tank that shit and continue fighting. So it gets pretty insane. I would assume that's a very high level dragoon, But yeah, the dragoons are like I said, the dragoons are very powerful. They can summon dragons and utilize dragons. They can control elements. They can do spells that are all based around a particular element. They are generally they are very, very resistant to said element that they use. However, they are super weak to their opposing element. So fire would be weak to water, whatever. Ground weak to lightning, or lightning weak to ground, whichever one it was. So there's that whole thing where you're weak to a certain thing. But yeah, general, like if you're in combat and you want to kill a dude, you could turn into a big ass fucking dragon dude with armor that flies around, summons dragons, and fires uses some kind of crazy elemental magic on people while beating their ass, with and getting a massive buff to all of your basic attack abilities, like basic like stats. So speed, strength, all that shit gets massively enhanced. Michael, vampires are trash tier, actually worse. Can't even pretend to be a normal person. Like, what you gonna do when it's the 6th time you're asking to come inside? People gotta know. So actually, a lot of that stuff was added later on. Originally, Dracula didn't have to ask to enter people's homes, and he didn't burn to the sun. He was pretty, it was pretty fine. Like, that was all stuff that was added later. And yeah, for that version, that kind of fucking suck. Why are you even saying that Vampire's trash tier? Vampire's not even on the list. It's not here.
It's more. I think they're talking about vampires versus werewolf
Previous
beast.
super chat.
That's
There's
a
previous super chat.
Oh, was it? Oh, there's a super chat up here.
Yes, they said werewolves in D tier.
Oh, I did. Okay,
You know,
it's
I
Jim.
do like werewolves, but
Werewolves in D, vampires are better.
It's so generally OP. I'm okay putting them in D tier.
I didn't even see that. I'm sorry, Jim. I did not see that, man. Put werewolves in D. Vampires are better. Okay, vampires are trash tier. Okay, so should I put werewolves in D and then create a new tier and put vampires in it?
Yeah, that's fair. I can agree with that.
And then I'll make that trash tier. There you go. And
maybe suck tier.
Suck tier. Well, no.
Do you want the notes?
No, he called it trash tier. He said put it in trash tier. So he wanted to call it trash tier. We're gonna call it trash tier, and we're gonna make it pink. It's gonna be pink because that's a girl's color. All right, let me see. Let's see. Hating just to hate, bro. All right, let's get some vampires out here. Let's fucking post some vampire stuff. Vampires. These are terrible pictures. Which vampire should I use? Should I use Robert Patterson? A picture of Robert Patterson vampire?
The guy from Twilight.
That is indeed the guy from Twilight.
I'd say that fits, yeah.
Hold up, we're gonna put. I know what we're gonna put. I know exactly. Hold up, I got this. I know exactly what vampire we're gonna use. Alright, sorry guys, take me a second to find a picture. Got a picture now, gonna upload that picture. Just fucking feud in the comments about vampires versus werewolves. We can't have anything nice, man. Everything's gotta be, there we go, boom. Christopher Lee, sorry man, you're going in trash tier. I actually like Christopher Lee, that's why I chose the picture, but he's gotta go in trash tier. Okay, so we're based on what I said, where do you guys think that the dragoon should go?
S.
Taking off the idea of chucking galaxies at people, because that's like they're gonna be
S.
Yeah. S. Okay.
Yes.
Where an S?
I'm sorry. You know what? I should shut up. I'm very biased to
Just
dragons,
because it's a
so
dragon,
shut up.
that's not a good reason. Like legitimately, where should the dragoon go? Other guy who's not obsessed with dragons, where do you think they should go? Hello? Did he die?
Which one?
Who the
Me,
it's only been you and two other. It's only been you and
everyone else other than me.
Yeah, like it's only been me, you, and Trip talking for the last 20 minutes. So obviously I'm talking to you. So like where do you think?
I don't know, dragons are for furries, so I'd say D tier.
Damn. Okay, so I have someone who's biased, and then someone who's biased in a totally wrong direction. Okay.
Okay, you said they basically.
What?
You did say that they just generally get like how much stronger when they turn into dragons. I mean now just power wise.
Dragoons. They get considerably stronger when they turn into dragons.
Yeah, the dragoon form.
Yeah, they get considerably stronger. They don't in gameplay they're not capable of keeping it for very long. Because for obvious reasons, like you have to sustain.
Gameplay, yeah.
Well, it's not necessarily just gameplay. I mean, you have to sustain the hatred and desire to kill someone in order to keep it. There's actually probably a legitimate reason for that. You're not all just because you're fighting someone. and someone is trying to kill you, does not necessarily mean that you hold a deep-seated hatred to murder them. Like, if you go to war, you're fighting to survive. You're not necessarily fighting out of hatred or a desire to kill, a want to kill. It's generally because you want to live, and I think some people can be very, very successful as Dragoon, but I think it's going to take a very specific type of person who can utilize that power in that way, who can go into a fight and like actually have this just deep ingrained desire to murder all of the people in the battle, like just everybody. Just I want to kill all of you, and then go at it. And then because otherwise, if they don't and they're just there because they want to defend their planet and all that kind of stuff, they literally will not be able to utilize the powers.
I think you're really underestimating people being pissed off because their home is in danger.
I'm not. I don't think I am. Because I mean, like, I'm generally pretty good at understanding how people think. Usually, I'm not really good at understanding how people feel, but I'm really good at understanding how people think. Yeah, generally speaking, people aren't capable of holding hatred for very long. Even if they do come to a hatred of someone, that hatred doesn't last long. Hatred fades. It fades with everything. It fades. And just keeping that hatred in you at all times for long sections of warfare, where you might be fighting for days at a time, or where you might be in a battle and the battle's over and then you go chill and then boom, the wall explodes and people are coming at you and you're like, oh shit, I need to go into my Dragoon form. But it's like you don't even, who's attacking me? What's going on? Your mind is racing about other things rather than just wanting to kill people all the fucking time. It's just not how people just don't constantly have this thought process that I want to murder people. In fact, I would argue that the vast, vast majority of humans across the board don't constantly think and want to murder people, even if they are at war with another group or being invaded or whatever. I think people fight for survival, not out of hatred or desire to kill other people. It takes a very specific type of person to do that.
Because then you're going to have, the revenge. Oh, I killed your father. I'm coming after you.
I don't think people even think about it that much. People are self-sustaining. They do what they want to do to survive.
Western thing. Yeah, but, if you're going on, I killed your father thing, you're going to have, well, I killed you, and now you have all this, other sort of corresponding shit, well, you killed my father, but your father killed my father. I killed you because you killed my father.
That's funny. So someone in the comment says 80% of the kills in a war come from 20% of the people. So you have a point. That actually makes a lot of sense. I didn't even know that, but that's kind of cool. If it's true, that's kind of interesting. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it wouldn't surprise me. It does take a particular. Most people who enter war don't enter war for the sole purpose to kill people. Some people do, but most people enter war to defend something, to defend an idea or a place.
So they won't have killer intent behind that.
No, and oftentimes people, when the people are actually in war, the only thing they're worried about is getting out alive. They're not worried about killing the other person. Certainly not to the extent that they care about doing that more so than their own life. That's just not how people think. Some do, but it's rare. So I would say for some people this class would be amazing, and for other people this class would be super shitty. I think some people might actually find this class to be completely worthless. There's a reason why Dragoons are chosen. Only very specific people can become Dragoons. Not just anybody who comes into contact with the Dragoon soul is chosen by that Dragoon soul to be the Dragoon, or the Dragon soul becomes a Dragoon. It takes a particular type of person. Dart becomes one of the strongest Dragoons that there ever was because of his desire for revenge and murder. It's a big part of the story that he becomes a ridiculous. He actually gets chosen. He's actually the only person in the entire series that gets 2 Dragoon souls. He gets the red-eyed fire dragon and he gets the divine dragon. So he actually has 2 dragon souls in him, and this is very heavily tied into his whole desire for vengeance and to kill the people, the person who attacked his village when he was a kid. So like the whole game is like him being pushed forward for vengeance. It's pretty cool. But I think for the right person, it'd be really good. Anyway, where do you guys think I should put this? I gotta put it somewhere. I gotta put it somewhere. I gotta put it. Is anyone even freaking here? Okay, if no one's here, I mean,
you already said you didn't want to hear from me because of my dragon bias, so.
Well,
Same here. You said that you didn't
if
want
you
to
could put
hear
your
from
dragon
me
bias
because of-
aside, we could do it. But yeah, no. If you're just gonna say
Okay,
S
well,
because
let's-
dragons, then no, that I'm gonna say.
I was half joking, with that, but you are making a good point. But I do think people can, well, people do have a lot of anger in themselves.
Anger and
You're kind of-
hatred, desire to kill are not the same thing.
Yeah, you're kind of just a dude on the battlefield without the dragon form, and with it, you are sure a cool dragon, but it's very rare to get to be that dragon.
I mean, I feel
so I don't
feel
see
like
why it would be
well, I
that.
mean, I feel like you could still be able to level up your base form. You know what I mean? Like you would still be
Yeah,
enhanced.
your base form.
Yeah, you would still be enhanced.
Your base,
but you wouldn't be
your
like
base form is a
We're
better
still doing
human.
the galaxy feat in his base form too, so you can be
Yeah,
still
but we're not.
relatively
Yeah,
good.
yeah. But that's a lot of that's gameplay,
that's
and
high
I'm not.
level, I know.
Yeah, a lot of
That
that's
ain't
gameplay.
level 1.
Yeah, and a lot of it's
That
game.
ain't level 1.
No, it's not.
True,
No.
but you still got
I am a god.
options of being dangerous even without the dragon form.
Well, he did.
Yeah.
Dart certainly.
Well,
did.
if you're saying a dragoon is a dragon warrior, like you could imply like a lot of different like fantasy and fiction to it. Like Dragon Age, their berserker class or whatever is quite literally, oh, I drink the blood of a dragon. Now I can like, if I damage you, I heal. But the more damage I am, the more stronger my attacks are. Like that's not the level of like dragon soldier we're talking about in Dragoon. Or is it the same class?
Well, I mean, as far as I'm aware, Legend of the Dragoon invented the class of Dragoon. Like even like I think D&D does have something like a Dragoon, but even that was created after Legend of the Dragoon. I might be wrong about that, but I'm almost positive Legend of the Dragoon invented that as a concept.
I'm pretty sure there have been dragon sorcerers, but
This is not a dragon sorcerer or dragon rider. This is specifically a dude who has a soul of a dragon and becomes like it's like basically like a dragon Power Ranger. Kinda.
Goddamn, is a dragon born a goddamn dragoon?
No.
That's a complete different.
That's totally different.
Yeah, I know.
That's a totally different thing, yeah.
But
I think dragoons are cooler than dragonborn because dragoons
Yeah.
have a cool like anime transformation, which you know.
But you see, they are capable of doing magic, right? I mean,
Yeah.
like base form. Sorry. Okay, so
No, in base form,
so
no,
essentially
no.
Oh, wait.
Only the dragoon form
what-
can do magic.
Oh, okay. So, but what could their
Isn't
regular
there the
form, or is
little
that just he was a
bitch?
warrior?
You're just a dude with a sword or whatever weapon you got.
Oh.
You have items.
So that's
Yeah, you have like additions you can do. That's about it.
huh. Sounds like another prestige class with the werewolf, if you ask me. But okay.
Does it? Oh, from the werewolf? No, it's very different than the werewolf. I mean, they both have transformations, but it's got a completely different purpose, and I mean, it can fly. Flying's pretty cool. The whole rage thing is different. Yeah, I mean,
well,
it's
I meant this sounds like a good add-on to a existing
okay. Well,
class.
to be fair, there is.
Hi guys.
There is. Hey, what's up?
Morning.
Morning. Did you go to sleep and wake up?
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
yeah. It was almost 2 a.m. when you guys started, and I fell asleep, and now it's almost 8.
Wonderful. So, okay, so to be fair, there are canonical like things that happen within the game where we see characters being able to control the dragoon form. Specifically, there's a character in the game during like a tutorial section. It's not tutorial, it's not like the beginning of the game, but it's like it happens within the story. When Dart gains the dragoon form, he has to go and talk to this chick who teaches him how to do it, and she transforms freely into the dragoon form to show him how he can do it. And Yeah, and I believe at certain points in the game he is shown to be able to just do it freely. But again, I think this is very heavily tied into the type of characters they are and the fact that they actually have that kind of hatred within them, just like inherently. So I think with the right type of person, you can argue that they would have complete control over it, but but you would have to find that right person. So it's like they could possibly just
Him, bro.
yeah, but
Him. I got it.
they were even they were even able to use it in training when nobody was in threat or about to be fucked up or die. So there's some evidence there that it's not necessarily just when that, but yeah, I still think it's just going to be a specific type of person. That's really my main issue with it. That and the fact that they have a weakness to weapons that are the opposite or the weakness of whatever their element is. That's a big deal. And the fact that they can't use magic if they're not in the form. The fact that the form itself, outside of the form, they're basically just like regular people that are like slightly enhanced. I mean, in the Dragoon universe, they're actually not enhanced at all. They're just like them. And then the Dragoon form enhances them. But Dart just happens to be very skilled and powerful. He's capable of fighting dragons even without being in the Dragoon form. It just happens to be his sort of thing. So there's a lot of downsides. So I don't think you could put this in S. I think you'd be lying to yourself to say to put this in S. I don't know, man. This is a hard one.
Yeah, okay. I didn't play the game myself, so I'm.
It's a good game. It's fun.
Okay.
It's a good game.
I figured, yes. You
What's the name of the
said
game?
that this was the thing that should have been what Final Fantasy VII was.
Legend of the Dragoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it came out like I think a little over a year after Final Fantasy VII did. It had better graphics, it had voice acting, it had full-on cinematics, like CG cinematics that looked actually really good at the time. The story is longer. It's got a lot more world building in it than Final Fantasy VII did. I'm not saying it's a better game. I personally like it better. I think it did a lot of things way better than Final Fantasy VII did, despite having a much smaller budget and coming out shortly after. But it clearly took inspiration from Final Fantasy VII. But yeah, I've always been partial to Legend of the Dragoon. I enjoy Legend of the Dragoon. Let's see. Those shows up when. Oh! Somebody in the comments have actually fucking played the game. Hold up. What's this? See, 5 million. Okay, dragoons are dragon knights, and they can control dragons of their element. Dragons are insanely powerful. Yes, they are. The dragoon form also upgrades your weapons. That's true.
I just assume that's part of the transformation.
Yeah, it's part of the transformation. Black Rose shows up when Dart almost gets killed. Yeah, that's not adding anything new information. Her name's not Black. Her name's Rose. That's the character that trains you and teaches you how to fucking do the thing. I don't. Her name's not Black Rose. But yeah, okay. Anyway, let's just put her somewhere and fucking move on. I will put her.
Put them, the class.
What?
You got.
Oh, because I was thinking of Rose.
Yeah, you got Rogue stuck in the head because that was the last conversation.
I think it's above. I don't know, man. It's more powerful than a lot of these, though. That's like the thing.
Yeah, it was.
You are a
top of
dragon
A tier
knight.
then.
What's up?
Yeah, but he's got the stipulation. Oh.
It's too limited. It's very limited. I don't.
Yeah, but you are physically stronger than a lot of these classes.
You're absolutely
on top of having like.
I wouldn't necessarily say you were. I wouldn't necessarily like Dart is, who's a dragoon. Like Dart's physically stronger than most people because he's the protagonist of the series and he's like a great warrior and all that. But
doesn't he just start out as like a regular Joe Schmo though?
No, not a regular Joe Schmo. No, not a regular Joe Schmo. I mean, he was taught in swordsmanship since he was a child, and then when he came of age, he was like 17 or something. He left town to go on a vengeance spree to kill the person who wiped out his village when he was a child. And then while he went on there, as you play through the game, you realize like when he left, he did all kinds of things. He joined a band of mercenaries. He fought on both sides of a war, gaining money from that. I mean, he was fighting a lot. By the time he comes back, he's like legitimately very skilled. Like the moment he comes back, at the very start, the first thing he does when he gets back to his village, this is a second village. This one was also burnt to the ground. The first thing he does is he fights all the soldiers that are there, and he fights the commander who led the soldiers and took it over, and he kills all of them. Like but from the very start of the game, he's an unbelievably talented swordsman. And then that person got fucking dragoon powers on top of it. And throughout the game, he just gets better and more powerful and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I don't. In the actual Legend of the Dragoon, I don't think you're supposed to think that he has any enhanced abilities outside of his dragoon form. I don't think. I think you're just supposed to like. It's just that characters within the series just generally are enhanced. Just in general. But because this is like a level up sort of thing, I mean, we could probably still we could probably still say like when you level up, your base form will go up, but it will be a lot weaker than your actual dragoon form. But your dragoon form multiplies your power by like a lot, like a ton, like 500, 600, 700%. Like it's way more. Like you fuck dudes up. Like you're insanely powerful.
You basically go supersonic.
Professional Cheapsteak wants me to put it in F. So I don't have an F. So where did I even put it? We'll put it. You want to put it in dog shit or trash tier? We'll put it in trash tier. Why not? But I'm gonna put it in front of vampires though, because he's a fire dragoon and fire burns vampires. So it wouldn't make sense to put it below. So we're gonna put it down there. All right. I don't got all the wait. Yo, a quick roundup of the tier list. I don't got all the images. Artificer and Paladin are in S. A is Necromancer, Summoner, and Healer. We weren't like Cleric, Priest, White Mage, whatever. B is Pyromancer, Beastmaster. This is like Monk or like Chi Conjurer or something like that. Then we have Berserker, Hunter. C is Assassin. Dog shit is Druid and Werewolf. Those were added later. Don't ask. Well, Druid wasn't. Werewolf was. Druid was paid to be down here. And then trash tier is Dragoon and Vampire because people don't like vampires and dragoons. And again, paid for them to be down there. So yeah, that's a roundup. Specifically like the Pale Master from 3.5. Let me take manage option. All right. Next up we have Psychonauts. Okay.
That's a class?
Yeah, someone paid for it to be here. Okay, so here's the thing about Psychonauts. They kind of suck. Like, they're actually really bad. So, who's played Psychonauts?
I played both games.
Okay.
I haven't played the second one yet.
I own the second one, but I haven't played it yet. But, so, you have, like, telekinetic, like, minor telekinetic powers that are okay, And we're going to assume that if you level up enough, you can actually acquire new ones and upgrade those and make them better, and okay.
You're a psychic warrior.
You kind not really even a warrior, dude. You're more like a therapist.
Well, I mean, you're definitely psychic. The problem is we play Raz, and he's already an acrobat, which kind of helps him out. But
that's very
on the
true.
psionic part.
But the main thing, the main issue here is that to do anything inside of a person's mind, you have to throw a door on their forehead, and then astral project yourself in their mind, but you are completely vulnerable while you're doing this in the real world, as are they. I just don't see this coming in handy very often. Basically, the only thing
you still have telekinesis. You shoot balls of energy out of your head. You have pyrokinesis. You can
but they suck.
Invisible.
But they all suck.
No. A psychonaut is very different than a psychic. Psychomancer or whatever, Mob 100 or whatever,
Very.
being able to, it's very different classes we're talking
I mean, he is, he's right when he's listing off the abilities that Raz can do, but they're very shitty. they're like very, very weak stuff. Like he doesn't even in both games. Well, I haven't played the second one, but in the first game, he doesn't ever really even kill anyone, and he can't. Like I don't even think his attacks aren't like deadly. Like they're very basic stuff. Like I don't. Also, this is actually a really important one too. When it comes to Psychonauts, specifically with Raz, your actual psychology like shows itself in the real world, and that's usually a bad thing. So like for Raz, he's afraid of water. So if he goes near water, because he's afraid of water, the water literally like turns into a being and tries to kill him. Yeah, like
that's mostly because of his.
It's because he's scared of water. He creates that into the world.
He's hydrokinetic. He actually controls water.
No. But he's
still
terrified
of it.
No. Oh, I actually played the game.
So did I. You're missing my point. He's afraid of water, so his powers manifest water in the real world trying to kill him. So if he goes near water, the water will kill him. That's the reason the game gives for why you can't go in water in the game. So what the fuck are you trying to argue with me for? What I'm saying is right. Doesn't matter if the character later gets over it. This is something that is it. So if you become a Psychonaut, literally the way that you view the world or the things in the world that like it can actually manifest itself in very negative ways that could harm you. So
you're afraid of chili dogs? Now there's chili dogs trying to kill you.
Yeah, like if you go near a chili dog, it might actually come to life. Well, you would have to be pretty fucking deathly afraid of it. Like very deathly. Like
that's the point though.
He literally thought he was destined to die in water.
Yeah. Though that is a problem. Yeah, if you think you and it really sucks for him because he literally has the power to control water.
Professional Cheapskate also wants Psychonauts to go in F tier.
Oh come on.
So
well, it makes it easier for us, but okay.
Yeah, he just wants this stream to be over, I guess. All right. We're back to the normal ones since he paid to have all of the
Sorry.
No, he paid to have all the interesting ones off the list. So that leads us to Guardian, which is just like a paladin that can't heal.
The true tank.
You just have the Guardian logo as the picture.
What's up? What? What do you say? I hear what you said.
Is this not the true tank class?
This would be.
Like, oh, I don't got no magic, but
this would be true tank. Yeah.
Magic isn't real, dumbass.
I would say. I mean, it's not bad. I would say.
Take a slur joke.
It's the absolute silver.
I don't know. I don't know what you say.
Someone else.
I would say Guardian. I would say because of the lack of utility, it's going to be low in B, but I can't put it down in C where Assassin is because it's way more useful. It's good to have a tank. Like, tanks are good. But I do feel like, I don't know, a lot of these other ones are just more useful. Like, I feel like a Hunter has more utility. Berserker is much better at actually fighting. So is like Beastmaster and all these people. Like, the Guardians suck at fighting. They're not good. They're good at taking hits. So if you don't have someone there that can hit people really, really hard, you're kind of like you have to be part of a group for the most part. Like, you're not weak necessarily. Like, you could fight, I suppose, but I don't know. You're slow. You're meandering. You're kind of just like and then you're gonna get hit a lot. And I don't know. It's just it's fine, but it's a shittier Paladin. Paladin just does everything. It just does it way better.
It sounds like you're basically a berserker that's not offensively minded.
No, well, I mean, you're a warrior. Paladin. You're a warrior that's not offensively minded. Because berserkers are offensively minded and they're warriors, but you're not a berserker. Yeah. You don't fight like a berserker. Yeah. You don't. Yeah.
I was thinking of the tankiness generally, but yeah.
Well, yeah.
Berserkers aren't.
Berserker would be more akin to like a heavily more focused in damage
yeah.
fighter.
It's just a damage
like
warrior.
A fighter
It's a damage-based
Yeah.
warrior, whereas a guardian would be a defense-based warrior. That's all. It's a DPS versus a tank. That's essentially the difference. I just think that a berserker would do a lot better in a lot more situations than a tank would, because I think a tank is more necessary on the front lines than a berserker is. But if you're on your own and you're out there and just dealing with your own thing, I would rather be a berserker than a tank. Even though a tank has more value on a field of battle. So that's essentially my ideas of it. And I'm not going to I can't put it above a hunter, because a hunter just has so much utility of things it can do. So, yeah. Next up we have bard. Does anybody give a fuck about bards? I just don't care about bards. Does anyone have anything interesting to say about bards? Talk about bards.
The only thing I'll say about a bard, at least in like the historical concept, is that morale is probably the #1 thing to have on any battlefield. If your soldiers don't want to fight, if your people don't want to fight, you will lose.
Okay, wait.
And at least with a bard, you can somewhat control that.
It's fucking
like
battle.
your
It's
people-
Basila's battle meditation from Coder.
Pretty much, yeah. That's what I was gonna say. It's essentially battle meditation and throwing some healing in as well. Yes, bards are also known for healing magic.
I know. You say these things like I don't know
Okay,
what a
I'm
bard.
sorry. I'm forgetting you played Boulder Gates 3.
I play.
Jesus, I'm
Well,
sorry.
it doesn't matter. Like I know what a bard is. I've played games before. Bard exists in more than just D&D. They're all over the fucking place. All right. What the fuck is that? Oh, okay. Yeah. So I don't really. They're also necessity. It's another one of these things, kind of like the healers, where it's like they're necessary. They'll be useful in combat. I don't want to fucking be one. I'll let somebody else do that shit. I don't want to do it. Bard can force enemies to give up. They can buff allies, and they can heal. Lowest of the low. Bard. Okay, so you have people saying they should be at the bottom, and then other people saying they're awesome and amazing and great. Because it's me, I would probably put them even below assassin. Basically, probably below druid too, honestly. But what do you got? Let me see. Dragoon should be A, because you can still have a dragon pet. Oh, okay. Well, sure. There you go. A. Boom. Nice. Now Dragoons are A, right below Necromancer. You happy with that one? I'm happy with that one too. Alright. So the bards. Do you guys think I'm being unfair to the bards by saying they're below druids?
No.
Like, would you want to be a bard?
I'd
No,
rather
I
be a
don't really
bard
bard.
than a druid, because then at least you can play. Like, at least you have some.
Talent.
Yeah,
No,
talent.
I'd rather
You're not
be-
just.
We actually
you're
said
not
this.
just a hippie.
We actually said this. Well, no, instead of being the hippie, you're the fucking dude with no shoes under the tree playing guitar on the college campuses. I'm not sure that's much better, but also
Better. It's
we
not
also
much better, but
we also said talked about this, but it would be funny if you became the bard, but you didn't acquire any guitar skills or any music skills at all. So, like, you still grant people power when you play guitar, and you still like all that would work the same. You would just like play horribly. You're just like, okay, there you go. Now you got like full power. Like, the fuck was that? Like, that was your fucking bar. That was just my
Does that mean you
inspirational.
can just walk with a triangle on your hip and just do the same thing? Because it doesn't have to.
No, it's gotta be considered music. It's gotta hit a certain quality. It's gotta hit a certain thing. Not quality necessarily, but it's gotta hurt a certain threshold of being considered music and not just a sound you made. You know. So no, I would say that I would.
An instrument.
I feel like keeping morale up, I think, is far more valuable than like the druid positioning.
I was-
Just like
All right.
everyone else is better than you at this.
Okay, so someone.
at least-
I was paid to put Bard at the bottom, so Bard is now at the bottom.
Bard's lowest of them all.
And then
$2.
Shaggy wants to add a gorilla.
You better not hurt my feelings.
This is
What
getting.
about a chef?
This is becoming nonsense. Shaggy wants to add a gorilla to the
What about-
fucking. What? What's up?
We already have a gorilla. It's called a druid.
No, because I think what he means, well, he's obviously joking with gorilla, but realistically, like, the grappler class, you know.
I don't think that's what he means. I think he legitimately wants me to put a gorilla on the list. I don't think he's joking at all.
Yeah, I'm trying to be realistic, though. Like, someone who's like, I got you. I'm gonna pin your ass.
Yeah, I don't think he's even slightly joking.
We have one more. We
He's
actually
not.
finished this.
You're gonna be a gorilla. So gorilla. Hold up. Let me add the gorilla. Man, this
Real gorilla. No, a real gorilla. Gorilla loses to 100 people. Trash tier.
I mean, unarmed, it'll lose.
Well, even armed it would lose, because a gorilla is just a fucking gorilla.
Yeah, but you're not taking consideration out of the 100 people, how many of them will be left before the gorilla goes down?
Fucking 99, because the gorilla doesn't have the same endurance evolutionally wise as mankind does. Like, you're over here thinking this is fucking Donkey Kong. This is just a regular gorilla.
But it's a gorilla that you can level up, so maybe you could become Donkey Kong.
That means everybody else could also level up. Like, you could be a Donkey Kong
That's
level
true.
gorilla, and everybody else would be
It's a
fucking,
Donkey Kong,
what's his
not
name?
gorilla. Like I'm a Donkey Kong dragoon, and you're a Donkey Kong gorilla. It's like I'm gonna be the. I would rather be the dragoon. Okay, so
He's a miner.
I'm gonna put the gorilla below the bard in trash tier because it's a gorilla, and it's not because it's not because it's weak or it's stupid or it's a gorilla and not a person.
It's
because
basically a normal person.
It's because gorillas, out of all primates, have the smallest penises. This includes humans.
I knew you were gonna mention that. I knew it.
I have a large. I have encyclopedic knowledge of animal penises. I've talked about this before.
You should
sorry,
call out
you're
the
not
casual
talking about a
geography.
kid anymore.
I have a very.
So on this list, on this metaphorical list, ducks are on the higher tier because they have like multiple penises that are long as fuck. Corkscrew,
Dogs?
fucking no ducks.
Oh yeah, ducks have long. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want a dick
They
that's a
got-
corkscrew. I don't want a. I don't want a
But they
corkscrew
got
dick.
they got barbs. They can dig out other like in ducks.
No, that's cats.
Well,
You're
sharks
thinking of.
have two.
Cats have the ability to dig up other cats' semen with their penises. It's actually shaped like a morning star. It's got a bunch of spikes on the end of it.
What?
Yeah, it's shaped like a morning star. Alrighty.
Chef.
Fighter.
Like a cook.
Okay, weapon master.
Last up, we have Weapon Master, and I could finally end this tier because you guys have turned it into a fucking shit show. And I haven't made any money tonight. I actually should have ended this a lot sooner because I broke. All right. Weapon Master is dude who masters weapons. He's a warrior. He's, I don't know, probably somewhere around fucking should be better than a berserker. I think he'd probably lose against a berserker, honestly, but he's probably got more utility than a berserker does. I don't know what utility.
What exactly is a weapons master?
He's a master of weapons.
Oh, so he's just like he knows how to use all of them, but he's not exactly the master of them. Or
No, he's a master.
No, I
No,
think
he is a master of
He's
them.
the master.
He's the masters of the weapons.
like all of them?
Is it a weapon?
Yeah.
Well, look at the picture.
I don't think he probably can't see the picture. The picture doesn't tell him anything. It's just a cartoon image of a dude with a bunch of
weapons.
I don't see it at all.
Yeah,
I just see
using a claymore is way different than using a rapier. Using a crossbow is different than using a longbow. Being a master of weapons, you use the weapon, you're the master.
Anyway, you're like a lesser version of Man at Arms from He-Man.
Oh, okay. I thought it was gonna be like some type of version as Taskmaster, which kind of makes sense if you lose to the Berserker, because that's basically what Moon Knight is. He's
No,
like
no,
a Berserker empowered by God.
no. Taskmaster can look at anything, any attack or any move that someone does or style. He can copy just after seeing it once. Master of Arms doesn't have to see anything. He's just a master of all arms. If he comes into contact with it and he puts it in his hand, he instantly knows everything about that weapon and how to master it. That's just how it works, even before he touches it.
Yeah.
Every weapon in the entire universe. That's
Yeah.
basically what the weapon master is. It's essentially someone who just knows everything about all weapons. This could also work for not only close range weapons, but long range weapons or really anything else. You could possibly even use it against like alien weapons. Possibly that would be cool. Like if the fucking Illuminates show up and they start flying around like mind controlling people and stuff, could the weapon master look at the mind?
Friends with an artificer. Be friends with an artificer. It's gonna be fun.
Well, that's my thing. Does he even have to be friends with an artificer?
Oh, yeah.
Like if the weapon master is fighting against, say, the Illuminates show up, right, and he sees the monoliths that control minds, would he be able to see it and immediately know that controls minds because I'm master of all weapons and I know that controls minds? Essentially, he has the ability to scan. Could he?
I don't think that counts as a weapon.
On his hands.
If it's a weapon.
Okay,
well, like what about? Like what
Brass
about?
knuckles are a fucking weapon. Would he? Yeah, he would know how to fight.
Yeah,
hand to hand.
a monolith is more like a station. It's more like a
Yeah, but
like a recovery station for,
yeah,
for
but
the
What are
Illuminates
they
to
trained
gain
for to take
control
over your
an
mind,
area.
though, for real?
it's a weapon. I mean, it's a weapon used against their enemies.
It's called a monolith.
It's not. No, I call it a monolith. I don't remember what it's actually called, but it doesn't matter what it's called. It's a weapon.
It's still a weapon.
A weapon is something that is used against other people, like to harm them. That's what a pencil can be a weapon. I mean, if you're using it as one. And
But a weapon master is someone who uses the weapons that they can actually hold.
Why?
A monolith is more like a.
You can hold everything.
But says
more
who?
Like a sentry.
But says who that it has to be able to use it? I mean, why couldn't you? If you're leveling up in a certain way, why couldn't you just look at like, let's say like you could use your weapon master powers.
Is a destroyer not a weapon?
Hold up. Let's say that you could just like look. Let's say that you could use. Hold
Would
up.
a
Shut
destroyer
the
be a
shut the
weapon?
fuck up. Let's say that you could use your weapon master powers to look at somebody, and you don't know anything about this person. You never seen this person before, and just with a look, you can tell their armor, their weapons, what their weapon fires. You know what grade their armor is, where the weaknesses in the armor is, all of this different kind of stuff. Could this all be part and wrapped into the weapon master ability? Like basically the ability to just understand weapons and warfare in a way that other people can't, almost like a perception type ability. But like almost kind of like when you're like if you're playing D&D and you have to roll for like history or something, you know, like you have a higher chance for rolling a fucking D20 on
saying
understanding.
The knowledge.
Well, the knowledge would wrap into
You're
the
saying
skills.
the knowledge of
The knowledge would wrap it, but basically an inherent knowledge, not just knowledge, but inherent knowledge, muscle memory, and skill of every weapon that you come across, basically, even if you've never seen it before.
Okay.
Like that could be kind of like.
This is all.
Okay.
This is
So
a
at the very
one-handed
least,
weapon. I have proficiency
use the
in
monolith?
one-handed weapons.
Yeah, like you would automatically have a profession. Like you spent the last year training with long swords. You've never used an axe. You have proficiency in long swords. The moment when you come across your first axe and you look at it, you're like, I know I can use that. You hold it and boom, you have proficiency in freaking axes too. You're like, oh shit, I didn't know that. I never even used one before. That's kind of the realm that I'm thinking that would be like cool for a weapon master, or like the way that you can level up the weapon master to get to a certain point. Like what could make the weapon master super useful? Like that would make the weapon master. That would make the weapon master unique. That would make the weapon master unique from all these other warriors, other than just being a dude who uses like a different weapon.
I'm thinking the monolith thing would be more the artificer's kind of area, because it's more of a construct than a weapon. What it does is
a construct can be a weapon. A weapon is just anything that's used as a weapon. Like I said, a pencil is a weapon.
Would a weapon
technically
a weapon master is a weapon master.
Is a tank a weapon?
Golem is a construct. Can a weapon master use that?
Is a tank a weapon?
Yes.
Yeah, the
Weapon master
cannon
would be
on
able
it.
to use the
The
tank.
cannon
But
on it is.
so is the tank itself not a weapon? Only the cannon. The whole thing would be a
Yeah.
weapon, right?
That's like saying just the sword, the whole sword, including the hilt, is a weapon. It's just
Well, that's what I'm
blade
saying.
of
But
pain.
Well,
it is. You can use the hilt to bash someone's brain in.
No, yeah, the weapon.
That's how a sword
hilt.
works.
The hilt is a
What's the
weapon.
modification?
Actually, there are hammer techniques with swords where you grip the blade and hit people with the crossguard to actually help.
Wolfmere. It's half swording.
Well, the tank is specifically designed for direct combat. The monolith is more of an area of effect.
A sword's not designed for direct combat. The sword's like the epitome of like melee combat.
I completely missed the conversation that's happening.
It's not. I'm saying it is.
I completely missed the conversation that's happened in the comments right now. They're saying they start off saying can words be a weapon, and they're like I think so, and then they're like so Master at Arms is just Master at Arms are just dropping N bombs across things, just hurting feelings as he goes down because he's a master of weapons. I'm just like this is fucking stupid.
That's what vicious mockery is for. That's a bard thing, not a weapon. Not a weapons master.
It's called a death blow for dealing with armored enemies. Yeah, but wait, did we already? Wait, where's my picture at? Where did I fucking put my? I lost track of my weapon master. Here we are. Yeah, okay. So I actually think weapon master could be super cool.
It's been gone for a while.
And what's gone? Oh no, it's here. It's right here. I couldn't remember where I put it in the tier list. Okay, so it's up here in the tier list. So actually, the more I talk about this, the more I like it. I think it could be really cool. Based on what I said about it, and based on what we've been talking about, where do you guys think it should be in the tier list?
Top of A.
Maybe A.
Minimum.
Yeah.
Top of A, like
minimum.
above the necromancer and the dragoon and the summoner.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, because you can
maybe
use
not above
any
the
weapon.
Yeah, but just because you can use any, weapon, how often will that come? Like if you're just you and you're just on the field of battle and you have a sword or an axe or whatever your weapons is that really gonna matter that you can use any weapon? What does it matter?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on
preferences
what
are gonna
weapons
play a
we're
part
coming
in this
across.
also.
Because there'd be like, what's his face, the actor in Transformers who picks up the Transformer gun and starts fucking blowing him up. You know.
So it's like a luck-based thing.
It's a Michael Bay. It's a Michael Bay movie. What? It's not. It's
but
not.
That doesn't discredit. You would know intrinsically. Oh, this is a gun. I know how to use guns.
But is that
like you're a weapon master?
Yeah.
No, I understand that, but would that necessarily be more useful than just being like a really fucking awesome warrior, like someone like a berserker would be?
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on the enemies, I guess.
I mean, you'd still be probably a beast in combat as well, just not as bad shit as the berserker, admittedly.
No, you'd still be.
Think better.
No, you'd definitely be better, or you'd definitely be good. I'm not saying you wouldn't be good. I'm just saying, is the knowledge of all weapons worth being less good at that particular area of fighting?
If you're good enough, then it's fine. For me, at least.
If you're good enough.
Technically, a better fighter than a berserker. Just
not really.
Have
Berserker
the same amount of power.
Not really. Berserker. No, berserkers are supremely talented. It's not necessarily. You're not necessarily better. You could say that you're more skilled because you are a master, but being more skilled at specifically, like a mastery over your weapon, doesn't necessarily that in a 1v1 fight that you'll come out on top. Like if the other person has more endurance, he's more aggressive, he's hitting harder, he's faster, like all of this stuff. This is all a part of it. It's not just necessarily skill. The skill part's good.
Yeah.
It's just there's more factors involved.
And also just a better weapon in general.
No, I see what Rouga's laying down. That's why most kung fu masters, when you see them go up against MMA guys, get fucking trounced because they're not used to. I see what you're laying down. Yeah, no, a berserker probably would fuck him up.
Yeah.
In my mind, if we're talking about like just straight up like fighting, no magic, no support shit, you two dudes grabbing blades and going at it. There isn't a whole lot of classes that are beating a berserker in a fight, like at all, ever. I mean, based on obviously just you build different ways, you can build poorly or whatever. It's possible. But like just as a whole, you take 100 berserkers, you put them up against 100 weapon masters, just in a sword fight or an axe fight or whatever. I think the berserkers are like 80% of them are coming out on top of that fight, and then the sword masters are but some people might consider that worth it, being slightly less good but still incredibly skilled and amazing. And they're willing to sacrifice that extra goodness to have the whole I can instantly look at a weapon and like know it immediately, or like instantly understand my opponent, and then like maybe they have to fight the berserker a little bit more skillfully. Like I can look at my opponent, I know exactly what that armor is, I know exactly what those weapons do, I know everything about my opponent. I know that he could probably beat me in a fight, so I got to be a little bit smarter in this fight and not just like take him blow for blow, because he's stronger than me, he's faster than me, he's going to overtake me pretty quickly. So like I have to kind of outthink my opponent necessarily, not just outskill him, because my skill might not be enough to overcome his serious physical advantages. So like that would kind of be how I imagine it would have to go in order for the weapon master to overcome, and it would just be like, which one would you rather be? Would you rather be the dude with that look and like, oh, I have all this information coming in and that will help me better utilize or better do the things I need to do? Or would you just be like, fuck all that shit, I just want to be a berserker so I can go ham and fuck this dude up, because I don't want to have to worry about all that bullshit. It's just, which one would you prefer, I suppose. And just because you're a berserker doesn't mean you don't have to fight smart. You just won't necessarily need to fight smart because you're so physically superior, basically, is where I'm sort of coming at. What do y'all think? This was a really great conversation.
I can see it kind of like both ways. Because, like, most times in depictions when you see berserkers, they're already a master of a certain type of weapon, or a master of their, like, whether it be techniques of dual handing, or, like, wielding, two weapons, or two-handed weapons, or whatever. But then, like, the master at arms is over here, like, oh, I have a short sword and board, but I also have a bow on my back.
Yeah, you would definitely. Yeah, you'd be able to have more weapons for sure. That would definitely be a part of it. We actually haven't really gone over it, but like another factor that would probably go into this whole thing is like the weapons that you use. Like they're gonna be like RPG type weapons too. So it's not like you're gonna be a fucking berserker who's like strong enough to fucking slice an axe through a concrete pillar, but then the axe is just gonna be a normal bullshit axe that we have in the real world. It's gonna be a fucking the black blade made from the scales of a dragon. It's gonna be like some crazy RPG shit. So if you're a weapon master who can cycle between a bunch of different crazy types of weapons, it could also really help you because you can have a bunch of different weapons.
Yeah, just imagine having the weapon arsenal from Monster Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, you could potentially swap through a bunch of different weapons for specific scenarios. Like, oh, this sword, this sword causes silence. So if I want to use this one against wizards, because if I hit this against sorcerers, boop, now you can't use spells because I've inflicted you with silence, because that's a special ability the sword has, right? If you're, whatever kind of other thing you do, like this sword's better at cutting through harder materials, this sword's better at this sword, and all these different swords do different crazy things, and then you would be able to utilize and swap between these different swords with all these different crazy abilities in a way that no other fighter would be able to, including a berserker who's really just going to wield whatever weapons are on him at that time and whatever armor weapons that he has already mastered and utilizes. He's going to have whatever his go-to, and you're going to have 3 or 4 different weapons on your back, each of which has a different purpose for different scenarios. If you're smart, I mean, you could just have the one sword and be a weapon master that's not utilizing your fucking skills properly But if you are utilizing it properly, bunch of different weapons, bunch of different crazy abilities, that would be awesome. Here's a bow and arrow, and wherever the arrow lands, a fucking bolt of lightning shoots from the sky and hits that arrow. That's cool. Let's fucking use that shit. That's probably gonna be pretty effective. But
the more we talk about this, the higher I'm putting fucking weapon master, cause like
I'm talking them up, man. I know. I'm talking them
And
up.
you'd also be able to use armor because berserkers usually have some kind of trait where not using armor.
So I think since these are both the He-Man classes, I think we're putting Weapon Master by Beast Master, and they could just like just Man at Arms and Beast Man just chilling together. But which one is better? Which one's better?
Weapon Master would definitely be better in like a physical altercation 1-on-1, but like having that +1, +2, or whatever it is, like.
I think it depends on the scenario. I think if they're in an arena, in an open arena, each one has a sword, the Weapon Master is going to win. I think if they're in a jungle situation, I think the Beast Master is going to win. Obviously, I think if they're in a situation where they can't see each other face to face, and in any way, like stealth has to come into play or subterfuge anyway, I think the Beastmaster is going to win. If the Beastmaster has his beasts, he could probably win. If he has any beasts, I mean, having to take on more than one person is a pretty massive advantage for the Beastmaster in a way that the Weapon Master won't have. So yeah, it really depends. But yeah, I do think if it's just them two looking at each other and they just go head to head, I think.
I mean, it also depends on the weapons the Weapon Master has, because like even if the Beastmaster has like an army, and the Beastmaster's assaulting a castle and the Weapon Master's up on the walls with like the ballisticas and shit, he would know how to use.
Well, what the fuck? That's not. Well, that you just put that in a very. Like, you just gave him a massive advantage.
Bullshit.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
No, putting two people on the ground in a jungle on foot is not the same thing as putting one in a castle that's like the safety of a castle and they make the other one be like, you got to break into that castle just to get to him. That's not the same thing at all. Like I was just talking about taking two people in a jungle environment where the Beastmaster can use the jungle to his advantage in a way that the Weapon Master can't. But if you swap situations, yeah, if you swap them and you put the Weapon Master out of the castle, put the Beastmaster in the castle, the Beastmaster's gonna win too because he's in a fucking castle. Like he's got the benefit of siege weapons and a castle.
I thought you were using the jungle as like a fosun of like the Beastmaster can have an infinite army of beasts.
No. Well, I mean, I guess technically.
If we're doing it to
technically, I suppose.
If we're doing it to that level, the Weapon Master would also.
No, I was talking more about.
Out an army.
No, I was talking more about the Beastmaster being like kind of like a hunter. Basically, like a more advanced hunter.
Advantage.
Yeah, like having a fire. Yeah. That's more so what I was referring to.
Actually, I think even a frozen tundra they could use because there are many hunting tricks he could still pull off in just other basically if it's any.
Well, depending on how you.
That's not just.
Depending on how you level up your character, or level up yourself in this particular case, I'm sure there are ways that you can get a Beastmaster to essentially become damn near immune to any environment, since he is an environmental sort of natural character. Like it's possible that you can make him damn near immune to like icy environments, not necessarily like ice attacks.
I wasn't saying immune. I was saying utilizing the snow to hide.
No, I get that, but I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying that like since the Beastmaster is a master of all beasts, that he's a master of nature and the environment, all that kind of stuff, you could possibly get it to be a situation where you could be like out there with your fucking loincloth on an icy mountain and don't even fucking care about the cold at all. Like it's not even a factor to you. You know, there's like a lot of interesting, cool things that you could possibly do with the Beastmaster in terms of his sort of more semi-predator like way of like again when I'm talking about the Beastmaster, I'm sort of looking at Beastman as like that's sort of an example of what a Beastmaster would be like, where he's like Beastmaster can be in a jungle, he could be in a tundra, he could be in a desert or whatever environment you put him in, it more or less works, and he can control any animal, any beast, any monster of any kind. He has a hard time controlling dragons, but he still can control them. And he's got things like super strength. He's very primal and brutal in his combat style. And it's very animalistic, kind of similar to a berserker, but definitely not to the same degree. And like yeah, there's a lot of good stuff going for the beast. Like I wouldn't be like if I knew I had to be a weapon master or a beast master, and somebody was about to flip a coin, and it's like which one are you gonna be? I would probably choose Weapon Master because it's less situational. But I don't know, because the idea, like, if I could, like, being a Beastmaster without a beast would suck. Right? Because when you first become a Beastmaster, are they going to give you...
dog.
Do you just get a beast, like, right out the gate? Or just get something that sucks, like a dog? Like, if there's an alien invasion, I don't want a dog. Like, I need something bigger. But like, if you're a Beastmaster and you're fucking level 2, 300, 400, and you have... like a fucking 35-foot long spider monster thing behind you or whatever. I mean, that's pretty cool. I could ride the spider or ride a fucking drake or something. Or now we're getting to like cool shit. A grog. From Lord of the Rings, those big ass dudes, or the trolls. Big ass trolls. You get all that stuff. Now we're at a place where I'm comfortable. But I think at level 1 Beastmaster, level 1 Weapon Master, that's not even a debate. Like, Weapon Master's whooping his ass. Because he needs...
Beastmaster level 1, say hello to my chihuahua. Oh, cool.
Well, I mean, if you're you in the real world, in your world, you'd basically just go in your house and be like, do you have a dog? Okay, you're my fucking pet now. I have to go level you up. Come with me.
And you know what? I think I'd try to look for a wasp hive.
What? I don't know about.
You're still level 1, like.
It doesn't. Well, even if you are, well, you probably get one wasp. But even if you did, you got one wasp, or even if you did get a wasp hive, what's that gonna do in a fucking war zone? Like, if you're going up again, if you're being invaded by aliens and shit with heavy armor and fucking futuristic weaponry and shit, like, what are you gonna, like, who cares that you can control some fucking wasps? Most people, it's not even gonna get through their armor. It's not even gonna matter. What I'm doing is I'm fucking, I mean, I live in Louisiana. There's gators. I'm gonna go get the biggest fucking gator I could find. I'm gonna control it and be like, okay, I'm training you right now. I'm getting your ass to level 50 before the year is up and this fucking war is going down. And by the time, maybe you can even evolve that would be cool if you could evolve it. Like the beast.
Level 100 gator, not 20 foot. It's 50 foot.
It's not even fucking gator anymore. It's like a scaled.
Postasuchus?
Huh? Ooh. Like a prehistoric fucking gator monster.
Yeah,
that would be cool.
Massive ass.
Or like the what was that one? It was like crocodile versus shark or crocodile versus squid shark thing. It was like a fucking giant, monstrous like crocodile thing. I don't know.
I think it was Super Croc versus Megalodon.
Maybe it could turn into a giant like beast-like monstrous sort of lizard man, where it's like it's not humanoid, so but it's like almost like a gorilla shaped like crocodile creature. That'd be fucking cool.
Fallout gator claws.
Yeah. And you just level that shit up and be like, all right. And then eventually you can get more than one. So you get like, okay, I got an alligator. Now I got a bear. And then you get like, I don't know, something else. What's another thing that's just a badass, like a tiger? And I got these 3 things. And now the tiger turned into a big ass tiger saber tooth thing, and the bear is like a fucking stands on 2 legs, is 9 feet tall, giant fucking werebear.
Sloth bear.
Yeah, and then this giant prehistoric looking crocodile. Like, okay, now I'm good. And now the weapon master shows up.
You know what? Get a chicken and level it up to 100. Guess what it could become then?
Like a T-Rex chicken. Get out of here.
What? It's the closest relative that we have.
That's all birds. That's
I'd rather
just the chicken.
Yeah, why a chicken? You pick I'd pick an eagle.
Because it's the closest relative.
Pick an eagle.
It's not though. It's literally
Closest living relative.
all.
Dude, no, that would be cool. You get an eagle, and then you get the eagle to be like you level the eagle up and you evolve the eagle into just like a fucking massive like you could ride like that's the most American shit ever. You just ride a massive eagle. You get this is what you do. This is what you do.
You want to turn an eagle into a rock?
No, what? The fuck you
R-O-K.
Are you talking about the Indian like thunder
No, that's
eagle
a thunderbird
god thing?
No, that's a thunderbird.
Why are you evolving it back? It needs to evolve forward. You're devolving it. You need to evolve it. It needs to improve, not get worse.
Evolving.
Yeah, you turn it into a big it turns into a big, awesome, monstrous eagle shit. And then you can get the fucking, and then this is the thing, you get your friend weapon master, and you're like, here's like a machine gun rocket launcher, because you can use that. Get on the back of my eagle, fly, and take a selfie, and then we're gonna post it on, I don't know, what do people like, MySpace, and then we're gonna post it on there, and it's gonna be like, hey, well, this is the most American shit ever, and then you're gonna get it, and then people are gonna like it, and you're gonna feel good about yourself, and then you can be like, okay, now get the fuck off my bird, and you go back to training. Anyway, point is, if a weapon master and a beast master come face to face at level 1, beast master dies because all he's got is a little fucking dog or something. But if you get him like level 30 or something, now he's got a bear, an alligator, giant eagle thing. He's got some stuff going on. Now the weapon master might have some problems. You could be a really skilled swordsman, but you're outnumbered 5-1 because I have a bunch of fucking weird, crazy, prehistoric looking beast animals. That sounds pretty cool. And then if you keep going, you can have like a whole zoo. That's what you do. You're Beastmaster, go to the fucking zoo. Go to the zoo. You go to the lion cages, the tiger cages, the leopard cages, find all the biggest animals, the bear cages.
Oh, bear.
Go all of them and be like, all right, just leave the fucking zoo with a small army. And then you go and you not only train yourself, but you train your army of beasts. And then you go off somewhere, you find some kind of forest or something. And then you just like, and then you just release all your animals that are like under your control, and you're just like, this is now my territory. Anything that comes in here has to deal with me, you know. And then when there's alien invasions, the aliens don't want to go in those aren't. I don't want to go in those woods. There's a fucking 25-foot tall bear monster in there that's chewing people. That's just one of them, because he leveled them bitches up. He leveled that bitch up to like 150. I'm not dealing with that. And it's just the whole forest is just filled with like legendary beasts that are like named legendary beasts that were just leveled up by that. I'm liking the Beastmaster more and more. I think I'm gonna go with Beastmaster. This is cool. I like this one. I like this one a lot. Yeah, I'm digging it. I feel it. I just like convinced. I just convinced myself of how cool the Beastmaster is. All right, yeah, we're gonna put the Beastmaster's S. We're putting Beastmaster to S. So now we know. I am going to be the orc Beastmaster. Orc master of beasts.
Beastmaster?
The orc yeah, because I had a stream a couple weeks ago. We were talking about fantasy races, and I like orc like start off at C, and then I convinced myself to like that orc was amazing. I convinced myself that orc was fucking amazing.
Dragonkin as the dragoon then?
What's up?
Okay, well, what if you have a dragonkin as a dragoon?
A dragonkin.
Control dragons.
I think it would depend. I think you would have to level up to a certain extent that you would be able to. I think it would probably be like the higher level you are, the more powerful of beast you can tame. So it's like if you're like level 1 or something, you're only like doing small animals. That you're like level 5 or 10, you could probably do bigger animals. By the time you're level 15, 20, you could do bears and fucking orcas and all kinds of crazy shit. And then if you're like 30, 40, 50, 60, now you're like, okay, now it's like mythical shit and like alien beasts and tyrannids, from Warhammer, and like all kinds of different crazy stuff, and just kind of goes up from there. And it could be like you could possibly like level up to the point that when like you can get it so advanced that anytime you tame a beast, you don't even have to level that beast up. Like you tame a level 1 beast, it automatically hits level 30, like hits level 30 just because you tamed it.
Okay, but I'm just.
Dude, this is awesome.
The synergy of
the Beastmaster's awesome.
What about the synergy? True, but what about a synergy between a dragonkin?
He cut off. I don't know what he said. What was he trying to say?
Synergy against a dragonkin, dragon warrior, whatever.
Dragoon.
Something else.
No, it's a dragonkin that's the Dragoon class.
The Dragoon class?
Yeah, the thing that
Are you race? Are you talking about like, oh, I'm half dragon?
Yeah, he's talking about the race Dragonkin. If the Dragonkin was a Dragoon, I don't know why being a Dragonkin that's a Dragoon would help you at all. Like, I don't see how a Dragonkin Dragoon would be any better than a human Dragoon.
Really?
Yes, really. You can explain it if you think that, but you're not explaining it. You're just saying, really.
Well, I don't know. Isn't the problem with utilizing the
I'm
power
watching the chat right now. That's very true. If you're getting these mythical Pokemon creatures, you can also tame them because they're still beasts.
Yes.
So now you got 10 million Pikachus.
Seems like a lot of Pikachus. Seems like too many Pikachus. I found out what animal the Pikachu was.
Isn't it a rat?
No, it's a fucking Pika. A Pika is an actual animal. I didn't know that. Yeah, Pika. It's called a look. I just googled it. Look on the screen. This is what a Pikachu is. It's called a Pika. It is an actual existing animal.
That's a fucking rat.
No, it's a Pika. It's not a rat. That doesn't look anything like a rat.
It looks like a fat rat.
No, it actually looks closer to something like a it's not a hamster.
Okay, I don't see it on the screen. I'm on the heck.
I'm looking at it very clearly. That looks like a rat that's had too much to eat.
You, sir, have never seen a rat, because that is not at all what a rat looks like. Its ears have a different shape. It's smaller. It doesn't look anything like a rat. That is a fucking rat. Look at the angular face. Look at the eyes. Look at the ears. It's pointy and sharp features. Look at the fucking Pika. It's round. It's got a rounded face. It's got a wider face. It's got more hair. Very large, round ears. It is a very different animal than a rat. It doesn't look anything like a rat. You're lying. If that's a rat, then fucking
well, we saw stuff. We saw Pikachu there.
Yeah, if that's a rat, then you can call a fucking, a gerbil or a guinea pig a rat. Like, it's like they're all.
Both of those are also rats.
No, they're rodents. You're getting. It's like calling a wolf and a bear the same thing, because they're both like mammals. Like they're rodents. Well, no, because I can suppose they are also mammals, rats and stuff. So that wouldn't work. So this would be more like what's a good example? I guess it would be like calling like a blue jay and a fucking some other kind of fucking bird, swan, the same, because they're birds. I don't know. They're both a part of the.
The only thing I see different is that the Pika doesn't have a tail from all these.
No, there's way. No, I just told you all the different. You're ignoring. I just told you all the differences. The ears are rounded. The face is rounded. It's got more hair on it. The rat is very angular. It has a pointed nose, pointed face, slanted eyes, little sharp ears. They have very different features overall. Pika's a lot cuter for one. Pika looks it's a very adorable.
God, what the fuck is that? No, go back. Go back to the rats. What is that fucking abomination?
That's rat. I see it. Naked mole rat. Oh, that's a naked mole rat. That's the same thing.
That's a rat?
No, that's a naked. Wait, it's a naked mole rat. You ever seen?
It's a mole. They're related to moles.
Yes. You ever seen Kim Possible? That was the pet that Ron had. He had a naked. He had a naked mole rat.
Have you played Fallout 3 to New Vegas to 4?
I played 3 and 4.
I was asking him, of course.
Did
he leave?
No, he died.
Oh, someone else left.
He died of not knowing what rats are, or moles apparently, or fucking.
Yes. They're the only hive. Wait, are mole rats rodents or just moles? They look.
Aren't moles rodents?
All I know is that they're a hive animal that have queens as well somehow. My own weirdness.
Panda A said, "Can Beastmasters decide his animal's evolution? Like a digi. Oh, so like does it just so does it are there multiple? So then it would be like the Devil Forge Masters from Castlevania. If you ever played Castlevania, you would get devils. You would unlock devils, and then you level them up, and you can kind of decide what path they take. So like one devil, you can level up one devil, and by the time you get him all the way up, he would be like this weird like fairy creature with horns, or he could be this giant fucking lava monster with huge fit, like totally different forms. So maybe you could do something similar with the beasts, where it's like maybe you can go the prehistoric route with the alligator, and he becomes like this giant thing that could fight like giant squids on Sci-Fi Channel movies.
Here's my techno gator. He shoots laser beams out of his eyes.
No, come on, just gotta keep this serious. So it's gotta be it's a biological creature.
What if you get an artificer friend to help you with that? Hey, your gator lost a leg. Let's have the artificer give it a golem leg.
A golem leg. I mean, why do you keep
that's
wanting to
basically a
pair up?
robot
You
leg.
keep wanting to team up the artificer with everybody. Artificer got his own
Why
shit
would
going on.
not?
Because he's got his own shit going on.
Artificer doesn't have to team up with anybody.
They don't.
He's the
Yeah, it's
artificer.
fine. Like
He can do
Well,
whatever the fuck he
they're a
wants
good
to do.
support class.
But it's not just support. He can do whatever the fuck he wants to do. I'm gonna make an Iron Man suit. He made an Iron Man suit. Like what are you talking about, G?
Probably not the technology to do this. It'd probably be closer to like a walking mech than anything else, or like a big suit of armor. Almost, actually, kind of like the Space Marine armor, sort of, something like that.
Huh.
But the
it's still in the frame of like
your mech
he can
versus my giant 25-foot tall bear monster that lives in my forest with me. I keep saying forest. I'd live in the swamps, so yeah, I could just control all of the gators from the swamps, all the gators, all the fucking Nutri-Rats. I'm gonna turn them into those big.
Didn't we kill all the gators though? All the big ones at least.
No, they're all over the place.
Yeah, but didn't we have like a period in American history where like, oh hey, by the way, go kill the gators. They're killing people.
We have a lot. I have no idea. I'm gonna go find the fucking albino gators, cause like Louisiana.
Red Dead Redemption.
Well, it's not Red Dead Redemption. Louisiana. I think this is right. You might have to look this up, but I think that Louisiana is the only place where albino gators appear. Or it might just be southern United States. But as of right now, we only get one every about 30 years or so, and we always have it. So I'm pretty sure it's Louisiana. We got one in our zoo. When the last one died, we got the second one as well. For whatever reason, all the albino alligators appear in Louisiana. So
isn't that why people think like panthers or like there's black panthers when they really just have the what's it called? Maladonia?
Yeah, it's something like that. I think it's Panthers. Yeah.
With weird fur, basically.
Yeah, they're like
there's people that think there's
with
people
fucked
that
up shit,
think
yeah.
black panthers are like a race of panthers.
Dude, look, hey, if I get to control any animal that I want, and I get to evolve that animal into whatever I want, starting off with a fucking albino gator is pretty cool. You know,
albino gator, pretty
just a
up
giant.
there,
That would be pretty awesome. And the fact that there's
Oh,
very few of them in the world, and I got one right here in this city. I know exactly where it is. I could just go there and be like, "Hey, albino gator, you're mine now." And now, and all the other beastmasters are showing up with their dogs and their fucking. Maybe even some of them got bears and tigers, and I'm showing up with a giant fucking white alligator with red eyes, and they're like, "Holy shit!" And I'm like, "Yeah." Yeah, fucking, yeah. You think your freaking bear is cool?
Are you gonna name it Ghost LaRoche as well?
No.
That's a bad reference, sorry.
No, I would never name it such an awful garbage piece of shit name. You should commit seppuku for even trying to name my awesome gator that.
No one will be your second.
I actually think no one will be your second. That's awful. That's awful. Like you think that's I don't know. I'm not sure if there's a better follow-up to Go Kill Yourself. I think that's probably the best. Like normally you tell someone to go kill yourself, that's the end. That's the insult. Like it's over and you're like no one will be your second. I'm like, "Damn, dude, that was more brutal than me saying go kill yourself." was way worse. You made it so much worse than it needed to be. And I thought that I already had it pretty bad when I said the whole kill yourself thing. That's rough.
No one will be here. You're gonna suffer a long, torturous death stabbing yourself in the stomach.
Just bleed out slowly. It's like, fuck, dude. Jesus. Fuck. That's like when someone's like, oh, I'm gonna go hang myself, and you're like, I hope your neck doesn't fucking break. And it's like, Jesus.
You're struggling.
You're just gonna fucking hang there? Just like fucking suffocating for like 20 minutes? Yeah. Yeah.
Suffocate for 30 minutes, asshole.
Good stream, none love you.
This is, well, it wouldn't be as painful as this.
What's this? Talking about seppuku?
Good stream. None love you. Yeah, no one loves you.
No, but anyway, for anyone who hasn't seen it, hold up. I could show you guys. Because apparently it's like a super.
Pizza rat.
No, not a Nutri. Well, no, I can show you Nutri-Rat. We have a lot of Nutri-Rats here too. Nutri-Rats just they kind of look like capybaras, but they're not capybaras.
They're smaller, ain't they?
No, they're.
They might be related.
They look very similar.
That's a muskrat. That's not
No,
a Nutri-Rat.
no, that's a Nutri-Rat. Nutri-Rats they're different. I actually don't have an issue. Yeah, I actually don't have that much of an issue with Nutri-Rats, but our government pays us to kill them because they're destroying the coastline, and eventually our city won't exist anymore. So they're like, yeah, we'll pay you for every tail that you bring us, and yeah, people actually make a living killing these things, and we can kill as many as we want. Like they're trying to drive them to extinction.
It's like coyotes in Illinois.
And then
we
have
2 years, you get paid.
Yeah, and then we have albino gator, which we actually currently have in the zoo. Nope, that's the baby one. Where's the big one? There you go. Yeah, you can see it.
Baby alligators are somehow just freakish adorable.
They are actually oddly cute. Yeah, so that's one. That's a small one.
And then they get fat.
Yeah, this one. Yeah, see, this is a baby white gator, and this one's in Homa, which is also in Louisiana, and then this is the one in Audubon, which is in New Orleans. See, all of the white gators, like for whatever reason, are in Louisiana. I think I don't know. There might be some in Florida, but I'm pretty sure we're the only place that has them, and we have them like every 20 or 30 years. We get another one, and they only are born every 20 or 30 years. So yeah.
Do you think it's because of like the genetic pool?
I don't know. Like, let me see. Albino gator. Is there an albino gator that's not in Louisiana?
I think India has to have like one.
They're super big.
Or like somewhere in like South Asia.
Are albino gators only in the let's say U.S. because there might be some that appear in Florida and shit. Albino alligators. No, albino alligators are not exclusive in the U.S. While albino alligators are most commonly found in the southeastern United States, they are a genetic variation of the American alligator, which is native to that region. However, they can be found in zoos. Oh, okay. So yes, they are. Okay. So that was a confusing round.
American alligators. Holy shit.
Yeah, I told you. Yeah. So there's southeastern United States. There are a genetic variation of the American alligator, which is native to that region. However, they can be found in zoos and other animal facilities worldwide where they are bred and kept in captivity. So they are from here. They only appear here, but they are taken to zoos and other locations. I don't know why.
So
but
it has to be a genetic thing. It has to be like.
No, it's clearly a genetic thing because they're fucking albinos.
Some survival thing that allowed them to.
No, maybe
that makes no sense because they're not camouflage.
Yeah, well, it's not. Well, I think people think it's a genetic disorder. Not a. Oh shit! Look at this one. This one's like black. This one's white with like black stripes. Yeah, that one's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know what it because you would.
It's so adorable.
You would think that if it's fucking albino, it would actually like not live as long, and it would be more damaged by sun and things like this. Like there would actually be some serious negatives to being albino.
I mean, but it's in a water, so like I don't think the sun damage would be too bad.
I don't know, but I do find it very.
You would be able to get seen easy.
And like when I was a kid, I never realized how cool it was. Like I was a kid, it was like we would go to the zoo, every couple of weeks, and there was the fucking white alligator always. I didn't know it was a weird thing for an alligator to be white. When I got older and I started traveling, and I found out that most people had never even heard of a white alligator. They didn't even know that was a thing. That like shocked the shit out of me.
Have I talked about that?
What?
Oh yeah, I mean, I saw one at a zoo. It was actually a really small baby one too.
Yeah, it's apparently very, very rare, and most people haven't seen them. Well, because again, according to what we just looked at, and according to everything I've always known, it only comes from one place, and that's here, specifically southeastern United States.
Southeastern, yeah.
Yeah, that's It's basically it's between Louisiana and Florida, and only on the coast, like that very small area. They don't appear anywhere else, which is like weird. I
was getting ready to say.
How many other places are alligators again?
Alligators
in America,
are
at least?
in America nowhere. The only places in America is the southern, is where I just said, between Louisiana and Florida. In the world, they're in Africa, they're in China, they're in a couple of other places, basically throughout Asia. But American alligators specifically are the only ones that actually get this particular mutation. So this is something that we have that no one else. It's kind of like buffalo. Like buffalo only appear in the United States. They don't exist anywhere else.
Specific evolution lines.
Yes.
I mean, honestly, you'd probably like this, Rouga. What I was gonna mention. It's kind of fucked up, but over here in the Japan, they have alligator hot springs where they have like gators in a zoo, and you can pay like a couple dollars to like throw down a live chicken. But the alligators are not used to the heat, so they're super, like, lazy and lethargic, and I'm pretty sure they're fucking dying on the inside.
They absolutely would be, yeah.
Because, like, it's like, legitimate, like, oh, we have the hell fucking hot springs over here, which are, like, blood red, and then, like, 2 miles away, not even 2 miles, a mile away, in the city, you have the alligator hot springs.
Well, they gotta be
using the same water.
They gotta be keeping that shit fucking hot, because it gets hot here. It gets well over 100 degrees here. So like, I don't like if they must be keeping it stupid hot if it's too hot for the alligators. Because those alligators should be relatively used to it being hot. Yeah, they're hotter than...
The hot springs are way the fuck hotter than any
water. We've I think the hottest I've ever had it on a thing is it was around 130 degrees. Well, it didn't hit 130. It was like 120 something. That's probably the hottest I've ever personally seen it here outside. But yeah, no, it gets fucking hot here. But I mean, I imagine the alligators don't really deal with that since they're usually in the water, or they try and find some shade or something. Does Louisiana have anacondas like Florida has? I don't know. We have big snakes. I don't know if they're called anacondas, if they are specifically anacondas. But we have very, very large snakes. I know we have pythons. Maybe the scales protect albinos and aren't gators. I thought about that one actually as I said it. That like perhaps it's because it's not skin, it's not flesh. So it's like, can a gator tan? Like they're specifically designed to be under the sun most of the time. So it's like they just kind of float on top of the water, and the sun just like bathes on top of them. So maybe they can't tan, and maybe they just don't. It doesn't matter that they're albino; they don't get the negatives from being under the sun because they're I forgot what it's called. It's not scales. There's a certain name for what the stuff that's
oxyoderm?
No, it's like leather and scale mixed together.
No, he might be right. What is a gator's, I don't know, back skin called? Because it's like the back. Yeah, because it's the back. It's not the tummy. The bony plate embedded alligator's back skin are called osteoderms. Yeah, you were right. I thought that sounded familiar when you said it. Yeah. That's what
plates.
These plates provide a layer of armor protected from alligator's organs, making its back skin very difficult.
Aren't gators also like you can like chew off one of their arms or something, or saw off one of their arms, and they're still good to go? Like bacteria won't infect the wound.
Yeah, they're not like lizards. They won't grow the leg back, but they're generally pretty good. They can actually swim and like kind of even walk around.
Yeah, it's all tail. It's all tail, baby.
Yeah. So.
Tail's hard to cook though as a chef. Like
the top of their backs are
it's
also
super-
the top of their backs are also so hard that it's bulletproof to like lower calibers. So like
that's why you gotta aim below the ear.
yeah, so you gotta like so you gotta yeah, like I mean I'm not saying like you shoot them at a 45 it's not gonna do anything, like it's not that hard, but yeah, if you shoot them with like a 22 or a 32 or something, it's not 32 might be too big. Point is that their backs are somewhat bulletproof, which is very rare. They might be.
They're considered bulletproof. But
they're not bulletproof. They're not bulletproof. They're not bulletproof. If you shoot, you could shoot. I mean,
bullet resistant.
Yeah, like if you like, it won't go deep, but it'll go in the skin. An alligator, if you shoot it, it'll actually bounce off.
I think it's the red-horned Cape buffalo that has famously bullet-resistant horns.
Horns or skin?
Know how people? Yeah, true, but I mean that was just an interesting factoid about Cape buffalo.
Well, technically, I mean your bones are bullet-resistant. One of the things they say that's actually really dangerous about a 22, specifically a 22, armor-piercing round. One thing that's really scary with armor-piercing rounds specifically is that you shoot, and if it hits a bone, it's very possible that it bounces off, and if it bounces off, it'll fly in a different direction through your body. So some people will get shot with a 22. It'll go into like their side somewhere where it doesn't hit any serious organs, and then hits a rib or something, and then it bounces off, flies up through the body. So like even though it went in through like your lower stomach, it goes up through your stomach, through your chest, out the side of your neck or something. Or it might even hit another bone and bounce off again, because your bones are kind of bulletproof to smaller caliber rounds. So it's like I think it has to be armor piercing in order to do that, to like keep going through. It might be normal ones. I don't know. I'll have to see, but I think it has to be armor piercing. Because I don't think a 22 can travel all the way up through your body from the base and not slow down and stop.
Hell no.
Yeah, so I think it's specifically when it's armor piercing that it can do that. But I've heard stories about that happening where someone was shot and it was like not really a serious thing, but then it like hit this fucking bone and went flying up, and it's like, oh shit, all his organs are fucked.
You have that happening with like 9mm parabellum, where it's like a lower level of gunpowder in the actually shooting the fucking bullet forward, where it's like someone got shot in the head, but like it bounces around in the head, or it'll only like destroy a portion before exiting, instead of fucking like actually, oh hey, you're fucking comatose, fucking vegetable now.
Yeah.
It only.
Panda Ace says alligators and crocs seem to be the way to go, being bulletproof, and they just get even more bulletproof. You get to the point where like the Helldivers fucking invade and start dropping hell bombs on top of them and doesn't do shit because they're just like so fucking heavy. They're just leveled up and armored.
Is this Maneater now? Is this Maneater? We got Croc Maneater.
You just leveled the shit out of it. They're fucking firing 50 cals and the fucking gator's not going down. Because of its armored flesh, you're just like, what is this? What is happening?
That reminds me.
What?
I remember that. Oh god, that reminds me of this one terrible movie. It was an Asylum movie. It was basically was it Super Croc? Like, never mind.
Yeah, the fucking
Super Croc.
The fucking sci-fi.
It's a great B horror movie.
That's what I was talking. That's what I was talking.
Dog shitting.
That's what I was talking about the sci-fi movies.
It was a bunch of military going like, "Oh, this thing's a tank. It's bulletproof." And the nuclear bombs was like, you do know that there's plenty of anti-tank weaponry. Like, seriously,
the
it's
thing
like
with Super Croc. The thing with Super Croc is that it was the nuclear testing or whatever that made it into Super Croc. So like, so long as you didn't detonate it, so long as you didn't detonate like the nuke explosion.
No. These people were.
It would just feed off like the radiation, like Godzilla.
No, that's not what happened.
And just
it was
bigger.
No, that's not what happened. They were
That's
like,
exactly what happened in the second movie.
Oh, second movie? Okay, well, in the first movie, they kept playing that, it's bulletproof, and, nuclear bombs are too devastating to our own country because it was in
Also, why
country.
the fuck are you gonna detonate a nuke in the middle of fucking,
Yes, that is a bad
Mississippi,
idea and
Louisiana?
stupid, but yes, that is incredibly stupid, but it's like, what, you don't have anything in between? Like, I don't know, the myriad of anti-tank weaponry you should have?
Well, to be fair,
yeah,
if you're
yeah.
gonna, to be fair,
is, though,
if
in
you're gonna
water-
detonate a nuke somewhere, there's worse places to detonate in Louisiana. I mean, there's a large sections of Louisiana where there's
It was not in the water. It was mostly walking on land.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It was
Like Louisiana is not heavily populated area at all. Like many cities have the largest population that we have. Might be Baton Rouge, but New Orleans only has like 300,000 people, and it's one of our biggest cities. Like we don't have a lot of people. Like if you look at the entire population of Louisiana, it's like a couple million. And Louisiana is a lot of land to just have a couple million people. Like I forget the
couple million.
It's not a lot. Let me see. Let me see. I'm forgetting the exact population.
I don't know about a couple million.
It's
but
not a.
the
It's
United
not.
States only has a couple million.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's not a lot, is what I'm saying. It's late. Leave me alone. Population of Louisiana. It's very, very low population. 4 million, 4.5 million. Yeah. So
but I mean, it was just the sheer stupidity of apparently there was nothing in between a 50 caliber round and nuclear bombs to these people.
No, I get that,
Yes.
but I'm saying with the area, which is like, I don't know, 52,000 square miles or something, whatever Louisiana is. Actually, it says it right here. Oh yeah, wow, it's 52,378. Cool. That was super. I couldn't believe I knew that. So with the area being 52,000 square miles, 4 million people is not a lot. Like most of Louisiana is basically barren of human life. Like it's just swamp for miles and miles and miles and miles and miles. Which I mean, you could say the same thing about like Texas and New Mexico and a bunch of different states. Actually, you could say that about a large portion of the United States in general. I think people who live outside of the country don't realize it. Like there's like
I would say
the
90% of America
is like
just
nowhere.
barren.
There's just nobody there. Yeah. So it's like I think people who live outside of the United States don't realize that it's like the United States has like 300 and something million people, sure, but the amount of land we have is you could drive for hours and find no people at all. I mean, other than other people driving. Like there's no like towns or nothing. It's literally just trees and trees and trees, or deserts and deserts and deserts.
Swamps, deserts, mountains. We have hidden rainforest. What state has the hidden rainforest?
The worst section of driving, I think, in the entire country, because I've been all over the country. The worst section of driving that I've ever been, that I hate doing it, I can't stand it. If I go north,
75.
If I go north, like towards New York City and all that section, I have to go into Mississippi, and you have to drive all the way up Mississippi from south to north. There's one road, I forget what interstate it is, but it goes straight up Mississippi. It feels so long because Mississippi is a very long state, and there is nothing but a road ahead of you that's straight with no turns, and there's trees on both sides, and that drive goes on for hours. It sucks. I hate it, and it feels like because like you're trying to drive I tried to drive to Pennsylvania, right? I was driving to Pennsylvania. Like it feels like it's not, but it feels like half the drive is in fucking Mississippi, even though it's not, because Mississippi, you're in there for hours and hours and hours and hours, and you're still, man, you're like, Jesus Christ.
You don't notice the difference. You don't notice when you exit Mississippi.
Yeah, and then when you
it's just all the same road.
Yeah, no, you do, because when you exit Mississippi, the road doesn't go straight. You actually start hitting turns again. So you actually, so you're actually like participating in the driving. You're not just going straight and just stopping yourself from falling asleep and driving off the side of the road. But also, once you get out of Mississippi, like you're waiting to see that sign that says, welcome, whatever, not Mississippi, fuck Mississippi. You're waiting for it, and it takes forever. It's hours and hours and hours. It feels like it's like fucking half a day or almost a whole day. And then you get through, and then after you get out of it, now every couple of hours it's like bang, new state, bang, new state, bang, new state. But it's like, why the fuck? Mississippi is so fucking long. And even though it's not, it feels like it's like half the fucking drive. When in reality, it's like probably like a quarter of the drive, or maybe less than a third of the drive. But it feels like it's half the drive because it's straight. There's no turns, nothing. It's trees on both sides, no different, nothing, no other environment to look at, and there's no signs that like tell you that you're not in fucking Mississippi anymore. So it sucks. It's awful. I hate that drive. It's the worst drive ever. I imagine Texas could be worse because there's like just desert.
What state would you say is like the most stressful driving in your opinion?
In Europe? I've never been to Europe.
Or no, in
Most
your
stressful
opinion.
driving.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, like in the whole country, like you
I've
like
never
it's
been-
so stressful that
I've
you
never
don't
been-
want to be there. Like you don't want to drive.
LA.
That's what people say.
LA or,
People
like,
say.
downtown New York.
People say LA or
Like,
people say LA or New York City. I have never had the desire to go to LA, and or New York City for that matter. I'm not a huge fan of massive cities like that, so I haven't really noticed a super shit ton of like crappy roads because I generally like going to smaller places, and smaller places roads don't suck. I will say this: New Orleans roads suck. Because I live here, I've been all over those roads, and those roads fucking suck. So I know how shitty city roads can be. I don't want to go to ones that people are saying are worse, like New York and Los Angeles. I'm good, okay? Because the thing about
It's not the roads that
Minnesota.
are bad; it's the traffic.
no, well in Louisiana it's both. So it's not. There's like I said, there's 300,000 people in this city. Over 300,000 people in this city. The city was designed when there was like a quarter of that, but also the roads haven't been updated since 200 years ago, so they weren't made for cars. They were made for horses. That's not a joke. And they're not very wide.
Horses in chamber pots.
They're unbelievably thin, very very thin. The cars, they're not really wide enough for cars to really drive down properly. There are potholes everywhere. Like everywhere you go, there are fucking massive potholes. I don't like driving into the New Orleans simply because I know that like I'm gonna fuck my tires up and I'm gonna fuck my car up and I don't want to go. And then like anywhere in the entire city that you want to park has a fucking meter. Everywhere, and the meter is insanely overpriced. And yeah, no, I hate going to the city. The city sucks. It's awful in every way. Although I did get around the meters. I worked in New Orleans for years and I never paid a meter. All you gotta do is you remove your license plate and then you cover your VIN number with something, and they can't tow you because your car is then considered it's considered an abandoned car, and they're not allowed to tow abandoned cars until it has to sit there for 3 days before they could tow it. So basically, every day I would go to work and I would park in a different location, do the same thing, and then the people would see it, but they couldn't tow it because they had to wait for 3 days. But then I kept resetting the counter because I would come back, every day and park at a different location doing the same thing. And I worked at that particular place that I did that at. I worked there for like 3 or 4 years, and I never once paid a parking ticket at all. I actually had an uncle who would take out a fire hydrant out of his car and then put it on the sidewalk to save his spot in traffic, or to save his parking spot, and he would drive off. So then he would come back, pull up, and then he would take and they would take it, and then throw it in the back of his car, and then to save us. But like, there's tricks around this shit. Don't let the government tell you that there's ways around this shit. Do you have any idea how much money I would have wasted paying those fucking meters? This shit was insane how much they were charging for that goddamn for those meters. Because the place I worked weren't allowing us to park in their own personal parking garage, which was like $2 for the whole day. No, they wanted us to do a meter, and the meters fucking suck. I forgot how much it was, but it was like it would have ended up being like in the teens of money like every single day to be in there. Like by the end of the week, I would have been paying over $100 just in parking. Like it was insane. So I'm like, I'm not doing this. You're absolutely full of shit. I'm not doing this. So like a fucking at the time it was like a tenth of my fucking week's pay was gonna go to the fucking parking. So yeah, never paid. It was awesome. It's great. Definitely try and find little loopholes like that. It's awesome. Very useful. Let's see, people outside of the United States don't even grasp how big the U.S. really. No, they don't. They don't really. I think I've had conversations with people from England who knew that U.S. was bigger, but did not know that there were individual states that were bigger than England.
The whole UK.
Like they had no, the whole technically, the whole UK. They had no idea. Like they thought it was like, oh, Texas is like, probably comparable to England or something. That's like the biggest state. No. They had no idea that like Alaska is like significantly larger than all of Europe. Like way bigger than the entirety of Europe.
And that's what happens when you never leave your fucking hometown.
That's not necessarily.
Yeah, I talked to a guy from Belgium, and he's like, yeah, there's only, like, compared to the U.S., there's only like 10 million people in Belgium, and it's like, like that's literally like 10 million. Like that's like a state, I mean, depending on the state.
Some states, yeah.
That's less than, like I said, Louisiana's 4 million, but it's particularly low population. Well, I mean, actually, you just look at the electoral votes, right? Louisiana is only worth like 8 electoral college votes because it doesn't have a high population. But like
the state I'm in is 3.
How many? What's the population? What state are you in?
South Dakota.
Oh well, no shit.
That makes sense.
You're fucking South Dakota. it's a tiny state to begin with.
Bumfuck, yeah.
It's
middle of nowhere.
Yeah, it's a tiny state.
I think it's 3.
Let me see. Population of what you said, North Carolina or South Carolina?
South Dakota.
Oh, Dakota. Gee, I fucked that up. Okay, South Dakota.
Even worse than Carolina.
Dakota. Yeah, South Dakota is 900,000 people. So it's 1/4
yeah,
the people.
I was
in
gonna
Louisiana.
say like 800,000 or 900,000. Yeah.
I'm trying to see what is the land. Doesn't even have it. Doesn't say what the square mileage is. It is this. Yeah, it's the 47th most populated state out of 50.
The 47th. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it's increased 11% between 2010 and 2022. That is a very small amount for 12 years.
God damn.
That's very small. That means everyone's leaving Dakota.
There's nothing here.
Yeah, that means everyone's leaving Dakota, not coming. Let me see. Square miles. How big is this bitch? 71,000. It's actually bigger than Louisiana. It's not smaller. I thought it was smaller.
It's probably all just farmland, though. Like when you're
mostly farmland. Well, Louisiana is 50. Oh no, I'm sorry. It is smaller. It is bigger. Yeah, it is bigger. Okay. Louisiana was 52,000. So it's a sizable amount bigger. It's not slightly bigger. So yeah, no, yeah,
But it's not all like high density. It's all
Not really, no.
Well, I mean that's the same situation with Louisiana. It's almost entirely swamps. There's not a whole
here
lot.
It's entirely Great Plains
I
where I
mean,
am.
Fucking 90% of Illinois is corn farms, but that doesn't excuse Chicago and fucking Springfield.
But we do have
there's a big ass city. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, we have 200,000 people just in Baton Rouge, and then we have almost 400,000 people in New Orleans. So that right there makes up nearly the population of your state. And then we probably have some other ones. I'd say Nahoma's pretty small too. What are some of the other more populated cities? Like most of the cities I could think of, we don't have like super high populated cities. Let me see. Louisiana most populated cities.
It's gotta be like.
Baton Rouge at 230,000. New Orleans at 380,000. Kenner at 66,000. That's where I am right now. And yeah, then under that, everything 16,000, 13,000, 16,000, 29,000, 22,000, 13,000. It's all after that, it just shoots down. Then you're just in like the 4 digits. So yeah, it's mostly New Orleans and Baton Rouge that makes up the majority of the population. But I guess we do have like a sizable number of small little cities and towns. That I guess it builds up after a while.
Yeah, in South Dakota you have Sioux Falls, which is less than 1 million.
Yeah.
Okay, here's something funny. Where I'm from, we're the 10th largest state by population and 11th by area.
Where are you from?
What's your state?
Michigan.
That makes sense because Michigan
Michigan?
has like the North Peninsula, but then it has like the South.
Oh,
where,
no,
like,
that's the
Detroit and
thing.
all that shit is.
Like 80% of us are take your hand, just where your thumb, at like the top part of where your thumb would be,
and then stick it up your ass.
Detroit's Michigan, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
No. Michigan makes a lot of fucking sense for the population to the size. Like, you have a fucking massive amount of people.
80% of the population is literally below that where the thumb line would be.
Cause who the fuck would want to live in the middle of a fucking peninsula? Like, Great Lake, not even an ocean peninsula. You're stuck in the fresh water.
Well, I mean, you have the you said Michigan, right?
Yes.
You got the Great Lakes. So I mean, there's a lot of people there. Like, there's more incentive for people to go to Michigan than South Dakota, because South Dakota, like, yeah, we have Mount Rushmore, and that's about it. Like, that's a historical landmark that we have. You have like 4 massive fucking lakes that people can go. 5? Oh shit, 5.
We're connected to 4, but there's 5 around us.
Our state is shaped like a shoe. That's something. Do people teach you guys? Do people teach you guys in school that Mississippi River is shaped like a dude?
Yeah, the chef with the hat.
Yeah, they teach. Okay, I wasn't sure if that's just us or if they teach you guys that, because we're always taught that we're in the boot.
I'm from Illinois, and it's considered a chef with a hat. So.
Yeah, we don't. I don't think we ever say it's a chef, but they do say that it's just like a dude, and he's got like his hand on his belly, and it's like, yeah, we're taught that. But yeah, I'm where it's shaped like a boot, shaped like a foot. Which it's pretty. I feel like it's pretty easy to mock my state because it's shaped like a fucking foot. It's not good. It's not good to live in a. It's not good to live in a foot.
I live in a mitten.
That's true. You do live in a mitten.
I live in a square, so I mean.
You know what? That's kind of cool. I'm not hating on the square.
Square is pretty.
Or like
badass.
a rectangle.
Yeah, like more states should just be fucking squares. Well, there's a couple. Colorado's a square. Colorado, I think, is a perfect square. I might be wrong about that. I think Utah is a square. There's a Wyoming. Wyoming, I believe, is
almost a perfect square.
I think Wyoming is. I'm like those guys. They should just done that across the. Like, everyone should be a fucking square. Just like, why? What are we doing? But I guess like territory.
We were following hills and stuff like that.
No, it's not the hills. It's like all the old America. We didn't own everything.
Yeah,
we
didn't have everything.
French.
Well, like a third of the country used to be Louisiana, and now we're just a fucking foot. Like, what happened? The Louisiana Purchase. It was a third of the country. Like a third of the entirety of the United States was just Louisiana. It was called the Louisiana Purchase. Because the French, again, I don't know if you guys get taught.
To buy it.
Yeah, again, I don't know if you guys get taught this. We get taught, this is part of Louisiana history, so we get taught it. But I don't know if that gets taught in like fucking New York or California. But yeah, Louisiana Purchase was a third of the entire country. It got bought by Napoleon. And he was going.
He was the one who sold.
He was going to take over the rest of the country. But he had an uprising in Haiti. so he like fucked off to go deal with Haiti, and he didn't think like much of it. He was like, oh, it's just fucking Haiti. Who gives a shit? I'll deal with this over a weekend and then come back. And then the people in Haiti had such an amazing, like ridiculously awesome uprising that was like it was way more badass than he thought it was gonna be, and they actually won Haiti back from him. And because of that, he didn't have the forces to actually go to war with the United States. So actually, the United States has, like, not directly, but indirectly has Haiti to thank for its entire existence. Because if not, Napoleon had intended on invading the U.S. before, or I think it was after the Revolutionary War.
That's one thing I don't understand.
What's up?
Yo, Rouga.
Yeah.
I did not mean to join this call. I'm lost as shit right now. I love your videos, bro.
No problem, man. Thanks. I'm gonna have
all right.
more coming.
I'm gonna wait. Fuck yeah. I'm gonna wait in the next upload, brother. You got this shit. You're the real one.
Gotcha.
All right, peace out.
See you, man. But actually, that's probably... I really should be ending the stream. It's fucking, what, 2:30 in the morning? And I have made no money in this stream. I am broke as shit for this stream. This sucked. This was a waste of time. Okay. Let's we're gonna end
wrapping it up right now.
Yeah, I'm about to wrap the stream. I get to bed. I got shit to do tomorrow. And yeah, the next video... Fuck, I don't even know when the next video is gonna be out, because I had to move around a couple of things for like stuff that's going on over here. I'm hoping it won't be Monday. It'll be Tuesday at the earliest.
I think that's the lowest I've seen the concurrent viewers on since recent times.
Yeah, no. This was the concurrent viewers is wrong, because it was over 40 earlier.
Well, yeah, but usually it ends up when you end these in the 30s.
Yeah, but I mean we've been fucking off for a while. Like I said, this stream was a lot slower, and it's probably my own fault. So it's just like the topic wasn't really there, and the people weren't really there, and it wasn't really clear. I've been having some really beastly topics recently. Like the last 2 or 3 topics were like super interesting, and everybody was highly engaged. This one, not so much. I wasn't as solid about it.
Best class of RPG.
I thought it was like, okay, we already did race, so let's do class. But I wasn't expecting race to be like so much more interesting than class was. Like race was really fascinating.
Race has a lot of more shit involved into it.
Yeah. Well, I just figured I did one. Let's do the other. But yeah, no, race was better than class. So no, I'll come up with a better topic next week, and hopefully we got more of a conversation to go. And I really need to stop. I don't really think.
Please, God, let it be a debate stream and not a fucking tier list.
I like the tier lists. You don't like the tier lists?
Tier lists are good. I love the tier list, but only when the topic is good.
Well, the topic has been good. Last couple of weeks, the topic has been really good. I mean, look, what have we been? Let me see. I'm about to.
What do you want to argue politics or something?
Well, that's what I'm saying with the debate streams. Is you always have that entertaining factor where it's a logic doesn't count anymore, and it's just a person
Well, look.
Entertaining.
These were the last topics. We had best space army to command in an isekai. That's a cool topic.
That's good as shit. That's a cool ass topic.
Worst dark lords to be isekai'd as. That's interesting. Okay. Worst alien races to get invaded by. And then best races to get isekai'd as. I actually think the best races was probably the best one we did. Like the stream was the most entertaining and stuff. But those are not bad. It's not like I'm doing, best weapon in a video game or best soldier or like more interesting. I'm trying to find
two streams too many.
Best weapons for a zombie apocalypse.
Isekai thing.
I guess. I don't know. The last 4 did really well. Even last week did really well. Last 4 streams did really well. We had a lot of viewers, comparatively. So, yeah, but the best races was still the one that had the most viewers. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'll see if I come up with a good topic. We'll do a topic.
The Dark Lords almost came up.
What?
0.2, 0.1.
What are you
Wait,
talking
what almost came up?
What are you talking about?
The Dark Lords and the races. 0.2, 0.1.
Yeah. The races has 3.2. Then the aliens has 2.6. Then it jumped up to 3.1 for the Dark Lords, and then a 2.4. But which is what, like, when I've been doing the debate. I mean, but look back on the debate streams. 800 for the debate stream, then 1.3, then 1.2, then 1.4. Literally all of the tier lists in the past 4 weeks have done better than my last, I don't know, what, 8 debate streams? The last debate stream that even hit
true
2,
well.
yeah.
At least with the tier list, you have like a very clear
yeah, like,
hey man,
like
where
the
do you
last
think they're gonna place?
The last debate stream that did as well as last week's tier list was, what, 3 months ago? 4 months ago? Yeah, it was a while ago, man.
Damn.
Yeah, it was a while ago. So yeah, the tier lists have been doing really, really well. That's why I've been doing them. But I mean, fatigue is possible. People are just bored. I also think it's possible that we hit summer, and
Summer, I think, is gonna go wild because that's like everybody's going on break, vacation.
I don't know if summer is going to be good or bad for the streams. I have no idea.
The video game releases and people.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the
favorite fandom.
Well, right now, my Helldivers and Doom videos are doing pretty well. I made a Hellboy video that I released today, and it did shit.
Oh, I like that one. I watched that earlier.
I did too, but it's not doing well. Like, the Doom videos do okay. The Doom videos do pretty well, and the Helldivers videos are doing really well. Like, I don't want to get into a vibe where I'm just releasing nothing but Helldivers videos, but those are the videos that are doing the best. So I'm going to definitely have to do.
I'm actually looking forward to the hack video.
Yeah, I have to push it back a little bit though. My next video is not going to be the hack video. I already started recording it. My next video that I release though is not going to be the hack video. I'm probably going to release a video or two, and I did the same thing with Hellboy. So I actually recorded the beginning of Hellboy like a week ago. But then some stuff came up, and I was like, okay, let me release these videos, these other like Helldivers videos and stuff first. Let me get those out. So I got those out, and then I did the Hellboy video. But the Hellboy video did really poorly, and I kind of assumed it was going to do a little bit worse. I didn't realize how much worse. It's doing considerably worse. So like, I don't want to release that, and then my next video after that also be something that's not going to do very well, which is the hack video. Because, again, remember, when I release a video that doesn't do well, it doesn't just affect that video. My whole channel, the algorithm just stops pushing all of them. So
wait, what's the hack video about? Is that like hacking or something?
No,
no.
Hack. It's a
Cassie
comic
hack
hack
from the comic Hack and Slash.
Yeah, Hack Slash.
She basically fights slashers.
Yeah, it's what you
Wait,
survive.
what's her name?
Cassie Hack. You can Google her. It's a Cassie Hack. But yeah, she's a comic book character, and I thought, because I was like a week or two ago, I was on like a monster like thing. I was watching a lot of horror movies and stuff, and I was like, oh, I want to do some monster stuff. So I put a vote on.
Might be a good one.
I did.
Have you done that yet?
Yeah, that was
horror stream.
A horror? Yeah, I did. I had an entire last October.
Yeah, sorry, he burnt himself out on that. Sorry about that.
I
suggested that.
No, it's not your fault. If you go back to last October, it was just horror month essentially, and I made.
I was the one who suggested
a lot
it.
Of channels do that.
I think I made 16 horror videos in a row, and every stream I made for 4 weeks was horror based. By the time you got to the last tier list, there was a stream. It was tier list. It was like ranking the horror icons. I was so like fatigued of horror shit that like I didn't even really want to do it, and I did not enjoy that final tier. I didn't do it.
Horror in general has gone downhill though. Like, it's just
like, horror's been really bad for.
Was the Terrifier? Everything else has been like,
Terrifier's fun. I wouldn't say
we
it's
haven't
good.
gotten any new big new slashers yet.
I mean, compared to some of this other slop.
Well, we don't really make. Well, I heard good things about Hard Eyes. I haven't seen it, but they just released it on, I think, Netflix or Max or something. I'm probably gonna check that out because I've heard nothing but good things about it. I would
That's
say
the thing about like Hollywood though, is it gets congested and
Yeah.
then it's just the same crap over and over again.
Well, I would say that every year we at least get 2 or 3 good horror movies.
Yeah,
It's
I mean-
usually like I mean, and honestly like it's not like we've had nothing but shit. I mean, in the past decade or so, we've had like 3 or 4. Okay, well, like this year, right? We had Terrifier. Well, I don't know if that wasn't this year, but that was within the last year. We had Terrifier. We had Nosferatu recently.
Fire was like 2018.
No, it was last. The last Terrifier movie just came out a couple months ago back.
Yeah, the last Terror. Yeah.
Terrifier
They made
3.
another one?
There's 3 of them.
Yes, they made at least 3. Yeah.
There's 3. Third one came out a couple months ago.
Yeah.
I totally forgot that Terrifier came out in like 2018.
Yeah, and everyone says the same thing. They're all equal in quality. Like if you like the first one, you're gonna like the second one. You're gonna like the third one. I've only seen the first one, but I have.
But isn't the Terrifier like mainly just gore, shock and all kind
Yes.
of movie?
Yeah. The director.
Porn,
The director of the
German snuff film.
Yeah, it's not German snuff. I wouldn't call it a snuff film, but the director of the film is a makeup artist, and that's what he knows how to do, makeup effects. So when he went to go film his own movie, he just like leaned on his talents, which is so he could do. He saved a ton of money by doing all of his own makeup in the film. All the gore is his own effects. So he was able to make a movie for super cheap. But yeah, they just came out with Terrifier 3. Nosferatu just came out, which is from the director of The Northman. I mean, it's not like
I gotta watch that. Northman was good as shit.
yeah, it's a remake of Nosferatu. Nosferatu is awesome. So like that's pretty cool. Like I said,
Count Warlock.
Hard Eyes just came out, and I heard nothing but good things while it was in theaters. I didn't get a chance to watch it in theaters, but they just released it on streaming. I'm probably gonna check it out in the next couple of days. Check that out. So I mean, it's not like we don't get anything good. I mean, that's just within the last year. You do get it. It's just, I mean, shit. I hear people saying good things about Final Destination, the last Final Destination movie that just came out. All the reviews are saying that it's pretty good. Like I haven't watched it, so I don't know, but it's good.
What were you guys' thoughts on the Count Warlock in the new movie? Do you think they kind of like
I didn't see
dropped the ball on
I
it?
didn't see it yet. It's on my watch list. I didn't see it.
I feel like they kind of dropped the ball on it because he didn't look anything like the original Nosferatu.
Alone, dog.
I don't need.
I'm not spoiling it, okay? Calm down.
I don't need him to look exactly like the original Nosferatu. In fact, I'm hoping he doesn't, because they don't show his look in the movie at all, in the trailers or anything at all. They're clearly hiding the appearance. So I'll see when I see him. I'm not one of these people who's like it's got to be like the original. I don't. Although I have heard that the movie is very, very close to the original.
Well, I'm not saying it has to be exactly like the original. I just wish he looked more like the original, because the original was actually creepy.
It was creepy, but I just want to see a cool monster design. I'm honestly, I don't care how close it looks, as long as I look at the design. I'm like,
That was kind of a
that looks
letdown.
fucking cool.
What was it, Alien Romulus or whatever? I felt like it started really, really good, but then it just started.
Romulus. Oh, Alien Romulus. Yeah. Well, they well,
talk about the big tall guy.
Well, they announced
Yeah.
they announced Alien Earth that's coming out. Trailer for that came out. The next Alien. Apparently, people are saying the trailer was good. People said the trailer for Alien Romulus was also good, so who knows? There's 2 different Predator movies coming out: Predator Bad Bloods and the other one that I'm.
I think
Badlands.
The
Badlands.
animated one.
Badlands.
Oh,
yeah, and
that's
then
on Netflix.
And then there's the Killer Badlands or Killer of Killers.
The
I
Killer
think
of
there's
Killers.
2 of them. There's different ones.
Yeah, and then there was a, and I know this isn't really a horror movie anymore, but it kind of originally was. But they came out with the anime of the Terminator anime last year on Netflix, which I mean, not horror really, but kind of. I don't know. There's stuff out there. It's not
Sci-fi thriller, not necessarily horror.
No, the original was a horror. It was action as well, but it was definitely horror. If you listen to the music and how they build up tension and stuff, it's definitely filmed in a way of a horror movie. The second one's just a straight up action movie. It's kind of like similar to the way that I would say kind of like how Evil Dead 2 is a horror comedy. That's kind of how I look at.
That too is
Aliens
so
is
fucking
an
good,
more action movie than Aliens horror.
Yeah, yeah. Aliens 2 is a horror action movie. I would say Terminator 1 is a horror action movie. Terminator 2 is just an action movie. They completely removed the horror from it. But yeah, like the music that plays as he stalks her, and like when he runs at her in the dark and chases him through the dark alleys and stuff. Yeah, like it is meant to be kind of horrifying. Yeah, I would say it's a horror. But I think one of the things that made that movie kind of cool is that it didn't feel that much like a horror
The
movie.
fighting back. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like it had
We're
yeah.
in the modern day. Get a gun.
They don't make a lot of, I think that Americans, specifically Americans, when they see horror movies in like a city where like there's like a lot of different people involved, we kind of don't associate it with horror, because our movies are usually horror in like the woods where there's not a lot of people, in back alleys and like, creepy places. We don't think of horror in broad daylight.
Invasion movies.
Yeah, we don't think of horror.
Invasion horror.
We don't think of horror movie, yeah, like invading, like home invasion movies. We don't think of horror movies as like out in the open with a bunch of people and shit like that, which is why we don't think of things like The Happening as a horror movie, because it's just like, it technically is, but it's like, is it though? You know what I mean?
Well, it was.
Oh,
the ratings were probably horrifying to somebody. I couldn't help myself.
I actually don't hate that movie, to be honest with you.
No, I understand.
I still need to watch that one. I keep hearing really good things about it.
You're not gonna hear good. You're not gonna hear. I don't think it's good.
No, not that one. The Sinners.
Oh,
Sinners.
I haven't seen it. Yeah, I've heard good things too. I'm not a fan of Ryan Coogler. I think he's a whiner.
I mean, that's fair. Yeah.
Every movie he makes is just complaining about shit. It aggravates me.
Did you guys see the Strangers movie, like the newest one?
The one where he kills the guy in the pool? No, I didn't see it.
It's like the one where they'll knock on your door and they'll be like, "Oh, is Rouga here?" And then you'll be like,
that's
no.
not. No, but
that's Sinners.
No,
isn't it?
No.
He's saying
It's a home invade.
No,
but
it's Strangers.
It's a home invasion horror.
No, Strangers is a series. There's more than one movie. That happens in all the movies. That's why.
I know, but there's a newest one.
Yeah, but I get that, but that's why I was saying the one in the pool, because I don't know which one you're talking about.
Well then.
I'm actually interested in. I'm actually kind of interested in the prehistoric horror movie coming out.
Honestly, that would probably be really good, because what was that one movie, Alpha or whatever? I thought that one was really good. Even though it's not horror, but like you have I'm just a fucking
I don't think I'm looking forward.
Myself.
I don't think I'm looking forward to any movie this year, and I don't think I have looked forward to any movies since Dune 2.
It's just a surprise.
The only movie I'm looking forward to the most is the new Riddick movie, Riddick Furia. They better not.
Riddick movie?
Yeah, they better not drop the ball on that movie. I swear to God.
Oh, I'm gonna check. I'll check it out.
Didn't the last one end with like Riddick killing the dude who betrayed him after he escaped the planet or whatever, and is going after Draco? He kills in the unrated cut. He kills the dude who collapses the cliff on him, and he's like, "Where's Vaco? Where's Vaco? Is he alive?"
Oh yeah. At the end.
Primitive war.
Was he go? Is he going after? I don't remember. I remember him collapsing and killing the dude. I don't remember him saying, "Where's Vaco?" I didn't think he was going after Vaco.
Is Vaco still alive? Answer with one word.
Yeah, I
is
heard.
He alive or dead?
I heard.
He's both.
I actually did. I think I forgot, but I did hear about. I don't think I've seen the trailer or anything, but I did hear about the Riddick Furia thing. Yeah, again, I'm not gonna say I'm excited because I like the Riddick movies. I think they're okay. I don't love any of the Riddick movies. I think that they're fine.
Cult classic.
Yeah, they're like I'm going to check it out. But really, the only movie that I'm probably gonna see in theaters this year so far is probably Superman. And that's just because I don't know.
Superman.
Yeah, probably.
Making a Superman movie?
I went and watched.
Yeah.
Is that literally its name?
That was
I had no idea they were making a Superman.
Yeah,
movie.
James Gunn has wrote and directed it. It's gonna kick off the new DC universe that they're making. Superman movie.
Another one?
Not another one. I mean, well, yeah. I mean, not Zack Snyder's. A different
Is it
one.
literally called Superman?
I believe it. Well, originally it was supposed to be called something else, but they took out the secondary title, and now they're just calling it Superman. But yeah, I think it was supposed to be called like Superman Legacy or something, but they removed the Legacy part. Now it's new actors.
This one. Yeah, I've seen this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought this was from the CW show. I didn't know this was a movie.
No, that's a movie. Jesus, does it really look that bad? It's fucking CW. Like it looks like a movie.
That's what I thought. I thought like.
Doesn't look that bad.
That's a wild claim.
That's bad, dude.
That's literally what I thought when I first saw it.
It doesn't look that bad.
Like I'm not kidding.
But it doesn't look that bad.
Well, no, it doesn't look that bad, but that's just what I thought.
I got you.
Because like.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. I mean, if it's between like at the moment, I know we're just comparing it because they're both superhero movies, but if it's between Fantastic Four and fucking Superman, I'm checking out Superman. I'm not fucking watching Fantastic.
I think both of them are gonna be garbage.
I don't think Superman's gonna be garbage. I don't think Superman's gonna be garbage. As of right now, James Gunn has not made a movie that I think is garbage. I don't necessarily absolutely adore all of his movies, but not a single one of them do I like hate or dislike. I think at like absolute worst, it was pretty good. Like that's it. And at his best, I've really liked his movies. Like I really like Slither. Slither's awesome.
Slither is amazing.
Slither's fantastic. I really like. I actually like Guardians 2 more than most people do. I like Guardians 3 a lot. I think Guardians 3, to me, the only reason why there's a single character in the Marvel universe that I like still is because of Guardians 3 with Rocket. Like Rocket's the best character.
Rocket is
He's the best character in Marvel, and the only and he's only the best character in Marvel because of the existence of Guardians 3. That's basically what that movie did for me. It just made Rocket the best character of the Marvel. Because Thor's ruined, Hulk's ruined. I don't give a shit about Doctor Strange anymore. Tony's dead. Captain America's dead. Ruined. He's dead. He's not there anymore. Yeah. So like who's left? It's just fucking Rocket. I don't care about anybody else.
Deadpool.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about. I don't give a fuck about Deadpool either.
I love Deadpool, bro.
I liked Deadpool 1. I thought Deadpool 2 was pretty decent. I did not care for Deadpool 3, and I never loved Deadpool as a character ever, even in the first and second one. Although I've disliked him more as time has gone by, because at least in the first one,
I think he's the best character of the Marvel characters, simply because it's like
I think Rock. No, but I don't think he's a particularly likable character. I don't think he's consistently written. And I think he simply exists to make meme humor and references.
Well, I don't think he's meant to be consistently written. I mean, he's a satire character.
He's not.
That's why I think he fits in the Marvel universe.
I don't think he's a satire character. He's just exists to make.
That's the whole point of his existence, is to like.
But he's not satire in the movies. There's no satire being said. Satire is supposed to be saying something. All he does is do references of other movies and make dumb like potty humor and sex jokes. That's not a satire. In order to satirize something, you actually have to be saying something about it.
Starship Troopers reference?
Yes, that is Starship Troopers is a satire. Helldivers is a satire.
The movies.
Austin Powers is a satire. There's no satire with fucking Deadpool. It's just meme humor and references.
Well, isn't that the satire of the Marvel
No
comic books though?
No.
Like the superhero antithesis is he's like the whole anti-hero, nothing fucking matters. It's all stupid.
Well, no, he's a character in the comics. Like he's a character with actual. In the comics, he uses humor as a defense mechanism because he hates himself and he wants to kill himself, but he can't die. Like there's an actual character behind all of it. There's a reason why he does the things he does. But in the movies, it's just meme humor and potty jokes and sex jokes, and I don't give a fuck about it. I don't care about him as a character, at all. I just don't think he's well written, or and his stories don't appeal to me. I think the first one he was like the whole relationship with his girlfriend and him worried about the way his face looks and she would reject him and stuff. There's a story there. There's a character there. That's why I kind of like that movie. 2, they lose it a lot, but by the time 3 rolls around, it's gone. Like there's like nothing to grab onto.
Descent into madness.
It's not Descent into Madness. It's just a dumbing down of the writing of the character and the story to the point that it's literally.
Which is what happens.
Feels like an hour and a half long
that's the
YouTube
whole
video.
purpose.
What's up?
It's like when Wolverine gets his fucking brains blown out and he forgets who he is. It's like that's the whole gist.
I don't get what you're saying with that.
Well, Deadpool's character, right? He always regenerates. He always comes back or whatever. But he still feels everything that happens to him. He's not like immune to pain or whatever. And his whole story arc is, noble anti-hero who eventually just becomes like irredeemable because he's fucking mind shot or whatever. You know, he's fucking brain dead.
Not in the movies. I'm not talking about the comics. I'm talking about the movies. In the movies, he doesn't. None of that is depicted. In the movies, he just tells jokes. In the movies, when he does some psychotic shit, like for instance, killing the handsome version of Deadpool because he wants his guns and he doesn't like that he's kind of a suck up, and even Wolverine is just like laughing that Deadpool's killing him, like it's like a joke. It's like I don't believe that Wolverine as a character would just find it like humorous that Deadpool just murdered a guy. An innocent guy for no reason.
Is he really murdered? He's a
yeah,
Deadpool.
he murdered.
I think he heals anyways.
No, you didn't watch the movie.
Handsome Deadpool doesn't have regeneration.
He doesn't have
the regeneration.
No, he uses Deadpool uses a man who he knows doesn't have regeneration as a human shield on purpose so that they kill him, and then specifically because he annoyed him. And so he could take his guns that were golden, that he saw earlier in the movie,
golden desert eagles,
and liked them, and Wolverine just like laughs it off, like it's not even neither of them even care about it. I'm like, you just murdered a dude, like an innocent dude, you didn't do anything wrong, and it's just like you see, and that kind of stuff happens throughout the whole movie, where it's like it's all like the best part of the last Deadpool movie was the conversation between Deadpool and Wolverine in the car and the fight they had afterwards. That's the best part. Before that,
sedan car fight.
Yeah, before that, it's the best fight in the movie, and it's the best character moment in the movie. That involves Deadpool specifically.
Take it fucking seriously, motherfucker.
Yeah, Wolverine.
No.
Wolverine has decent character moments. He's like maybe one or two other ones outside of that one scene. But for Deadpool, that's his only scene that's actually taken in any way seriously. The entire rest of the movie is just bullshit. It's just, I felt like the whole time I was watching the movie, I just felt like I was wasting my fucking time, and I was just like, this is like an hour and a half long YouTube video. Like, I'm not getting any substance out of this movie at all. You can be a comedy, and I could still get substance out of your movie. But there's nothing. It was just references and potty humor and sex jokes. And that's fine. Sex jokes are funny. Potty humor is funny. But give me something.
You're
I'm aware.
Streaming, and someone asked you if you saw the Predator animated movie. I think you did see the trailer.
I saw no, I didn't.
The Hunter of Hunters.
I did not.
Animated, yeah. There's an animated.
Animated. I don't think it's anime. I don't think it's animated.
Yeah, but that's not anime. That's just an animation.
Yeah, no. He was asking anime. No, I haven't seen it. I saw the trailer for Badlands. I have not seen the trailer for.
What's your thought on the Predator from that trailer? What's your honest opinion?
His appearance. I don't like judging appearance of things when I only see them once. Like you guys, you guys might be too young to remember this. I don't know how old you guys are, but everybody hated Heath Ledger's Joker when we first saw him. Like, we fucking couldn't stand it. Yeah. Like, everyone.
It's too dark. They wanted the clown from the.
No, wasn't that he was too dark. They thought he looked goofy as fuck. Like, hold up, I'll show you the fucking pictures that they released. Give me a second. See if I can find this bitch. Let's see.
I thought it was like the whole Discord in between like the Joker being this like funny guy. You pulled
No.
out a revolver. That
No,
just
I
had a
remember when they
kept
released
on
this. People,
expanding barrel.
Heath Joker, original release photos. See if I can find them. People hated these fucking pictures. It was a white picture where he's like dancing or something. I'm not gonna be able to find this bitch.
None of these look bad. Yeah.
No, these aren't them. These aren't them.
The Batman suit looks kind of weird though.
He was
Okay,
like,
see you guys later.
I'll see it. I'll see
Alright,
it.
have a good
Dude, I'll be following you pretty shortly.
Yeah.
But damn it, I can't
I
find
really
it.
like the Joker.
I'm gonna hop
movies.
off
I'm
too.
seeing a lot of those.
You guys have a good one.
I'll see you. No, fucking hell, is this it? I think this might be one of them.
Oh, are you talking about the fucking Suicide Squad one? Everyone hated the Suicide Squad.
No, I'm talking about the Heath Ledger. This was one of them I think that people hated. I got the photo on the stream.
That doesn't look bad though.
Not now, because you know what the movie was like and you know who Heath Ledger is and you accept him as Joker. That looks like Joker to you. But this was
Well, even if you look at the old films, that besides the top hat missing, that looks fine. Purple suit, green jacket.
No, people hated this, dude. Joker had long hair that was dyed, clearly dyed. It wasn't green. His face was painted as opposed to being actually white because it was stained white. Like people fucking hated this, dude. They hated this. They thought it looked goofy. They didn't think he was they didn't think he looked scared. People hated the fact that Heath Ledger was playing him because everybody was complaining like, "Oh, the dude from Brokeback Mountain and fucking 10 Things I Hate About You is going to be the Joker." What the hell? Like people fucking despise this.
I could see people hating on it, dogging on it because of the Brokeback Mountain shit, but like
It was Brokeback Mountain, 10 Things I Hate About You, and these photos, like people were hating on this, which is why I generally don't hate on initial releases. I don't hate on actors. This isn't why, but this is a good example as to like against it. But like people get mad about.
What they were getting at with the Predator was because of how shit he looks as a Predator. He just looks like a.
You just gotta wait.
You know.
You just gotta wait until you actually see it in motion and like in the actual movie. I understand there's one shot and it looks weird. Fine, just wait. You don't know in the context of the movie. You might watch the movie for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and be like, I don't even notice. It's like I got used to it. It's fine. It just is what it is. I mean, shit. People were giving Robert Pattinson shit about being Batman. Robert Pattinson's a good actor. Like I didn't have any issues with him being Batman. Like to be honest with you, I didn't have any issues with Jared Leto being Joker because Jared Leto was also a good actor. I don't like his version of Joker, and I think that Joker's terrible. But I was open to like watching because Jared Leto is an Oscar award-winning actor. Like he's really talented. He just needs to be given like a proper role. They've got him currently. He's gonna be playing Skeletor. I hope he does well with that.
Ooh, that might.
Yeah, like I like Jared Leto as an actor. He's just been doing a lot of shitty movies recently. I think he could have done a version of Joker that would have been really cool. But that movie was fucked up in all sorts of different ways. But yeah, like I'm waiting to see the He-Man movie. I hope they don't. I think they're gonna fuck up the He-Man movie. I feel like
fuck it up.
I feel like we're just in a place culturally where you can't do a proper He-Man movie.
You can't.
Because
it's gonna be girl power.
Well, He-Man is a movie that works best in like the 80s. Like it's a big, beefy, buff, manly dude.
Bombastic.
Who and it was created specifically for boys and dudes, and like it's things that were that are so clearly designed for guys do not get great treatment currently. I'm just waiting for this whole thing to like. We have some stuff like we John Wick. We get John Wick.
Having like a kind of a reverse
of
like the flip.
Like it happens. Like we have John Wick. This was actually a long time ago, so I don't know if we should even count this one. But Mad Max Fury Road was really solid. I actually
That one was
yeah,
was solid.
I
Yeah,
actually
like
liked
that.
Mad.
I didn't like Fury.
I liked
Oh,
I
that's
liked
a lie.
Furiosa.
I like
I liked
Furiosa. And the only reason why I like Furiosa is because it's different than all the other Mad Max movies, where it's not like it's less of a revenge story and more of a punishment story because she keeps the dude alive. You know. I
Yeah.
thought that was
Well,
cool as
we
shit.
we think the whole thing was that they were telling multiple stories, and we didn't know which one was true. Like
Well, in Furiosa, you see the dude. She plants a tree on him and uses his body as like.
No, but the narration. You have to listen to the narration. The narrator says some people say that she killed him right there. Some people says that she dragged his body for miles. Some people say, and they just kept saying, and then they said some people think that they brought him down to the thing and buried him in the tree. And they describe the whole tree thing, but like, and they show us the tree thing, so that could be an indicator that that's what she actually did, or that could be just one of many possible scenarios of something that she did do to him.
Could you grab me some mixers?
So,
Yeah.
but
And maybe a bite to eat. Where are you going for the shop at for? I was thinking myself.
See something.
You want my card and pick up like some DP or
Bullet Train.
Mountain Dew? Or like orange juice or something?
Didn't act like.
Thank you.
Let me see. Predator killed.
Hey, sorry.
No, you're good. Wow, we're still going up. Oh wait, he didn't act like Skeletor. He acted like Joker.
Did it already come out?
No, it's not out yet. I don't know what he's referring to. I think he might have misheard me. I'm saying that Jared Leto's playing Skeletor in a movie that's coming out. So a He-Man movie is coming out, and he will be playing Skeletor. The movie hasn't come out yet. Bullet Train was good.
I saw that.
Bullet Train was good,
Bullet
but
Train was really good.
Bullet Train was. I liked Bullet Train all right, but I actually think the ending was really weird. But Bullet Train was not a movie that was made for dudes. It's an action movie, but there's nothing specifically dude like that appeals to dudes and not women, like men and women.
That was that a pretty new movie?
What?
Fury. I would say that's a pretty dude movie. I don't know.
Fury is not a recent film at all. It's also a war film. I wouldn't say that a war film is necessarily a dude movie. Although I guess you can argue that war films are more appealing to dudes. But yeah, the only I don't know. It's been a while.
Did Fury come out?
Years ago. Long time ago. I'm trying to remember.
God damn.
I'm trying to think of like a really solid. Show. Like we don't have dude shows. I noticed this a couple of years ago with my nephew, where like he doesn't watch cartoons, and I was like looking at like a cartoon that he would enjoy. He likes watching like R-rated movies and horror movies. He was like 8 at the time or 7 at the time, and I was like, okay.
Well, it's because they don't got regular show or anything anymore.
I actually hated regular show. I've always hated regular show. I don't understand.
Really?
Yeah, I don't understand why people like that show, but everyone thinks I'm weird for not liking it.
Bros.
I can't.
It's the bros hanging out.
Not bros that I've fucking hung out with. I mean, I see those dudes act like talking like I'm just like
they're bitches. They're bitches. But
yeah.
It embodies like, hey, you're just hanging out with the guys.
Maybe I don't know. Not to me. I just
like,
I was never into
Mordecai and Rigby are like cucks or whatever. But then you got like the Skips or whatever, the ape guy who's like, I fix everything. I hang out. I drink the beer. I do the brew. I do what I'm supposed to do. You know.
Yeah. No. I just my issue with the show is I never found it funny. I found it more annoying than funny. Like I found the characters in it annoying, not funny. But like there was this weird time in cartoons before my nephew was even born, where they kept coming out with shows. Like every new animated show that came out, I just found extremely annoying. Like it was like that was the show, was to have the main characters be super annoying. Chowder was one of them. That was one of them.
Oh God.
Flapjack was another one. Super annoying. I was just like, what is all these shows? Like, why is the entire show about the main character just being super irritating?
Would you count as would you count Aqua Team Hunger Force as one of those?
No, that's way
It's like
before. That was way before.
Well, yeah, but like Shake is like that's the whole purpose. Is like
No, but they're not
you know,
annoying.
just
They're assholes. That's also an adult show. Like they're just like kind of piece of shit people. That's different than being annoying. Like Chowder actively tries to annoy you. Like the things he says and does are irritating. But like I don't find Shake, Fries, or Meatball like annoying. They're just kind of shitty. Whatever his name is, they're kind of just shitty people. And that's fine. And the neighbor, I guess you could say the neighbor's kind of annoying, but he's also just sort of a shitty person. But he's also kind of funny. But yeah, so no, I don't count that. I'm talking about the only in that time period of the whole Chowder, Flapjack, all that. The only show that came out that I was like, okay, this is good, is Gumball.
Symbiotic Titans.
Oh, I didn't see it. No, I never saw that. I was gonna watch it and they canceled it. They canceled season 2, so I was like, oh, well, what's the fucking point of me even watching this? So I didn't watch it. But I actually wanted to watch it.
It was so good. That first season is so good.
Yeah, I intended on. Yeah, it really bummed me out because I like Gendry Tartakovsky, and I was bummed out they canceled his show. But yeah, but like
they cancel all of his shows though. Like
they didn't cancel.
He never ends up.
Well, they didn't. Well, not really. I mean, they let him finish. It took years, but they let him finish Samurai Jack. They let him do whatever he wanted with Primal. And I mean, shit, he made what 3 Hotel Transylvania movies or something, like 2 or 3 of those. I know it's not a show.
He made the Hotel Transylvania movies.
Yeah, well, he said they aren't entire.
Those is Adam Sandler.
Yeah, so him and Adam Sandler never got along when it came to making it, and he says that when he makes the Hotel Transylvania movies, he says that usually about 40-ish or to 50-ish% of the ideas that he wants to get in the movie actually get in, and the rest of it is Adam Sandler thing. And since Adam Sandler is this massive actor, and it's his studio making the movie, he has to abide by whatever Adam Sandler says. So he doesn't feel like they're his movies, but he is technically the director of the movies.
Except them.
Yeah, so like when I watch those movies, there are certain scenes where I'm like, okay, that's an Adam Sandler scene right there, and there's other scenes where I'm like, that's a Tartakovsky scene. That's not some shit that Adam Sandler put in a movie, and I can kind of see it little by little, but yeah, it's hard to see as the movies go on. It's pretty clear that Adam Sandler's got his fingerprints all over that fucking movie, over those movies. I would like to see a Gendry Tartakovsky movie, just a full on nobody else, just him. I want to see Primal season 3. I wasn't a huge.
What would it even be?
Oh well, he wanted it to be an anthology series. Every couple of seasons, it would follow a different universe with different characters, and just like primal shit going on.
Yeah, but like that's the whole.
Maybe the next one could be in the future. Maybe the next one could be in the future.
Instincts.
Yeah, like maybe the next one could be in the future, and it could be like a really dark, gritty, almost like future war type thing. I don't know, just crazy shit. Maybe one that takes place within World War II, and it's just like following one dude behind enemy lines. Or I don't know, just something cool, just different cool stuff. He said he wanted to do anthologies. I would be okay with anthologies. I generally don't care for anthology series usually, but I do like Primal, and he got a sold me on the first 2 seasons. So if he chose to make an anthology, I'd check it out. I wasn't a huge fan of Unicorn Warriors, but I'm waiting to see
was that the teddy bears versus the unicorns?
No, that was a Gendry Tartakovsky show.
Oh, was that like the old fucking cartoon characters forgotten being all like villains now?
No. It just came out like a year or 2 ago. Season 1
Wasn't
dropped.
it like Rayman and shit? Not Rayman.
No.
Fucking...
No. Every guess you're saying is you don't know. Just stop guessing. Wasn't that new Pokemon? No, it's not. No.
I generally am pretty good at this shit. I've never seen it, so I couldn't tell.
Yeah.
I swear there was a TV show which it was like Rayman, the 2D Rayman, the side scroller beat 'em up, being like the bad guy, being like a terrorist or something.
Unicorn Warrior. No, Unicorn Warriors was a show created by Tartakovsky. It was his show, his idea, his characters. The animation was heavily inspired by like 1930s and 1940s animation. So like the characters kind of look like characters like Popeye and Betty Boop and stuff. Like they has a very particular style. And it's basically, I don't even tell you what this shit's about. Basically the entirety of the first season is just a setup for what the show is going to be. So I can't really tell you like what it's about unless I just tell you what the ending of season 1 is and what it leads to. But
you're putting it pretty high up there, so I reckon I gotta fucking watch it now.
I wasn't a huge fan of season 1. I think season 1 was very slow and kind of dull. It wasn't terrible, but it wasn't like I was like I'm not into that. Like if it wasn't Genndy Tartakovsky, I probably wouldn't have watched the full first season. But then the end of the season happened and some wild shit happens and you're like, oh, that was all set up just for this, and this is a cool concept. Okay, where's season 2? And then season 2, I don't even know, they never announced it. So I don't know if it's even coming out, if it was canceled, which sucks for a show that was entirely made just to set up a fucking season 1 pretty cool concept to just like not be renewed for a second season. That would be a bummer. But
who is this? This guy knows what I'm talking about. Laserhawk, Captain Laserhawk. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Fuck.
I have no idea what that wasn't what I was talking about.
It's the Rayman being like a terrorist because he was forgotten as a video game character or whatever.
So like Rayman, like the game character, is in the show?
Yeah, he's like the main character. He's a fucking pimp or whatever you want to call it.
Wait, is it literally Rayman?
Yeah, it's literally Rayman.
Or is it a guy that looks and is inspired by Rayman?
No, it's Rayman.
Okay. Interesting.
It's fucking great. It's funny.
Got you. Gotta wonder how he got the rights for fucking Rayman to do that.
I think they purposely avoid saying Rayman, but
Then it's not Rayman.
But it is
legally
it's 100% Rayman.
legally distinct.
Legally distinct Rayman.
Rayman. Legally distinct. I got you. Okay. It is fucking 3:30. I got shit to do tomorrow. I am going to bail and go to sleep and enjoy my Sunday. As I said before, I will probably have a video out Tuesday morning is what I'm going to try to do. I don't know if I'll do it, but that's going to be the attempt. And, yeah, it's not going to be Hack Slash video. I got to push the Hack Slash video back because I got to make up for the Hellboy shit. There's a loss of viewers when the Hellboy shit came out, so I got to,
I think that's because most people don't read the comic books.
Well, that's that's what I'm saying. That's why I got to push it back. Like if YouTube sees too many of my videos getting lesser views, they just stop showing my videos to everybody, and the whole channel views dip. And I'm actually in a really high point right now. My channel's doing very, very well, so I don't want that dip. So I kind of have to avoid doing that. So I'm gonna spew out a couple of Doom and Helldivers and more popular stuff. And then, once I get a couple of those out, then I'll do the Hack and Slash, and
just sprinkle it.
Yeah, I could take a hit after I get a couple of good ones. I don't want to put too many that I know aren't going to do well back to back because it's going to screw up the algorithm across my whole channel.
That's valid. That's valid as shit.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna get off, guys. I'll see you guys next week. Maybe it'll be a debate stream. I don't know. I'll figure it out. If I come up with a good topic, it won't be a debate stream, but if it is, if I can't come up with something interesting, we'll do a debate stream. I'll see you guys, and I guess next week. Toodles.
GG, motherfucker.
Toodles. Man, that was a slow